Demonsouls, 2009/03/19. Why are masochistic games so popular now? An interview with the developers of Demonsouls, the instant death game popular among gamers. For Gamer. Google Translate. Thank you for going through with this project. For Gamer. Thank you for joining us today. First of all, please tell us how the production of Demonsouls began. Kaji. Actually, I've always loved From's games, such as King's Field and Armored Core. When I happened to have a chance to talk to From about King's Field, I asked them, "Aren't you going to make the latest King's Field game?" So they asked me, "If that's the case, why don't we make it together?" Miyazaki. I've always worked on the Armored Core series, and I wanted to make a fantasy game. So when this idea came up, I thought I'd like to try it. Personally, I thought that the online element could be used more interestingly than it is now. And I also had the ulterior motive of thinking that if I worked with SCE, I could leave the management of the online servers to them. The mood was, let's ask them for everything. Laughs. Kaji. I personally love the heavy medieval fantasy worldview of movies like Excalibur, which is a bit old. When I talked about that with Miyazaki, we got really excited. We said, let's make a hardcore game that we can all enjoy. Miyazaki. Also, from the beginning of the project, Kaji and the rest of the development staff shared the idea that we wanted to create a game that would inspire the player's sense of adventure, give them the excitement of discovery, or give them a sense of accomplishment. That was one of the elements that remained consistent throughout the development process. Kaji. The fun of playing games, that is, the pleasure you get from playing a game, is not something you get as a reward after you've cleared it, and that was something that Miyazaki and I both had in mind. The fun part is that the player gradually improves as they continue to play, and that process is what's fun. We shared that idea. There aren't many games like that these days, so we felt that if we made a game like that now, there would surely be a need for it. For Gamer. I see. By the way, are the development team on From's side mainly made up of Armored Core staff? Miyazaki. No, it's basically a completely new team. In order to create Demonsouls, we launched a new development line within the company. The development staff is mainly made up of veterans over 30 years old, including myself, and the production period was about 3 years. From was working on Armored Core for Answer in parallel. For Gamer. But Demonsouls is a very maniac work. It may be said that it is From's style. Miyazaki. That may be so. I think it is difficult to explain the world view, but also the system. I'm reflecting on the fact that it may have become a difficult game to sell, although I say so myself. To be honest, I'm surprised that they were able to get this project through. Thank you very much, Kaji. Kajie. Eh? Well, bitter smile. Well, it's good that so many players have played it, laughs. A game design that assumes death. But isn't it a masochistic game? For Gamer, I'd like to ask you straight out, why did you decide to make such a hardcore game, what people would call a masochistic game, now? Miyazaki. The first thing I thought about when making this game was to recreate a classic RPG with the latest technology. As I mentioned earlier, I wanted to express the fun we felt in old games, RPGs, such as the joy of discovery and thinking, and the sense of accomplishment on the latest platform, the PS3. For Gamer, when you say classic RPGs, do you mean titles like Wizardry? Miyazaki. Yes. For example, Wizardry had the excitement of exploring dungeons, the fear of encountering enemies, and the joy of obtaining items. I thought that it was definitely not a beautiful memory of the past. I think that the fun is absolutely primitive. Kaji. I thought that the games that we played without sleep should have been essentially fun. I wanted young players today to experience that fun. Miyazaki. As a pillar of the Demonsouls project, we were very conscious of expressing the essential fun of good old RPGs. For Gamer. Did that lead to the so-called game design that assumes death? Miyazaki. I thought that failure was a necessary element to enjoy figuring out how to beat the game and to get a sense of accomplishment when you succeed. The most obvious form of that was death, which we also adopted in Demonsouls. That's why in the first proposal it said, if you die in soul form, you lose your physical body once you die, you lose your character. Laughs. That's how much we were thinking about the game design with death in mind. Kaji. Yes, that was discussed. Everyone involved was like, what? That's too much. Laughs. 4Gamer. It's true, losing your character is a bit. Laughs. Miyazaki. No, that was for a presentation to SCE, so there were some parts that were written in an extreme way to make it easier to understand. I felt that the specification was inconsistent with the game's easy-to-die nature, so I thought that there would be various problems if we implemented it as is. In a meeting after development began, I thought we said, well, let's remove the specification that makes you lose your character soon. Laughs. 4Gamer. However, when it comes to recent games, not just RPGs, there are a lot of kindness in them, aren't there? Like they teach you step by step. In that situation, weren't you worried about releasing a game like this one where you die easily? Miyazaki, yes. However, it was pretty clear from the beginning of the planning that the kindness of tourism that is found in such recent games would not be necessary for Demon Souls. I myself have always thought that such things are a bit different, so in Demon Souls I wanted to make it possible to feel things like this place looks dangerous, or maybe I should go around to the right in a somewhat natural way. That's because in this game, I wanted the player to suddenly be thrown into an unknown place and experience the feeling of, now what should I do? All of my favorite old games were like that. It's like an atmosphere of, I can go ahead, but is it okay to go ahead? For example, after getting a ship in a certain RPG game, I think it's similar to the feeling of, hey, this can go anywhere. Then you get carried away and go up to a strange island and get killed. Laughs. I wanted that kind of adventure feeling. 4Gamer, I understand. The enemy's strength is something like hitting it and gauging it. Miyazaki. However, because it is a game where death is a given, there were many parts that we were careful about. It's no good if the player is simply uncomfortable when they die. When a player dies, they have to accept it as their own fault. 4Gamer, if the player loses motivation when they die, then there's no point. Miyazaki. Yes, so after preparing many ways to beat the game, we tried to create mechanisms and effects that stimulate the player's imagination, and we made the game drop souls so that the player would not stop playing immediately after death. Note, we paid a lot of attention to make the player understand death and not lose motivation even if they die. Note, when a player dies, they drop their soul, an element that combines experience points and money, at the place where they died. The rule is that they are returned to the starting point of each block when they die. But if they return to the place where they died and collect this soul, the penalty at the time of death can be almost zero, except for the decrease in physical strength. This creates a motivation to play after death. I have to hurry and get it back. Kaji, From Software has worked hard to make it possible for players to try again and again. 4Gamer. It's true that in this game, you can kind of tell where you are likely to die. You can tell to some extent from the appearance and atmosphere that, oh, it looks like it's dangerous to go further. Miyazaki. That's right. I tried to design the map so that places where you think something is suspicious are clearly visible. 4Gamer. So it's not a kind of help system, but rather a system where the player learns as they die. Miyazaki. I wanted to create a system that makes learning feel good. For example, the enemy placement is fixed, which is the result of a game design that takes into consideration the feeling of accomplishment that comes from dying and learning. In other words, even if you die and lose all your souls, you can't grow in terms of parameters, you can remember the enemy placement yourself and clear the game when you try again. 4Gamer. Ah, I see. Miyazaki. Another thing we took into consideration was the operability. If you die because of a mistake in operation, or because the operation method is difficult, you will get irritated and lose motivation. I wanted to make the player think, it's because I did it wrong. I'll change my method and try again. 4Gamer. I understand. Miyazaki. With that in mind, there were some opinions within the team that said, maybe it would be better to make it feel a little heavier. But we adjusted it so that the buttons felt crisp and responsive. I think that good response is one of the small details that makes it easy to not feel stressed when you die. 4Gamer. So that's what makes the small adjustments work. So that kind of game design was behind the fact that you don't feel too much stress when you die. Miyazaki. Players have said that it's a masochistic game, in a good way. But I honestly had no intention of making Demon's Souls a masochistic game. Laughs. It's true that it's a game where you die a lot, but the death penalty is actually designed to be quite light. It depends on the situation, but it's designed so that even if you die, it's not that bad. For gamer, it's true that in Demon's Souls, you don't often feel uncomfortable even if you die, so in that sense, it's not essentially a masochistic game. It's a game where you get beaten up a lot, though. Kaji. Yes. At first glance, it may seem like just an unfriendly game, but I'm proud that it's a game that's been carefully designed with careful attention to detail. Miyazaki. Well, there is a minimum tutorial. However, it's very blunt, with only one word, R1, attack. Laughs. Kaji. Normally, it would be R1 button is attack. That's what I'd say. Laughs. Miyazaki. I think it's because I felt that this is Demon's Souls. It's a dark world setting, and it's a story where you have to make your way through it with your own strength. The development staff shared this feeling of being thrown away from the beginning of the project, and it was a part that I worked on with enthusiasm. For gamer. By the way, it's also a rare system in which experience points and money are combined into one in the form of souls. Miyazaki. When I thought about the freedom of character creation and the freedom of growth, I wondered if there were too many complicated numerical elements. I thought it would be better to make it simpler. For gamer. Looking at the game, it's simple, but that doesn't mean there are few options. Miyazaki. Simplicity and the number of game options are actually completely different issues. In this game, money and experience points are combined into one point called souls. So I think that in terms of the options and factors that players can take and think about, such as whether to use them to grow or to purchase improve items and weapons, there are actually more. I wanted players to think, not to make it unnecessarily complicated. In order to get players to think, I felt that it would be more correct from a game grammar perspective to simplify the system. For gamer, complexity does not equal a lot of thinking. Miyazaki. In terms of the game design as a whole, I think the concept of souls was a modest but very well-functioning part. There were many parts of the game that could be adjusted by tweaking the souls. The compromise between game-like symbolism and realism. For gamer, you mentioned earlier that you were particular about operability, but the high level of action that is typical of Japanese games is also a major feature of this game. The motions are different for each weapon. Is this something you were very particular about? Miyazaki. Yes, I've always wanted to make a sword game where you slowly and steadily keep your distance, and in this game I was able to incorporate that kind of thing that I wanted to make. Kaji. So you wanted to make a game that gives you that kind of response, like blocking an attack with a shield. For gamer. I see. Miyazaki. However, it feels a bit strange to say that it was a commitment. In making a classic RPG using the PS3, it was a very natural idea for me to have different motions for each weapon. It was natural to think that, of course, swords and axes will move differently. For gamer. But in overseas RPGs, for example, The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, it doesn't seem like there is much of an idea of enhancing that kind of action. Miyazaki. That's right. In Oblivion alone, I think there is a difference between the first-person perspective and the third-person perspective. In a first-person perspective game, it is difficult to pursue action using swords and the like. However, when talking about overseas RPGs, like Oblivion in general, I think there is a sense that the design philosophy is more about creating an experience that is like actually traveling or adventuring. On the other hand, we intend to make a game after all. Of course, there is no right answer. This is not a question of good or bad, but rather a difference in direction. Oblivion's approach was shocking, and I myself enjoyed it as a player. For gamer, is that a game design theory, like abstracting elements to make them more prominent when making a game? Miyazaki. Yes, when it comes to Demon's Souls, we were conscious of the game symbolism aspect. For gamer, what are some of those? Miyazaki. The differences in weapon motions are a prime example. Swords and axes have different swinging styles, spears can attack while holding a shield, and skeletons are more effective against striking weapons than slashing weapons. We made it so that the way you fight changes clearly depending on the weapon. For gamer, I see. Miyazaki. For experience-based games, the roots are simulator-like, so I don't think they do much abstraction or symbolization like games. I get the impression that they're making games with an emphasis on realism. In Demon's Souls, weak attacks can be blocked with a shield, but if the enemy swings their sword and attacks strongly, the shield will be deflected, and so on. For gamer. It's like the upper, middle, and lower attacks in fighting games. Miyazaki. That said, if it's too game-like, it's not interesting. So I've always been thinking about where to strike the balance between realism and game-like symbolism. For example, I mentioned earlier that spears can attack while holding a shield. But if you think about this realistically, you might think, you can also swing a sword while holding a shield, right? Laughs. For gamer. Now that you mention it, that's true. Laughs. Miyazaki. However, I think there is a level of unrealism that the player feels comfortable with as a human being, and I kept that in mind throughout this work, giving it a game-like symbolism. For gamer. That's quite an interesting story, unique online elements that pursue asynchronous fun. For gamer. Speaking of which, when I was playing Demon's Souls, I thought the online system was interesting. The bloodstain system, a kind of replay function that lets you see how other players died, and the ability to leave simple messages in dungeons are innovative systems not seen in existing online games. Personally, I felt that this game could even be considered a cutting-edge online game. Miyazaki, thank you. I think I mentioned at the very beginning that there were pillars in creating Demon's Souls, but in fact, in addition to trying to recreate a classic RPG, there was another pillar of the project. That was to provide new fun using online. So I think it's true that this game is actually an online game. For gamer. However, when you think of online games, you have a strong image of chatting and communicating with everyone and having fun, right? Especially at the time of planning, I think that sense of this is an online game was stronger than it is now. But in this game, those communication elements have been completely cut out. Also, with the bloodstain system, I think this is actually the first title in the RPG genre to incorporate game replay data. There may be others, but at least I haven't seen much. Miyazaki. From the perspective of a game creator, I think the network is a very interesting tool. I've played some well-known online games, and they were uniquely fun. On the other hand, I thought that existing online games required a lot of communication, which was a barrier to enjoying them. In a word, it was troublesome. And because of that burden, they ended up being niche. For gamer. That's right, Miyazaki. So I thought that if we removed those troublesome parts, we could make something interesting and that people could enjoy it more casually. Kaji. As for the online elements, most of the specifications were in the proposal from the beginning. For gamer. But did you ever get any objections like, is that really fun? After eliminating chat and other elements unique to online games. As services like Nico Nico Douga became more widely known, I think it became easier to visualize the fun of asynchronous communication. But back when we were planning this project, YouTube had only just launched, and that was the era. In this game, you can leave simple messages anywhere in the dungeon. You can use them to warn other players of potential traps, or to communicate with them in a simple way. Miyazaki. Yes. I think the project started around 2004, but it was a very conceptual idea, so it was definitely a very difficult idea to understand. I explained to SCE that if online play up until now is like a phone call, what we want to do is email. The idea is that exchanging emails is less of a communication burden than talking directly. That's what we were aiming for. For gamer. I see. The analogy of phone calls and emails is easy to understand. Miyazaki. However, at the time, we couldn't actually let people experience it. And when they asked me if it was really fun, I couldn't really answer. Most people would think, why not just play multiplayer? For gamer. In the situation at the time, I might have thought that. Miyazaki. However, that would be a high communication burden. You can have fun without that. was what Demon Souls was aiming for, so I was very happy that SCE understood that. I think Kaji had more trouble with this than I did, convincing SCE to get the plan approved. Also, as a practical matter, it's difficult to experience during development whether online systems such as apparitions, a system that allows you to see other players playing at the same time for a moment, and bloodstains will function as truly interesting elements. To be honest, I was worried about a lot of things. For gamer, but from what I've seen in the game, the various online systems such as bloodstains and messages seem to work quite well. Miyazaki. That's right. As for bloodstains and messages, I think the systems worked pretty much as expected. I myself play Demon Souls at home, and when I find bloodstains in the exact place I expected, I can't help but feel happy. I empathize with the dead players saying, yeah, that's where you die. Laughs. Everyone laughs. Kaji, is it okay to say that? Wry smile. For gamer, well, there are quite a few places where you chase a lizard, a bonus monster like a metal slime, and lose your footing and fall off a cliff, or a place where a dragon is waiting. But you can see treasure ahead, and you think, this is clearly a developer trying to kill the player. Laughs. Miyazaki, yes, this is a specification that also includes the meaning of creating a sense of adventure, but the game balance itself is also made quite a bit based on these bloodstains and messages. It's a bit misleading to say that it's unreasonable, but some sudden traps are also a mechanism to create the gratitude of bloodstains and messages. I wanted to give the feeling that, oh, if there were no bloodstains, I would have been killed by this trap too. For gamer, in places with a lot of bloodstains, you are wary for now. There's something here. The play itself becomes communication in a natural way. I think it's an interesting system. What is the intention behind the unique PK system that allows players to roleplay each other's strong opponents? For gamer, looking at Demon Souls from the perspective of an online game, the world view of this game is very much online conscious. Usually when we think of multiplayer, we think of it as a functional presentation, such as connecting to a certain server and gathering in a certain room. I think it's interesting that the world view properly incorporates the idea that players suddenly log out and disappear because the world is unstable and each player is treated like an illusion. Miyazaki. This is a repeat of what I said earlier, but the premise is that we want people to play online more casually. That's why we wanted to remove as many barriers as possible, and we thought it would be ideal to have people play online naturally without even realizing it, rather than consciously playing online. In terms of the convenience of matching, the current form is not without problems, but for this game we placed importance on the feeling of being able to enter online smoothly, so we made it so that it blends in, including the world view. For gamer, in that sense, did you have a strong intention to attract people who have never played online games before? Miyazaki, I do feel that I wanted people who think, online games seem fun, but they seem troublesome to try it. However, if anything, I would say that I wanted to use the network as a tool to make single-player RPGs more interesting, and to add a variety of excitement to single-player RPGs. The fun that Demon Souls aims for is, after all, the fun of a single-player RPG, and cooperative and competitive play are positioned as one of the elements that came out of the pillar of the project, which is the network. For gamer. But speaking of multiplayer, the system of invading other players' worlds to play against each other, player kill, is also very interesting. The opponent is not summoned in front of you, but the battle begins by searching for each other. Miyazaki, my image was that each person role-plays the other's enemy. I thought it would be best if something like, there is an enemy that is really smart, and it is actually a person, happened. As for the point that starts by searching for each other, I wanted players to fight strategically using the wide map, so it was a part that I intentionally included. For gamer. Also, when peaking, it is interesting that it is easy to match up with opponents with a higher level than you. Is this to prevent bullying of the weak? Miyazaki. Of course, it was meant to prevent bullying of the weak. But not only that, I wanted the weak side to think about various tactics by playing the role of player killer. I don't think it would be interesting at all as a game if you simply beat them down head-on with strong equipment, so I came up with a specification to prevent that from happening. For gamer, it certainly wouldn't be fun if the battle was decided by the quality of equipment or abilities. Miyazaki. Basically, the player killer is at a disadvantage, but there are some advantages, such as not being attacked by monsters. This is a specification that wanted to include such tactics as attacking the opponent from behind when they are fighting a monster, or hiding and catching them by surprise. For gamer, I see. Miyazaki. Also, it was impossible due to the system, but I actually wanted to call the player killer side to the goal point instead of the starting point. In short, I wanted to create a situation where they should be in the direction of travel, but I don't know where they are hiding. Did people involved in development become fans one after another? Behind the scenes of Demon's Souls development. For gamer. But listening to your story, I think it's amazing that you were able to create a work like this. Kaji, when you say that with a straight face, I have mixed feelings. Laughs. For gamer. Well, the development costs for games, especially for home consoles, are quite high, aren't they? When making Demon's Souls, did SCE give any requests to From? Kaji, we left it up to From. However, we asked them at an early stage of development to make a request for a heroine. I love From's games, but from a business perspective, I feel that From's games lack a heroine element. What do you think? For gamer. Well, I'm in trouble if you ask me. Laughs. But was there a heroine in Demon's Souls? Miyazaki. Actually, the Fire Maiden with her eyes covered will be the heroine. For gamer. Eh? Kaji. Miyazaki said to me, "You're the heroine. Got it." And that's how Firekeeper was created. Bitter laugh. Miyazaki. I gave the instructions directly to the designer, but even among the development staff, there were a lot of opinions like, "This is a bit," and "Heroine? Are you sure?" Laughs. Kaji. Wondered if he really understood the meaning of the order. Laughs. I wondered when the heroine would be ready, and I was waiting for it to come out. But finally, around the time of the alpha version, ROM produced in the later stages of development, they said, "The heroine is done." I remember being speechless and saying, "Huh? This?" Laughs. At the alpha version stage, it's a time when it's difficult to make changes. Miyazaki. You made her really secretly. For gamer. It was a completely planned crime, but I think she's cute. Laughs. Miyazaki. Right, she's cute, isn't she? Demon's Souls was full of characters with a slightly dirty feel, so making the Firekeeper was a stress reliever. During development, when I was tired, I would secretly add cute motions. Laughs. For gamer. Ah, the motion of her sitting on the stairs and shaking her legs is really cute. The Firekeeper was apparently the heroine of this work. Heroine? What is she? Miyazaki. I'm very grateful that Firekeeper has become so popular. Everyone was asking me, "Are you sure it's okay?" So I was really worried. Laughs. Kaji. With Demon's Souls, the development staff's love for the game really went beyond the level of work. Miyazaki. They were completely playing the game in the latter half of development. Kaji. I think that's why it really got better and better. Everyone was immersed in the game without taking any days off. For gamer. Among From's games, was Demon's Souls a title that the staff had a deep attachment to? Miyazaki. From is a company that basically operates with the feeling of, let's make what we want to make, so we have a deep attachment to every game. However, from my experience, I think that games where the staff keeps proposing what they want to do tend to be good works. In that sense, I think Demon's Souls has become a very good work. Kaji. It goes without saying, but the motivation is high when you're making a game that you want to play. I would say, I want to play this soon, every time we had a meeting. Miyazaki. I was under a lot of pressure. Laughs. Kaji. Speaking of an episode that seems typical of Demon's Souls, there was an episode where SCE's debugging staff became From's allies halfway through the game. For gamer. What do you mean? Kaji. SCE's basic stance is to make games that reach more customers and convey entertainment to a wider audience. When I think about that, I don't think Demon's Souls is necessarily a game that fits that stance. I often wondered, is this really okay? Miyazaki. Yes, I really struggled with balancing the difficulty. At one point, the game balance happened to be easy, but at that time, the person in charge of debugging at SCE told me, No, you don't need to worry about this. Keep it difficult. That was very encouraging. Laughs. Kaji, because of that, I decided to go with this after all. 4 Gamer. That person is a hidden hero in many ways. If the game balance of this work had been easy, there might not have been any praise from players that it's a masochistic game. Miyazaki, as a development team, I'm really happy that Demon's Souls has received such high praise from players. Kaji. Yes, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the players who have made Demon's Souls so popular. Thank you very much. And hopefully, I would be happy if more players could play Demon's Souls. 4 Gamer, I understand. Thank you for today. 2009/04/02. Demon's Souls Director. I wanted it to be easier. No plans for sequel yet. Famitsu. Translation, Original. Famitsu. Demon's Souls has been well received, with sales at 93,274 copies in Japan as of March 22nd. What do you think contributed to this success? Hidetaka Miyazaki. We just wanted to create a game where players enjoy the satisfaction of clearing difficult stages and strategizing their moves. We're happy this idea was so well received. Takeshi Kaji. The feedback has been overwhelming, with people saying, "This is the game I've been waiting for." While the trend in video games is to make them easier, Demon's Souls went in the opposite direction, and we're glad the result is positive. Famitsu. There's been a lot of discussion about the high difficulty. What are your thoughts on this? Miyazaki. The main goal was to give players a sense of achievement, to make them shout, "I did it!" After a tough challenge. Making the game tough for the sake of it, or to challenge hardcore gamers, was never the goal. I'm surprised people say it's hard, because I didn't intend for it to be so tough. Kaji. The focus isn't on the story or settings, but on making sure players enjoy their own sense of achievement. Famitsu. Some players mentioned there are too many enemies in Boletaria Palace. Was that intentional? Miyazaki. That level is meant to introduce players to the game's basics. It's offline until you beat Phalanx to prevent players from asking for help right away. I agree it's a long level, but I didn't want to cut anything out. Kaji. There are many detailed guides available that can help players get through the level. Miyazaki. We tried to minimize unreasonable deaths and ensure that players' deaths were due to their lack of skill, not system flaws. That way, they're encouraged to keep trying. Famitsu. Most enemies have weak points. Can you elaborate on this design? Miyazaki. Yes, if you think deeper, you can easily defeat them. For example, enemies in the swamp can be lured to land for easier kills. Players don't have to, but adapting strategies for different enemies makes things easier. Famitsu, what advice do you have for players who want to give up? Miyazaki. Even I think the game is tough sometimes, but we always kept in mind that even players unfamiliar with action games should be able to progress. If players are stuck, I suggest using a shield or long-range attacks like bows and magic. Kaji. Patience is key. Don't get overexcited too quickly. Famitsu. The game's dark world and story leave much to players' imagination. Can you explain the design choices behind that? Miyazaki. We wanted the foggy world to generate a sense of mystery and fear. We paid close attention to details like the ecosystem and the relationships between races. The idea was for players to build their own world based on the cutscenes, but I may have left too many things unsaid. Famitsu. The game is often compared to wizardry. Was that an influence? Miyazaki. Yes, along with gamebooks I played. Kaji. I'm a fan of dark fantasy, and Miyazaki's vision aligned with that. I worried about going too far, but I trusted Miyazaki's abilities. My only condition was that the game must have a female lead. Famitsu. Was a female character always part of the plan? Miyazaki. No, there wasn't a female character in the initial planning, but I'm glad we added one. Kaji. I wasn't shown the Maiden in Black's design until late in development. My first reaction was, what? No eyes, but Miyazaki purposely designed her that way. It adds to the mystery and makes players think about her past. Famitsu. The online portion of the game is unique, creating a sense of distance between players. What inspired that? Miyazaki. As I get older, I find too much communication in online games can be a burden. Sometimes it's better to communicate through text than directly. Phantoms and summons ease players into the game, and we used Nico-Nico-style messaging for communication. Famitsu, the Black Phantom system is rare for console games. Was there any initial resistance to the idea? Kaji, I love the system. Miyazaki, there's room for improvement, but the system isn't purely for player kills. It's about making players feel they are formidable foes themselves. The difficulty is adjusted with online play in mind. Famitsu, the Yellow Robe Elder in the Tower of Latria is a unique boss. How did you approach designing that battle? Miyazaki, this was one of the most difficult demons to work on, but it's crucial for introducing players to the idea of Black Phantoms. If players didn't go online, they'd face a single-player boss, but I hope they try the online version. Famitsu, was bug fixing particularly tough for this game? Kaji, yes, it took more than double the time of other projects. The Yellow Robe Elder summoning Black Phantoms was one of the toughest parts. Testers also found the final scene very difficult. Miyazaki, balancing the game was a challenge, and it's the hardest game I've had to adjust. Famitsu, is there a sequel in the works? Kaji, it's too early to talk about a sequel, but I hope this is a new beginning between SCEJ and From Software. Miyazaki, the team is excited about the idea, but we aren't sure yet. However, Demonsouls has been an invaluable learning experience for future projects. 2010/05/28 about Demonsouls, Eurogamer. Miyazaki, we never thought that we would receive so many awards. We are incredibly happy and deeply grateful for all the support we have received. Miyazaki, to be honest, while the game was still under development, we weren't being fully understood, and it was very difficult for us. We weren't interested in following any trends, but I suppose we weren't paying attention to a practical world view, which was rather difficult. Miyazaki, from the outset, we started making it based on a back-to-basics concept. We wanted a game-like game, something that was fun in the way games used to be, and we were confident that we could do it. Miyazaki, we wanted to stay clear of current trends. We thought it was only going to be judged by a handful of core players. Without meaning to attribute special significance to the game, now that there are so few games of its type, we thought that there was definitely a need for it, and we also felt that it was something that the current games industry needed. With all these ideas in mind, we created Demonsouls. Miyazaki, Kingsfield was the beginning of the Demonsouls project. I wouldn't go as far as to say that we had Kingsfield in mind while we were making Demonsouls, but of course, I think its world probably formed one of the bases for the newer game. However, if you're asking if it's a successor, the answer is no. Of course, there are parts of the game that are inspired by Kingsfield, but we were very much aware that we wanted to make a new title with Demonsouls. Miyazaki, there aren't any other games that I'd cite as inspiration, but there are films like Conan the Barbarian and Excalibur, and Frazetta's fantasy art. Miyazaki, the worlds of the games we used to play, the ones that made us tremble with excitement, were all Western worlds. Like series of fantasy game books, like Wizardry and Varitmu. When we made Demonsouls, we took a back-to-basics approach, and so it turned into that kind of world. It was perfectly natural. It isn't widely known overseas, but lately in Japan, games with that kind of world have all but disappeared. Miyazaki, aren't all of us, especially those involved in the actual making of games, influenced by the West? It's only my personal taste, but I'm very much drawn to things like King Arthur and Beowulf, and also the Nibelungen, because they're classics. They show the good and evil in the human psyche, and you're made to breathe the unvarnished stench of humanity. Medieval tales are not trying to put on airs. Miyazaki, as you'd expect, with medieval Europe as our base, American English wouldn't do. We're Japanese, so we don't know the particulars, but in Japan, in period pieces and such, there are very distinctive linguistic expressions. We thought these probably existed in English, so we went to the SCE coordinator and explained this, and they cast to suit our needs. Miyazaki, the origin of that idea, Demonsouls Cope, is actually due to a personal experience where a car suddenly stopped on a hillside after some heavy snow and started to slip. The car following me also got stuck, and then the one behind it spontaneously bumped into it and started pushing it up the hill. That's it. That's how everyone can get home. Then it was my turn and everyone started pushing my car up the hill and I managed to get home safely. But I couldn't stop the car to say thanks to the people who gave me a shove. I'd have just got stuck again if I'd stopped. On the way back home, I wondered whether the last person in the line had made it home and thought that I would probably never meet the people who had helped me. I thought that maybe if we'd met in another place, we'd become friends. Or maybe we'd just fight. You could probably call it a connection of mutual assistance between transient people. Oddly, that incident will probably linger in my heart for a long time. Simply because it's fleeting, I think it stays with you a lot longer. Like the cherry blossoms we Japanese love so much. Because Demonsouls is a game with a lot of dying in it, surely that kind of fleeting cooperation should come out of all the death. We're all dead, so let's help each other out. Miyazaki. It's a simple concept, but you don't know whom you will meet. Maybe the next person will be an enemy. That kind of encounter forms part of the larger storyline. There are constant surprises. The blue phantom that's helped you get through an area might, out of nowhere, turn into a black phantom that will kill you just as you're almost clear. Demonsouls isn't like other RPGs. We've made a different storyline for every player. That's what the network's for. That's what the phantoms are. We made a game where rather than giving players a simple game over, we make them come back to an ephemeral existence as a phantom with less health, and this encourages people to cooperate in multiplayer. A darker existence as a black phantom has an even stronger incentive, because you can both cooperate and aggravate through the unique multiplayer system. Even if 100 players are role-playing, they will all have different experiences. Whether you behave as friend or foe is down to a person's character. Miyazaki. Text message is less of a burden than a phone, basically, he says. Firstly, we wanted to remove the instantaneousness of communication, and secondly, we wanted to remove the physicality of it, that is, the voice. What was born out of those two concepts is this asynchronous online mode peculiar to Demonsouls. Part of the idea behind the message system was that before, back when we didn't have so much information, everyone had to work together to help each other through games. The intention was to bring a sense of unity to players. Miyazaki. We're fond of all the areas, but if I had to pick a favorite, it'd be the Valley of Defilement. It's also the area I hate the most, he grins. As for the demons, it's probably the Tower Knight. Beating him is really difficult by yourself, but in a coordinated multiplay where no one's chatting, well, they can't to begin with, I suppose, and everyone does their job swiftly, it feels great to finally get through it. This might be a little grandiose, but I think that Tower Knight is significant, and as a boss character, symbolic of the demon system. There's also Maiden Astria and the devoted Garl Vinrand. There are many points in the story that depend upon the player's imagination, but if people feel something from the stories of those two characters, then I'll be happy. Miyazaki. Demonsouls is by no means a perfect game. We don't think there will ever be such a thing as a perfect game. Dark Souls, 2011/02/04, Dark Souls Q&A, Variety is the Spice of Death, PS blog, spiritual successor to Demonsouls. Schumann, would you describe Dark Souls as a sequel to Demonsouls or a spiritual successor? Does Dark Souls take place in the same universe as Demonsouls? Miyazaki, Dark Souls is not a sequel to Demonsouls by any means. However, it's created by the same producers and director, and so certain ideologies, concepts, and themes have carried over and are similar. It's a totally new game with similar concepts. Difficulty. Schumann, Demonsouls is infamous for its difficulty. Will Dark Souls be as difficult? Miyazaki, yes, Demonsouls was known for its incredible difficulty. With Dark Souls, there is no intention to decrease the difficulty at all. Actually, we intend to increase the difficulty of the game, but not simply by making the game more difficult, but by giving players the freedom to strategize freely and conquer that difficulty, and to be rewarded accordingly. This is an analogy we often use. We are trying to create a game that is spicy, and we want to make it as spicy as possible, but still edible, and also to make it taste good, that leaves you wanting more. Schumann, How do you keep a difficult game from becoming punishing and drive the player to quit in frustration? Miyazaki. Good question. We can't tell you all of our secrets, but there are a few ways we prevent users from drifting away. Number 1, the difficulty is not dependent on the skill level of the user. We have not created a game where players who react faster or press buttons faster fare better than others. Second, when a player dies, we try to leave a sense of, maybe if I try a different strategy, I can succeed. Things that you lose in death can be outweighed by what you gain by trying again. We try to give players lots of freedom to design their own gameplay style, and we've implemented enough content to enable users to continue challenging themselves and continue making progress. One more aspect is the difficulty based on repetitiveness. We don't want users to have to constantly carve away health from enemies. We've created all characters, including enemies and the player, to have high attack power but low defense. We don't want users to hack and hack and hack away to defeat an enemy. It's more strategic. We want users to think, if I avoid this enemy, maybe I can overcome him. We don't want players to be frustrated by doing the same things over and over. Schumann. Death was a part of life in Demon Souls, but it required that you replay the entire level from scratch with enemies in identical locations. Will Dark Souls force players to restart levels? Will levels be less repetitive to replay? Miyazaki. The main concept has not changed. You try something, die, learn from your mistakes, and eventually overcome those mistakes. In Dark Souls, we've added the ability to players to choose their recovery point, essentially respawn points. If you die, you won't be taken back to the beginning of the level, and as you explore the world, you can carve out your own territory and retry quests you failed. That's a big difference. It's an aspect that we want players to use to strategize their approach to the game. Controls. Schumann. Will Dark Souls have a less intimidating control scheme than Demon Souls? Miyazaki. In Demon Souls, when you finally get used to the controls, it feels pretty good. For Dark Souls, the controls and feel won't change too much. However, we are adding a tutorial so players don't have to fight to learn how to play. We don't want to take the players step by step, we just want them to get past the first step. Generally, for Dark Souls, learning commands and controlling your character is probably a little bit easier. But to counter that, we've added a lot of aspects that users must learn beyond the controls. The amount of magic, the number of weapons, the types of weapons, the moves attached to the weapons. There's a lot more that players must learn in order to overcome challenges. Weapons. Schumann, does that mean we can expect a lot of new weapons with unique functions? Miyazaki, the simple answer is yes, but we're not just increasing the number of weapons. We want to improve the uniqueness of each weapon. Each weapon will have characteristics that are vastly different from other weapons in the game. As an example, a player starts with a longsword. Eventually, he might find a holy sword, which is far more powerful, but is used very differently. Some players will choose to continue using the longsword simply because they're more comfortable with it. We want to give players many options, even if that means they use the sword that fits best in the hand. We want you to become emotionally and physically attached to the weapon you're using. Perhaps the longsword, after you've used it for so long and taken such good care of it, is your holy sword. The real holy sword, though, might be very hard to master despite its power. Some players will say, "Is this difficult to use?" Leave it to me, I'll master it. The mind games and strategizing, that's the most fun aspect of the game to me. Schumann. How will dual-wielding two weapons impact combat? Is dual-wielding a successful strategy or more of an expert's mode? Miyazaki. Dual-wielding is an option, but it's a very difficult choice for novice players. The default fighting style is holding a shield in one hand and a weapon in the other. The shield adds a lot of protection, it's quite effective. If you see another player dual-wielding, we want you to think, oh my god, this guy is special. Dual-wielding is a way to challenge yourself, but it has a lot of downsides and makes the game much harder. When you're in trouble, you'll want to return to your shield and sword. We want to keep dual-wielding special. It's a very unique strategy that will hopefully give a new experience to the player as well as those watching him. Online features and bonfires. Schumann. Like Demon Souls, Dark Souls will include online co-op and competitive play. Are you planning any broad changes to the multiplayer? Miyazaki. Yes, Throughout the game, there will be both cooperative and competitive play with other players. Each user will enjoy a unique single-player game. At times, they will cross paths with one another. Depending on the situation, the time, and the player's goals, those players may cooperate or compete against each other. The multiplayer system we're creating will envelop the single-player mode. Multiplayer will enhance single-player, make it more unique compared to other games that emphasize traditional multiplayer co-op or competitive play. Schumann, what's the single addition to Dark Souls that you're most excited about? Miyazaki, probably the bonfire. It stands for a lot of things. It serves as a recovery point. When the player's health is low, the bonfire helps them recover. It serves as a respawn point as well. It's powerful from a gameplay perspective. Secondly, the bonfire will be used to share experiences with other players. It's a place where players can gather together and communicate. Not verbally communicate, but emotionally communicate. Third, it's probably the one place in Dark Souls where users can relax just for an instant. In this cold, dark world, the beacon fire is a place of warmth. It's one of the few locations in the game that is heartwarming. It expresses this dark fantasy world I'm trying to create. Schumann, how will character creation work? Are there still classes? How can I augment and customize my character? Miyazaki, the basics are quite similar to Demon Souls, but you can customize the physical build of your character now, in addition to his face. There's a lot of customization in terms of gameplay styles and parameters. It's very open, and there are many more options than in Demon Souls. You can create any type of character you'd like to create. Enemies. Schumann, what's your philosophy regarding monsters in Dark Souls? Are you going for really grim, grotesque creatures? Miyazaki, calling it a philosophy is probably overstating it a bit. I want to expand the range and variety of all the enemies, whether they're hideous or beautiful or strong. I don't lean towards any particular type, but high-level enemies will be pretty disgusting. And you might not believe this, but all the monsters I design, from Demon Souls to Dark Souls, are beautiful to me, no matter how gruesome their appearance. What games are you looking forward to playing in 2011? Schumann, what games are you looking forward to playing in 2011? Miyazaki, politically, this is sort of a difficult question to answer. I'm a big gamer, but to be honest, right now I absolutely love Magic, the Gathering Online. For 2011, I'm really looking forward to Uncharted 3 and The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. Uncharted 2 came out around the same time as Demon Souls, so it was a big competitor for us at the time. But Uncharted has done so well, and now I'm really excited for Uncharted 3. I'm quite interested in Skyrim because the fantasy world is something I really look forward to in games. 2011/02/08, I'll have to die for my pride. I asked director Miyazaki if Dark Souls inherits the soul of Demon Souls. 4Gamer. Google Translate. 4Gamer. Thank you for joining us today. The title of the new game is not Demon Souls 2, but Dark Souls, so I think many gamers are wondering if the content will be different. I know this may be a bit sudden, but can we expect the same fun that we felt in Demon Souls in this game? Miyazaki. Well, I want you to actually play it and be surprised, so the details are still a secret, but at least the parts that From Software believes players found interesting in Demon Souls are fine. 4Gamer, what do you mean by believe? Miyazaki. For example, the difficulty, the feel of the battle, the operation, or the operation method itself. Dark Souls also has online elements such as being able to see other people's replays and write messages. Of course, it's not exactly the same expression, and the graphics engine is different, but the contents have not changed and become strange. 4Gamer. There's no doubt that the roots of the game are based on Demon Souls. So why didn't you make it Demon Souls 2? Perhaps there was talk of making 2, right? Miyazaki. It's a hard question to answer honestly. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to make Demon Souls 2 at first. But various things happened, and that didn't happen. That said, I think it was good that we changed to Dark Souls now. Because it's not a sequel, we're able to adopt new ideas without any strange restrictions, so I think it was okay from a creative point of view. 4Gamer. Certainly when it comes to sequels, there are bound to be some kind of restrictions, for better or worse. By the way, Dark Souls is being made in collaboration with Bandai Namco Games. But what is the division of roles? Miyazaki, in terms of promotion, From Software is in charge of Japan, and Bandai Namco Games is in charge of overseas. It's like we're collaborating and launching a worldwide strategy. 4Gamer. Speaking of collaboration, will characters from Bandai Namco Games titles appear in Dark Souls? Miyazaki. That's not the case. If anything, it's more about how we'll release information. Dark Souls is not a worldview that is suited to such collaborations in the first place, and we can't do anything too nasty to Bandai Namco Games characters. 4Gamer. Right. I thought that there was a possibility that characters from Soul Calibur and other games might appear. When it comes to collaborations, we often see cases where item DLC appears. But what do you think? Demon's Souls didn't have DLC, did it? Miyazaki, we're not considering DLC at the moment. It's not like we're saying we'll never do it. As for DLC for items, etc., in Dark Souls, items are positioned as rewards for effort and objects of discovery, so we don't intend to offer them in other ways, such as charging. However, if we can do something interesting that is specialized for online with the Dark Souls engine, we may distribute it as DLC. 4Gamer. So you're saying that you should try your best to obtain powerful items in the game. What is the division of labor for the game development itself? Miyazaki. Regarding game development, Bandai Namco Games has prepared the development system, but we are in charge of creating the content. 4Gamer. In other words, if there is something wrong with the game design, complain to From, laughs. Adds a sense of exploration with a fully seamless map. 4Gamer. On the other hand, please tell us about the elements that are different from Demon's Souls. The game name has become Dark Souls, but will the world view and story be completely unrelated to Demon's Souls? Miyazaki, there is no connection to past From Software works, including Demon's Souls. Even if there is, it will be a fun element like Moonlight. Note, a holy sword that appears in the King's Field series. It appears not only in that series, but also in the Armored Core series. Demon's Souls also has an item called the Moonlight Greatsword, which is a standard element in From Software works. 4Gamer. I see. So are there any new concepts from Dark Souls? Miyazaki. I think Demon's Souls was lacking in terms of the sense of exploration and adventure of an action RPG. So in Dark Souls, we made the map fully seamless and placed emphasis on the sense of exploration. 4Gamer, when you say fully seamless, do you mean an open field like Oblivion? The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion. Miyazaki, it's not like that style where there's a grassland and there's a point. To put it simply, it's like a full labyrinth. In Demon's Souls, even though the map itself was well made, it was divided into stages like 1-1, 1-2, 2-1, but this is seamless and intricately connected. 4Gamer. I kind of have an image of it, but making it fully seamless is a big challenge. What made you decide to adopt it? Miyazaki. Well, I actually wanted to do it since I was making Demon's Souls. 4Gamer. Was there any talk of this at the time of Demon's Souls? Miyazaki. Demon's Souls had a new online system, so after considering the risks after it was released, we had no choice but to make a solid stage. But actually, I wanted to challenge the limits, and I also wanted to make an action RPG, not a stage-based action game. So when the idea of making this game came up within the company, it was unanimous that, this time it's seamless, right? And, of course, we'll do it. 4Gamer. So you were frustrated because you couldn't do it even if you wanted to. Miyazaki. Well, it was quite stressful for us. We knew it was a problem, but we wanted to do it a little more. But this time, we were confident that we could make it happen. It was a very difficult challenge, but we managed to make it. Currently, the map is somewhere between the alpha and beta versions, but it's really fun to connect all the maps and walk around them. It's gotten quite big, though. 4Gamer. Indeed, just imagining being able to explore a vast dungeon makes it fun. Miyazaki. It's not just large, but there are also various map situations. There are not only dark fantasy-like places, but also high fantasy places. There are also maps with an atmosphere like Hell or the Land of the Dead. 4Gamer. In Demons Souls, the atmosphere of the map was determined for each keystone. Going to various places may be a fun unique to seamless. Miyazaki, we packed in too many different situations, so the graphic designer got angry. There are so many different situations in one map, so it's impossible to call this one map and make it. But they like it, so when I said, then let's reduce it, they said, we'll do something about it. 4Gamer, it's great that the graphic designer is willing to listen to my requests. Laughs. Miyazaki, I'm still struggling with the process. Dark Souls is a title that relies on game design, so even if I create a map once, if I think it's boring, I'll destroy it and remake it. It's a waste to destroy something that I've already created. 4Gamer, what are some specific cases where you would go out of your way to destroy a map? Miyazaki, there are a lot of different reasons, but for example, if it feels cramped during battle or if the viewpoint guidance has failed, I'll remake it. On the other hand, on a positive note, if you're walking around the map and there's a place you want to go to, I'll make it so you can go there. Even if it looks dangerous, you want to go where you want to go. Laughs. 4Gamer, I was playing Demons Souls. I felt like jumping off a high place for now, but it's a similar feeling. Miyazaki, yes, this time the map is seamless, so if you jump off here, you'll arrive at another map, right? There are quite a few places like that. If you die if you jump off there, I'll complain and ask them to make a platform on the way. But that's not always possible. 4Gamer, so the map has a fairly three-dimensional structure. Miyazaki, it's a map stacked vertically. Or rather, I noticed this when I was working on Demons Souls. But it seems that I have a habit of stacking maps that would normally spread out horizontally, tightly vertically. So I decided to make it a feature and stack them vertically this time too, so that people would want to jump off. 4Gamer, that means there will be endless bloodstains from players who accidentally jump off. Miyazaki, there are places where you can die, but we've also made places where you can't die. In Demons Souls, if you step off the Rotten Valley map, you die, but this time you can go to the swamp below. 4Gamer, oh, that's helpful. I lost my soul after stepping off the Rotten Valley so many times. Miyazaki, I don't know how to get back after falling. In Dark Souls, I thought I had fallen, but I ended up in a completely different place. What should I do now? I want you to experience trouble like that. I've made it so that you can go to almost any place you can go, so please enjoy exploring. 4Gamer, it seems like you'll get lost in no time. Miyazaki, there may be concerns that it will be difficult to understand because we're focusing on exploration. But we've basically made it so that you can only get lost at the same level as Demons Souls. We are very conscious of the structure that you can remember by walking. But if you expand the search space one step, there are unknown places. 4Gamer, when making a map, are there any considerations to prevent players from getting lost? Miyazaki, we create a map structure that is easy to understand, taking into account the order in which the player's viewpoint moves and general behavior patterns. We are conscious of how the map is drawn in the player's mind and are careful not to exceed the player's processing capacity. 4Gamer, is it correct to say that if the player is given too much information, it becomes difficult to understand the structure? Miyazaki, for example, if there were 3 entrances, I think it would be hard to remember. Instead, you first find one entrance, go in and think, this must be dangerous. But then you go back and find another entrance, and then you know, oh, I should go this way. It's easier to remember that flow. 4Gamer, I see. It's true that a structure where you have to wander around trying all the paths can be a pain to explore. Miyazaki, I think exploration is walking through a meaningful space with a purpose. It's no fun if you're always confused and lost. Of course, we do put a limited amount of stress on the map to create confusion. We also place elements on the map that allow you to remember the scene. We show the destination in advance and encourage you to want to go there. 4Gamer, like the Dragon King's castle in Dragon Quest? Miyazaki, yes, it's like that. Well, this kind of map creation isn't ideal, so it's difficult to implement thoroughly, but we are developing it with that in mind as much as possible. Estimated playtime is 1.5 to 2 times longer than Demons Souls. Increased volume of enemies, magic, weapons, etc. 4Gamer, the map is quite large, But how long do you expect the game to take this time? Miyazaki. It's not finished yet, so I can't say for sure, but I think it will probably take about 60 hours. By the way, Demon's Souls was expected to take 30 to 40 hours. 4 Gamer. In other words, it's 1.5 to 2 times longer than Demon's Souls, which is a lot of volume. If it's that much content, it seems like there will be a lot more enemies and items. Miyazaki. In that sense, I think the biggest point is the enemies. There were about 40 types in Demon's Souls, but this time there are nearly 100 types. 4 Gamer. So the number of enemies is 2.5 times as much. Demon's Souls also had many different types of enemies for each situation, so I never felt like there were particularly few. That's certainly a significant increase in volume. Miyazaki. Yes, all of them are squirming on the map, so I think you'll have plenty of fun defeating various enemies. In addition, we have prepared a considerable number of magic spells, weapons, and armor to expand the player's battle style or role-playing style. 4 Gamer. So the volume has increased on the player side as well. For example, what kind of magic has been added? Miyazaki. There is a magic spell that allows you to transform into an object on the map. In multiplayer, if you think there is a jar in a strange place, it turns out to be a person. 4 Gamer. Wow, that sounds like a fun but nasty magic spell. If you patiently wait in disguise, you'll be impressed by that. Miyazaki. I hope you think it's a magic spell that makes you laugh and think, that's so stupid. Speaking of weapons, in Demon's Souls, the attack motion was the same for the category of straight swords, but in Dark Souls, even weapons in the same category have different motions, so there is a lot of variation. 4 Gamer. So the motions are different for each weapon. Miyazaki. Not all weapons have different motions, but there are quite a few. For example, even if a player who uses a longsword gets an item like a holy sword, he or she can choose to continue using the longsword because it doesn't suit their battle style. 4 Gamer. Oh, that's cool. So you can choose the weapon you want to use not only by parameters, but also by motion. Miyazaki. Also, depending on the character's parameters, the speed of the motion and the size of the gap can change. So even if the same weapon is used, there will be differences depending on the character. If we talk about something more technical, the so-called super armor, note element, is not fixed to the weapon, but is expressed analogically. Note, even if you are attacked by an enemy during an attack motion, you can continue the motion without recoiling, which is like an invincible time concept. Poise or hyper armor. 4 Gamer. It seems like it will be difficult to choose a weapon. By the way, does Dark Souls have a weapon strengthening system? Miyazaki. Yes. However, I actually think that the weapon strengthening system in Demon's Souls was a failure, and I would like to organize it a bit more. Especially from overseas players, they say it is difficult to understand. 4 Gamer. Was it such a complicated system? There were various derivatives of the strengthening, but I don't think it was that difficult to understand. Miyazaki. It seems like a common system to Japanese people, but it seems that overseas players are not familiar with it. I get a lot of emails like, I finished without strengthening. I got some kind of stone, but how do I use it? And I wonder how they cleared it. 4 Gamer. I'm surprised. Laughs. Miyazaki, that's why I want to make the strengthening system a little easier to understand. Anyway, whether it's magic or weapons, Dark Souls has a lot of variety. Earlier, I mentioned the keyword exploration, but this actually applies to the characters as well. I hope that players will explore their own playstyle and develop their own unique characters. Dark Souls online elements include 2 new concepts. 4 Gamer. Demon's Souls was characterized by its asynchronous online system and multiplayer that is an extension of single player. But are there any new features in the online portion of Dark Souls? Miyazaki. There are 2 new concepts for online. The first is sharing the play experience. It's like you realize that there are other people who are challenging this difficult game, and each other's play influences each other little by little. In the past, when you played Dragon Quest and such, players were all playing separately. But when you exchanged information and found out that there were people who were struggling together, you felt somehow happy. I thought I would try to express that in my own way in Dark Souls. 4 Gamer. It's more fun to have friends who are struggling together than to work hard alone. It makes you want to work hard too. In the case of Demon's Souls, you could check the state of other players with the bloodstain system, but is this a different system? Miyazaki: Yes, I can't reveal any details yet, so please wait for further information. 4Gamer: That's a shame. So please tell me at least about the other concept. Miyazaki: Another concept is that we want to have cooperation and battles occur as an extension of each person's roleplay. We call it mutual roleplay. 4Gamer: That's not a very meaningful word. I think it's like adding role-playing to the element of summoning other players as bosses, which was in Demon's Souls. Miyazaki: Yes, in each other's roleplay, battles and cooperation occur locally. It's easier to understand if you use the Lord of the Rings as an example. If you have Frodo, who discovered the ring, and the Black Rider, who has been searching for the ring, a battle over the ring will occur. One is just acting as the Black Rider on his own, and the other is an unfortunate person who just happened to get the ring. That's how it feels. 4Gamer: That's interesting. If it's just part of the roleplay, it seems like you can enjoy cooperation and battle smoothly. By the way, is the battle balance adjusted for battle play? In Demon's Souls, there were people who played battles aggressively. Miyazaki: Well, this is a strange story, but I didn't think that Demon's Souls battles would be played to that extent in the first place. That was the first thing that surprised me. The battle system has depth, but it's not balanced for battles. 4Gamer: So you were able to play battles in the system, but you didn't place emphasis on battles. Miyazaki: Rolling is too strong if you only think about fighting. We knew that, but at the time we thought it would be a great success if there were people who would play against each other. Laughs. We don't intend to make Dark Souls a competitive game, and we want people to enjoy fighting as an extension of single player. Of course, we could have made it a competitive game, but this time we wanted to make it an action RPG. 4Gamer: If you make it as a competitive game, it seems like you would have to consider it from the game design itself. Miyazaki: But we're not at all about cutting off people who like to play against each other. We're very happy that there are gamers who are into the game, and we're planning to prepare a system that allows them to play against each other. It may sound rude, but we want to use those players as a resource for other players to enjoy playing. 4Gamer: Resources? Miyazaki: There are players who are very into the game, who are strong, who think about various things, and who have fun playing. I hope that their existence will provide a moderate stimulus to the majority of players who are not that into the game, and that it will lead to the value of Dark Souls as a whole. If each of them can give each other a good stimulus, I think it's a win-win. However, the online elements of Dark Souls are quite experimental, so we don't know exactly how it will work when it is actually released and many players play it. Laughs. 4Gamer: You're a challenger again. I heard in a previous interview that Demon's Souls had some parts that were unclear how it would work because it was a novel system. Miyazaki: Well, I think it will work out this time too. Laughs. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens. 4Gamer: Let's move away from Dark Souls for a bit. But these days, online elements are naturally available in various games. But do you have any thoughts about online elements that deliberately omit communication? Miyazaki: Well, before the release of Demon's Soul, I thought that online games would not be accepted unless they had a chat style in the lobby. But many players accepted the multiplayer of Demon's Soul, and I realized that this kind of approach is also possible. 4Gamer: There was no conversation in Demon's Souls online, but a sense of solidarity was naturally conveyed through the game. Miyazaki: Yes. On the contrary, I think that now there is a possibility that things can be seen precisely because you can't talk. For example, in role-playing, the presence of the player is thin, so I think you can play a villain without feeling embarrassed. In a place with voice chat, you can't just say, heh heh heh, and play a villain. 4Gamer: That's certainly embarrassing, and you might be treated as a pathetic person by those around you. Miyazaki: That's right. Players have also said that it's interesting because you can't talk, and I feel that the system we created had potential. In fact, the concept of the online element of Dark Souls was inspired by those voices. Miyazaki entered the game industry 6 years ago. A. Surprising career history. 4 Gamer, I think Demon's Souls is an interesting title precisely because it is difficult. But do you think that games need to be difficult? Miyazaki, I don't think that games necessarily need to be difficult, so I think that games that aren't difficult are fine too. In the case of Demon's Souls and Dark Souls, the theme is to create a difficulty that can be overcome. If you compare it to cooking, it's like it's really spicy, but it's delicious. 4 Gamer, I see the analogy of cooking is easy to understand. It's supposed to be spicy, but you can eat it deliciously. Miyazaki, I think that game creation is something that gives meaning to the work. So when I asked myself what meaning to give to it, I gave Demon's Souls and Dark Souls the meaning of a sense of accomplishment. And to give that sense of accomplishment, a high level of difficulty was necessary. So if the meaning is different, I don't think there needs to be difficulty. 4 Gamer, there are easy games and difficult games, so you don't need to make everything difficult. But no matter how difficult it is, didn't you say in a previous interview that you didn't intend to make Demon's Souls that difficult? Miyazaki, yes, I don't intend to narrow down the target audience that much for either Demon's Souls or Dark Souls. I've significantly reduced the elements that make it impossible to clear without dexterity. No one will believe me, but I think I've lowered the hurdles very much, in my own way. 4 Gamer, there are almost no death penalties, and you hardly feel any unreasonable difficulty. Miyazaki, if you actually try it and don't like the worldview of dark fantasy, it may be too much. But if you're not bad at it, I want you to play it without thinking too much. To take an extreme example, even Super Mario is quite difficult, isn't it? For me, it's a world where I can't clear it around stage 4, but just playing from 1 to 1 is a lot of fun. I don't mind playing it that way at all. 4 Gamer, Mario is also pretty tough. If you get a game over, you have to start over again. But it's fun, so I'll keep trying again. Miyazaki, right? In that sense, I don't intend to set the bar that high, but if that's the case, I'd say you should do something about the worldview, so I'm sorry about that. 4 Gamer, I guess the bar is high after all. So from Miyazaki's perspective, do you feel that there are more or less gamers who can handle spicy games? Miyazaki, if anything, I'd say it's more that they're surprised that people can eat games that are this spicy. That said, I've only been in this industry for about 6 years, so I don't think I'm in a position to talk about how players play. 4 Gamer, eh? 6 years in the game industry? Only? Miyazaki, that's right. 4 Gamer, what were you doing before you entered the game industry? Miyazaki, I worked as an analyst or account manager at a foreign IT company that had nothing to do with games. I joined from software when I was 30, and until then I was just an ordinary gamer. 4 Gamer, so why did you decide to enter the game industry? Miyazaki, I originally wanted to work in the game industry, but after graduating from graduate school, I needed a lump sum of money for some reason. So I chose a company with a good salary. It's a very simple reason, isn't it? Laughs. I worked there for about 4 years and got the money I needed, so this time I wanted to make a game. 4 Gamer, so why did you choose from software when you changed jobs? Surely this isn't a simple reason either. Miyazaki, there were only a few companies, including From Software, that would hire a 30-year-old inexperienced planner. So I liked Kingsfield, so I interviewed with From Software, and I was lucky. 4 Gamer, changing jobs as an inexperienced planner is a pretty big decision. 6 years ago, which title of From Softwares did you join the development of? Miyazaki, as for titles, I joined halfway through Armored Core Last Raven. I was in the position of main planner for Armored Core 4, but the director was replaced midway, and I suddenly became director for the second game. After that, I was director for Armored Core for Answer and Demon's Souls. So even though I joined the company as a planner, there is no title where I am credited as the main planner. 4 Gamer, is that so? When I talked to you before, the stories about game design were very logical and well organized, so I assumed that you were a game craftsman with a long history in the industry. Bitter smile. Miyazaki, it's true that I liked games, but I haven't been in the industry for long. That's why I'm not good at talking about the industry. I don't know much about it, so I can't just suddenly say, the way games are played has changed in the current game industry, right? 4 Gamer, No, that's not true, laughs. By the way, before you entered the industry, hadn't you made games on your own? Miyazaki. I hadn't made any on my own either. When I joined From Software, there were a lot of things I was doing for the first time. I was suddenly told to make a map, and I could only groan, That brings back memories. 4 gamer. That's amazing. You have an unusual career. By the way, what is your title in Dark Souls? Miyazaki, director and producer. When I was working on Demon Souls, I was only a director, but I was also doing producer-like things within the company, so the content of my work hasn't changed much. But I think of myself as a director at heart. There is only one reason why I am also working as a producer, and this time it was the fastest to proceed with the project, with the core of making an interesting game. My main goal is to make an interesting game, and I'm not particular about selling a lot. I might be killed if I say this, but to be very honest, I'm not that interested in the number of copies sold. I just want it to sell enough to make the staff involved happy, and I don't have much of a desire to sell a lot and be happy. This time I'm also working as a producer, but I'm sure I'm not really suited to it. 4 gamer. But when I look at your business card, it says executive officer. I can't say you're not suited to it, can you? Miyazaki. That's right. I'm honestly confused by the fact that I have such an arrogant title. From Software's Miyazaki is a game maker who is particular about creating games. Would he also like to create a Mo game? 4 gamer. Now that I think about it, I often hear from people involved in game development that difficult game plans are hard to get approved. But is that not the case for From Software, the developer of Demon Souls and Dark Souls? Miyazaki. No, I think it's hard to get approved anywhere. Demon Souls wasn't even approved as a difficult game. We just made it difficult later on. Laughs. 4 gamer. Ha ha ha. Laughs. I see, so the difficulty was added after the plan was approved. Miyazaki. At the time, I had to persuade the producer, Kaji, SCE, or rather he pushed me. I left it to him and said, I'll leave it to you. I think From Software is tolerant of such plans, but when it came to Demon Souls, there was still talk of, is this difficulty okay? In that respect, Demon Souls had a track record of being a hit, so the talk went smoothly. 4 gamer. So even for From Software, it's not easy to get a plan approved for a difficult game. Miyazaki. But From Software is a company that is not focused on marketing, but on game creation, so I think it's easy to make. Before making a profitable game, the company is one that is prevailing with the logic of, let's stop making games that are embarrassing for us. 4 gamer. That's also a great logic. It's a story that resonates with me as a gamer. Miyazaki. In that respect, he is bad at business, both in a good and bad sense. Even if he knows that this will sell, he won't make it unless it looks cool. 4 gamer. Even if he knows that it will be profitable from a marketing perspective, he competes with the content, which perfectly matches what I said earlier about Miyazaki's true nature is a director. Miyazaki, I'm sure that it's because he is From Software that he is able to somehow do the job of producer. Of course, if it were a marketing-based company, it wouldn't be like this. From Software is a company where the president himself has been involved in game creation, and he is particular about making a living by creating the game itself. 4 gamer. It's true that From Software doesn't have any titles that really push Mo characters. Miyazaki. Maybe they're not good at it. Personally, I'm fine with games that have Mo characters. Whether they let me make it or not is a different matter. 4 gamer. No, if a title like that comes out, I'll be pretty surprised. Miyazaki. But I do play JRPGs and Mo games. I saw that it was highly rated on 4 gamer, and I played Steins Gate. I'd like to make something like that. 4 gamer. When I imagine a title like Steins Gate made by From Software, it seems like it would have a very complicated story. The title has changed several times, the story behind Dark Souls. 4 gamer. By the way, about the title of Dark Souls, when I met with From Software last year, I heard that it would be Dark Ring. How did it become the current name Dark Souls? Miyazaki. I was told that Dark Ring is British slang for anus. 4 gamer. What? Miyazaki. Well, it was difficult to decide on the title. Originally, before Tokyo Game Show 2010, we were going to go with the title Dark Race. This time, the player is set as a cursed being, and this guy is dark race. However, there was talk that it might be considered discriminatory overseas, and while I thought that it might be true, there were only 2 days left until the game show. For Gamer, so at the game show it was still undecided and called Project Dark. Miyazaki. That's right, we suddenly changed it to Project Dark. The way we decided on it was when we saw the Dark Race logo and thought, race? No, let's go with Dark. After that, since it's Project Dark, the title Dark was confirmed, and Dark Lord and Dark Ring were the candidates. The former couldn't be trademarked, but the latter could. So we thought Dark Ring would be the obvious choice. Then, around the new year, we were told Dark Ring is anus, and we thought that's ridiculous. Everyone laughs. Miyazaki. Actually, I was planning to include the name in the title because the circle that appears on the player's body as a curse mark is called Dark Ring. But, as expected, it's okay to call the circle that appears on the body an anus, not a ring. In the end, it's Dark Souls without any hesitation. For Gamer. Well, after many twists and turns, I'm glad we didn't settle on Dark Ring. When I interviewed you about Demonsouls, there was a story behind the Fire Maiden, but Dark Ring also has quite an impact. Miyazaki, I never thought Kabutan would be called something like that. Thanks to the popularity, I was worried about what to do with the heroine of Dark Souls. I couldn't do the same thing. For Gamer. Does Dark Souls have a heroine? Miyazaki. For now, as far as we're concerned, we're planning to prepare one. Wry smile. For Gamer. Wow, I'm curious to see what kind of heroines will appear. Miyazaki. This time, the concept of bases is weak, so we're still adjusting how many heroines will appear. In general, it's not a game with a heroine atmosphere. It will be released within 2011. For Gamer, I'd like to ask you about the release date of Dark Souls. Miyazaki. Sorry, I can't tell you yet. The schedule is set, but I probably can't keep it. For Gamer. Miyazaki. So please wait for the announcement. It will be released within 2011. It's a bigger game than expected, so it's taking time to adjust. Dark Souls is a game where you place everything neatly and design the level. I don't think it's a matter of, I don't care about that, just release it. For Gamer, the well-crafted game balance was the core of Demonsouls, so I don't think it's unimportant. Miyazaki, well, I don't intend to spend a lot of time adjusting it. If you do it too much, the edges will get smoothed out and become rounded. I think that in game development, it's necessary to have some roughness or something like possibilities, but it's very difficult to do this artificially. For Gamer, that sounds fresh in itself, but doesn't the more you tweak it, the better it turns out? Miyazaki, if you adjust it too much, it feels like it loses its liveliness, dynamism, and liveliness. The more the creators think about strategies, the more they become pushy. It feels like it's all in the hands of the production team. For Gamer, even in fighting games, it's not interesting if the balance is made with similar characters. I understand that it's interesting because it's sharp. Miyazaki, yes, that's why we are careful not to adjust it too much in a bad way. Rather than that, we place importance on the flexibility of the system, and at the very end, we trust that and leave it in God's hands, so I don't think it will be released if we keep adjusting it. For Gamer, for now, we're going to release it within the year. So is there any talk of a trial version being released before the release? Miyazaki, we may hold a trial session, but we don't have any plans to distribute a trial version. Dark Souls itself is not a title that conveys its appeal in a short amount of time. Just because the game is interesting doesn't mean the demo version will be interesting either. For Gamer, there's a way to present a demo version. Miyazaki, that's right, and I'm really not good at making demo versions. I've even had players call me self-negative campaigning. For Gamer, it's sad to be self-negative campaigning. I understand, then I'll look forward to the release. By the way, are you focusing on overseas expansion for Dark Souls when it's released? Miyazaki, I guess they're including it in terms of promotion. Looking at the PR person next to him. For Gamer, are you not conscious of it as a developer? Miyazaki, we're not particularly thinking about things like overseas appeal. There are only 3 parts that we are conscious of overseas. First, we try to make the interface and operation system conform to worldwide standards as long as it doesn't conflict with the gameplay we have in mind. Second, this is about work, but we try to be conscious of making the localization work easier. Third, we try not to touch on cultural taboos. On the other hand, that's about it, and we don't try to design something for the West. 4 Gamer. So you're designing it for Japan after all. I think many Japanese gamers will be somehow happy about that. Miyazaki. From Japan, I think Demon Souls looks like a very Western game, but from overseas, the graphics, monster design, and sense of game design seem to look like a Japanese game. For overseas players, it may be the unknown parts that make it appealing, so we don't develop it with an eye on overseas. It's just a pretense, though. 4 Gamer. Is that just a pretense? Miyazaki, in reality we can't make games with marketing, so let's stop doing things that are not good. Laughs. 4 Gamer. I see. Laughs. Speaking of worldwide, there were rumors on the internet that the European version of Demon's Souls would not be released. Miyazaki. No, I didn't think it would be released either. I was surprised like now. I was happy that it was accepted. But as a director, it's unfortunate that the release was delayed. Since it is an online system that is not language dependent, I think there was a possibility that people overseas could play it the same way. As I mentioned earlier, Bandai Namco Games is in charge of overseas promotion of Dark Souls, but I would be happy if it could be released at a timing close to that of Japan. 4 Gamer. Will you be able to match with overseas players this time? Miyazaki. Yes, you can. If Bandai Namco Games says they don't want to match you with From Software, then it's not possible. Well, I don't think anyone would say that. Laughs. 4 Gamer. Since there's no chat, it seems like it would be easier to play with players from overseas. Hearing that, I'm curious to know how much Dark Souls will sell worldwide. Miyazaki, I'm also curious about the numbers, but I try not to think about them too much. There's no point in thinking about them, so I'll just focus on making something good first. Dark Souls will also have to die for their own pride. 4 Gamer. Well, we've talked quite a bit already, so I'd like to wrap things up now. I think the pre-release reviews and expectations for this Dark Souls are incomparably higher than those for Demon Souls. Do you have any thoughts on that? Miyazaki. Yes. First of all, to be very frank, I think that the title Demon Souls is a title that was helped by the players. I also feel that the opportunity to have this interview and the opportunity to have Demon Souls as a game gave me a chance. 4 Gamer. Demon Souls was a hit that literally came from word of mouth. Miyazaki. Yes. So it may sound like a nice thing to say, but I have to give back to them, and I want to give back to them in the form of a game, including the feedback I received. As I said at the beginning of the interview, I feel that no matter what happens, I cannot disappoint the expectations of the fans who see this game as the successor to Demon Souls. In that sense, I feel quite a bit of pressure. 4 Gamer. This time, the expectations are too high, and I'm a little scared of the backlash. I'm scared that if there's even a slight change, they'll say, "This is not right." Miyazaki. That's right. It's not a case of memory bias, but it's the same as when remakes don't come close to the excitement of the original, and I think there is a part of that. At least there's no surprise at the beginning, so in order to break through that memory bias, I think it would be nice to provide some kind of new surprise. It's not like adding unnecessary elements, but something that maintains the original fun and gives a surprise. 4 Gamer, I understand. Listening to you, I can really feel your enthusiasm to make something more interesting. Miyazaki. However, while I think this and that, I also think there's no point in trying to do something that you can't do. In the end, the fact that Demon Souls was well received is just the result of doing the best we could, so I think I've given up. Or I'm thinking, I just have to do what I can. 4 Gamer. But I think that what Demon Souls fans are expecting is exactly that kind of attitude/comment from Miyazaki. Miyazaki. I hope this interview can help to dispel any concerns. I don't want to disappoint people by providing them with something strange, because they have high expectations of us. 4 Gamer, I agree. Miyazaki. However, as I mentioned earlier, when I walked around the map, which was all connected, it felt really good. I felt a sense of confidence that this was going to be good. So now, rather than feeling pressure, I feel more like I want to make more. I think that's not just me, but the whole team. 4 Gamer. When you say that, it makes my expectations even higher. I mean, you're setting the bar higher again. Miyazaki. To be honest, I've been giving up lately, so I don't really care. Laughs. If it doesn't work, I'll just try again. In the first place, I just made what I wanted to make with Demonsouls, so I'll just make what I want to make this time. Laughs. 4 Gamer. I understand. Finally, please say a few words to the fans who are looking forward to Dark Souls. Miyazaki. A comment? Well, that basically means I'm going to kill you again this time. Or some other lip service, right? 4 Gamer. Well, well. But when you write it down, that phrase sounds bad. Miyazaki. That's right. But if we were to express our feelings most honestly, it would be the same as when we announced it at the Tokyo Game Show, which is, we're going to kill you again this time, so please kill us back with pleasure. That's really true. Laughs. 4 Gamer. That's what makes it Dark Souls. Miyazaki. Yes, I'd like you to look forward to it in a weird way. 4 Gamer. But aren't there any discussions about making it more accessible? To be honest. Miyazaki. No, of course there are. But how should I put it? If we were to make the game easier, I personally wouldn't be able to stand the thought of people saying, you made the game easier just because you wanted to sell more copies. 4 Gamer. Like, from software you've given up. Miyazaki. Exactly. Laughs. Neither I nor the development staff can stand that. We have no intention of compromising on that at all. Going back to what I said earlier, the ideal would be spicy and easy to eat. But I know that it's a contradiction, so if I had to choose, I would definitely choose spiciness. After all, we have to be willing to die for our pride. Seriously speaking, otherwise there would be no sense of accomplishment. 4 Gamer. Well, I'm looking forward to having my heart broken every day. Thank you for today. 2011/02/23. Dark Souls developer Q&A original. 1 UP. Probably the biggest change is the introduction of a seamless world. Will players find unique bosses guarding different parts of the map, like in Demonsouls? Are they divided into multiple sections? Miyazaki. To pose a sense of achievement to the players, we will most likely maintain the one boss per map format. However, the game will not be structured in this way completely. 1 UP. Just how big do you expect the map to be? Miyazaki. To simply put, compared to Demonsouls, the map will be approximately 1.5 times the size. It may feel even bigger to the players. 1 Up. What sorts of things will players be able to do while exploring the map? Are you planning to include hidden areas and side quests? Miyazaki. Not so many hidden maps, but there will be areas that are hidden away that are not critical to game completion. In regards to side quests, they won't be stated as specific quests, but we will implement it in small events to encourage players to create their own mini-objectives. 1 UP weapon customization has been identified as one element that needs to be made clearer. How do you intend to streamline it? Miyazaki. We do plan to make changes to the weapon customization, but we unfortunately cannot release details at this point yet. 1 UP. What kind of weapons are you planning on including in this version? Scythes? Whips? Miyazaki. We unfortunately cannot release information regarding specific weapons at this time. Please look forward to more updates to come. However, the Scythe of the Death God is a favorite motif. Personally, I would definitely like to use it for Dark Souls. 1 UP. Some of the classes were very powerful in Demonsouls, such as Royalty. Will there be many new classes in Dark Souls, and what steps will you take to ensure that they're balanced? Miyazaki. We unfortunately cannot release very much information regarding classes at this point in time. Please look forward to more details to come. Furthermore, for Dark Souls, we will most likely not call the initial character settings and equipment as classes. 1 UP. The Demon's Souls story gave us a glimpse of an interesting world, but never went into much detail. Will that change with Dark Souls? Miyazaki. I wanted to create a game where, ideally, the player's gameplay would become a story in itself. Hence, there is little difference in terms of approach to the concept of the story from Demon's Souls. 1 UP. Will X be OX? Live being a subscription-based service, have any impact on the online components in Dark Souls? Miyazaki. This is a difficult question, and it is difficult for me to answer. However, we will make sure we create the game to be enjoyable while being played completely offline as well. 1UP, with the soul tendency feature being removed, are you planning on creating something new to replace it? Miyazaki. For Dark Souls, we will be implementing several new online features, but there will not be one aimed specifically to replace soul tendency. This game will use a new network system which does not utilize a specific server. We plan to provide a new online experience using this new method. 1UP, can we expect any enemies as powerful as the Mind Flayers from Demonsouls? Those things were terrifying. Miyazaki, of course, 2011/11/08. The Mind Behind Dark Souls, IGN. IGN, how you adapting to all this sudden attention? Miyazaki, the attention can be pressuring. It's about a 50-50 combination of troubling and exciting. The pressure is like a muscle ache after you train. It's painful, but it's satisfying to know that you're growing. In that way, I'm really enjoying it. IGN, how on earth did a game like this come to be? Wouldn't any modern publisher run a mile at the suggestion of a game that makes a point of killing its players as quickly, creatively, and frequently as it can? How From managed to get Demonsouls green lit in the first place? Miyazaki. Laughs. To be quite honest, we didn't really mention that aspect of the game when we did the presentations to Sony. We knew that people at the publisher would feel that way and that they'd make us change it. So in the product concept presentation, I didn't talk about it much. Of course, I communicated with our producer at Sony, Kaji-san, but he actually agreed with me. He felt that if we were too forthright about all the death, about this game concept, with the marketing people, they would have run a mile. So that's why we had to be a bit sneaky about it. Before Demons came out, both Sony and players would have thought, what the hell is he talking about, death as education? What is he thinking? But now everybody is fully aware of the concept. IGN, can you cite any game as an inspiration? Miyazaki, strictly, there are no other specific games that inspired this unique design. But the main concept behind the death system is trial and error. The difficulty is high, but always achievable. Everyone can achieve without all that much technique. All you need to do is learn from your deaths how to overcome the difficulties. Overcoming challenges by learning something in a game is a very rewarding feeling, and that's what I wanted to prioritize in Dark Souls and Demonsouls. And because of the online, you can even learn something from somebody else's death. I'd say that was the main concept behind the online too. IGN, how the team of artists and designers that he manages constructed Dark Souls visual design. Miyazaki, we spent a long time discussing the base concept of the art design. The game focuses a lot on death, but what is death? What does it look like? What does death mean in this world? What does it mean to live and to die? That is something we discussed very closely. The story is about a fire in the world, a symbol of both living and death. The fire is what brought death to Dark Souls' world, but also the only hope for life. Demons, chaos, dragons, all of them are different incarnations and representations of our idea of death in Dark Souls. Dragons, for instance, emerged as a concept somewhere between a living and a dead thing, neither one nor the other. At the same time, though, I wanted to create something beautiful, with this idea of death at heart. But again, people have a lot of different definitions of what beautiful means. We had deep discussion about what beautiful should mean for Dark Souls. IGN, question about Sen's Fortress. Miyazaki, it's tied in with the difficulty level. The development team did think it might be funny to design an area where you're forced to play on a tiny little beam with traps everywhere. It's hard, but never impossible. And there is that element of humor, that people might laugh when they get killed, that they might feel caught out by the game. The game design is intended to be such that you don't feel frustration, but instead feel understanding, the urge to try again. IGN, question about feedback. Miyazaki, I'm not sure about other producers, but I read the good news and the bad. In Demonsouls, we tried to implement some features in a kind of experimental way, not being sure whether or not it would be popular, but we did it anyway so that we could see how people reacted. The way that we implemented new features is not a direct result of fan requests. We didn't do what people asked for directly. Instead, I digested and analyzed what people were saying and determined from all of that what it was that they needed and how we could do it in a totally different way to other games, a way they were not expecting. 2011/12/08 Game no Shokutaku Interview Translation Original Connection to Demon Souls. Isomura, let's start with the story-related questions. Is there any connection to Demon Souls? Miyazaki, I would be yelled at if I wouldn't say no. Isomura, there are some people who hint that. Miyazaki, it must be a coincidence. No, really, there's no connection, no real connection. Isomura, the more you keep explaining it, the more it sounds like you're lying. Murahashi, the transition between Demon Souls and Dark Souls is a special circumstance, I guess. Miyazaki, yes, and there's no connection. We just reused some characters, my favorite ones. I used them in a star system, mostly for fun. Murahashi, so to clarify, characters like those are. Miyazaki, Patches, for example. This was his third appearance. His first was in Armored Core. I was like, everything we make in the future will have Patches in it. Murahashi, this time he does prostration. Miyazaki, yes, indeed, and the player can learn the gesture too. Anyways, there is no connection. Officially, it's just a coincidence that they look alike. It's just for fun. General story. Isomura, how did you come up with the story? Miyazaki, what do you mean? Murahashi, for example, did you start building the game around the story or the other way around? Miyazaki, basically we worked on the story afterwards. We started with the layout of the game itself with minimum story around it. It's story for the game before game for the story for me, so as long as it meets the game's requirements in order to create immersion for the player, it's all good. I wanted the player to experience the story, so we did not focus on making a linear storyline. I don't want to tell the story. I prefer the players to unravel it by using their imagination and our hints. Isomura, so the lack of story was planned after all. Miyazaki, yes, I don't want to make a game that chases the story, so we refrained from putting in too much information and the hints were made vague in order to make the player become one with the story. We just provided information in certain areas to help stimulate the player's imagination. So, for those who want to know the story, there are lots of hints. The question is, where to find them? A lot of information is written here and there in item descriptions. If they want to know more, I would like the players to read them. Murahashi, the story alone would make a good product alone. I would love to read everything in one go. Miyazaki, well, the text isn't always helpful, so it might not appeal to some. Dungpai, Isomura, another question. There are so many items that doesn't make that much sense. For example, the Dungpai. Miyazaki, what message was that? Isomura, it follows. Is there an explanation as to why it inflicts toxic on the enemy as well as the player? Murahashi, yes, that actually happens. Isomura, so what is the Dungpai? Miyazaki, a Dungpai. Murahashi, it's a Dungpai. Isomura, how do you get it? Miyazaki, the big guy in Blighttown. Use your imagination. Was it a pie before you took it from his corpse? I don't know. Isomura, I have no idea. Miyazaki, hint, it could be in your butt. Murahashi, maybe the shock of being attacked forced it out of him. Isomura, oh my no, I backstabbed that guy. Miyazaki, and what came out? You could use it as a weapon. Murahashi, why don't you get toxic from looting it? Miyazaki, that wouldn't be fair gameplay. Isomura, once you get it, you're toxic anyways. Miyazaki, about toxic. There's actually a planned and odd way of passing through Blighttown. There are toxic blow darters. Murahashi, yeah. Miyazaki, the Dungpai is toxic, so if you intoxicate yourself, you're safe from the blow darters as toxic does not stack. Murahashi, but then you're toxic anyways. Miyazaki, the toxic status taken from the pie is a lot weaker than the toxic from the darts. They have a different damage output. Isomura, so to avoid being intoxicated, You inflict a less damaging toxic on yourself. Miyazaki. It was a popular way in the development team to beat Blighttown like that. Isamura. So that's why it's there. Murahashi. Never thought of that. Miyazaki. No, it's not in fact. We found that loophole with the toxic damages, but we just left it in, for a more in-depth gameplay. Isamura. I had like 35 of them. Miyazaki. So you collect them and throw them to get toxic, then you can go on. I personally haven't tried though. Blighttown. Murahashi. About those blow darts. Isamura. They're in such annoying places. Murahashi. I would never go to Blighttown again. Master Key for the win. Miyazaki. Yeah, the first part of Blighttown and the depths are planned to be avoidable. There are people who have a hard time with those places, but I really like Blighttown. Isamura. To be honest, Blighttown is more lovable than Valley of Defilement. Miyazaki. Indeed. Isamura. The characters like the fire-breathing dogs are cute. One of them is powering the elevator. Miyazaki. Yeah, he's spinning the elevator. Murahashi. What? Isamura. The elevator water wheel in Blighttown. Murahashi. What? Really? Isamura. It's powered by one of those fire-breathing dogs. Murahashi. What the? Isamura. He works so hard and it's so cute. Basilisks. Miyazaki. Originally, a basilisk was going to be the one moving it. Murahashi. That's a nasty creature. Miyazaki. Yeah, the one with the eyes. It's a great design. Murahashi. It's good, but... Miyazaki. It's my favorite. Murahashi. Why is it so nasty even when it's dead? Miyazaki. Ah, yes, it is. And it is the first one to inflict curse, so it makes it a very memorable enemy. It also has oddities. It's a basilisk that has huge eyes. Why aren't you using them to petrify me? Or what's up with their eyes? Isamura, those look in their eyes made me think that it's a character that numbs your depth perception and shouts with them at you, Konnichiwa. When they come at you, I picture that in my mind. Miyazaki, those are fake eyes, by the way. Isamura, oh really, Miyazaki. If you look at the design works, the small and real eyes are right below. Isamura, oh, Miyazaki, they're fake. I put a lot of care into things that I don't expect many people to find out easily. Murahashi, so, can you see the real eyes once it dies and flips over? Miyazaki, yes, you should be able to. Isamura, I will go and flip one to see them in that case. Miyazaki, you'll take the risk? Murahashi, I wouldn't. Isamura, I still haven't got cursed. Miyazaki, oh really? You won't feel good until you get cursed. Murahashi, I got cursed for my first time by Seath. Isamura, oh, so there's more chances to get cursed later on. Murahashi, yes. Miyazaki, getting cursed by a basilisk was planned to be an obstacle in the mid-game. Murahashi, the spear users won't have much risk with curses. Miyazaki, exactly. That's related to the uniqueness of certain weapons. We made the curses like that, so you get cursed once you fall into it, like when you fall while walking through the depths, and they surround you with the mist of the curse. I wanted the players to experience the whole curse thing, getting it and lifting it. Murahashi, so it's supposed to actually curse you? Miyazaki, yes. Getting and lifting curses is a cliché in most RPGs. Usually it's only an event where the player is like, oh, I'm cursed, well, okay then. But that is boring. So here, we made the curse to be a real disaster in the player's journey, including the lifting of the curse, which actually can get pretty hard. Maybe we went a little bit over the top. Miyazaki, the foreign audience seems to like it though. The curse section got a prime review. Personally, I don't think they had to give it that much spotlight. Isamura, I read a couple of articles that were saying, From is amazing for implementing such a crazy feature without feeling bad about the players. Murahashi, oh really? Miyazaki, I think that's a favorable response, but also one of the riskiest. Nonetheless, getting the curse lifted is a great feeling. We got some, I thought I was screwed forever, but some people loved it. We should have tweaked it a little more, maybe. Murahashi, and you can see other cursed players as statues if you're online. Isamura, ah, so that's what they are? Miyazaki, they are players that actually died from curse, yeah. Isamura, I was wondering if something was about to happen when I saw them. Miyazaki, that's what we wanted. We tried many things, but we executed it perfectly in the end. The idea was to express a situation where many statues would say, this might be bad. Murahashi, like in a tabletop RPG, haha. Miyazaki, yeah, there are many statues around. Basilisks are near. Night-Lautrec of Karim. Isomura. Next question, did you give special attention to any part in the creation of the story or characters? Miyazaki, as I said earlier, I was going with the idea of not forcing the story and not intruding into the player's experiences, allowing their imagination to balance the world. As for characters, this time I wanted to have more good guys. The world is pretty cruel itself, so we wanted good, memorable characters. I think we accomplished that. I and the others made a great effort. Murahashi. Haha, Miyazaki. Murahashi, I was just thinking. Who was a good guy? Miyazaki. No, who was the bad guy? Isamura, the golden shiny guy. Miyazaki, the golden shiny guy had a depressing end though. Isamura, I'm at the point where the golden shiny guy has done it. What have you done? Miyazaki, where? What do you mean? Isamura, when he did that. Miyazaki, well, he actually did what he said he was going to do. Ke. Solaire of Astora. Miyazaki, as for the good characters, obvious ones are the Warrior of Sunlight. Murahashi, Solaire. Isomura, praise the sun. Miyazaki, Solaire. I really like that character. I wanted to create a good character, like him, from the very beginning. Also, I sometimes get inquiries about me having problems with religion or religious people. It's a misunderstanding. The characters are like, Murahashi. I know what you mean. Miyazaki, what I wanted to do is show total devotion in a pure form. That's how I imagined it, the Warriors of Sunlight. Isomura, he's popular. Murahashi, and a good person. Miyazaki, yeah, he is. Quilana of Izalith. Miyazaki, we have more good people. Murahashi, I love Quilana. Miyazaki, very tsundere indeed. Murahashi, she's great. Miyazaki, haha, that makes you sound like an otaku. Murahashi, you can't see her face, sadly. Isamura, Miyazaki, maybe she's beautiful. Isamura, she has a very beautiful voice. Murahashi, she's so concerned about me. Miyazaki, yup. Isamura, it's not just you. Isamura, she's concerned about me too. Miyazaki, that shows that she's a good person. Quilana, I wanted to make her like the operator in Armored Core. For answer, it may not be that obvious, but there are a lot of good people. She also teaches you pyromancy. In Demonsouls, you could only learn magic from a grumpy man. Isamura, there are more characters that are concerned about you and happy to see you well. Miyazaki, basically we wanted to show the humanity in a different sense from what it is in the game. Murahashi, but in contrast, most of them have cruel fates. Miyazaki, I wanted to show a closed end. When all events are done, I wanted to make the player's experience richer. Unfortunately then, most of the time, they die. Things just don't end up happily. But excluding that, it's the kind of theme we have here. They're mostly dying from ambitions or hopes. In that sense, many characters die near the end of the game. I honestly wanted to work on that a little bit more, but it was a lot of work for us. Furtive Pygmy, Isamura. Our next question is the furtive pygmy who only appears in the prologue, the main protagonist that has inherited a Lord Soul. Miyazaki, it's a bit of spoiler, but first of all, it's pygmy. Shaoren in Japanese, it can be read differently. Isomura, pygmy. Miyazaki, it isn't written anywhere, but the image is something like humanity's ancestor. He found the Lord Soul, fragmented it, and humanity are like the fragments of it. Kinda like an ancestor, yeah. So the descendants, the humans, have a part of that Lord Soul. Character creation. Isomura, moving on to character creation. Miyazaki, character creation. Isomura, this one? Miyazaki, character creation wasn't my responsibility. Murahashi, I have a lot of things to say about this. Isomura. Have a lot to say? Miyazaki? Really? Murahashi. Keep reading the question, though. Isomura. The character making this time is classifiable as very from, but how would you score it yourself? Miyazaki. By character creation, you mean face-making. Murahashi. Yes. Miyazaki. I'll have to make an excuse. I have not taken part in that aspect of the game. I have no idea of it, but face-making is not that from. If I have to give a score based on who was responsible for it, I honestly think we did better than before. Murahashi. I see. Miyazaki. Whispering. I think. Murahashi. This time we got more presets, like the cheerful Katarina one. What's up with that? Miyazaki. Yeah, it's that feeling of, who actually cares about this? Murahashi. Exactly. Miyazaki, whispering. But we have a lot more settings now. Isomura, you're getting quieter. Miyazaki. Settings, settings. Setting is such a great word. Murahashi. Yesterday I played the game to test it. The thief class has this guilt-ridden thief description. Are there non-remorseful thieves or… Isomura. Yeah, there are, like Lupin the Third. Miyazaki. I think that tries to express that the thief hasn't completely fell to the dark side or something along those lines. Murahashi. Ah, I see. We can pick body type. We can choose to be gaunt, regular, or fat. But the selections are pretty weird. There is that big head one, for example. They're okay, don't get me wrong, but then there's the big head small option. Miyazaki. Ah, well, you get the point when you read it. Isomura. It's intuitive. Miyazaki. Being intuitive is very important, and using the word model and body proportion kinda breaks the atmosphere. So, big, head small. Murahashi. But when you're making a character, you see big, head small. Miyazaki. Just accept that weird text as a charm of the game. Miyazaki. Once it's translated to English, that will be fixed. Probably. Top, heavy, and tiny head in the English version. Murahashi. Big head, it's so hilarious. If you read the text below, you see a small phrase about the proportion settings. For example, skinny body, twiggy. I can go with that. Then you see big head. Body type with a big head. He might be wise. What the… Why does he get special treatment? Isomura. He might be wise. Murahashi. Why just this one? Miyazaki. But… Isomura. If you're going for something like a mage, it might be good to have a big head. Miyazaki. Yeah, Murahashi. But it doesn't make any difference. Miyazaki. Yes, there's no change. Isomura. But you're like, hey, I'm wise. Miyazaki. Nah. Actually, the text is so small that I can't write anything decent. 3 lines of text, with that character limit, it's impossible. I kinda gave up with them. It's a bit cheap, but I also think it's more interesting with that charm, so it's good enough, but that wouldn't be nice in a big title or a serious game. But for us, good enough. Murahashi. I would say that the Dark Souls character creation wins a 120% from Demon Souls character creation, though. Miyazaki. That's wonderful. Murahashi. The hairstyles for men are awesome. Miyazaki. The female hairstyle pigtails was introduced honoring the last wish of a graphic artist girl who had to leave development from an illness. Isomura. I honored her wishes by using it in my character. Blonde pigtails. Miyazaki. Please put in pigtails. All right, I will get it in no matter what happens. The hairstyles had their own drama, you see. Isomura, amazing. Murahashi. Even with such a drama behind it, once you go hollow. Miyazaki. Well, maybe we should have considered that. Isomura. But you start as a hollow. Miyazaki. I think starting like that is good. But in the course of the gameplay, being hollow most of the time was a problem. It may get edited out in the future, as this game is something to reflect our future work on. The balance between human and hollow was tweaked till the end, and resulted in favoring being hollow too much. So I can understand the disappointment from putting so much effort into character creation, only to see your character hollowed most of the time. I think it's good to start hollow and complain in the beginning, but the idea was to return to being human immediately after and stay like that for a while. Well, seeing it now, I don't know if it was a good idea, but maybe it was better to be hollow only when you were cursed. Anyways, if I continue saying this, somebody will get angry at me. Honestly, I really didn't think that making a good face was that important. I do like the presets, including the texts on them. Isomura. When I changed them, I just kept thinking that the presets were better. Miyazaki. Heh. Some people make pretty faces. We tried hard to make the presets pretty. Murahashi. I only have used cheerful Katarina so far. Isomura. I think I was using that too. My noble didn't look like a noble. Miyazaki. It wasn't good enough. Isomura. I think it wasn't, but I don't remember. It was so long ago. Miyazaki. We could have made more presets, maybe. Well, we will try harder next time. Opening cinematic and game cycles. Isomura. Moving on the others category. Do the enemies get stronger up to 8 game cycles this time? Miyazaki. I think they do. I don't know for sure, but it should be the same as our last game. I don't remember off the top of my head. Murahashi. It's around that number, yeah. Miyazaki. It's around 7 or 8 cycles. Isomura. Why didn't you include an opening cinematic? I wanted to sing, ah, ah. Tomomi is referencing Demonsouls intro with the chorus started singing. Miyazaki. The opening cinematic we made is in the beginning, before the title screen and the character creation. It wasn't at the start because this time the movie told the story. In Demonsouls, it started more like a slideshow, and it became a CG movie. We didn't make one for Dark Souls because, well, you probably don't want to hear about that. Isomura. Ah, I see. Miyazaki. I understand the desire to sing, ah, ah. Murahashi. It was impressive. Isomura. Yes, it did leave quite an impression indeed. Invading NPCs. Isomura. What's up with the NPCs that attack you when you're human? Why do they fight you? Miyazaki. You mean the Red Invaders? Murahashi. Yes. Miyazaki. Well, for various reasons, but generally they're treated like another player. For example, the Red Invader who invades the player a couple of times. With the Thorns. Kirk is a member of the Chaos Servants and he's trying to rob humanity for her. If you kill him for the last time, his corpse will appear near the eggs, and you can loot it. Murahashi. The armor? Miyazaki. Yes, that's the reason of why he's dead there. Isomura. I see. Miyazaki. Each one has a story. Isomura. So, is there a story for the bikini girl? Miyazaki. Mildred. Isomura. Yes, Mildred. Why is she wearing the bikini? Murahashi. She's pretty mysterious. She also wears a sack over her head. Miyazaki. Well, I don't know if this is the best way of saying it, but Mildred was created on impulse. We liked it. I think somebody was using it. He was invading during debugging, and we were shocked. Who are you? So we got the data and some background, and we got the crazy lady of the swamp. Her weapons were also made on impulse. Murahashi. That was an awful place for her, though. Miyazaki. Ah, it's just a cameo. Isomura. She reminded me of those murdering chefs on B-movies. Butchers. Miyazaki. That's right. Also, the enemy cook is a she, too. Isomura. I was told she was a lady, but I thought it was a man. Murahashi. But she says, Isomura. Yeah, because of that, I thought it was a man. Miyazaki. It was meant as a she for the very beginning. Murahashi. Oh, Miyazaki. It was written somewhere. Murahashi. That's shocking. Isomura. Well, that's why I was told, so I don't know. Miyazaki. Yes, it's a lady. Murahashi. So when it drops the sack, it's good to sniff. Miyazaki. Yes. Isomura. So you can sniff. But she isn't cute. Miyazaki. Ah, you don't know her face. Murahashi. She might be cute, who knows? Isomura. During development, was the whole team thinking on how the player would die with a smile? Miyazaki. That's not the case. I sometimes get this question from foreign media, and I answered with a no. I was why are you so sadistic? Miyazaki. I don't know about the other staff members, but I'm actually a masochist. Miyazaki. I'm a huge masochist, so when I make games like these, this is how I want to be treated. Murohashi. Ooh. Miyazaki. I want to be killed this way. That's how I make it. Isomura. Amazing. That's some really extreme masochism. Miyazaki. It's just that sometimes other people don't understand it. It's for my pleasure. Murahashi. Really? You want to be killed deep in the forest, getting punched by a huge mushroom? Miyazaki. Yes, yes. And the curse area. When I get cursed. Isomura. You want to die from a barrage of arrows. Miyazaki. It's gratifying. I like that. I just wanted to emphasize it. Murahashi. Incredible. Miyazaki. I don't know about the other staff members' fantasies, but I'm not making it from a sadistic stance, but from a masochistic one. I want this done to me. Isomura. Oh. Wow. Miyazaki, I actually like that. I got some strong responses from foreign media. They said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Characters. Isomura. About the NPCs and enemy characters. Who's yours and the staff's favorite character? Miyazaki. My favorite character is Solaire. We don't make polls on favorite characters, but from what I've heard, our staff in London and the translators really liked him as well. The staff seems to like him because he's a good guy. I like him the most, too. Isomura. There are many unique NPCs, but there's also the blue guy, the crestfallen guy. Is he a tradition? He also appeared in Demonsouls. Murahashi. He's a cliché, basically. Miyazaki. Yeah, I wanted to make it a tradition. I believe I'll be making more titles, and I think he can give that kind of quirkiness. I think he is also kind of humoristic about how he talks about the player and what's happening in the world. Murahashi. I see. Miyazaki. It's convenient and an easy way to give hints, too. Isomura. About Mr. Solaire. Isn't it impossible to finish his story if you play normally? Miyazaki. Yes. Miyazaki. It's impossible to do it without hints. For Solaire, there's a shortage of hints in general. To be able to fight alongside him in the end was pretty much a secret. We expected Solaire to be taken over by the sunlight maggot as the general norm. But anyways, in this case, and in others, the conveying of hints is a subject we need to work on. This is another topic, but we should work more on achieving goals in the game regarding both locations and objects. We should try to include more ways to present clues, as it is my personal taste. I just think there are more ways to convey hints. Going back to Solaire, it's really a secret, and I think that the happiest ending for him is to die by becoming the sun. Isomura. That's nice. Miyazaki. He's happy, he becomes the sun. Murahashi. Wait, I didn't understand well. So what exactly happens? Miyazaki. If you kill the red-eyed sunlight maggot, he can fight with you against the last boss. After that, he will link the fire in his own world. Isomura. Patches. Miyazaki. Before you say something, he's not the same Patches. Isomura. He's not the same Patches from Demonsouls? Miyazaki. Parallel character. Isomura. Then the Golden Yurt. Murahashi. Pff. Isomura. Here it says Golden Yurt. Miyazaki. What's up with Golden Yurt? That name is going too far. Isomura. That's not his name, huh? Murahashi. Lautrec. Isomura. This seems obvious, but is he a cliché like the crestfallen warrior? Miyazaki. He's an Easter egg, more like a nod to Demon's Souls players. He does have a shotel. Isomura. And he looks suspicious. Miyazaki. Indeed, his armor is one of my favorites, the armor that hugs you. Isomura. I really didn't want that guy around me. Miyazaki. His laugh. Ke-he-he. I like him. Isomura. Quilana. Is she single? Does she have a boyfriend? Did she go out with Salaman? Miyazaki. What? Miyazaki. What is this? Isomura. A question. Miyazaki. As for boyfriend, I don't think she has a boyfriend, believe me. Miyazaki. Salaman is not like that, no. First of all, there are different species. Quilana is a daughter of the Witch of Izalith, so regarding on reproductive actions, who knows if it's even possible. Isomura. It could be platonic love, Miyazaki. Basically, they are different species, and she's without a doubt a good character. If you go for romance options, Of all the female characters, she's quite desirable. Isamura. About Logan now. Freak from Demonsouls was in a place easy to find, and Logan, well, he isn't that easy to find. Is it their destiny for the sages to be trapped? Is this another cliché? Miyazaki, yeah. Isamura, why is Logan naked when he goes hollow? Is it because he got so excited after unraveling the secrets of the crystals? Miyazaki, you mean at the end, where you fight him instead of South? Why is he naked? Why is he nude, I wonder? He may have achieved enlightenment. I wanted to show that he didn't go hollow, but he achieved enlightenment. You know, literally opened up to knowledge. Murahashi, something opened. Miyazaki, yes, something opened. I wanted to show that something opened. There were limitations in the game to express that within the game itself, so he's naked. Isamura, nude. Miyazaki, he's still wearing the hat, so it's confusing, but something opened. Murahashi, there's like an enlightenment to it. Miyazaki, exactly, something opened, something unusual, something was liberated, something eye-opening. Similar to that, yes. Isamura, I used the Dark Hand R2 to suck humanity from the wizard guy Griggs. I got a lot, but why does the crestfallen guy become hostile so fast? I wanted to Dark Hand the blue guy. Miyazaki, I'm sorry. Miyazaki, what else but sorry can I say? I did not know there was such a desire. Isamura, I see, there are various people with various fetishes. Miyazaki, I think it was done really early, how much damage can be done to NPCs before the turn hostile. That's what I gave to the team. I was asked to give a standard damage for a base, and I said that it would be regarding their attitudes. So the blue guy is not a good person, or is not a very tolerant man. If he gets damaged a little, he'll fight. Also, he does quite a lot of damage. Isamura, that's why you can't suck his humanity. Murahashi, that's true, I tried. You can suck humanity from Griggs 3 times and he will still talk with you. Isamura, that's impressive. Miyazaki, he's a good man. Murahashi, a very good man. Miyazaki, that's strange anyways. Normally you would think he should be hostile after one time. What you're doing is a bit too far. Isamura, maybe he likes it. Murahashi, when he says, hey, stop. Miyazaki, and he doesn't change his attitude. Murahashi, a good person indeed. Isamura, the boob queen, the spider princess, and Otoko no Ko. Boy refers to Gwendolyn, Otoko no Ko. Nan no Nyang is a fetish regarding cute boys that look like girls. They have their own covenants, but why doesn't Priscilla have one? The boob lovers, mutant lovers, and Otoko no Ko lovers have their own covenants, but it's wrong that we, gentlemen, have no place to vow to protect Priscilla. Miyazaki, when it's said this way, it sounds like a date sim game. Boob queen, oh, Guinevere, spider princess and Otoko. Oh, the reason Priscilla doesn't have a covenant, well, that's because there are so many. The inside story is that she was initially the heroine. Murahashi, oh, Miyazaki. Now we have the Firekeepers, but that was initially her role. There was a time when she was the first heroine you would meet, and it was like that for a while. Back then, it wasn't about covenants, but more like the maiden in black in Demonsouls. It was like that for a long time, but then we couldn't make more covenants. There's a theme about big women, that's why Guinevere is so large. That's why Priscilla is big too. Kinda wanted to do a Mo big girl. We couldn't do that though. Now, about Otoko no Ko. His voice is clearly male. Why is he being called Otoko no Ko? Murahashi, that's what they thought, I guess. Isamura, Dusk of Ulakil and Sieglinde, as they are freed from crystal golems, remark that their trap was not uncomfortable. Why does it seem comfortable? It's said that it's cozy in there, but how does it really feel like? Miyazaki, well, would it be better if it was disgusting? There's absolutely no problem with it being pleasing. As for being cozy, I imagined it to be something like a cold sleep or like being in a womb. I think it would be pretty pleasant with all your senses being shut down. But Sieglinde is saying that it was cozy, to show that she has an adventurer's spirit, like her father Siegmeyer. Isamura, Dusk of Ulakile's summon sign is pretty hard to find, even though she says where it will be. Does she actually want to be summoned, or is she trolling us? She says she wants to reward us, but is she laughing behind our backs? Miyazaki, that's not true. No, she's not. I need to clear up this misunderstanding. She's a very pure character, so don't try to make her look bad. Murohashi, another good person. Isomura, another indeed. Miyazaki, there was a removed event in early development where you would get summoned to Dusk's world. Her story was that she came from Ulatili, so there was a quest to rescue her in that kingdom after being summoned. We scrapped that quickly though, there's no way we can do that. I wanted to make the old forest bright and restore the ruins and buildings. So there you would do some quests in Ulakile, getting summoned by Dusk. It's sad because she's a character I liked so much, so I was thinking about events and quests related to her. Enemies. Isomura. Onward to enemy characters. Why is the stone dragon okay with its tail being cut off? Why doesn't he become hostile? The suspense was thrilling me. Compare it to the magician brat, Griggs, who doesn't get pissed with the dark hand R2. It must really have a heart of gold. Miyazaki. The stone dragon is not alive. The ancient dragons are half living, half element, so there's no pain for them. In the opening cinematic, it's shown that they were there before there was life. So yeah, they don't feel pain, kinda like Akuma Shogun from the Kinnikuman series. He doesn't possess its own body, so he doesn't feel pain. He fusions with Akuma Kishi and builds its body. Miyazaki and Murokashi laugh, but Tomomi doesn't get it. Murohashi, you don't get it. I guess the young ones of today won't understand it. Isomura, I thought the tail regrows. Murohashi, it does. Isomura, so it doesn't hurt. Miyazaki, it's not like that. It's not painful. It's just beyond human understanding. Isomura, I've been reading these questions, and it's surprising that so many people just attack NPCs. Miyazaki, why would you call him magician brat? Isomura, the egg bearers, did you make them with an evil grin? Thinking of the players that would kill them only to find maggots bursting out, trying to kill them? If yes, were there more characters designed in that way? Miyazaki, well, as I explained before, I get excited. The thought of dying after killing the egg bearers when the bugs burst out. It gets me excited. Like a surprise. Isomura, the masochist is showing. Miyazaki, the maggot part is really nasty, and the surprise made it a popular enemy among the staff. It was fun to pop them open. Isomura, I don't know, I always left them alone. Murohashi, you should try it. Miyazaki, yeah, you should. It will surprise you. Isomura, does it happen to Engi too? Miyazaki, yes, you can kill him too. Isomura, the Chaos Servant Covenant area was made to trick players into attacking them, right? Miyazaki, no, that's not true. Murohashi, I can tell by your face that you're lying. Miyazaki, no, that's not true. Murohashi, but before him you put 2 regular egg bearers so you run past them, then, you put him right there. Miyazaki, I repeat, that's not true. Isomura, I actually left him alone. Miyazaki, see, that's an attentive player. Isomura, it was because I ignored the other 2 before. Miyazaki, well, the talk option should have been showing a bit earlier. Murohashi, haha, that was so on purpose. Come on, Miyazaki, I do feel that it should have shown up before your attack could reach it, but it wasn't intended to be a bait. Murohashi, I even used Great Combustion. Matchmaking. Isomura, with the new P2P matchmaking system, it is said that the longer you play, the easier it is to find a match. Can you explain some details about this? Miyazaki, easier to find a match is a bit misleading. Basically, you're connected to 20 to 30 people by P2P, but the game needs some time to optimize the connections. If the connected players are out of your level range, or they're too far away from you, then you won't be able to play with them. The system will continuously replace them with players that are closer both in level and location. It takes some time, though. Murohashi, if it takes time, does moving from area to area matter? Miyazaki, Moving from area to area will trigger optimization by location. It's preferable to just stay in the same location. Murahashi. So if I was playing in Anor Londo and I want to be matched up with other players, it's best to just stand there for a bit to let the game work. Miyazaki. Yes, so if you're in Anor Londo, the P2P system will search players in your level and location range. Isamura. This will allow connections to foreign players. Miyazaki. Yes, it's possible, but if the connection to the players is slow, it will simply bounce it. It's made to work with other countries, nonetheless. Isamura. It was posted somewhere that the Way of White/Warriors of Sunlight members get matched together easier. But how much of a difference would that make? Miyazaki. It's not like that. You don't get matched together easier. It's more like you get connected easily with players from the same covenant, so when you're in one covenant, you get easily connected with members of your own covenant. So those members, maybe they invade less and use more miracles, getting more miracle resonances. All that it does is add an extra condition for same covenant members. Murahashi. Then, if I'm a member of the Way of White or Warriors of Sunlight, will there be less invasions? Miyazaki. Yes, but that's just a probability. As you're connected with, for example, Way of White members, you could get less invasions because they don't invade that much. Isamura. Oh, Murahashi. Oh, if you wanted to invade, you probably would want to be a Dark Wraith. Miyazaki. It's the most efficient way, as it was designed like that, so it should give the player the feeling of actually belonging to the covenants. That part was really hard. We tried a couple of different matching options, like matching by covenants, but we left the option to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Murahashi. Makes sense. Isamura. This time, there is a new type of PvP. How was it developed? What's your take on the new PvP modes? Miyazaki. The reason to introduce a new PvP mode is to provide role-playing situations. My take on the new mode? We still haven't got a lot of feedback, but the multiplayer is starting to roll in now. I still don't have a good grasp on it, but I believe in the concept of the covenants, as role-playing situations have a great potential. Murahashi. I can understand the roleplay element. The Dark Moon Blades Covenant is basically a Dark Moon police. You can indict the invaders. This guy is an asshole, somebody get him. It's like Ultima Online. There were player killers, and then there were the killers of player killers. Miyazaki. That's what we wanted to make. We wanted to provide a different role-playing situations and players who could act as the bad guys. I'm a bad guy. I will hunt you. When I play Dark Souls and I see Sunlight Warriors, it makes me very happy. They do gestures and roleplay, and it's great. We wanted to give situations that would fit in the game's lore, and to encourage players too. I hope it keeps up like it is now, and I think we can do more with it. Right now, we need to gather feedback, especially from the Dark Moon Blades. Future, Isamura. Next, plans for the future. Demon Souls had events like Valentine's Day, but how about Dark Souls? Miyazaki. Dark Souls doesn't have servers, so it's difficult, and also it has no tendencies. Regarding events, we won't be able to do things like in Demon Souls. Isamura. Is there any plans for releasing a book with info about the world, items, characters, design, descriptions? I would love to read that as a book. Miyazaki. We had some talks about it. So far, we have no idea if it's going to be an art book or something else. Artists and designers did a great job in this game, so I personally want to show their wonderful work even without profit. The art they did is great, but for descriptions, I'm a bit embarrassed. Art book should be fine. Miyazaki wrote most of the item descriptions. Isamura. But is all good. Murahashi. I want to read it. Miyazaki. An art book should be okay. Murahashi. No. I want the text too. I read the loading screen a lot. Isamura. Me too. Murahashi. Just let me read the loading screens. Isamura. Please. Miyazaki. I'll think about it. DLC. Isamura. Are there any plans for DLC? It was said that we might have it during development. So I want to know your current plans. Miyazaki. Honestly, we had some trouble with deadlines, so we didn't have the chance to discuss this. So we'll probably talk about it now. I can't say that we will or that we won't, yet. I want to do one though. Sales and sequels. Isamura. Dark Souls has sold 1.5 million copies worldwide. How is that compared to what you were expecting? Miyazaki, honestly, I didn't think it would sell so well. It was tough to make, so I can only say, thank you. Also to the sales staff in Japan and overseas, to Bandai Namco. There may be debate on how it actually was compared to what we estimated, but I'm personally satisfied with it. Isamura, any plans for a sequel? If yes, what would be a good title for a sequel? Miyazaki, hey, hold your horses. I don't know about a sequel, but it seems like we can make a new one. We still need to look reviews and player feedback before doing anything, including overseas, what's going on here and there, and how's the market for it. I really don't know about doing a sequel, and even if there will be one, I can't say anything just now. Dark Souls is not mine, and I think it might need some new blood. You have to understand that if it's going to be a sequel, the series would be a brand, and a brand will need power, which might come from new blood. With all these issues, I have no idea. I want to keep making things, that's for sure. Isamura, I want it to continue, Mr. Miyazaki. Miyazaki, I want that too, but… Isamura, the texts can only come from you. Miyazaki, a professional should write them. Isamura, no, it's good as it is. Murohashi, keep it the way it is. Miyazaki, honestly, the reason I'm writing the texts is because it prevents the game development from falling behind or having more pressure due to also having to write the texts. Those texts, together with the dialogues and the screenplay, could be written by professionals, and that would result in a much better quality. But we kept tweaking the game till the very end, which resulted in the need to fix items and scenarios. If we had contracted professionals, it would have been easier to do, but if I write it, I have to fix what I do. It's a problem with development procedures. I'm not writing because I want to. Isamura, your writing has a different taste, though. Merchandise. Isamura, would you be willing to do a store raffle with Dark Souls or Demon Souls? Miyazaki, what? Isamura, I would be collecting humanity while I patiently wait for it. Miyazaki, what raffle? Murohashi, that stuff in convenience stores. Isamura, it's around 500 yen or so. Miyazaki, is that a thing? I buy some sometimes too. Isamura, you buy them too? They are these things like Miyazaki, prizes and stuff. Isamura, yup. Miyazaki, well, I'm a producer. My title is a producer/director, but Isamura, I want a figurine series. Murohashi, I want the Undead Asylum Demon, or Capra Demon. Miyazaki, there are some figurines out there, overseas. I don't know much about it. I will think about it, but Dark Souls and Demon Souls would run into some copyright issues, so it might be one or the other. For Demons, I would need to talk with SCE. Murohashi, how about Dark Souls? Miyazaki, I personally would love it, but we need somebody to work with us. Isamura, what if somebody volunteers? Murohashi, any listeners that are in the industry? Contact from, please. Isamura, please grant our wishes. Miyazaki, oh, we love to make stuff and things like that. Isamura, how about a golden yurt? Murohashi, that'd be great, but don't say golden yurt. Miyazaki, it's Lautrec. Isamura, and praise the sun. Miyazaki, yeah. Murohashi, there was somebody cosplaying Solaire once. Isamura, a foreigner. Murohashi, at the train station. Miyazaki, oh yeah. Murohashi, I wanted to be friends with him. Finishing. Isamura, with the success of Demon Souls, it probably was estimated to have significant sales with Dark Souls. How was the atmosphere in the company? Was it like GOGOGO? Miyazaki, not really. Dark Souls development started after some time had passed since Demon Souls. Back then, Demon Souls wasn't still praised in Japan or globally, yet that happened later. The worldwide release happened after. The reviews were being made at the end of the year, and it got some awards, but the development for Dark Souls had already started by then. At first, it was more about the developers wanting to make a sequel, and we were not expecting so much sales. So, we didn't want to let the game die, but we couldn't get more sales. Later on, we started to get really good feedback, and the atmosphere started to change around us, but never to a go-go-go situation. We weren't expecting to have this much fame, and development costed a lot, but the reviews came and we were like, oh, we get more funding and time to develop, yay. It was awesome. But anyways, we were conservative. Isomura. That was unexpected. Miyazaki. Then we got good reviews and people started to follow and join us. They were excited, but we really weren't that excited. When Dark Souls was announced, we never expected to get this anticipation, this hype, from the fans. For example, the day before release we got a crazy amount of interviews. Demonsouls only got 1 or 2. Dark Souls, wow. This is a bit off topic, but I thought I should have quit the producer/director title. I underestimated it. I didn't think I was going to have to do so many interviews and make that many promotional videos. I was very thankful, but there was so much to do as a producer that it took time away from me as a director, and I became a bottleneck in development. In that aspect, it was unexpected too. As a producer, all I thought I had to do was a couple of interviews and manage some funds. I thought that there wasn't going to be that much work with publishers, magazines, websites. But oh man, it was such a bad underestimation. Isomura, we had weeks of interviews, but this will be the last one. Do you have anything to say to the listeners, as well as future developments? Miyazaki, sorry for all the rambling, but thank you. From these questions, I can feel that the players had fun playing Dark Souls, and as a developer, I'm very, very happy. There were so many problems, and some may still be there, but I just want to make enjoyable games. If we get more chances, I want to make much more fun games to play. And next week, I will feature Armored Core 5 in an interview with the great Mr. Nabashima. Murahashi, he's probably hard about that. Isomura, you're going to say that to him, aren't you? Miyazaki, for me, talking to Mr. Nabashima is like awe. His voice is great and expect awesome things. Armored Core 5 is also another game on which we spent a lot of time making, and it's developed with care. So please play Armored Core 2, it's fun. We will probably play as the Dark Souls team online. We shouldn't be busy anymore when the game comes out, so we would like to see you all online. Actually, we are playing Dark Souls 2, so we might have already met in Lordran. Let's just end this so Mr. Nabashima doesn't get harder. Murahashi, thanks for sticking with us for so long. Miyazaki, it was fun. I love the games I make, so talking about them is fun, even about their issues. Isomura, please come back to us if you make a sequel. Miyazaki, next time, I'll see if I get the chance to bring somebody with me. Like I said before, I don't want to be both director and producer. I underestimated both. He was in the podcast before for Demonsouls with SCE producer Takeshi Kaji. Next time, I'll look for a game where I can be just a director. 2011/05 Dark Souls 1 Design Works Interview Famitsu General Design Process. Otsuka, firstly I would like to ask Mr. Miyazaki a little about the general design process. Miyazaki, we pursued 2 main avenues when designing Dark Souls. In the initial concept stages, I gave each of the artists a few simple image words to use as a starting point, and then they were free to develop these in whatever way they wished. We then took the images we liked, adjusted them where necessary, and used them to begin shaping the world. For example, the Gaping Dragon, Egg Carrier, and Gravlord Nito all emerged during this stage and made it almost unchanged into the final game. In cases where I had a clearer idea of what I wanted, the design process was slightly different. For example, this is going to be used in this place to perform this function. Or, the area is designed in this way, so it must adhere to these conditions. For example, the Mimic and the Gargoyles. Regardless of which design process was used, rather than to appoint a person to take charge of each concept, I took the designs and talked them over with each of the artists and developed them in that way. Otsuka, with all this freedom in the design process and the concept artists' differing styles, was there a need to unify all the designs? Miyazaki, I suppose there was, but as I said before, I took charge over all the designs and was ultimately responsible for their direction, and since they all went through me, I suppose there was some degree of unification. Having said that, I tried to bring out all the artists' individual styles, because I think working closely with each designer to develop their ideas whilst still embracing their personal style creates a much richer, organic feeling world in the end. As I mentioned earlier, each artist began with just a few simple image words and developed their designs from that. The words which inspired each of their designs and the way they chose to use them was very different. Some found that relatively philosophical words gave them ideas, while some used them to develop a character's backstory. Each collaboration was different, and because of that, each was stimulating in its own way. I think this is the main reason that the world of Dark Souls turned out as well as it did. There was need for some direction, so in Dark Souls there were three main sections or themes. The image of gods and knights centered around Anor Londo, Lost Izalith and the theme of chaos, fire and demons, and Gravlord Nito and the image of death and decay. I suppose you could also add to that the image of the ancient dragons. These themes, along with utilizing the artist's personal styles, formed the basis of the Dark Souls design principle. In contrast to most art teams, we didn't have our artists concentrating on a specific section. Instead, all the artists contributed to all areas. Otsuka. So for example, Anor Londo wasn't created by a single artist. Miyazaki. Not quite. We didn't have a single designer making maps, characters, or equipment, but we did have separate people in charge of each of the game's areas. I believe Mr. Waragai was responsible for Anor Londo. Waragai. Yes, I was, but before we started developing the look of the area, we first decided on the general layout and then we worked together with the 3D artist. I set out designing the main features, such as the statues and the revolving elevator. Miyazaki. This is actually how most of the areas were constructed. The map design was really what dictated everything else. Once we determined what needed to happen in each area, we would immediately draw up a rough map. Then once the basic layout of the area was decided, we'd work on the finer details. Through the rough map, I was able to communicate the requirements, structure and appearance of an area to the artists, and have them develop those ideas through collaborating with one another. I'm never satisfied with design works that simply follows the design brief, so I often requested that the artists and designers add some of their own ideas. I believe that these ideas can enrich the area, if not the entire game, although this can lead to more work, of course. Otsuka. So you had a team of one artist designer and one 3D artist working on each area, and then it fell to you to make the final decisions. Miyazaki. Yes, but each of the areas had its own feel or tone as far as art direction was concerned. For an area like Blighttown, for example, we found that once we decided on the general direction and gathered appropriate reference materials, there wasn't really a need to spend too much time developing the look of the area, it just came together. However, in areas which were composed of more traditional architecture, we had to spend a lot of time working on the finer details. There weren't a huge amount of artists on the team, so it was a case of moving people to where they would be of most use. Anor Londo, for instance, is one of the most complicated areas in the game in terms of architecture, and as the midway point of the game, it's also a very important area, so we spent a great deal of time working on it. After ringing the bells and overcoming the traps of Sen's fortress, I really wanted the player to feel, yes, I've made it. Otsuka. It seems that your direction was at times quite abstract. Miyazaki. According to the artists, it was. But I believe that if your instructions are too specific, the designs you get will be somewhat devoid of creativity, so I try to give out just the most basic, essential information before handing it over to the artist's imaginations, which inevitably eclipses my own. My initial instructions are certainly abstract. For example, when designing equipment, I'd simply say, make something you can trust with your life on the battlefield, or make something that has enchantments to protect you. I think the artists probably didn't know what I was talking about half the time. Waragai. That's true. Miyazaki. I'm sorry. Of course, if I don't get what I want, I start giving more specific descriptions, and I might even start drawing things on the whiteboard, but even then, I'd never go so far as to say, it has to be this color or this shape. I don't want the designers to become my tools. It doesn't always go as I want, but I think that's probably due to me not getting the best out of the artists, and this is something I want to get better at in the future. Otsuka. It's similar when I put a book together, I understand how you feel. Miyazaki. With this game, some fantastic images came from the initial concept stage, for example Lautrec's Armor of Favor. If we had simply concentrated on what was required rather than trying to experiment, I don't think something like this would have been created. In order to get this from my designers, I tried talking to them about all sorts of things. For example, I spoke at length with Nakamura about philosophy. Waragai, you spoke about space and stuff too, right? Miyazaki, oh yeah, especially at the beginning. About the world, life and death, and with regards to the game world, the meaning of fire and role of the four kings. By talking like this with the artists, I found that it not only helped them to develop their ideas, but it really helped me shape my idea of the world I wanted to create. I also tried hard not to be predictable or conservative. Of course, since we decided on a fantasy setting, we couldn't stray too far from that. But we had to be careful not to just take the easy route, or the world would become boring. I really tried hard to maintain this. Otsuka, is there anything in particular you tried to avoid? Miyazaki, you may not believe me, but I always tried to maintain a certain level of refinement and elegance in all designs. I often told the artists that muddy or messy is definitely not good. I think this carries through the entire game. If you asked me to describe what this elegance is, well, I think you just have to look at the designs and judge for yourself. But it really is one of the most important factors in everything I oversee. Waragai, I remember you said that to me when I was working on the undead dragon. Originally, it was covered with maggots, but you told me that instead I needed to try and capture the sadness of this great creature as it marches towards extinction. Miyazaki, as I said before, everything had its particular shade or tone. Blighttown, for example, is the rawest, most disgusting area in the game. But looking at the area as a whole, I wanted it to both possess a deep sadness and feel bitterly cold. That's the atmosphere I tried to build on. You could say I that have a habit of working in this way, and I think you can really see that in Dark Souls' art direction. Locations: Undead Asylum. Otsuka. Next, I'd like to talk about each of the areas in the game in a little more detail. I suppose we should start at the beginning in the Undead Asylum. Waragai. I was in charge of the Undead Asylum, but it was actually the last thing I drew. Miyazaki. It may sound strange, but it's quite common for the tutorial to be the last thing to be integrated. It's much easier to design it once you know what needs to be communicated, and found the best to explain it to the player. I remember saying that the Undead Asylum should take Dark Souls' dark fantasy aesthetic and just distill that to its purest essence. We began with the image of a gloomy basement cell and the stone architecture, and also incorporated that cold, sad atmosphere I mentioned previously. Once we decided on this direction, the area came together fairly easily. In many ways, it fell directly in the center of designs we had been working on up until that point. Firelink Shrine and the Undead Burg. Otsuka. Next, I'd like to ask about a very important area, the Firelink Shrine. Miyazaki. Firelink Shrine was Mr. Daisuke Satake's, wasn't it? Satake. Yes. From what I remember, it was originally designed as a water temple, but as work on the game progressed and the image of kindling and fire became more prominent, the water gradually dried up. Miyazaki. Yes, that's right. Firelink Shrine serves as the hub for the game, so I initially wanted it to be a very healing place with water, greenery, soft light and subtle music, and while that never really changed, as Mr. Satake said, factors like the introduction of kindling and Frampt's arrival later in the game meant that the water gradually disappeared from the area. We realized that when Frampt appears, he bursts through the ground, so the water that used to fill that area would all have to drain away. The other thing is the bonfire placement. It used to be in a different location. The place it's in now used to be a small pond. We had problems with the original placement because the ground wasn't flat, and it interfered with the player's sitting animation. So we had to search for a level location to move the bonfire to, and that's where it stayed. But of course you can't have a bonfire in the middle of a pond. That water had to go too. Waragai. It feels like a place everyone will gather, so I think this location actually worked really well. Miyazaki. Yes, I had an image of people gathered around the bonfire from the very beginning. Getting back to the subject, Firelink Shrine was one of the first places we designed. It's a small area, but it connects to many different places and has many hidden spots. It was a very enjoyable location to create. Satake, it was made to connect with areas in every direction. In fact, we had to remove some routes in the final game, as well as some other things. Initially, Priscilla was the heroine of the story, and she was going to be there, for example. Miyazaki, that's not really something I want to talk about just yet. Otsuka, Priscilla is certainly the most beautiful character in the game. Miyazaki, thank you. She was the heroine of the story at one point, so I'm glad you think so. Moving on to the Ended Berg. We never really spent much time working on the look of the area. It was the first map we created, and the large bridge, the church, and the other structures were already planned out by the 3D artist who was in charge of the area. As the lead artist on the project, he had already decided exactly how he wanted these things to look down to the smallest detail, even the levers and statues. Sen's Fortress. Otsuka. Next, I'd like to ask about Sen's Fortress. Miyazaki. Sen's Fortress and Anor Londo were both overseen by Mr. Waragai. As for me, I had a definite visual image right from the beginning and a concept behind the area, i.e., the trial to reach Anor Londo, full of deadly traps. The designers had real trouble with this area, I seem to remember. We spent a long time on the rough map. Waragai. The image of a trap road was fairly straightforward. The pendulums, rolling boulders, and other major traps were all there from the start. In fact, we almost tried hard to make them obvious and create things that screamed trap. Miyazaki. It's almost comical how obvious they are, but I think things like that are all part of Dark Souls' appeal. Personally, I love the stone launcher, the way it endlessly fires the boulders, and the strange complex contraption build to achieve this simple action. It's things like this really add a sense of intrigue to the Dark Souls world. In terms of achieving the original design aims, I think the area works really well. Satake. I really like the way the stairs are worn away where the boulders roll down. Waragai, I think that was Miyazaki's idea. Miyazaki. Was it? Waragai. Yes, the idea was that the worn steps might give players a warning as to the dangers ahead. Miyazaki. I see, although I doubt people would be able to pick up on that small detail, especially on their first time through. Perhaps the second time, it will serve to remind them. Waragai. Diligent people will notice, I think. By that point, you've already seen several large boulders. Miyazaki. I'm glad we were able to create a design that really incorporated all of our ideas. Anor Londo. Otsuka. Next up is Anor Londo. Miyazaki. There was a lot I wanted to fit into Anor Londo. As I mentioned before, I wanted it to feel like a reward after finishing Sen's Fortress, but I also wanted it to be an area with no clear road, to have the player walk in places that you wouldn't normally walk, such as the buttresses. Then there was also the image of the setting sun, and the way the area changes once night falls. I really like the way your eye is drawn to the different features, like the revolving staircase elevator. Waragai. That was Nakamura's idea. I remember him saying, "Life is like climbing a great spiral." Miyazaki. Nakamura comes up with some strange things, doesn't he? I mean that in the best possible way, of course. I think this worked out really well. There are several spirals in the area, and I'm glad that we were able to incorporate that idea. Otsuka. Did you use anything for reference when designing Anor Londo? Waragai. We had the image of walking on buttresses from the start, so that, I suppose. Their actual purpose is to support the walls so they can build them even higher. But when I visited the cathedral in Milan, I walked beneath the buttresses and I thought how fun it would be to walk on them. Miyazaki. There was one more thing I wanted to achieve with Anor Londo. The last game I directed, Demonsouls, was based in the early Middle Ages, so it was extremely difficult to gather reference materials for the area designs. Dark Souls is based in a later time period, so with Anor Londo, I saw a chance to create an area that felt more cohesive and full of the kind of detail that we couldn't achieve in Demon Souls. The Duke's Archives. Otsuka, how about the Duke's Archives and the Crystal Caves? The library looks a little like Miyazaki. Yes, the revolving stairs are from Harry Potter, aren't they? Personally, I was really interested in creating a library or archive, but if I'm being honest, I would have liked to spend a little more time on some aspects of area. New Londo Ruins. Otsuka, how about New Londo Ruins? Miyazaki, we tried a slightly different approach with the New Londo Ruins, closely basing it on existing architecture, In this case, Mont Saint-Michel in Normandy, France. Of course, it's not exactly the same, but if you compare the two, the similarities are obvious. Very much like creating the cities in Armored Core, it's much easier for the planners, designers, and 3D artists to start with references from real life than to start from scratch. Real things contain such a mixture of influences, ideas, and such an abundance of information that I wanted to try using this technique in Dark Souls. Of course, some things worked out better than others, but I think in the end, we created something that wouldn't have been possible if we started from zero. Even with the areas that didn't turn out as I'd hoped, it was a pretty successful experiment. Looking at it against the other areas, I think the difference is actually fairly obvious. But since we used this different approach for this area, it was the last area the artists worked on. Warragai. Yes. While I was in charge of New Lundo, the fact that it was based so heavily on a real-world location meant that there wasn't actually a great deal of work to be done. All but the finest details were already in place. The Depths and Blight Town. Otsuka. Well then, moving on to the Depths and Blight Town. Miyazaki. The Depths were based around the image of an underground aqueduct, but its aesthetics are very similar to that of the Undead Burg. It also shared the same lead artist, so the two areas really fit well together. As for Blight Town, I started with a number of images that I wanted to incorporate, but due to the complexity of the area, it would have been difficult to try and design all at once, so instead we began with large features like the water wheel elevator, and with the designers and artists, gradually built the area up from there. Demon Ruins and Lost Izalith. Otsuka, moving even further down to the Demon Ruins and Lost Izalith. They have a different feel to the previous areas, don't they? Miyazaki. I mentioned previously that Dark Souls was divided into 3 main themes. The demons are all based around the idea of chaos, but we had to think long and hard about how to convey that image in a map. We decided on an Oriental theme. I'm worried people may take this the wrong way, but Oriental things possess a kind of chaos. Or to put it differently, they lack a kind of peace or order, and that's what I wanted to capture. The best example of this is found at Angkor Wat in Cambodia, and in the areas surrounding it, where East and West Asia meet. Catacombs and the Tomb of the Giants. Otsuka. How about the Catacombs and the Tomb of the Giants? Miyazaki. The Catacombs and the Tomb of the Giants have a similar atmosphere to that of Blight Town, but both contain a great many more man-made objects, which meant more work for the artists. In our team, the 3D artists would sometimes be called upon to do work more akin to that of a traditional artist, because we tried to utilize their skills as much as we possibly can. As I said before, we don't have many artists to work with, and just throwing more people at something doesn't guarantee a better result. The Great Hollow and Ash Lake. Otsuka. Onto the Great Hollow and Ash Lake. Miyazaki. These two areas were entirely created by the designers, with little to no concept work. I had a clear image of both areas from the beginning, and as work progressed, I continued to modify that to keep up with the other areas we were creating. Most of the work was done directly from the rough map, but there is also more than a little avatar in there, I think. Of course, if the area hadn't have come together, I'd have had the artists create some concept art, but in the end it wasn't needed. Painted World of Ariamis. Otsuka. Now a very interesting area, the Painted World of Ariamis. Miyazaki. We drew a great deal of concept art for the Painted World. It was actually based on the map used in the Dark Souls prototype. Of course, the prototype is your chance to really get your vision for the game across, so we spent a lot of time on the area. So much that I really wanted to use it in the full game, but I couldn't find a way to make it fit with the other areas. In the end, I cheated and put it in the Painted World. Warragai. It's the only area with snow, so it would be hard to put it anywhere else. Miyazaki. Yes. It may sound like a poor solution, but I actually had an image for the Painted World from the start. I'm just happy I was able to combine that image and the prototype map. Otsuka. It was here you decided to put the former heroine Priscilla, wasn't it? Miyazaki. Yes, I think she works well here. She's kind of snow-colored after all. But I also think the Painted World is a place where someone who's being chased might go to escape, and she fits that description. Warragai. Like she's been chased away from her natural place. Miyazaki. Yes, although natural place means something slightly different in this case. Otsuka, I think it's a really unique area. I remember before traveling there, I was excited to see what would happen. Miyazaki, thank you. I'm very happy with the area overall. It was the important first map we made, and I think I was able to incorporate the new ideas I had while not taking anything away from the original design of the area. When collaborating with the team, I often come up with ideas, and I enjoy trying to fit them in as we develop the world. Of course, I also have to be careful not to break anything. I think this method of continuous improvement can really help add to the atmosphere of an area. In fact, we also used this method on the last game I worked on, Demonsouls. The problem is that there is a tendency to overproduce things, and before you know it, the project can spiral out of control and work can slow down. I suppose I'm getting slightly off topic, so I will stop there, but it's something I want to work on in the future. NPCs and bosses. Big Hat Logan. Otsuka, now that we've covered the maps, I'd like to ask about the NPCs. There certainly are a lot of memorable characters in the game. Miyazaki, thank you very much. We spend a lot of time on them, so I'm happy to hear you say that. Waragai, personally, I really like Big Hat Logan. Miyazaki, that was one of my Hatsuyama's designs, wasn't it? Hatsuyama, yes it was. But I have to ask, why did you make him naked? Miyazaki, huh? I made him naked? Waragai, haha, I'm sure it was your idea, Miyazaki. Miyazaki, I suppose it was. As to why I made him naked, I wanted to show that the character had found enlightenment, but unfortunately the models in Dark Souls weren't built with a wide range of emotional expressions, so as I was thinking about how to overcome this problem, for some reason I came up with the idea of making him naked. It's Logan's goal to gain the power of the ancient dragons, so in order to do this, I had an image of him casting off his human clothes. It's similar to using the dragon head or torso stone, you have to remove your equipment. Of course, there are gameplay reasons for this too, but there was also this image of the player leaving something of their humanity behind. Similarly, Logan removing his clothes is his attempt to bring himself closer to Seath in some way. Although I couldn't take his hat off because no one would recognize him, but personally, I like to think that unlike the followers of the Path of the Dragon, Logan sought to gain the dragon's power while retaining his pride as a human. Hatsuyama. I drew a lot of designs for underwear, so I'm a little disappointed he didn't emerge wearing one of those instead. Miyazaki. In his underwear. If we had done that, I'm not sure it would have been taken in the way I wanted. But I also really like Logan as a character. I spent a good amount of time on the design. He's a wise man or a sage, but I really wanted to make him unique, so I had quite a few designs made. Once we arrived on the idea of his big hat, the design came together, but that wasn't there from the start and only emerged through continual revisions. Hataisuma. At first I held back thinking, is it really okay to make his hat that big? But as time went on, it gradually got bigger and bigger until… Miyazaki. Yes, we went through that process many times. Hatsuyama. I thought he'd turn into a mushroom, but I was told that it wasn't an issue, so I just went ahead and did it. Satake, turn into a mushroom. I like that. Hatsuyama. Artistically speaking, I made his hat far too big. You can't actually see his face anymore. Miyazaki. I think it turned into a good silhouette in the end. He looks like someone who doesn't like other people. I can empathize with that. Haha. Guinevere. Hatsuyama, can I ask about Guinevere because compared to the other female charters, she's very different, almost glamorous. Miyazaki. You don't like the design? Hatsuyama. No, I just wanted to know what the original idea behind her was. Otsuka. As a fan of the character, I'd be interested to hear that too. Miyazaki, the truth is that I just wanted to make a really big woman. I think it was a Fujio manga, Yasuragi no Yakata, literally tranquil mansion, in which there was a company president who joins an exclusive club to escape his stressful work life. And there's this giant woman who takes care of the club members, almost like a mother. Don't you think that's just a perfect situation? A giant, considerate, caring woman. The kind we all lost when we grew up. That's what I wanted to make. Originally, I wanted to put a mouth in the palm of her hand, and we made all of the animations. but it didn't make it into the final game. Talking of glamour, her breasts have nothing to do with me. They happened without my knowledge. It's all the artist's fault. I think I mentioned it earlier, but I always seek a certain refinement in all my designs. Waragai. Really? Miyazaki. Yes, but the artist had such a happy look on his face, I didn't have the heart to stop him. Andre of Astora. Otsuka, earlier we were talking about crossbreed Priscilla, but are there any other characters whose role changed dramatically as development progressed? Miyazaki. Oh, there are many. For example, Andre of Astora. Originally, he played a far more important role in the story. Satake, Andre is no longer related to Gwyn, is he? Miyazaki. Yes, we took that out. He was originally a descendant of Gwyn, whose task was to protect a door within the Firelink Shrine. In the end, he was going to push aside the goddess statue to let the player progress, but as development progressed, he became just a simple blacksmith. Waragai. But there are still those statues that look like him around the game world, aren't there? Miyazaki. Yes, they are, but I don't think they are related. They're simply vessels which hold the embers. Crossbreed Priscilla. Otsuka, next I'd like to ask about the enemy characters, starting with bosses. Miyazaki. There are too many to talk about all of them, so why don't we have the artists talk about their favorite designs? Waragai. I'm afraid I didn't really work too much on the enemy designs. Hatsuyama. Really? How about Priscilla? Miyazaki. Priscilla was designed out of house. I had a pretty clear image of what I wanted for the character, so I trusted it to a separate art studio. Waragai. From my designs, I suppose Gravlord Nito. Miyazaki. I remember all the trouble we went through naming the character. Waragai thought my original name for the character was too sad. Dark Souls was his first job as an art designer, and Nito was his first design, so I felt I should respect his wishes. I changed the name slightly, and I actually think the new name fits the character much better. Nito was originally created as the boss for the prototype map, and because of that, we tried out a huge range of different effects. There was constantly discussion about what color he should be and how he should look. Waragai. He was originally on fire, wasn't he? Miyazaki. Yes, Nito is in the pre-rendered intro, but it's a really intricate design, so it was extremely difficult to communicate what I wanted to the animators. The character had to be cloaked in shadow, shrouded in a deathly aura, but that's not easy to get across, and their first attempt wasn't what I wanted at all. Waragai. It can be difficult to explain how you want the material to behave to the animators, can't it? The feel and the weight of something isn't easy to put into words. Miyazaki. Yes, exactly. I had a good idea of how I want the materials to move in the pre-rendered scenes, but actually putting it in a way that was easy to understand was extremely difficult. No matter how many times you say he's always surrounded by an aura, he would just come back covered in smoke. In the end, I told them to make it more like cloth. Since he was selected to be in the intro, we had a very difficult time with the character, but the fact that he was chosen shows how strong the initial design was. Demons. Miyazaki. Next is Mr. Nakamura, isn't it? Nakamura. Right from the initial concept stages, when we were still working from key words like Ancient Dragon, Chaos Demon, and Undead, I thought long and hard about how to create something fresh and new for the people who played Demonsouls. Miyazaki. The demon in the Undead Asylum. The Taurus and Capra demons. In fact, the majority of the demon enemies were designed by Mr. Nakamura. I really love all of his designs. They're simple but not predictable. Exactly the kind of creatures that I imagined populating the Dark Souls world. They're just fantastic. I'm also a huge fan of the Gaping Dragon. It's a little different from the other dragons in the world. It's part of an ancient race of mineral-based life forms, existing since long before the emergence of mankind. Yet, despite its superiority over us, its time has passed, and it finds itself alone in the world, the last of its race forced to survive in any way it can. As to what triggered this change, well, the emergence of life corrupted it. It was warped by emotion and desire. When we were initially discussing the design, we came up with the theme of greed. After that, Mr. Nakamura produced the design remarkably quickly. You would expect designs based around this theme to be either fat or have a huge mouth, but that's a little too predictable. When I saw the design, I was genuinely surprised and absolutely delighted. Otsuka. It just ate and ate so much that he turned out like this. Nakamura. Yes, it was completely consumed by the desire to eat, so much that it began to adapt, and the parts of its body began to retrogress. It no longer eats with its mouth, but takes food directly into its body, but it had to change this way in order to survive. Aside from eating its lost any faculties it may have once possessed, and has to survive in this desolate, harsh environment by eating anything it can. It simply did what it had to continue to exist. Miyazaki. You can almost imagine it saying things like, "You're too far away. Get over here, I want to eat you." Of course, these words never came up in the design process, as I never imagined the creature would develop in this way, but I think it's a really incredible design. As I said before, I love working together with the artists. I really think it benefits both of us. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that it's my favorite part of the job. Nakamura. Before we move on, I'd like to ask you about the demon enemies I designed, specifically those designs which incorporate some type of symbolism. I know that you dislike designs which are too easy or obvious, but spending too much time trying to force symbolism into designs can be just as damaging to the development of the world. So I just wanted to know how you feel about the demon enemies overall. Miyazaki, I think you're thinking too much of it. To put it plainly, I'm delighted with your designs. It can be difficult to achieve the right balance of symbolism in designs. It's true that I dislike designs which are too obvious, but there are times when I feel a design lacks a certain something. At times like this, I have been known to look through the reference materials, pick out things I like, and simply stick them on. The Capra demon's head is an example of this. It gives a sense of ceremony and long-held tradition, which in turn hints at a developed culture. Details such as this can really improve designs by giving them a significance not present at first sight. Symbols contain inherent meaning. They wouldn't be symbols if they didn't, but it's difficult to add new meaning to that symbol. So I think this can be a really powerful weapon for the artists. Anyway, getting back to your question, I think you did a fantastic job. Nakamura, I'm relieved to hear you say that. Miyazaki, really? I wish you wouldn't talk like that. It's almost like you're scared of me. Gargoyles. Otsuka, what were you in charge of, Ms. Hatsuyama? Hatsuyama, the Black Knights and the Gargoyles. Miyazaki, she joined us slightly later in the project, when we'd already finished the initial concept stage, so I had her work on those designs which had to adhere to a more rigid set of conditions. As Ms. Hatsuyama just said, the Gargoyles were one of those designs. This enemy would appear just before you rung the bell in the bell tower. This much was decided, but I couldn't get a clear image for the creature. Originally, the centipede demon from Izalith was here, but looking at the route you take through the opening stages of the game, to Sen's Fortress, and Anor Londo and beyond, it didn't really fit. It's also the first large boss enemy you face, so I wanted something a little more typical. So since it's a church and we have a relatively open space, we decided on gargoyles. It was one of your first designs, wasn't it, Ms. Hatsuyama? Hatsuyama, I think it was the second design I worked on. Miyazaki, this was my first time working together with Ms. Hatsuyama, so I wanted to begin designing something that was relatively orthodox and use the opportunity to get us thinking on the same wavelength. Unite our ideas of fantasy, if you will. I think that was my plan, but it took quite a while to get right. Hatsuyama, I'm very sorry. Miyazaki, it turned out well thought. It was even featured in the commercials. Hatsuyama, I was so happy. Miyazaki, I remember we talked about a great many things, how to make the creature fit in, about its heavy, thick armor and its level of technological advancement. I don't really remember what I said, but looking back, I think I bombarded you with too much at once. Hatsuyama, no, not at all. I think you pointed out a lot of useful things. I think it really took me to places I wouldn't have gone to before. Miyazaki, thank you for saying that. Gwyn, Lord of Cinder. Otsuka, what about Mr. Satake? Satake, I don't really have to speak, do I? Miyazaki, what are you saying? Let's talk. You were in charge of the last boss, Gwyn, Lord of Cinder. How was that? Satake, well, we had a good initial image for Gwyn, so I remember it going relatively smoothly. His armor, or more accurately his clothing, needed some work, but other than that, we simply continued to adjust the design, checking it in-game as we went. Miyazaki, we wanted his clothing to look ancient. He is an old king after all. I researched a lot of old clothing, but I couldn't really find anything that looked cool. Short pants, for example, wouldn't create the image we wanted for the character. I'm happy with the final design, though. Satake, yes, as design progressed, he really turned into the type of king who would fight at the head of his troops. Miyazaki, although as far as the game is concerned, I think we could have done a little more with the character. He's the last boss, and the concept of the character was to have the player use all the skills they'd developed throughout the game. I wanted them to have to use everything they've learned in order to beat him. The reason that he uses such a simple single sword fighting style stems from this concept. But in the end, we ended up taking a different direction. Waragai, parry, parry, parry. Satake, yup, parry, parry. Miyazaki, that's the truth. I regret that the fight turned out this way. Of course, there are other designs that I really like. The Iron Golem, for example, is a great, large, powerful enemy. Ceaseless discharge. Otsuka, personally, I'd really like to know more about the ceaseless discharge. Miyazaki, as with Priscilla, I had a pretty clear image of how I wanted the character to look and behave, so I entrusted his design to an out-of-house artist. All demons are born from the fire of chaos, but he was the first, born so long ago, when the fire wasn't yet stable. He possesses it, but he can't control it, and it burns him constantly. Despite his size, he's actually the youngest of Izalith's children. He stands gazing up at the ruins where his sisters live. The only source of comfort in his pitiful, painful existence is the belief that they are watching over him. Waragi, do you think people would have been able to guess all that simply by looking at the boss room? Miyazaki, I don't think so. There are a huge number of things that, while present in the game, we make no attempt to explain to the player, and many more that they simply have no way of finding out. The Ceaseless Discharge's story is just one of these. I recall the main difficulty designing the character was trying to get across that sense of sadness. People just couldn't see past the fact that he's a flaming giant. Satake, poor guy, everyone just wanted to attack him. Miyazaki, it's not difficult to see why, but simply giving him a melancholic expression or making him weep would have been taking it too far in the opposite direction. It was a very difficult balance to achieve. Otsuka, so in a way, by killing the him, you are doing him a kindness. Miyazaki, probably relief from his pain at last. Although it's extremely difficult, and I doubt anyone will ever discover it, I seem to recall there being a way to progress through the game without killing him. Although in truth it's more of an exploit than a valid method. Ornstein and Smough. Waragai, I really like Ornstein and Smough. Miyazaki, those were both Mr. Nakamura's designs. I personally really like Smough's armor. Nakamura, he was the first thing I designed. Miyazaki, Smough came form the initial concept stages, while Ornstein was introduced much later. I remember the channeler's design was put forward around the same time as Smough's, and we all took to referring to them as the four knights, Knights C and D, if I remember correctly. I hoped that by doing this, it would ensure that Knights A and B were implemented. In the end, they never were. The four knights disappeared, and the design work for Knights A and B was transferred to other characters like Ornstein and Artorias. The channeler was given a different role, so that left Smough. I'm extremely fond of the design, so I wanted to do something special, turn him from one of four knights into something almost heretical. I'm sure made the designers and programmers really angry because I forced them to make his armor equipable. Otsuka, you really were fond of him, weren't you? Miyazaki, he offers a substantial challenge for the player too, doesn't he? Otsuka, I thought the strongest boss in the game was probably the Capra demon. Waragai, for me it's undoubtedly the fight with Ornstein. Miyazaki, there's something unnatural about Smough's armor. It doesn't look like something that would have been created by a normal, sane person. I think that's what I like about it. There was a rumor that we were hunting players who bought the game early. I wasn't us, but whoever it was, they were wearing Smough's armor, and I remember thinking how fitting it was. Chaos Witch Quelag. Otsuka, how about Chaos Witch Quelag? Miyazaki, Quelag was another character I always had a pretty clear image of. The truth is, there is an old board game called Dragon Pass which I really love, and in the game there is a special unit called the Crag Spider. All it is a tiny chip with the name, parameters, and a small silhouette, but for some reason it really stuck with me. Although she developed into something quite different, that's where the inspiration for the character came from. It's not just Dragon Pass, I love all old tabletop games and game books. My copies of Titan and Out of the Pit remain some of my most treasured possessions. Satake. When he's having difficulty trying to explain something, he would often take out an old book, point to something and say, like this. Miyazaki. It was my first foray into fantasy, so it holds a special place in my heart. But getting back to Quelag, she became strangely popular. Perhaps it has something to do with her chest. Waragai. Her introduction cinematic. Miyazaki. I wonder, personally, this is also the case with the ceaseless discharge. I'm not entirely happy with the way she turned out. I think we could have improved both their behavior and the way they are introduced to the player. Waragai. She spoke at one point, didn't she? Miyazaki. Yes, she did, and perhaps with a better script, we could have made it work. But I felt like the character lost something, so we quickly took it out. She's actually one of the few completely silent characters. Bed of Chaos. Otsuka, which boss gave you the most trouble? Miyazaki. Who gave me the most trouble? Nakamura. All of them, right? Miyazaki. That's the truth. There were quite a few when deadlines were closing in, and I couldn't get a good mental image of what I wanted. But we had to settle on something. Those situations were the hardest because I knew something was wrong, but couldn't express what I wanted and couldn't give a solution. That was difficult, both for me and for the artists I was working with. I suppose the Bed of Chaos is the principal example of this. Otsuka. It seems you designed King Izalith at one point too. What was that like? Miyazaki. Yes, evidence of the twists and turns we went through. Waragai. Initially he was going to be the boss of the area, the Bed of Chaos lying sprawled on the floor and waves its hands about, but he was a king sitting on his throne. Miyazaki. That's right, we really had trouble with that. I've already talked about quite a few aspects of the game I'm not entirely happy with, but I'd have to say that my greatest regret is the Bed of Chaos. The artists and designers worked extremely hard and came up with some fantastic ideas, but it exposed a real problem in our production method. We had no way to find a common goal and work towards it when things went wrong. It's definitely something I want to correct in the future. Black Knight. Otsuka. Well, now that we've talked about the bosses, I'd like to talk a bit about the normal enemies. Hatsuyama. I want to ask about the Black Knights. I remember originally they were going to wander the world. Why was it that you decided to change that? Miyazaki. We've been thinking about introducing wandering enemies since Demonsouls. Then it was skeletons and grim reapers. But for whatever reason, we've yet to go through with it. The Black Knight's behavior was changed slightly, but their role never was. Since they were burned by Gwyn's linking the flame, they wander the land. As far as design goes, there were a number of themes I wanted to incorporate. I wanted to make them really detailed models, so we gathered a huge amount of reference materials. Of course, cloth wouldn't fit their burned image, and I wanted a design right down to the patterns carved into their armor. I really wanted that quality. I also wanted their armor to look like something a normal person couldn't wear, thick, heavy, and almost hollow. I'm really happy with the final result. In fact, it really helped us promote the game. I hadn't expected people to say it looked like a character from Demonsouls, though. That wasn't intentional at all. Hatsuyama. The fact they used to be Silver Knights and were transformed when Gwyn linked the flame. I was really happy that players actually noticed. I saw someone saying, this must have happened when they were burned, and I realized they'd got it. Miyazaki. It's always great to see things like that. Mimic. Otsuka. The Mimic was quite different from those in other games. It's certainly the strongest I've ever encountered. Miyazaki. Yes, the Mimic. I wanted a Mimic in the game from the very start, but Mimics in other games are all the same, aren't they? The point of the enemy is to surprise people, but in doesn't. I love the design, but it's just been overused, so I wanted to create a Mimic that would surprise the player again, to go against their preconceptions. Oh, this is a Mimic, isn't it? Wait, what? That was the image I had for the enemy from the very beginning. It was designed out of house, but as long as it left a strong impression, it succeeded. Hatsuyama, it has an interesting way of kicking, doesn't it? Miyazaki, yes, that actually Super Tiger's rolling sobat. I think I recall saying that Super Tiger's story is one of the greatest ever told, although I suppose that's not really relevant here. Chaos Eaters. Waragai, how about the tentacled beasts in the Izalith ruins? When I look at them all, I see his mixer Taite from Kinnikuman. I think some of the players noticed it too. Miyazaki. Well, he is one of the few people to ever win against Kinnikuman, isn't he? Otsuka, so that's why he looks so much like Mixer Taite. Miyazaki, no, I'm joking, it wasn't intentional. Although I have no problem with it looking like Mixer Taite, I'm a fan of the series and people seem to enjoy it too. Satake, I was responsible for the design. It was actually based on a very old sketch. I was trying to create something strange and unique, like the great race of Yith from Lovecraft's mythos, or something with many eyes, on springs. There was a period where I was created a lot of designs around these themes, and it was one of these sketches that formed the basis for this particular design. I'd been wanting to do something with it for a long time now, so I'm glad we were able to use it in the game. Crow Demons. Otsuka. Of all the enemies in the game, the ones which scared me the most would have to be the Crow Demons in the Painted World and the Basilisks in the Depths. Miyazaki. The Crow Demons came about during the initial concept stages. I think the animator did a really incredible job. Satake. I think they are really at home in the Painted World. Nakamura. I like to think that they were humans who wanted to fly so badly that they sprouted wings. But rather than their skeletons evolving over time, they instead twisted their limbs into unnatural positions, forcing their bodies into a bird-like shape. That's how I've always imagined them. Miyazaki. I always thought of the Painted World as a place where things go to escape, and the bird men are no different. They were originally designed as worshippers of the goddess Velka, whose bodies were warped by their devotion. I think this obsession makes them really interesting characters. Satake. In some ways, they are very similar to the Gaping Dragon. Basilisk. Otsuka. How did the basilisk come about? Miyazaki. They also came out of the initial concept stages, although the idea that they could turn people to stone came much later. Waragai. Yes, it was never designed as a basilisk. It was just one of the many designs created during those initial stages. In the end, we had an out-of-house artist brush up the design. Miyazaki. The concept images were extremely rough. They're great for getting the design across, but when it comes to building the model and animating it, it doesn't contain nearly enough information. So we had an out-of-house artist complete the design for us. The thing that takes the longest time and needs the most communication is of course the very first image, so having this work done for you is actually a very good method. In his book, I'm sure there are a lot of rough concept images. I think it's interesting to compare them to the finished images. Miscellaneous. Katarina Armour and Siegmeyer of Katarina. Otsuka, did you all like fantasy before starting the project? Everyone. Of course, Miyazaki, everyone really loves it. There are a couple of people who also draw mechs, but I think it would be very difficult to work with someone who didn't like fantasy. It would be hard to communicate some of the more fantasy-based ideas. I don't have that problem with people like Mr. Nakamura or Mr. Satake. I've worked with Mr. Nakamura for a long time on both Armored Core and Demonsouls, and have always trusted him with the most important designs. I've also worked with Mr. Satake since Armored Core, and on this project he worked with the out-of-house artists, which basically meant he had to translate my abstract directions into something they might understand. I'm very grateful. Otsuka, there are some really unique weapons and suits of armor. Could we speak a little about them? Siegmeyer's armor is one that really stands out. Miyazaki, the Katarina armor was designed by Mr. Waragai. Long before we started work on the game, in fact not long after he joined the company, we actually asked him to produce a number of designs. Not for any specific project, but more as a kind of test to help us decide which development team to attach him to. During that period, I asked him to produce some fantasy armor, and among his designs there was a large, overweight character like Bazuso from Berserk. It was really distinctive with a spherical onion-shaped helmet, and I took to it immediately. Once we started working on Dark Souls and I began to outline Siegmeyer's character, and it seemed like a perfect fit, so I just used the design as it was. Otsuka, that's great. So does it have a special meaning for you since it was one of your first designs? Waragai, I suppose it does. I've always liked fantasy, but it wasn't until I started working on these designs that I really began to think about how the armor was put together. Then I started thinking, how would you construct armor for someone who was really overweight? And this design was the result. Miyazaki, although Siegmeyer isn't actually fat, it's just his armor. It's the strange little details like this that I really like about it. If there's one thing I regret about the Katarina armor is that I wasn't able to show the helmet opening. It's designed to do that, and I have a mental image of Siegmeyer popping it open and hungrily guzzling down some food. I just wasn't able to fit in anywhere in the game. I have to apologize to Mr. Waragai for that. Sieglinde, Otsuka, if you get the camera into just the right position, you can actually see inside Sieglinde's helmet. She's quite a looker, isn't she? Miyazaki, you did that? Waragai and the 3D artist he was working with made almost all of the NPC faces. Waragai, and in pretty short period of time, as I recall. Miyazaki, in my mind, Sieglinde was always a cute character. I specifically remember asking for that. Waragai, in the end, she turned out completely different, but at one point you asked me to make her look like Hermione. Miyazaki, eh? I said that. Surely I would have asked for Emma Watson. Anyway, I don't think she ended up resembling anyone in particular. Waragai, you definitely said it. I remember, because I'm also a fan. Otsuka, well, for some reason, I was certain that a handsome man and beautiful woman would emerge from that armor. Miyazaki, fairly early in development, I was actually talking about the game abroad when I blurted out something about her being beautiful. Once I'd done that, I couldn't go back on my word, could I? Waragai, although in the end you never see her face. Miyazaki, that's Dark Souls in a nutshell. In the end, they lost something of their initial resemblance to Bazuso, but I'm very happy with the way the two characters turned out. Siegmeyer's story, including his touching final scene, is actually enhanced by the fact that he's wearing that armor, don't you think? Or perhaps that's just me. In many ways, it's the complete opposite of the Katarina armor, but the set which best embodies Dark Souls' dark fantasy aesthetic and which was consequently featured on the box art is the Elite Knight armor. Hatsuyama designed it. I actually showed her the knight's armor from Demonsouls to use as reference and asked her to enhance it by adding features that weren't present in the initial design, such as the surcoat. I really wanted to bring out an air of nobility and refinement. Nakamura designed the knight's armor from Demonsouls, and it was such a great design that it actually gave us trouble when it came to trying to improve it. There were several times where we took it in entirely wrong directions, or when it started to look like an inferior copy rather than an improvement. Hatsuyama, I redrew it countless times, didn't I? Miyazaki, yes, we struggled at first, but I think the final design is great. In fact, when I find the armor in-game myself, I can't help but equip it for a while. With the blue surcoat and other additions, I really think it turned into a very cool design. Wanderer, Hunter, Warrior, and Bandit sets. Otsuka, and what about Mr. Nakamura's designs? Nakamura, in the early stages, I worked on the equipment for the Warrior, the Wanderer, the Hunter, and the Bandit classes. Miyazaki, for the Warrior, we wanted to move away from the traditional soldier class seen in Demon Souls and instead aim for something more like an adventurer. We used relatively simple image words of leather armor with metal plating and I suppose a little of Pan from Record of Lodos War. Nakamura, yes, he did come up. Miyazaki, it's not surprising, we're a similar age and both grew up with the series. Also, I assumed that players would spend a significant portion of the game using this armor, so we actually paid special attention to the back, as it's the part the players will be looking at the majority of the time. It's the same with Armored Core, we have to ensure that each and every camera angle shows the player some little detail or point of interest. We tried a number of different ideas, but in the end we actually settled on something very close to the initial idea. The final design walks that line between warrior and adventurer, so I'm really happy with it. Nakamura. When I started working on these 4 designs, I decided that I didn't want to just create a standard set of armor and swap parts around. Instead, I aimed to create something that, while not traditional, looks like it could exist. Designs that feel like they are from another world while being entirely plausible. It was actually a very difficult period of time for me. I was determined to have something substantial before I showed my designs to Mr. Miyazaki, to be able to explain my choices and defend them if needed. I worked on them intensively for a long time before I was finally ready to show them to anyone. In fact, as soon as I received the OK, I went straight home. Waragai, oh yeah, I remember that. The look of relief on your face as you left. Nakamura, up until then, I was practically sleeping at the office. Waragai, I remember your look of satisfaction as if to say, I've done it. Nakamura, I heard later that Satake and Miyazaki were discussing my designs over ramen and saying how pleased they were. Satake, yes, we did. Miyazaki, of course I remember too, that was a great moment. Otsuka, next is Mr. Satake. Satake, as far as equipment goes, the thorn armor. I remember it didn't start well at all. Miyazaki, I was quite rude about the first design that reached me, I apologize. Originally I asked for something like Hydra from Saint Seiya. I like the poignancy of that character, to have gone through such harsh training to earn his holy armor, and after all that, his special ability amounts to nothing more than some claws attached to his hands. You would be pretty crestfallen, wouldn't you? We talked like that a lot, but our images for the armor didn't match, so we spent a long time working on it. Satake, my first design was a huge guy covered in spikes, but that wasn't what you wanted at all, was it? Miyazaki, the design only began to take shape when we started talking about the trial of the 77 rings from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. In the first part of the manga, there are 2 characters called Tarkus and Bruford, who, in order to earn their knighthood, have to overcome the trial of the 77 rings. Each combatant wears a metal ring, and the winner takes the loser's, adding it to his own. They have to defeat 77 opponents, but with each victory, the number of rings they are forced to carry increases. It's a really cool idea, so we started talking about what it would be like to attach thorns to those rings. The final design was slightly different, but that's where it really started coming together, Solaire and the Iron Set. Miyazaki, on the other hand, the design for the Iron and Sun set went extremely smoothly. I really felt like we agreed on the main elements, the large sun symbol and the mismatched, almost handmade look, so the design emerged remarkably quickly. Satake, I never expected him to be raising his hands like that when I drew it though. Miyazaki, that pose was something I brought over from Demonsouls. It belonged to a holy man. Satake, we actually took to calling that his power, didn't we? Miyazaki, yes we did, although I think the 3D artists would have heard that more than the concept artists, or those people in charge of lighting and effects. At first we tried to explain it saying, you know, the light glows behind him like this, but in the end it was just easier to call it power. That pose actually carries some significance for me. In Demon Souls, that was a holy sign. When I presented the game to the rest of the company, I showed them the pose, and one of the higher-ups told me that it just wasn't cool enough. Of course, I told him I'd get rid of it, but I secretly kept it for later. So naturally, with this game, I was determined to use it. By the time I began thinking about Solaire's character, I had already decided that I was going to use it for the Sunlight Warriors Covenant. By using it for summons, it doesn't interfere with player action. I remember I actually acted the pose out so the artist could take pictures. The Dark Moon Knightess, Gwyndolin, and the Dark Moon Blades. Waragai, I'd like to ask about the Dark Moon Knightess. Miyazaki, her brass armor was actually one of the starting sets for a while. Unlike the other classes, I wanted to create something a little more unusual, and this was designed as a pagan knight, but it was too difficult to balance, so we gave it to the Knightess. However, that initial image remained. The majority of the people in the Dark Souls world follow the way of the White or Gwyn and the Sunlight Warriors Covenant, but there is another, far more secretive group who follow Gwyndolin and the Dark Moon. They have developed in almost complete isolation, so their customs and traditions are also completely different. The Dark Moon Knightess was designed around this idea. These ideas, the moon and purity, also carry with them something feminine. In fact, they obsess over the image of a maiden dancing in front of the moon and strive to capture this beauty. The brass armor's appearance, and indeed, the appearance of Gwyndolin himself, can be attributed to this. Nakamura, the skirt-like garment he wears on his lower half, for example, represents female menstruation. An interesting thing is that I actually made his head a little bigger than usual. When Mr. Miyazaki saw it, he was delighted, saying that it made him look like a little girl and that I had to keep it. Waragai. Huh? Ha ha ha. Miyazaki, it's not what you think. Ha ha. Nakamura. To be honest, I just made a mistake when I copy-pasted it. Miyazaki. Yeah, I did say that, didn't I? When I first saw that you'd made his head that size, I thought you were a genius. But the fact that it was just an accident, I was hoping you'd take that to the grave. I'm very happy that our feminine image for the Dark Moon Covenant made it into the game intact. Dom Hall of Xena and the Avalyn. Nakamura. What about the Trickster set? Otsuka. Domnall of Xena's equipment, right? Waragai. Initially, he was conceived as an elusive purveyor of rare objects. Miyazaki. Yes, a character like that is actually very easy to fit into the game. You can essentially place him anywhere and move him about wherever you want to. Mr. Waragai took care of the design, but it wasn't until he added glasses that the character started to emerge. Waragai. I agree. There are actually a number of examples of armor with glasses attached to them, so I just used those as a base for the design. At first glance, the character may look eccentric, but his armor is actually quite typical of suits worn in Central Europe in the late Middle Ages. Just a chainmail, a surcoat, and leather boots. Miyazaki. I was adamant that he should be carrying a lot of things. I think Waragai did an admirable job. Even in this world, where money has lost its value, he holds on to these precious objects and carries them along. Nakamura. Talking of Domnall, didn't we design a weapon for him, the triple crossbow? I really liked it. It was very unique, especially when compared to the other weapons in the game. Miyazaki. The triple crossbow, you mean the Avalyn? Unfortunately, I had to move the it to the Duke's archives. Otsuka. Avalyn was originally Domnall's weapon? I really like the name. Where did that come from? Miyazaki. I think there was a reason behind it, but I've forgotten. At least that's what I'm going to tell you. I was fully aware when we were designing it that the detail and complexity of the weapon wouldn't come across in the game, but I specifically remember saying that we'll probably make an art book in the future, so let's just make it. I'm glad we were able to realize that dream. Waragai. Make sure you make it really big, so as soon as you open the book, bam! I don't work in that area much myself, but designing weapons looks like a lot of fun. The Avalyn would have to be my favorite, but I also love the design of the Dragonslayer spear. Dragonslayer spear. Otsuka, that's Ornstein's spear, isn't it? Nakamura, we talked at length about that, and about how you could pierce through the tough dragon scales. Miyazaki, there's only so much you can do with a spear, so it can be difficult to design, but once we hit upon the idea of using your body weight, the design emerged pretty quickly. Nakamura, yes, the shape of the weapon was based entirely around the idea of stabbing the dragon and then using all your body's weight to force the spear deeper. Miyazaki, I like the dragon weapons, especially the Drake Sword and the Moonlight Greatsword. I'm really happy with the way they turned out. Hataisuma, I'm pretty sure I designed one of those. Miyazaki, ah yes, one of the early designs. I thought the Dragon Slayer Greatbow looked great, and once we added the animation, it really came together. Dragon Tooth. Satake, I'm fond of the Dragon Tooth. Waragai, although I've heard some of the users calling it the fried chicken. They say it looks like you're carrying a giant piece of fossilized chicken. Miyazaki, no comment. Satake, I love the simplicity of the design. There's something really cool about it. Shield Community Contest and shields. Otsuka, how about the shields? I know you actually held a contest so the fans could submit their designs. Miyazaki, well, shields are the opposite to spears in terms of design. You have a great deal of room to create something expressive and unique, and because of that, we were able to hold this type of user contest. It was a great success, actually. The quality was exceptionally high, and there were lots of ideas that we simply wouldn't have come up with ourselves. Despite the fact that the contest was only open to Japanese fans, we were overwhelmed with fantastic designs, far more than we could ever hope to put into the game. Designs like the owl shield really gave me some trouble. I simply couldn't decide, and in the end I forced to leave it out. I regret that we weren't able to use more of the designs. Perhaps if we had started the process sooner, we would have been able to, but it just wasn't possible. I suppose the last thing about the contest is that we didn't really give the entrants any directions. I thought it would be far better to just let the entrants use their own imagination. Anyway, onto the designs we created in-house. What do you think of them? Personally, I really like the simplicity of the sunlight shield. Waragai. I like the dragon crest shield. Satake. I like the items that emanate that eerie glow. Miyazaki. You mean the crystal ring shield? I must admit, I wasn't entirely happy with how that turned out. Waragai. Perhaps, but I think it's a really great design. Satake. If you combine it with the moonlight greatsword, it looks fantastic. Waragai. Like Ultraman's Ultra Slash, right? Miyazaki. That's right. That's exactly how I tried to explain it to the artist, but he had no idea what I was talking about. I really felt the generation gap when that happened. Armor of Favor. Otsuka, looking at the equipment and armor from that game as a whole, how do you feel about them? Miyazaki. Well, this is going to get a little abstract, but I really like equipment that shows feeling or emotion. The best example of this would be the Armor of Favor. I mean, armor the only thing you have to depend on when you step onto a battlefield. So I really wanted players to say, I trust this with my life. Whether it's a sword, shield, or armor, I want it to evoke some kind of feeling, and to do that sincerely, be it the devotion of the wearer or the hopes and dreams of the one who made it. I went into all the designs with that in mind, and while I wasn't able to get that into every single one of them, I feel I wasn't entirely unsuccessful. Of course, this doesn't just apply to the aesthetics. The game systems must also be constructed around this idea. It's something I always strive for, a theme that carries through everything I do. Otsuka. So you'd like the players to find a weapon or piece of armor they like and just stick with it. Miyazaki. I'd be delighted if that were the case. This strays from art design a little, but with the weapon upgrades we made sure that there was one upgrade path that preserves not only the weapon's name, but also the motion and timing. I wanted people to be able to continue to use their favorite weapons, so I made this an option. Dragon Torso Stone. Otsuka. Of course, once you've created the art, you have to add the animation. Was there anything that gave you trouble during this stage? Miyazaki. The way I prefer to work is that once the concept design is finished, I'll always gather together everyone involved with a particular character to talk through all of our ideas and ultimately decide where we want to take it. That means that for each and every character, I get the artist, animator, effect and sound designer, AI planner and programmer, and all the concept artists. While there might be some small areas that need work, there was never anything that differed wildly from my initial image. One animation that I'll always remember is when the play activates the Dragon Torso Stone. I actually acted the motion out for the animators, but when they showed me the finished animation, I didn't like it. He wouldn't move like this, I said, to which they replied, but this is how you showed us, I'm sure of it. And of course everyone agreed with them. I was a bit embarrassed, but that awkward, jerky motion actually conveys what it would be like if a human was trying to force him or herself to become a dragon. So in the end, after some slight adjustments, I gave it the OK. Dogs. Otsuka. How about the dogs in the depths? I actually found their movement a little unsettling. Miyazaki. Yes, they weren't originally supposed to move like that, but just as you say, it gave them a very unsettling quality, so I left it in. If everything goes exactly as you plan, that unsettling element, that disgust, is very difficult to create, and you end up with a game that doesn't surprise or shock the player. It's very difficult to manufacture, so it needs some stimulus, some mistake that you can utilize and turn to your advantage. I suppose in the end, it's all about being receptive to failures as well as successes. Dark Hand. Satake. I'll always remember the Dark Hand's soul drain attack. This was the first thing Mr. Miyazaki tried to explain to me, and the first time I found myself on the receiving end of his acting. He was saying I want it to be like this, while acting out the motion, and of course I had no idea what he was doing. Miyazaki, yes, that can happen, but as I said before, it's really a chance to hear everyone's ideas and get us all thinking on the same wavelength. I like to encourage everyone to contribute their ideas, no matter how trivial, because from those some, great ideas will emerge. For example, having characters imprisoned inside a crystal golem. The lead artist actually came up with that idea. While we may end up using less than 10% of these ideas, I still think it's an important exercise. Of course, we could just say, you go away and think about these 20 enemies, but I prefer coming up with ideas together, having everyone contribute and develop the concept together. Although too many cooks can spoil the broth, haha. Cinematic intro. Satake, we actually used motion capture for the pre-rendered movie, but in the sections where it differed from Mr. Miyazaki's image, he would act it out himself. Such as the part where Nito opens his hand, we reshot that many times. Also the part where the maiden takes the fire, originally she just took in her hand, but Miyazaki wanted it to look more like a prayer. We reshot that part many times too. Miyazaki. Yes, I wanted her to take it gently, as if she was protecting something very important and delicate from being broken. It took a long time to achieve that. No matter how many times we reshot it, it always looked like it was going to break. Actually, right after working through the night on that, I was flying from Haneda to America. I remember someone asking, "Where are you going to sleep?" And I decided I'd be fine just sleeping on the plane, but I wasn't fine at all. It was absolutely awful. I learned a huge amount from working on Dark Souls' pre-rendered intro. At that point, we were much more experienced working on mech games like Armored Core, and I think that lack of experience with fantasy games hindered us a little, but there are things I really like about it. Seath scene or the part where Nito raises his hands are my favorites. I think they came together really well. Otsuka. Lastly, I'd like to ask about the cover art. Miyazaki. This was another area that gave us some trouble. Since she designed the Elite Knight armor, I asked Hatsuyama to design the cover. The cover features the player character and the bonfire, but it's the darkness behind the two that is the key to the design. Explaining this darkness was difficult without getting extremely abstract. Satake. It was really interesting seeing the design develop. At first, the night and the bonfire were arranged very differently, sort of separate from each other. But Nakamura started talking about facing the shadows and how to have the viewer feel the depth of that darkness. Hatsuyama's original design was adjusted again and again, until we were looking form directly behind the character into the darkness. It's actually the opposite of most cover arts, isn't it? Nakamura. Your proximity to the darkness and the impending sense of dread and anticipation, we tried to capture all that in the design. Miyazaki. I think that really comes across when you see the art blown up into a poster. Although, speaking honestly, as a cover, it does have some problems. I think it comes across as more of a product more than a game, although I do like the image and I was the one who suggested it, so I'm responsible for the way it turned out. Satake. Yes, I really think Hatsuyama overcame a difficult challenge. Taking advice from various people, but at the same time producing something that is all her own. Miyazaki. Yes, I agree. That's something I really like about the image. It's interesting to compare it to the cover art used abroad. I'm sure it's shown somewhere in this book. It's completely different. I just gave them all the materials and took no further part in the design, so I was actually really looking forward to seeing the results. I was really surprised. I thought the finished cover looked really cool, especially the cover used for the special edition. Hatsuyama. When designing our cover, I have to admit, I was at a complete loss as to what to do. I was told I had to face the darkness inside myself, which didn't really help at all. Miyazaki. Really? I didn't think I'd say such an abstract thing. Hatsuyama. It was Satake who told me that. I didn't know how to react. Satake. Ah yes, I say things like that from time to time, then Mr. Nakamura has to fill in the gaps. Nakamura. Yes, I'm like a translator, aren't I? Hatsuyama. But I was really in trouble. I didn't understand what Satake was trying to say. Miyazaki. Oh dear Mr. Satake. Ha 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 ha. Satake. Thankfully we were able to talk through all those problems. Hatsuyama. Yes, I feel like I learned a lot while working on Dark Souls. Miyazaki. It turned out fine in the end. Hatsuyama. It really did. When I look back on everything we did, I feel a huge sense of achievement. Miyazaki. In closing, I just want to say that the 4 artists here and 2 others not present were the entirety of the concept art team. With only 6 people, we had to rely on out-of-house artists, but their job was mostly just cleaning up our rough images. Almost all of the actual concept design work was done by just this handful of people. That may surprise some you, and we certainly encountered difficulties because the team was so small, but I also believe that there are things that could only be achieved by a small team like this. It was difficult to balance, and as artists, I'm sure you'd prefer to tighten up your own designs, so I'm sorry that you weren't able to. Nakamura. Not at all, I think you really created an excellent environment to concentrate interesting ideas on. Miyazaki. I'm glad you don't hold that against me. I truly enjoyed my role in developing the concepts and collaborating together with the artists and working together to shape the designs. I really think that looking at the game as a whole, we were hugely successful. Oh, and I'd also like to thank Enterbrain for producing the art book. Otsuka. Thank you very much. 2012/02/28 Miyazaki, who gave birth to a world-class hit, Dark Soul, from inexperienced game production. From a foreign-affiliated IT company to the game industry, the opportunity of changing jobs. Gigazine, hereinafter, G. Mr. Miyazaki says that he moved from outside the game industry and joined the From Software. But what kind of work did he do before? Miyazaki, I worked at a foreign-owned IT company. At first I was an analyst with support, then I was an account manager. G. From what I was there was the opportunity to change jobs to the game industry. Miyazaki, simply I wanted to make a game from the beginning. So while I was a new graduate, I was receiving a game company, but at that time it was something I needed a settled amount of money. So in the end I chose not to be a game company, I selected a foreign-affiliated IT company. I got it. So I worked for a little over 3 years, and I managed to solve the circumstances earlier, so I wanted to realize my original feeling again. Nonetheless, the former company was a pretty good company. I wanted to have a job, and I was also blessed with my colleagues. So I was rather lost. It was just before the age of 30, and I wonder if I could throw away the current situation without any dissatisfaction to jump into a totally unexperienced world. On the other hand, it is also true that I felt the limits to myself at that time. In an essential sense, is it said that you are not interested in your work? Even in the original company, there are some people around me who are interested in their work, in an essential sense. Those people thought about something that would lead to a job somewhere, not even working hours. It was natural, especially painful, leading to a solid outcome. However, this is a story by people, not necessarily that such things are good. Dividing work and private and making it private and fulfilling is a sufficiently attractive option. But I thought that I wanted to devote myself to a work that is inherently interesting. Not at that time. So for me, the answer when thinking about something was to make a game. G. Compared with those who enjoyed working, did you feel something like a part you cannot win? Miyazaki. It is close to envying rather than winning. I myself never felt that my work was not fun. Learning fulfilled curiosity, and there was sense of accomplishment in solution and completion. However, they are only forced to work on necessity. There is a difference from those who do not, and there is such a muya-yoya whether it becomes superficial each time. Experience with board games and game books. G. Originally I told you that I liked the game. What kind of game did you like? Miyazaki. Originally it was an analog game. Because the parents were tough, as for the digital game, since it was only a PC game until middle-aged, I bought a so-called game machine since I started living alone at the university. I think that it was a Super Nintendo at that time, but I am really into it from there. Laugh. G. When we say analog games, Dungeons and Dragons, is it table talk, RPG-like? Miyazaki. That's the case with TRPG, and it is kind of a so-called board game and card game. From the old simulation game, Catan, or a German board game represented by Magic the Gathering, and other acquire Cosmic Encounter Diplomacy, Puerto Rico, Puppet Dominion. It was my favorite. G. The work called Dark Soul has a so-called dark fantasy world view, but it is said that familiarity with the dark fantasy world has existed before entering the game industry. Miyazaki. I agree. In the interview, I will answer regularly, but the original experience of such things is sorcery. What is it? It is an answer that I do not appreciate for some reason, but it really is so Helm. G. Is there something that is being referred to about the world view of dark fantasy? Miyazaki. I will not base on any specific work, nor will I make games from the world perspective, since I will first make the concept from the mechanism of the game thinking. The view of the world chooses the one that suits it and will arrange it accordingly. In that sense, I think that it is a dark fantasy theme that is easy to handle for me, easy to match with the game. Well, though it is a favorite theme, it is as long as it does not conflict with the game nature, but it makes it strangely, but it puts it to my hobby. LOL. Why was it From Software? G. Why did you choose a company called From Software in entering the game industry? Miyazaki. Well, I think that there is another ideal answer in such a case, but answer honestly very much. In the first place, there were quite a few game companies that would adopt people named industry inexperienced planners just before age 30, at that time. That one of them was From Software. The title being released was the most suitable for my taste, and some were playing, so it is actually that I first accepted it as a bad guy. Even though I think objectively, I thought there would be difficult parts. G. From that time, was there something like the image, I want to make such a game? Miyazaki. Yes, there were several. Some of them are linked to Demon Soul and Dark Soul. G. What was your first job involved in From Software? Miyazaki. Armored Core Last Raven is. I do not know the right or left yet, and I am a member of the newcomer at the time, and I have memories that I first started from enemy AI. Speaking of why enemy AI is probably, I think that he took into consideration that the former job was ITIG. Is it the same treatment as those who came in as new employees in that year? Miyazaki. I agree. I joined the company in September, but I think that treatments including salaries were the same. Rather, I was behind half a year late, so it was hard to do various things. G. Since it is a mid-career recruitment, you have a job title from the beginning. Or is there no such thing? Miyazaki. Yes, originally it was such a condition. After receiving a freshman training, immediately OJT. It was a feeling. But in The Last Raven, I was allowed to experience various parts for the first time from the enemy AI. Mission design, game progression, text. It was definitely a description of Raven, and menus and parameters, etc. are each little by little, but you can do it all the way. What is game production? Understand the foundation. You got it. Exceptional picking and its cause. G. Armored Core. Last Raven released in 2005. Demon's Soul is released on February 5, 2009, so it's roughly 4 years apart. Miyazaki. Since the participation of The Last Raven is from the middle stage of development, I think that it is about 5 years. G. Although it is said that it was treated the same as a new employee at the beginning, from 4 to 5 years from there, it is not so quickly that the director is exceptional. Is there anything else that has come to be trusted so far? Miyazaki. Well, honestly, I do not understand. I'm sorry. However, I think that it was not myself what it was, and the part caused by external factors was great. For example, is it a good opportunity? I was the director, Armored Core 4. From the midst of prototype production, if there were no situations requiring a new director there, the current situation would have been impossible. Also, even if it was The Last Raven ahead, I was allowed to experience various parts because it was a so-called sequel to this title, and I had a relatively stable game system and engine. I think that it will be said that they were both fortunate. To put it in other words. G. In Armored Core 4, the platform itself changed from PS2 to PS3. Miyazaki. Yes, it was almost time to become a launch title, so it was hard to start with PS3. I am somewhat unfamiliar, or there is a simple power shortage. There is a sorry memory that I had trouble very much while troubling various people. I did not expect to sell like this. G. Although Demon's Soul was released at the beginning, it is totally a new title, and he talks in an interview that he did not expect to sell up to here. Miyazaki. Well, I think that no one thought, because we did not think at all either. Although it is a strange story, if there is an official saying, I thought that I could get there from that time. I think that he is a liar with a high probability. LOL. G. In fact, however, in North America it exceeds 500,000, and the total number of sales has exceeded 1 million in the whole world. Were they considered conscious of overseas deployment during development? Miyazaki. I was not conscious. There is no such thing. It is not a story of gaming nature. It is specifications such as blood option, like supposed to be overseas, use of fixed form sentence in message, etc. G. That means that it was made easy to localize. Miyazaki. That's right. However, it is about to make it possible to do well when overseas release is decided. In the first place, it seems that it seems to be severe, or you do not know whether it can be released overseas. G. Then it can be said that it was unexpected, that the explosive sale in North America was unexpected. Miyazaki. Yes, this is only speculation, but I think that it was true even for Atlas who sold in North America. G. What kind of place did you think was accepted? Miyazaki. To be honest, I am not completely confident in analyzing. If you dare to say in Demon's Soul, I think that there is something that constructs game-like or interesting parts before the east-west of ocean, with the common values of so-called game lovers. Wizardry, it is a very simple and primitive game property that many of the classic games such as had. So as a result, the cultural dependence of the game is low. I wonder if it was accepted in Japan as well as overseas in the same way. I think that this is also common to Dark Soul. G. Does that mean that it is a game created for core gamers? Miyazaki. I do not think about core too much. Core is caught as if it is a game for so-called games are good, that requires a great technique, but what we are aiming for is not so game lovers. Anyone can enjoy it if there is one. Although both Demon's Soul and Dark Soul are games with a high degree of difficulty, you can challenge it with actions and techniques, but otherwise you can challenge it with observation, learning and ingenuity. Even if you are not good at action, I am aiming for such a game. However, especially in Dark Soul, there were problems with various problems including defects immediately after release, which caused inconvenience to the user. Since it is different from the purpose of this interview, I will not touch it in detail, but I think that I really apologized. Extension of simultaneous coexistence. G. Demon's Soul felt it was a title with quite special game characteristics in various parts. But what was the concept at the time of development? Miyazaki. There were two major concepts. One is, let's raise the fun of the classic RPG with the latest technology. It is like that. This is already a very ordinary story. PS3 in the latest format, not to be strange, to make a classic RPG firmly. The theme here was the concept of accomplishment. The other, though it is not enough stimulation, something fresh stimulation. It is necessary that it is necessary network realization. It is something to do. The feature here is that this stimulus is intended to enrich the classic RPG, more specifically single play, to the last, so that network elements should avoid becoming various loads and obstructions it was. G. At CDEC held in September 2011, a lecture by a person from the development team of Ninja Royale. Although there was, that person liked Demon's Soul and was talking that social part can also be felt. Even if you actually played, the connection of loose feeling of Demon's Soul that you write letters on the ground and the past play of other players is replayed is a kind of online game played like a so-called MMORPG. I felt like I did not want to feel it. Miyazaki. I agree. I think there are social aspects. I often talk about wanting to reduce the communication load, but simply speaking, I would like to bring it closer to email rather than telephone. Rather than talking on the phone, it is easier to send an email and the psychological burden will be lower. So everyone uses email. In another, more abstract way of saying, the network concept of Demon's Soul is expansion of simultaneity of communication. Basics of communication, this is oral communication, but basically it is basically the same place at the same time. But when considering expansion of this, the network in the game at that time, the coexistence greatly extended, I thought that there are still a lot of untouched parts about simultaneity. The result is so-called asynchronous communication, that is, expansion of simultaneity. I was promoting the development with the logic that, as a result, this was very good compatibility with severe game properties. I thought that would be the case, but I can remember that while gradually developing it, I remember being quietly relieved. In the sense that I tried to play, as many people say, I feel that I'm poking an exquisite place as a game balance. Miyazaki, I will be saved if you say so, lol. There is no dissatisfaction with current RPG. Do you have any feeling that you are dissatisfied or inconclusive about the current direction of RPG in Japan? Miyazaki, there is nothing in particular. As one gamer, there are many things to play normally. This is also a dark color as one gamer, but in the first place, how much do we need to match such directions? I also think so. Of course, you can also see the merits of sharing direction. Techniques and knowledge will accumulate, and it will be easier for friends to work hard. And I think that there is also a height that reaches the first time. It is the most pleasing situation that there is such a thing on the one hand. Another interesting game which faced another direction. Others are irritating each other. Is that what you are likely to get angry? Message to people who want to make games. Finally, please give a message to those who think I want to make games from now on. Miyazaki. I agree. To say it, there is nothing to recommend to Hiroki everyone. LOL. For example, when talking to a student by recruiting new graduates, I will tell you that if you want to succeed, or want to earn money, or if that is your top priority, you should choose others. Of course, we cannot succeed in making games or earn money, but more important things are not in game making itself. It is difficult to do various things, because it is painful for me to make games. If you are a planner, you have to keep on asking yourself, is it okay with this, or is it really fun? And that the result of continuing thinking worries, then is boring. There are many, so if I do not have a strong desire to create games, I do not think it will be worth the price. On the contrary, if you have such a strong feeling, I'd like you to make a game by all means. It's fun to lose. Even though thinking of working together, I would like to cooperate with those who really like games and want to make interesting games, and our company, From Software, also seems to be an attractive place for those people. I think that I have to make an effort. Mr. Miyazaki himself, is your work now fun now? Miyazaki. Yes, it is very fun. I do not mean that there is no hard work, but I do not regret at all. In that sense, the most scary thing right now is how much more opportunities are there as game makers. I see. Thank you for today. 2012/08/30. Dark Souls interview, Hardmaster, Game Central. How surprised are you by the success of Dark Souls? Not just in terms of the number of units sold, but the passion and dedication of players, many of which are not necessarily hardcore gamers. Miyazaki. It was really a huge surprise for me, and I did not expect the success at all. You could imagine how unpredictable it was for me, as I still cannot exactly describe it, just saying huge surprise here. Are you happy to describe Dark Souls as a difficult game? How much does that reputation put off people, and how many do you find see it as a challenge? In your experience, do casual gamers really want their games to always be so easy? Or is that just them being patronized by games companies? Miyazaki, I personally want my games to be described as satisfying, rather than difficult. As a matter of fact, I am aiming at giving players sense of accomplishment in the use of difficulty. Having said that, however, it is true that Dark Souls is rather difficult, and a number of people may hesitate to play. This fact is really sad to me, and I am thinking about how to make everyone complete the game while maintaining the current difficulty and carefully send all gamers the messages behind it. However, I suppose gamers do not particularly prefer easy games. What they want is interesting and worthwhile games to play, so I think it is natural that hindrance or stress that does not attribute to such interesting and worthwhile elements will be removed in the end. If the number of easy games is increasing nowadays, I guess it is because difficulty is not related to interesting and worthwhile game elements in many games among players. How do you feel when Western developers like Cliff Bleszinski specifically refer to Dark Souls as a game they want to emulate in terms of challenging their players? Do you think this will be just a passing phase or a lasting change in how video games are designed? Miyazaki, Gears of War is one of my favorite games that I immersed myself in playing for a long time, and Mr. Cliff Bleszinski is one of the greatest game creators that I respect. So it is an honor to me that he mentioned Dark Souls as a game he wants to emulate. Although I do not exactly know what Mr. Cliff Bleszinski meant at the time, I am happy if he mentions Dark Souls as a good example that all game creators should refer to all time. GC, how important is it that video games are skill-based? Apart from a small subset of story or strategy-based games, testing your motor skills used to be the primary attraction of playing a video game. But that's no longer the case. Was that change always necessary to expand the gaming audience, and have things gone too far now? Miyazaki, I believe this question on whether games need to require skills is associated with what elements are required for games in order to offer interest or value to play. Interest and value in games and elements required to offer the interest and value are, I suppose, shifting by clashing between diverse and conventional moves. The change you mentioned towards skill-based games is also one of the moves, and I do not think that is a dead rock, so the change would not be something to be avoided. I personally believe that a general shift exists because it would be more exciting and interesting. GC, the online options for Dark Souls have also been extremely influential. What was your thinking behind those? How important to the atmosphere is it that you can't communicate directly with another player, and were you tempted to change any of this in the PC version? Miyazaki, as you pointed out, the online mode of Dark Souls is peculiar. I believe this peculiarity results in adding originally to the universe and game experience of Dark Souls, and can guarantee that the PC version also takes over this peculiarity. GC, was the PC version really not an option until the fan petition? How surprised were Namco Bandai at the support for the game, and did the demands for a PC version change their views on the popularity of the franchise as a whole? Miyazaki, I confess that we did not plan to create the PC version at all on our development schedule, so the petition campaign was absolutely big surprise for us. I believe that the petition was one of the main factors that we finally determined on creating the PC version. GC, there was some suggestion that the new content in the Prepare to Die edition was left out from the original game due to frame rate and other technical problems. Is there any truth to that, and if not, how was the new content arrived at? Miyazaki, no, that is not true. The same additional content in Prepare to Die edition are also supplied with the console version. GC, what are your plans for the continuation of the Dark Souls franchise? Will there be any more DLC? If you are contemplating any sequel, would that be for current-gen consoles or next-gen hardware? Miyazaki, even if a sequel of Dark Souls is decided to be created, it is still uncertain whether I will be chosen to get involved in the development, since the decision-maker is not me, so I better not say anything about the uncertainty. If I reveal my unprepared opinion here, the decision-makers may scold me. GC, Dark Souls was voted the best game of 2011 by Game Central readers and is still regularly discussed on our letter pages long after other contemporary games have been forgotten. Many readers comment about how they think about the game and come up with strategies for it even when not playing. How do you explain that level of investment and immersion in the game? And do you have a special message for our readers? Miyazaki, that is a sheer pleasure for me as a director of Dark Souls. I, as a gamer, understand passion to discuss favorite games. That is why I feel so happy to the fact that I could offer such passion and immersion to gamers, even if it is a little. At first, all I would like to send to your readers is gratitude. Our development staff, including me, also thanks that a lot of wonderful fans love Dark Souls all over the world. Finally, I would like to send your readers my determination. As long as there is a chance to create games, I promise you to offer more interesting and immersing games that will be always a hot topic among you guys. 2012/11/02 Dark Souls Miyazaki talks Artorias of the Abyss. IGN, the Artorias of the Abyss DLC takes place in Ulakyle, a kingdom introduced through a pendant. Can you explain the setting? Hidetaka Miyazaki. Ulakyle is a kingdom of sorcery that was ruined when the original story unfolded. The DLC is set about 100 years before that. In Ulakyle, sorceries are peculiar light spells, different from the common ones in the main game. IGN. In this DLC, we see dark magic and pyromancies that are much stronger. How does that fit with the game's theme? Miyazaki. One of Dark Souls' main themes is fire and dark, and the light spells in Ulakyle also contain darkness, which leads to the abyss. The darkness is a key element in the additional content. IGN. The story of Knight Artorias is tied up in this DLC, but there are some contradictory details about his past. Can you clarify? Miyazaki. There's no contradiction. The lore about Artorias from the original story is very old, so it's uncertain. By experiencing the DLC, players get a new perspective. This is how lore works. It evolves and becomes more intriguing. IGN. The final boss, Manus, seems to answer many questions about the Dark Soul. Is he connected to the pendant that became a focal point of speculation? Miyazaki. That's an interesting idea, but I didn't include that meaning. As for the original pendant, I did intend it as a bit of a prank. IGN. The DLC introduces several new weapons, like the Tracer set. Which ones would you like players to notice? Miyazaki. The Tracers are a good choice. Since Dark Souls already has basic weapons, the additional ones reflect more specific images of their users. The Tracers in particular show a unique handling style. IGN. The Gravelord Covenant is an ongoing mystery. Is it true that Black Phantoms only appear in NG+? Miyazaki. That's almost true. In Dark Souls, enemy placement is fixed, so we wanted the Gravelord Covenant to introduce something new on the second playthrough. In hindsight, I think we could have done better with it. IGN. You introduced a huge seamless map in Dark Souls, unlike Demon Souls. When did this idea emerge? Miyazaki. I started thinking about a huge connected map during the late stages of Demon Souls, but it wasn't planned for that game. From the start of Dark Souls, I aimed to create a seamless map. IGN. Characters like Salaman are only mentioned by name. Did they ever have a fleshed-out history? Miyazaki. Salaman is important in the story of pyromancy, but not directly in Dark Souls. His character was created to introduce the concept of pyromancy, and while he didn't appear in the original game, he's one of my favorite characters. IGN. Why do you include cheerful characters like Laurentius in such a grim world? Miyazaki. I like the idea of serious characters being like seedlings scattered in wastelands, hiding their sorrow. Sometimes those seeds bloom unexpectedly. I believe that some of their endings were what the characters truly hoped for. IGN. There's a lot of veneration of femininity in the iconography of Dark Souls, like the Firekeepers and Guinevere. What's the inspiration behind this? Miyazaki. I'm attracted to the idea of motherhood and huge women as expressions of generous motherhood. One of my favorite Japanese cartoons, Yasuragi no Yakata by Fujiko Fujio, features a huge woman briefly. The Firekeepers probably stem from a similar illusion I have about women. IGN. Dark Souls is filled with tiny details that many players may never notice. Do you enjoy creating such intricate designs? Miyazaki. I'm glad if users think so. I want Dark Souls to be a broad exploration game with hidden details that reward depth. I also enjoy adding those details. It's my way of communicating with the players. IGN. With the success of Dark Souls and the DLC, is there more additional content planned? Miyazaki. We have no plans for more DLC at the moment. IGN. Is there anything you can say about a sequel? Miyazaki. I can't comment on sequels yet. It's uncertain whether I'll be involved, and I don't want to create confusion by saying something wrong at this stage. Dark Souls 2, 2012/12/19. If Ds 1 was set in the North Pole, Ds 2 would be in the South Pole, Famitsu. Famitsu. Dark Souls 2 is announced as a sequel, but is there a direct connection between the two games' stories? Hidetaka Miyazaki. There's no direct connection in the story, but the two games share a similar core. Famitsu. How do you define that core? Miyazaki. The core lies in the difficulty level, how you achieve things in-game, and the concepts behind the mechanics and level design. Outside of that, I believe it's better to leave the details to the new director. Famitsu. How much freedom is the new director, Tomohiro Shibuya, given? Miyazaki. There's a lot around that core we need to fix or adjust, but individual touches, like the world setting and artwork, are left mostly to his discretion. Famitsu. The Dark Souls 2 trailer focuses on solitude and desperation. Was that intentional? Tomohiro Shibuya. Yes, those are core themes from the previous games, and we wanted to convey that in the trailer. We made sure these themes would resonate with both Japanese and overseas gamers. Famitsu, can you elaborate on the new setting in Dark Souls 2? Shibuya, the game is set in a different part of the same world. If the first game was set in the North Pole, this one would be in the South Pole. However, there's no direct connection in terms of story. Famitsu, you mentioned that time is a central theme for the new game. Can you share more about that? Shibuya, I can't give concrete details yet, but time is a key concept. We hope players will use their imagination for now. Famitsu, Dark Souls 2 will feature dedicated multiplayer servers. How will that impact the online experience? Shibuya, dedicated servers allow us to retain player data, making it easier to share with others. We're aiming to evolve the asynchronous online support from the previous game, potentially allowing more direct player interaction. Miyazaki, I think having dedicated servers will open up a lot of new possibilities for Dark Souls 2. There were things I wished we could have done in the original if we had those servers, so I'm a little envious of the new director. Famitsu, with the success of the first game, there's a lot of pressure on the team for Dark Souls 2. How do you feel about that? Shibuya, we see the original Dark Souls as our biggest rival. It's a huge presence in our minds, and we feel the pressure, but we're working hard to surpass what we've accomplished. 2012/12/22, why Miyazaki will no longer be the director, for Gamer, Google Translate. Dark Souls 2 being produced under a new system. Famitsu, with the success of the first game, there's a lot of pressure on the team for Dark Souls 2. How do you feel about that? For Gamer, thank you for joining us today. Miyazaki, thank you very much. For Gamer, I was very surprised when I heard earlier that Miyazaki-san will not be directly involved in the development of Dark Souls 2. Miyazaki, yes, Shibuya will be the director of Dark Souls 2. He has mainly worked on the Another Centuries episode series and most recently R. For Gamer. But then, what will happen to Miyazaki? Miyazaki, what will happen sounds like a big deal, laughs. This time his title will be Supervisor. Is it something like Supervision? For Gamer. But after all, the Dark Souls series is all about Miyazaki, and I think there are many players who are worried about Miyazaki, who created Demonsouls and Dark Souls, leaving the series. Miyazaki? What do you think about that? Anyway, I don't think there's any need to feel anxious in that sense. Director Shibuya is a developer with far more experience and track record than I am, and he understands the aims and subtle nuances of Dark Souls, so I think it's okay to trust him first. For Gamer, first of all, why did Miyazaki leave the development of Dark Souls 2? Miyazaki, ultimately, it's the company's decision. I personally have a lot to learn from Dark Souls, and I have a lot of feelings and things to gain from it, so it would be a lie to say that I'm not sad. For Gamer, that's true. Miyazaki, however, the change of director itself is not a particularly negative thing. I'm hesitant to say it myself, but I think the game base of Dark Souls has great potential, and I hope that this time will be an opportunity to free that potential from my own narrow frame limitations. As someone who created the game base of Dark Souls, I would like to see that potential. And on a different axis, I'm also working on something else as a director. For Gamer, eh? That seems like quite a bit of news in itself. Is it okay to write about that? Miyazaki, well, I think it's fine. It would be unnatural to say that I'm not making anything. However, I'm not at the stage where I can say anything more than that, and since this is about Dark Souls 2, let's leave it at that. For Gamer. So going back to the topic, your title in Dark Souls 2 will be Supervisor. What exactly will your role be? Miyazaki, there are two main roles. One is to decide the general policy of Dark Souls 2. For Gamer, is that a so-called producer-like job? Miyazaki, it's a little different. I feel like I only did the first part of the producer's job. My role here is, to put it bluntly, to decide at the beginning that it would be quicker if I were to be selfish. It's about whether there is a sufficient budget, the production period, including testing and things like that. And if we're talking about something a little closer to the users, it's also about, let's set up a game server this time. Or, a little off-topic, Let's stop making DLC that sells weapons and items separately, and things like that. 4 Gamer, what is the other role? Miyazaki. I don't like it because it sounds a bit bossy, but it's what we call supervision. In particular, regarding game mechanics, I firmly convey the core that should not be left out as a sequel to Dark Souls, and the many regrets that I or we, the development team of the previous work, had. And when there is a discrepancy, I explain the concept again and ask them to consider correcting it. In fact, that has already happened several times, and depending on the situation, I think we may reconsider the area of supervision. 4 Gamer. So you will not give direct instructions, but will instead take an indirect position. Miyazaki. I don't intend to interfere more than necessary. After all, games should ultimately be made by the unified will of the director, and I think that will lead to better results. I think there are many parts that need to be corrected, improved, or organized around the core that I mentioned earlier, and as for the world view, story, artwork, etc., it is often a matter of personal taste, or likes and dislikes, so I am careful not to interfere. However, I will repeat myself, but Shibuya is an experienced and proven developer. So in reality, I don't think he needs much supervision, and I don't think he's even wanted it. 4 Gamer. But if the creator changes, aren't you worried that the direction of the game or its core will change? Miyazaki. In general, I understand that there are concerns. However, speaking of Dark Souls, there have been many enthusiastic and wonderful reviews, impressions, evaluations, critiques, opinions, and criticisms from the media and users, and many of these are actually pointing in the same direction, which is a rare title that is very fortunate for the creators. These are valuable assets that ensure the direction and core of Dark Souls 2 do not waver. And with that in mind, I would like people to first trust the new director and production team. So it would be best for Shibuya to speak directly from now on. It would be bad if I said something inappropriate and caused unnecessary trouble for him and the team. Laughs. The rebirth of Dark Souls 2. 4 Gamer. Earlier, Miyazaki-san told us how Shibuya-san became the director of Dark Souls 2. Shibuya-san. Yes, thank you for joining us today. 4 Gamer. I heard that Shibuya-san is a fairly veteran director at From Software, but what kind of projects have you been in charge of recently? Shibuya. Most recently, I was in charge of the development of our new graphics engine and testing new middleware. Before that, I was the director of the Another Century's episode series. 4 Gamer. A new graphics engine. Is that new graphics engine being implemented in Dark Souls 2? Shibuya. Yes. Aside from the Dark Souls 2 story, research and development of the engine is underway, and since we are looking to enter the global market more seriously, we decided that it would be necessary to strengthen the graphics, and we decided to introduce a new engine. 4 Gamer. So the graphics engine of Dark Souls is old? Shibuya. That's not what I mean. Since we've had Demon Souls and Dark Souls, we decided to change the impression of the graphics, and we decided to replace the graphics engine in this game. 4 Gamer, I see. So with that background, Shibuya-san was chosen as the director. Shibuya. Dark Souls 2 will require new technical challenges, and in that sense, it may have been a good fit for me, who was working on a new graphics engine. 4 Gamer. Anyway, can we assume that the expression will be significantly strengthened with the renewal of the graphics engine? Shibuya. I think that shaders and lighting techniques will enable a more natural atmosphere and expressiveness of characters and monsters. 4 Gamer. By the way, are the development team members of Dark Souls inherited as they are? Shibuya. I think that a mixed team would be the correct expression. Of course, some of the members who worked on Dark Souls are also working together, but we also have other excellent members participating. I want to make a game that stimulates the imagination. 4 Gamer. So I would like to ask you again about Dark Souls 2. Is this work connected to the previous work in terms of the worldview? Shibuya. It is not a sequel-like story, but the worldview is not completely separated. That is, the world itself is the same as the previous work, and it is a story of different people, players, in a different place in it. 4 Gamer. Characters from the previous work will appear. Shibuya. I can't say much yet, so I'll leave it to your imagination at this point. 4 Gamer. Will the map become an open world, or will there be any changes in direction? Shibuya. As for the map, I think it will follow the traditional form of Dark Souls, composed by area. I'm not thinking of an open world form. 4 Gamer. Miyazaki said that he left the overall concept up to Shibuya. What do you think about that overall direction? Shibuya. Dark Souls itself is a work that already has many fans, so I think it's important not to disappoint those fans. So even with Dark Souls 2, we're not thinking about changing the overall part. Rather, we're thinking about making the good points of the previous work stand out more. Or rather, we're thinking about that direction. The concept is to make a major upgrade while keeping the good points of Dark Souls as they are. 4 Gamer. What do you particularly want to emphasize in that regard? Shibuya. This is very difficult to put into words, but one thing is that I want to make the scenery and atmosphere of the place deeper. Among them, the thing I want to do most is to incorporate ideas that make use of the player's attention. 4 Gamer. What kind of elements are those specifically? Shibuya. For example, if blood flows in front of you, what is this blood? Where is it coming from? In other words, I want to enhance situations that make you wonder why, or have a premonition of death ahead. Even in places that you don't usually pay attention to, if you look carefully, you might find that there is actually a path there. I am conscious of creating such scenes. 4 Gamer. In Demon Souls and Dark Souls, there were situations where you could see treasure ahead, but it looks dangerous. Do you mean to further strengthen such production? Shibuya. So you want to express such situations and production using images, movements, and sounds. 4 Gamer. Is it okay to understand that the sense of exploration will increase? I feel like it's not quite right, but I'll ask it. Shibuya. It may be a little different. When you say that the sense of exploration increases, people tend to think, oh, so the map has become bigger, or the map has become more complicated. But what we are aiming for is the creation of more local scenery. 4 Gamer. What kind of situation can you imagine? Shibuya. Yes. For example, there is a well. An enemy comes out of the well, or if you look into it, there is treasure. When the player discovers a new well, they stop and think, oh, which way is it this time? And look at the well. That's the image I want to make by making the player aware of the well so that they can imagine and think there. In Dark Souls 2, we would like to create such an aspect. 4 Gamer. Well, when you talk about big budget and aiming for the global market, you usually think of it as more flashy and easy to understand production, like God of War or Call of Duty. And I thought they would steer in that direction. But listening to your story, it seems like the focus is very modest, and that's what's interesting. Shibuya. With today's games, you can really express anything. That's a good thing, but on the other hand, I think it spoils the fun of thinking for the player. I want to provide that fun, the fun of imagining. I think that's one of the concepts of this game. 4 Gamer. Will the game volume increase significantly? Shibuya. We're not planning to significantly increase the game volume itself from the previous game. I think it will be only slightly increased from the previous game. The gameplay time will be about the same as the previous game. If anything, I would like to allocate resources to creating situations and scenery, as I mentioned earlier. 4 Gamer. So you're prioritizing quality over quantity? Shibuya. Yes, I think one of the attractions is the sense of adventure. I would like to express the feeling of progressing step by step, feeling your way through. Is time a major theme in Dark Souls 2? 4 Gamer. Earlier you mentioned that there are already many fans, but how do you plan to adjust the difficulty of Dark Souls 2? To be honest, I think the needs of existing fans and new players are incompatible. Shibuya. As you pointed out, I think it's a difficult task. We're thinking of making the game easy for relatively new players to get into at the beginning, and then approaching it by saying, this is where the real action begins. 4 Gamer. It's exactly like, this is where the real Demon Souls begins. Shibuya. Yes, I think that Dark Souls 2 will actually attract a fair number of new players, but I think the proportion of existing players will also increase, so we need to make sure we don't miss out on their needs. 4 Gamer. By the way, Miyazaki mentioned that this time you will be preparing a dedicated server to operate the online system. But are you keeping multiplayer in mind for this work? Shibuya. That's right. First of all, we have the idea of focusing on the game's gameplay as a standalone game, and then focusing on online and multiplayer elements on dedicated servers. For Gamer, in the specifications of the online part so far, whether it be the bloodstain system or the message, I think there was a concept of loose connection. But will that direction change in Dark Souls 2? Shibuya. Yes, we are planning to maintain that concept while expanding it. For Gamer, I see. By the way, I'm jumping off topic, but is there anything other than games that you're into recently? Shibuya. Recently, I've been into the overseas drama The Walking Dead. Laughs. That indescribable sadness is good. For Gamer. The Walking Dead is interesting. I always think that there is something about zombie stuff that stimulates the fundamental emotions of humans, and I think there is something in common with Dark Souls. Shibuya. I haven't seen much of the survival or action elements of The Walking Dead, but I think it's good to see the changes in people's feelings, the scenes when they are abducted, and the fact that tightly packed stories are woven into the story at key points, even in the monotonous scenes. For Gamer. How far have you watched The Walking Dead? Shibuya. So far, up to Season 2. It's really good that there are so many sad scenes. And that's all for now about The Walking Dead. For Gamer. Sorry, I wanted to know what you value in creating your work, or what that is. I think that the perspective of creators is reflected in what they create somewhere. Shibuya. In that sense, in addition to the previous game's keywords of loneliness and despair, I want to include the keyword sadness in this game. For Gamer. It's a little hard to imagine, but Shibuya. I want to include things like sadness, that the casual scenery in the game speaks to you, or sadness as an emotion that arises when you defeat someone. For Gamer, maybe it's about how to stimulate new experiences or emotions. Shibuya. Yes. In the previous game, Dark Souls, I think there were emotions such as loneliness and despair as an experience of playing the game. In Dark Souls 2, of course there are those, but that alone does not give you a new experience. So in making Dark Souls 2, what new experiences or emotions do you want to include? That's also our job. For Gamer. In that sense, it is often said that Demon Souls and Dark Souls are works that sold by word of mouth, but I think that the word of mouth itself is very distinctive or interesting. Shibuya. What do you mean? For Gamer. How should I put it? Demon Souls and Dark Souls word of mouth, everyone talks about their own experience. They die here, they get caught in a trap here, they break their heart there, etc. Rather than the story, or how interesting or boring, I feel that it is a game that directly talks about experiences. Shibuya. I see. Those parts are important. For Gamer. In Dark Souls 2, is that a sad experience included there? Shibuya. Yes. Also, I think that time is a major concept of Dark Souls 2. For Gamer. Oh, what kind of element is that? Shibuya. Looking at the PR person who was also there. I'm not supposed to say anything about that yet, so for now I'll just have to settle for the keyword time. Laughs. Highly anticipated Dark Souls 2. For Gamer. However, I think that Dark Souls 2 has become a title that is now highly anticipated worldwide. Do you feel any pressure, Mr. Miyazaki or Mr. Shibuya? Mr. Shibuya. I can really feel the magnitude of the expectations, so I think that I can't let down the expectations of the players who are looking forward to it. Mr. Miyazaki, I also have a strong desire to meet the expectations of the users. However, this is my first time as a supervisor, and I can't be directly involved in the development, so I feel frustrated by that feeling, but I want to do my best. For Gamer. Changing the subject, Dark Souls with Artorias of the Abyss Edition won the User's Choice Award at the PlayStation Awards 2012. Congratulations. Miyazaki. Thank you. The timing of the release was right at the end of the tallying period, so I was very surprised. I thought again, but the User's Choice Award is always a pleasure to receive. I'd like to thank everyone who voted for me. For Gamer. How many copies of Demon Souls and Dark Souls were ultimately sold? Miyazaki. I'm not in a position to give you the figures for Demon Souls. but I think Dark Souls was at least over 1.5 million copies. I'm not one to pay much attention to sales figures, so the figures may be a little old. For Gamer, I look forward to seeing even greater leaps in Dark Souls 2. Finally, can you both give a comment to our readers? Miyazaki. First of all, as the director of the previous work, Dark Souls, and on behalf of the entire development team, I would like to express my gratitude to our users once again. I think that Dark Souls is a game that has been nurtured by all of our users, including the fact that the announcement of 2i has attracted so much attention. Thank you very much, and I hope you will look forward to this too. Shibuya. All of us on the development team are really working hard to make it, so please look forward to its release. For Gamer, Miyazaki-san, Shibuya-san, thank you for today. Shibuya-san and Miyazaki. Thank you very much. 2013/01/22. Demon Souls creator looks back at the making of an RPG classic, Pia's blog. PlayStation blog, the Souls series is known for its challenging gameplay, which might intimidate newcomers. Should they be afraid? Hidetaka Miyazaki. I find it sad if people are deterred from trying Demon Souls because of the difficulty. I would say, don't be afraid. Challenging means a lot of fun. PlayStation blog, what advice would you give to players new to the series? Miyazaki, new players might think the game is too difficult, but it's not only for skilled players. I encourage them to learn from failures and keep pushing forward. Overcoming challenges and feeling that sense of accomplishment is what we aim to offer. PlayStation blog, what were your initial ambitions when making Demon Souls? Miyazaki, I wanted to express the cool and interesting aspects of classic CRPGs, using modern consoles and technology, and add inspiring elements through the use of network technology. PlayStation blog, since its release, the series has grown in popularity, especially in the West. Why do you think it has resonated so well globally? Miyazaki, it's difficult to fully analyze the result, but one thing we focused on was creating a game that appeals to the core essence of game lovers worldwide, rather than tailoring it to specific markets like Japan, the US, or Europe. PlayStation blog, if you could go back and change anything about Demon Souls, what would it be? Miyazaki, aside from obvious bugs, I wouldn't change anything. Demon Souls has grown with its fans, and I want to cherish that. While I have some regrets, I'll keep them in mind for future opportunities. PlayStation blog, fans often debate which is the better game, Demon Souls or Dark Souls. Which one are you most proud of? Miyazaki, that's like choosing a favorite child. I can't pick one over the other. PlayStation blog, how different will Dark Souls 2 be from Demon Souls? Miyazaki, as a supervisor for Dark Souls 2, I'm not directly involved in development, but I believe the new director will bring evolution and new possibilities to the series. I hope fans are excited for it. 2013/01/28 Miyazaki on stepping away from Dark Souls 2, Edge staff. When you sit down with Dark Souls 2, it will be the first time you've played a game in the series without being its creative force. How do you feel about this? Hidetaka Miyazaki, I will not be involved in the actual development of Dark Souls 2. I want to clarify that I will be a supervisor, not the actual director or producer. Edge staff, what does your role as a supervisor entail? Miyazaki, my role is less involved than the term supervisor might suggest. I helped ensure things got started on solid footing, but after that I stepped aside. Edge staff, what specific contributions have you made to Dark Souls 2? Miyazaki, first, I made sure the production schedule was solid. I regretted some issues with the patches in Dark Souls, so I wanted to ensure Dark Souls 2 would be ready on time. I also worked on the transition to server-based online play, which should improve the multiplayer experience. Edge staff, you're also responsible for assigning the new directors, correct? Miyazaki, yes, I was involved in assigning Tomohiro Shibuya and Yui Tanimura as directors. Though the decision was ultimately made by From Software and Namco Bandai as a whole, I ensured they would be in place to continue the series. Edge staff, why was it decided to bring in new directors for Dark Souls 2? Takeshi Miyazo, Namco Bandai producer, it was a company decision. For the IP to evolve and provide new experiences, we felt new perspectives from Shibuya and Tanemura were crucial. We wanted to bring new characteristics to the series while maintaining the core that players love. Edge staff. How do you feel about stepping away from the series you created? Miyazaki. I'm not one to restrict Dark Souls by insisting that only I can work on it. While I'm sad about not being involved, it might be the right time for new inspiration. I look forward to playing Dark Souls 2 with some distance. Edge staff. Can you share anything about your next project? Miyazaki. I can't give details, but I'm working on a new title as a director. Sometimes I'd like to work on a warmer game. Not necessarily casual, but with a different atmosphere and environment. Edge staff. Do you see the Dark Souls series continuing for years to come? Miyazaki. I wouldn't care for Dark Souls 8 to come out. It's not about how many sequels we can make, but about staying true to what fans expect. Edge staff. Any final thoughts for the fans of the Souls series? Miyazaki. This might be one of my last interviews about the Souls series for a while, so I want to express my gratitude on behalf of myself and the team. We truly appreciate the support and praise from fans and the media for Demon Souls and Dark Souls. Bloodborne, 2014/06/12. There are guns, but From Software's Bloodborne won't be a shooter. Famitsu Translation Original. Weekly Famitsu. Bloodborne is not being announced as a sequel to Demon Souls. Why is that? Hidetaka Miyazaki. Back in 2012, before the PS4 was announced, Sony approached us with the idea of creating a new game for the new hardware. This was never meant to be Demon Souls 2. The idea of working on new hardware was appealing, and I felt enthusiasm from Sony for something new. Famitsu. Why did you choose Victorian imagery as the game's aesthetic? Miyazaki. One reason is the combat. We wanted a more active combat system compared to the sword and shield-based combat of Demon Souls. The idea of using guns came up, but we didn't want it to become a shooter. The Victorian age with its old guns fit perfectly. Also, the PS4 allowed us to portray the city of Yharnam with a heavy, detailed atmosphere. Famitsu. How will the combat differ from the Souls series? Miyazaki. The enemies are strong and fierce, and if you wait passively, you'll be killed. Players need to actively advance. This doesn't mean the enemies are weaker or the player stronger than in Demon Souls. Basic defense is still an option, but it's less important. Guns are useful as close-range weapons, but long-range sniping won't be very effective. Famitsu. Will the enemies in Bloodborne differ from the Souls games? Miyazaki. There won't be any dragons, but we have other creatures that fit the game's atmosphere and were created by our team. I think players will find them interesting. Famitsu. What can you share about the game's online features? Miyazaki. Bloodborne will offer a new online experience based on the theme of free sharing of exploration. I can't reveal more details yet. Famitsu. How is development going, and when can we expect the game to release? Miyazaki. Development is going smoothly. We're aiming for a spring 2015 release, but I can't say anything more specific at the moment. 2014/06/194, Gamer Interview with Hidetaka Miyazaki Translation Original. It was never Demon Souls 2. 4 Gamer. Thanks for your time today. I'd like to start by asking how Bloodborne became a completely new title, instead of being simply Demon Souls 2. Since it's another collaboration between SCE and From Software, and you are the director again, it just seems natural that the project would be a sequel to Demon Souls. Miyazaki. This project actually started out with the proposal to make something new on new hardware. 4 Gamer. It was SCE that came to you with that proposal. Miyazaki. Yes, I think it was around the time that development for Artorias of the Abyss edition of Dark Souls settled down, and it was still before the initial PS4 announcement. But the idea of working on new hardware was very appealing to us, so we eagerly agreed. 4 Gamer. So the whole thing never even started as Demon Souls 2. That definitely sounds like SCE, even if it's a little crazy. Miyazaki. Yes, those of us actually working on the game never even considered making it Demon Souls 2. Even looking at it objectively, it does seem like a very SCE-like decision. 4 Gamer. How about yourself? Were you interested only in creating something new? Miyazaki. That's a difficult question, and I can't really say for certain. Working on an all-new game is definitely appealing. But on the other hand, and I felt this way while working on Artorias of the Abyss edition, but there is a unique kind of fun when you're working on a sequel. You can make lots of straightforward additions to what you've already built, and there are a lot of things you can take for granted, allowing you to really expand on the scope of the game. Partially because development on Artorias of the Abyss edition and Dark Souls the 2 was going on simultaneously, I was kind of removed from the development of Dark Souls 2, and then I began work on Bloodborne. As it turns out, I'm having a ton of fun working on it too. For Gamer, one thing that's always seemed strange to me is that you removed yourself from the development of Dark Souls 2. How did that happen? I assume that since Dark Souls was so successful, a decision was made to develop a sequel. Not only that, but the sequel would be a big title that could ultimately decide the fate of the company, and yet you decided to put someone else in charge of the project. That seems like a pretty crazy business decision for the company to make. Miyazaki, I understand what you're saying. I'm not in a position to say what kind of decision the company made at the time, but my personal thought on that matter was that the Dark Souls 2 project could be a huge chance for even someone other than myself. I had already received plenty of chances, and if someone else in the company could take that same chance and make good on it, then From Software could grow as an organization. Also, speaking as a developer, and I've already said this in previous interviews, but I also wanted to see what kind of possibilities awaited when the base concept of Dark Souls was unshackled from myself. The three concepts of Bloodborne. For Gamer, I'd like to talk in a bit more detail about what kind of game Bloodborne is. Miyazaki, the format of the game is very close to Demon's Souls. It's in the action RPG genre, and it features a behind-the-back camera. From there, however, the setting, story, various gameplay elements, etc. will go in their own direction for this game. For Gamer, so the concept of being a challenging action RPG for gamers remains unchanged. Miyazaki, definitely, that concept won't change. From the very beginning of this project, the whole premise was to make a serious game for people who like games. On top of that premise, we have multiple themes throughout the various layers of the game, but three big ones would be exploring the unknown, the feeling of fighting for one's life, and new online elements. For Gamer, those are some intriguing keywords. Would you mind explaining each of them? Miyazaki. First, in regards to exploring the unknown, we wanted to make it fun to explore the environments. But we're not limiting it to just that. We're using the phrase to apply to a broader range of concepts. For example, it applies to both the setting and story too. We want to create a mysterious space for the players to explore. For Gamer. Speaking of which, the setting of this game isn't all swords and sorcery and appears to be a bit more modern. Miyazaki. That's correct. The concept for the general feeling of the era is very much based on the Victorian era. However, the first thing most people think of when they hear Victorian era is probably London. The setting for this game is not based off London, but more on the remote towns that may have existed in the era. Towns that would feel really old and gloomy. The setting we created takes these old Gothic towns and layers more Victorian-era elements, such as street lamps, on top of them. For Gamer, watching the video, the Gothic horror atmosphere definitely came across. Miyazaki. Yeah. To start off, I wanted to convey a similar atmosphere to Bram Stoker's Dracula. We have this old city in an outlying region, and it was a town long known for its medical community, but now there's a disease spreading called the Plague of the Beast, that kind of setting. For Gamer, what made you want to go with that kind of setting? Miyazaki, I have a few reasons, but first and foremost, the setting really matched the new gameplay I had in mind. For Gamer, what kind of new gameplay? Miyazaki, that ties into the second theme I mentioned, the feeling of fighting for one's life. In Demon's Souls, the battle system was really defined by swords and shields, particularly shields, and it ended up feeling a bit passive. For Gamer, yes, I remember hearing that you wanted to recreate the feeling of sword fighting that was in the movie Excalibur. That sense of deflecting the opponent's attack with your shield and using that opening to counterattack. Miyazaki, that's right, with Demon's Souls we had that more passive feeling in mind when creating the battle system. But with this game, We want to make it more active. Make it more of something where you're fighting your way out of a dangerous situation. For gamer, taking the angle of active versus passive definitely seems interesting. Miyazaki. When I thought about how we could express this idea of more active battles in the game, I thought that guns could be effective. However, I didn't want to turn the game into a shooter. I wanted the guns to show their true usefulness in close-quarters combat. That's why an era in which guns existed, but they are still more like old-timey guns, really worked for this game. At the same time, the elaborate designs of the Gothic and Victorian eras and the images and atmosphere that can be created by layering those designs on top of each other are things that we can now make a reality with the power of the PS4, and that kind of direction is something we really wanted to pursue. So it's from both a gameplay and visual standpoint that brought us to this setting. For gamer. So with this more active direction you're taking with the gameplay, does that mean we can expect to quickly dispatch tons of enemies as we make our way through the game? Miyazaki. No, that's not what I meant. One of the other themes is the feeling of fighting for one's life, so I definitely think the feeling of the gameplay and the challenge that people have come to expect from us will remain intact. For gamer. I see. That puts some of my fears to rest. Miyazaki. Going back to the theme of exploring the unknown, we want to apply that concept to the various gameplay elements too. The tactical aspect of having more active battles is part of that, but we also want to include a variety of unknown elements in the other facets of gameplay, such as character builds and the routes and strategies that players take through the game. We want players to enjoy groping their way through the game and exploring. One example I can use to explain what I mean would be the weapon contraptions that, in addition to the gun, kind of defines the weapons of Bloodborne. In the E3 version of the CG movie, we showed the saw machete weapon. This weapon has a very unique shape, and it can also transform. Its abilities also change depending on which transformation it is in. How you use these different transformations becomes part of the gameplay, and there are even unique attacks with their own traits that can be performed only while the weapon is mid-transformation. I think players will find a lot of room for exploration when it comes to mastering the different weapons. For gamer, interesting. I can't wait to see more new experiences. For gamer, could you talk a little more about the second concept, the feeling of fighting for one's life? Miyazaki. That concept is applied both to the presentation of the game and the game's systems. On the presentation side, we want players to fear the enemies and feel like they are fighting for their lives, so we are putting a lot of effort into the expressions and interactions in the game to accomplish this. A very straightforward example would be blood splatters. However, the goal isn't to simply be grotesque or to make people feel revolted. We want the players to feel scared of the enemies and for the combat to feel deadly. That way, when they emerge victorious, there's a very strong sense of joy or relief. We want players to feel like, that was crazy. I can't believe I won. For gamer. Interesting. Miyazaki. With Demon Souls and Dark Souls, we always wanted players to feel a sense of accomplishment. That's the only reason we went with a higher difficulty. For gamer. That makes sense. Miyazaki. And in this game too, we want players to feel that sense of accomplishment. In order to make that feeling even stronger than before, we needed another pillar other than just a high difficulty. To allow for players to feel that sense of accomplishment, the difficulty must be set at a level that players can overcome. Difficulty isn't something that you can just endlessly raise. For gamer. No matter the game or genre, getting that balance right is always a difficult problem. Miyazaki. Indeed, so our way of thinking is that we have the high difficulty on one side, but on the other side we have this feeling of fighting for your life to help bring about that sense of accomplishment. You encounter an enemy and know it's going to be a tough battle. You start fighting and your hands get sweaty, and you feel like you barely scraped through by the end of the encounter. We knew we wanted elements to make players feel that way, other than just numerical difficulty settings. For gamer, that makes a lot of sense. What are some of the actual systems in the game that you use to express that feeling? Miyazaki, the more active battles I just explained are one part of that. We're also thinking of certain elements that entice players into engaging in these deadly battles. Unfortunately, I can't talk in detail about this right now. 4 Gamer. This applies to Demon's Souls as well, but I'm always impressed with how you can take certain themes and concepts and really express them within the game by implementing them into the game systems. I'm really excited to see how this feeling of fighting for one's life concept is expressed in the final game. Miyazaki. Yeah, we hope to effectively convey that feeling both from the presentation side of things and the game systems. Miyazaki. The third concept I mentioned, new online elements, is something I can't talk in detail about right now. The key phrase would be free sharing of exploration, but I can't say any more about it, so please wait for future announcements. 4 Gamer. New online elements, you say? Miyazaki. Yes, just like with Demon's Souls, we want to do something cool with the network features. Network systems. 4 Gamer. I wondered this when I first interviewed you about Demon's Souls, but do you come up with these new network features all by yourself? Miyazaki. Yeah, I like to bounce ideas off trusted members of the team, and I get a low of new ideas by doing that. But when you're first thinking of network features, it can be very conceptual and abstract, so I spend a lot of time, comparatively, thinking of them by myself. This may apply to all aspects of my games, but especially with the network features, it can be very hard to get other people to understand my ideas. Laughs. 4 Gamer. Interesting. So do you have a pretty deep knowledge of how network services are designed? Miyazaki. No, not really. 4 Gamer. But you always come up with features that really use the network features in a good way. In Demon's Souls, you had the bloodstain system that showed how other players died, and the more seamless cooperative and PvP gameplay. Those types of systems have become more commonplace now. But when Demon's Souls came out, and especially when you were still in the planning stages, I don't think most people would have been able to come up with those ideas. Miyazaki, you're definitely right that it was hard for people to understand at the time. I have a lot of bitter memories from that time. 4 Gamer. The online multiplayer systems and features of the day tended to come from a much simpler way of thought. Like, this would be much more fun if we could play together. But that's where a lot of those ideas seemed to stop. A lot of games didn't seem to fully take into account the merits and demerits of those systems. But you, on the other hand, even a long time ago would say that playing together is fun, but playing together at the same time can be a pain. I remember you saying, there has to be more possibilities with asynchronous multiplayer gameplay. Those words left a strong impression on me. Miyazaki. Yeah, I remember saying that. I'm the same way now, but at the time, and this may sound a bit pretentious, I was thinking about network systems in video games from more of a social sciences standpoint. 4 Gamer, social sciences. Miyazaki. Yes. When I was in university and later graduate school, I was interested in studying social sciences on the side. At the time, the internet had really just entered the world. Looking back, it was a very interesting era, a time that really made me think about a lot of things. Of course, I was always playing video games and wasn't a very serious student, so I don't mean to say I'm some kind of expert, but I think I was influenced in a way. 4 Gamer. Interesting. So that formed the backbone for your later work. Miyazaki. Nothing so grandiose as that. I just had academic leanings in that direction. I think a lot of people from my generation will know what I'm talking about. 4 Gamer. Creating something special. Miyazaki, I find network systems to be very interesting, both in general and when applied to games. Whether it's an experience in a game or some kind of value, it can be expanded across a multitude of layers. This may sound a bit dramatic, but I feel that I'm very lucky to be able to create games in an era like this. 4 Gamer. Well, I don't know what kind of network systems we'll find in Bloodborne, but in terms of it being a new challenge for you, you certainly have me excited. 4 Gamer. Another question I had was if the teams working on Bloodborne and Dark Souls 2 are completely different or not. Miyazaki. They are totally separate teams. At From Software, we have the development resources to work on 2 so-called high-end games simultaneously. Bloodborne is one of those titles, and we've been working on it in parallel with Dark Souls 2. 4 Gamer. In terms of games being developed domestically in Japan, I feel that Bloodborne is definitely one of the bigger projects. At the same time, people are always talking about how Japan has a tough time competing head-on with the so-called AAA game studios overseas, and that Japanese developers have to approach things from a slightly different angle. Are you conscious of that at all when developing games? Miyazaki. That's a tricky topic. Speaking strictly about Bloodborne, the project has become quite large, but at the same time I think that our particular style is still very much intact. It's not so much a conscious decision that we keep our unique style intact, but more that it just happens naturally. Either way, the result is that we probably do end up approaching things somewhat differently. For Gamer, when you say it naturally ends up that way, is that because the development team structure ultimately has you making the decisions? Miyazaki. That's not necessarily always the reason, but it may be one. When it comes to game design, our style is to not have a lead designer, but instead have the director work directly with the individual designers. That, of course, has both a good and bad side. The good side is that you don't lose sight of what you set out to make, and it's easier to make your unique style shine through, but on the other hand, there are physical limitations. For as much as the structure allows you to, you really stay on target, it's also easy to become immobilized. For Gamer, it also heavily depends on who is the director. Miyazaki. That's right. In the end, you have to find the right team structure for the people creating the game. For example, we adopted different styles for Bloodborne and Dark Souls 2. However, regardless of all that, for us at From Software, the base premise is always to make a good game. We all want to make something special. We're always conscious of that. You can call that our unique style, or being From-like. But whatever it is, it comes down to being something special. I don't intend to define what something special means, but I think it's something that has value, and I want From Software to continue being a company that has it. For Gamer. Interesting, I can't wait to see more. Staying involved in game development. For Gamer. There's another thing that's been on my mind that I'd like to ask you about. Recently, it was announced that you would be taking on the position of president at From Software. Miyazaki, yes, that's correct. For Gamer, so I think there's a bit of concern, or should I say worry, among fans about just how much you can be involved in the day-to-day development while also serving as the president of the company. You are definitely the director on Bloodborne, right? Not a producer or anything? Miyazaki. Yes. On Bloodborne, I am 100% the director. For Gamer, oh, that sure is a relief. But are you able to keep up your presidential duties at the same time? Miyazaki, yeah, I'm getting by. I learned a lot from developing Dark Souls, so I have another person at the director level supporting me on this project. And I'm finding a way to make things work. Since this interview is about Bloodborne, I'd rather not talk too much about my role as president of From Software, but simply put, one of my conditions for taking on the role of president was that I would be able to remain involved in the day-to-day game development. For Gamer, conditions? Miyazaki. Yes. It might not have been the best idea to set conditions when they were offering me the position of president, but my personal goal has always been to create games. For Gamer. I think I understand how you feel. Miyazaki, the previous president Jin, was really understanding in this regard. Anyway, I am definitely the director of Bloodborne, and my becoming president will not lessen my involvement in any way. For Gamer. This is a bit of a tangent, but your first project to work as a director was Armored Core 4, right? Miyazaki. That's right. I started as the lead planner on the project, but became the director midway through the prototype phase. As the lead planner, I was in charge of the setting, story, design, and the game systems. One of the more distinctive features I worked on was the quick boost mechanic. For Gamer. Oh, really? I remember feeling that Armored Core 4 and the sequel Armored Core for Answer felt even more video gamey than previous Armored Core titles. So I guess that was due to your involvement. Miyazaki. But with Armored Core for Answer, we were working on that in parallel with Demonsouls, so there were quite a few challenges. When Demonsouls was in the initial planning stages, and right around the time it was entering the prototype phase, I came on as the director, and at the time it was a completely different and very difficult project compared to what it ended up becoming. For Gamer, is that so? Miyazaki, yes. One thing I remember was that the camera perspective was completely different. At the time, the plan was to make it first-person, or more specifically, a game in which you switched between first- and third-person perspectives. 4 Gamer. Wow, really? Miyazaki. Yeah. At the time, The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion was a really big deal, and I think SCE wanted a game similar to that. From my perspective, though, I didn't think we could compete by taking the same approach as Oblivion, so I wanted to focus more on gameplay elements, like battles and exploration, and had to do a lot to convince everyone that a third-person camera was the way to go. 4 Gamer. What did you say to convince them? Miyazaki. I started by explaining the direction of the game. I just mentioned the focus on battles and exploration, and in order to facilitate those, I knew that a locked third-person camera was the best way to go, so I explained my logic. Whether you take the environment layout, the object and enemy placement, or the back-and-forth action in battle, I knew we couldn't do our best work unless the camera perspective was set. Even talking about the multiplayer elements and other facets of gameplay, I believed a third-person perspective was best. I said a lot of stuff like that, and whatever came to mind to convince them. Laughs. Making it exciting. 4 Gamer. I think we're running out of time, but is there anything you'd like to say to our readers and your fans? Miyazaki. Sure. To kind of summarize what we've talked about, I'd like to say that Bloodborne is a game that's been full of challenges for us. It's an all-new game that we're developing on new hardware. However, the underlying philosophy of the game is the same as the projects we've worked on up until now. We want to make games with satisfying gameplay that are fun for people who like games, for example. 4 Gamer. Being able to talk to you today and seeing the game in motion has really put some of my fears to rest. Miyazaki. I can only hope that fans will also rest at ease, but at the same time get excited for all of the new stuff we have in the game. 4 Gamer. I feel like there aren't a lot of games these days that people can get excited about just from reading about them, but I think people might be quite excited for this game. Miyazaki. If that's true, I couldn't be happier. As a gamer myself, I love getting excited for games. 4 Gamer. Just to be completely sure, allow me to ask one final time, but your becoming president of From Software won't have any negative effect on Bloodborne, right? Miyazaki. Definitely not. Even when Jin was in charge, From Software was never a company where the president couldn't be involved in game development. 4 Gamer. So I guess the roles of president and game director aren't entirely conflicting then. Perhaps that's especially true at From Software. Miyazaki. That's right. Of course, there are duties I need to take care of as president, but everything comes back to making a good product and a good game. If that's the case, then of course it's also a good thing for me as a game creator. 4 Gamer, is that the case? Miyazaki, I sure hope so. Laughs. Anyway, although the release is still a ways out, I hope everyone will look forward to Bloodborne. Thanks for your time today. 4 Gamer, thank you. 2015/02/05 interview with Hidetaka Miyazaki, IGN, on how Bloodborne came to be. Miyazaki. To speak precisely on the timing, it was just about when we were wrapping up Prepare to Die when Sony approached From Software. Hidetaka Miyazaki told us his response to Sony? Miyazaki. Why don't we start talking about next gen? But of course, the world of Bloodborne was something that Miyazaki had been thinking about for quite some time. Miyazaki. The game mechanics, or the Gothic theme, for example, those were some areas or concepts that were always brewing, and one of the areas that I always wanted to achieve in my career, and I knew that when that trigger was pulled, this was it. On inspirations for the setting, the world of Bloodborne is brimming with influences from our own history. From the aesthetics of Victorian London to the mass hysteria of the Black Plague, it feels familiar while still maintaining an air of mystery. When I asked Miyazaki about his history with, well, history, he responded, Miyazaki, the short answer to your question is, not necessarily did I really study the history during my student years. However, it has always been an area of interest, naturally as you can see with my games. One thing I'd like to emphasize is that because they are areas of interest, and because they have significant roles in human history, there isn't really a specific element that I'd like to pursue or I would like to connect to as an inspiration, specifically because if I did, I would dig too deep into that particular angle of history or incident, and it's more or less a hybrid. I touch these points lightly, intentionally. On reading books before playing games, Miyazaki's love for reading is immediately apparent when you hear him speak. He explained to us, Miyazaki, growing up as a kid, I loved to read. I liked to read books that were above my range. I always tried to aim higher and read difficult books. What would happen is, although I could read them sometimes, because I was so young, I couldn't read too deep into them. Maybe I would understand half of the story. What would happen is that my imagination would help fill the other half, and that imagination element would just blow up. That's kind of the part I enjoyed as well, filling the gaps of where I didn't understand the readings, where my imagination took me eventually to think that I understood what I was reading. It kind of relates to what I'm doing in my creations. In addition to that, I studied sociology and psychology, and after school, I revisited those themes, and this is the fruit of what you're experiencing now. When asked if he played games a lot as a kid, his answer surprised. Miyazaki, growing up, I was restricted at home from playing video games until I reached university. This is a reason why I stumble when I'm asked this question. There was a board game called Sorcery, which is one of my favorites, and I would often revisit the game. It's not a video game, but it definitely stands out in my mind as a game that impacted me. Unsurprisingly, he elaborated on another physical game he enjoyed. I've been a fan of Dungeons & Dragons, and for them to have come this far is very meaningful to me. On how development on PS3 informed PS4, Miyazaki began his career developing games for the PlayStation 3. Years later, he's on a brand new piece of hardware. We asked him about that leap in technology. Miyazaki, the PS3 at that time was revolutionary for introducing the network features and functionality. Hence, that kind of explains why Demon Souls and Dark Souls were designed in those ways. Now fast-forwarding to PS4, the share feature is obviously adding on to that network connectivity and capability, and the sharing of the experience. This is an area which plays a theme in Bloodborne, where, for example, sharing dungeons will be one of the key factors. On speedruns and streaming. Beneath the initial layer of extreme difficulty and opaque storytelling, the Souls community has rallied around mind-boggling speedruns and long-form streams of the games. And you know what? Miyazaki is a huge fan of this. When asked if he predicted this community during development, he cheerfully replied, Miyazaki, I'm very well aware of how players are enjoying the speedruns. I would like to correct that I'm nowhere near perfect, and that was nowhere near what I was aiming for or expected. That was actually behavior by the consumer base that I did not anticipate. I have watched those and I actually enjoy that kind of, almost, interaction in some ways, and that is also at the core of my thinking or philosophy upon game design. In terms of streaming the entire game on services like Twitch, he sees both the positives and negatives. Miyazaki, of course, there are areas or storylines, for example, that I would like for the users to experience or take away from Bloodborne. But there's always kind of a thought that it would be interesting from my or the team's point of view as well, where the gamers take it and how they get creative and how they want to play. I see it as almost an interaction between the two, in terms of, oh, I actually didn't think of that, but you took it in a different way and found your way or interpretation of how you would like to enjoy Bloodborne. On Bloodborne's ties to Demon Souls, between the ties to Sony, the faster combat, and the presence of a Nexus-like hub world, Bloodborne definitely feels like a follow-up to Demon Souls. When asked, Miyazaki told us, Miyazaki, just reflecting on your question and the history of my development, it carries the DNA. It carries the DNA of Demon Souls and its very specific level design. And even in Bloodborne, the upper maps, the maps above ground, are all along the lines of Demon Souls and very specifically designed. But that's not to say there's nothing new in Bloodborne. Specifically, the procedurally generated Chalice dungeon throws a curveball at what most Souls fans expect from the bespoke level design of the games. Miyazaki resumed, Miyazaki, in terms of Chalice dungeon, yes, there is an element of randomness. However, once, for example, a Chalice dungeon is created, you can lock that. Once you've locked it, you can go back and play it time and time again and learn it. So, on those terms, it's still along the lines of a Demon Souls experience. But we did want to have some sort of variance with a new IP like Bloodborne to throw something new into the mix. With a smile, he concluded, Miyazaki, Hopefully it will resonate with the people and the fans will appreciate it. On horror, what genre does Miyazaki consider the themes of Bloodborne to fall under? We asked if he was a big fan of horror, and his reply surprised us. Miyazaki, I'm not necessarily a fan of horror genre of movies or books. I do like reading in general, but I'm not specific in terms of genres. If I had to call out a genre, I would say dark fantasy. I do like taking things in from text and letting my imagination explore and run with the stories. What you see is the full combination of a lot of those elements combined with the core theme of the game. On whether he'd ever tackle a lighter, more family-friendly tone in a video game, he smiled and replied, Miyazaki. It's funny you say that because I get asked this question quite frequently, and my answer to this has always been that I've always had an interest in doing something colorful or heartwarming, but no one believes me. Admittedly, games like Bloodborne, which are dark and somber, are kind of my expertise and that's what I go back to. Those are my roots and probably something I'll continue doing. However, I've always had an interest in doing something that's more child-friendly or more colorful and lively. For example, games like Popolo Croix on PS1, Ico on PS2. Those games stand out from my point of view just as examples of something I'd like to explore given the opportunities. On quickening the pace of combat, the first thing most people think when they get their hands on Bloodborne usually revolves around the more aggressive nature of combat. According to Miyazaki, there are two reasons for this. I wanted to differentiate from the previous series, and I wanted to consider the Hunt Your Nightmare theme. Considering the Hunt Your Nightmare theme and the massive challenges in the game, adding the speed element and proactive battles, I thought this was a better match for Bloodborne. I felt that by adding the faster-paced proactive combat players would gain a sense of accomplishment by overcoming those battles. On how the hell multiplayer works. Multiplayer has always been a bit of a mystery in the Souls games. In light of recent trailers that showcased 3 human players teaming up to fight a single boss, fans theorized that there might be a more streamlined, jump-into-a-friend's game kind of multiplayer this time around. Well, that's not the case, as Miyazaki clarified. Miyazaki, you still have to go through the matchmaking process. However, there is a workaround where you can use keywords or a secret word and share them with friends. And of course, you can use Chalice Dungeons, where you can share your Chalice Dungeon with a limited number of friends. On his influence on gaming as a whole, despite the monumental success of his games, Miyazaki is a quiet and humble creator. When asked how he felt about the Souls games being some of the most influential of the past generations, smiled and responded, Miyazaki, I'm very humbled and grateful to even be considered that influential in the industry. I feel that may be a bit exaggerated. I have been influenced by many games in the industry, and am grateful and honored to be a part of the games industry. After a moment of silence, he finished with a laugh. I often get criticized for not answering this question, well, laughter, on where games will be in 5 years. Miyazaki, if I knew the answer to that question, I would tell you. Laughs. On the rise of virtual reality, it seems like a trade show can't go by without news regarding some form of VR, whether it be Oculus, Morpheus, or anyone else. Miyazaki understands the appeal, saying, Miyazaki, I feel that the devices are such impactful pieces of technology that it's a game-changer by itself, the delivery and the experience. Business aside, from the point of view of a creator, I would like to be a part of that exploration, of that movement and process. Fingers crossed, as an outsider, that it takes off. Still, as a creator, I'd like to be a part of that movement. Looking back at when the PS1 and N64 came out, polygons were the big thing, and suddenly the experience of 3D on your screen was made a reality. I'm very excited for the possibility of Oculus and Morpheus to explore another phase, a new angle of innovation. And how could I deliver content, game-specific content? That's something that really excites me. On his most anticipated games of 2015. We finished off our time with Miyazaki by focusing on life after Bloodborne. Once the game is out the door, what is he looking forward to playing? Miyazaki. Just specifically from the game industry point of view, I'm looking forward to E3, for example, and specifically being domestic developers, games like Metal Gear Solid 5, obviously being open world, something new, and Zelda, again open world and a very new approach that they're taking. Those are probably the two pillar titles that I'm looking forward to. From a consumer point of view, Evolve is one I want to get my hands on and start playing. Left 4 Dead is something I really enjoyed in the past, and I'd like to, if I have the time, explore Evolve as well. On what's next. But of course, as much as he'd love to sit down and play games for the rest of 2015, that probably isn't going to happen. He concluded with a smile. Miyazaki. Realistically speaking, once I've wrapped this, any time I have extra time on my hands, I will start to create or develop or design something new, because that's the most exciting thing. 2015/03/11 Q&A with Hidetaka Miyazaki, Edge Magazine, Wiki. Interviewer. When From Software creates new IP, how important is it that it recalls the style of previous games? And how do you ensure that it achieves that? Miyazaki. We don't normally have any of the style of previous games in our mind, really, when we create new IP. What makes From Software unique is the attitude we have. As players, we are eager to make a game that we want to play. Of course, the game style could happen to be similar to a previous game as a result, but we don't think that is a bad thing. We never set out to create a similar style of game each time. Interviewer. With each new release, From Software's games have become more popular. When making Bloodborne, did you keep in mind this expanded audience, or are you always making the game for yourselves? Miyazaki, I'm very pleased if our games really have become popular, but we don't keep that in mind, and especially didn't when making Bloodborne. Also, I don't know if it's appropriate to say this, but I'm not a big fan of the market-driven approach personally. Our philosophy hasn't changed much since Demonsouls. Interviewer. When you first pitched Bloodborne, how did you describe it? Does the game match up to that original description? Miyazaki. The concept and the direction haven't changed since our first presentation. Some keywords that I used to describe this game, such as the sense of fighting for death, have been reflected in the game since the early stages. But I think what I suggested were more concepts or directions at first. We tested these with a prototype and kept the things that were valid and felt realistic. So some of those early ideas are not in the final game. Interviewer. Early in the development of Dark Souls, your discussions focused on how the world began, the meaning of life, and the meaning of fire. Did you have similar discussions when planning Bloodborne? Miyazaki. Well, I can't tell you many of them, since they contain spoilers. But we covered topics like what is deep inside of a beast, or what it is like to become one. As always, I talk to the designer passionately about many random topics. Laughs. Interviewer. When you have a reputation for creating challenging games, do you feel obliged to make your next game even more challenging than the previous one? How do you decide on the difficulty level? Miyazaki. What we are trying to create is a game whose difficulty level is manageable, not simply just challenging. That difficulty level, when it is manageable, leads to a real sense of accomplishment for the player. It's one of my biggest challenges. Interviewer. This is a much more attack-minded game. Did the shield-up, defensive approach many players took in the Souls games frustrate you? Miyazaki. No, not at all. I love the defensive approach. That is why Demon's Souls was designed like that. Just because we took a different approach to this time, it doesn't mean that we disapprove of the player keeping his shield up. I don't get frustrated by any approach, except when someone is clearly trying to annoy others. Interviewer. If someone plays the game alone, without ever connecting online, how much of the whole game do you think they're missing out on? In other words, how important is online play in terms of how you've designed the game? Miyazaki. That is a tough question. Playing offline is your choice, and some players simply cannot play online for various reasons. So I wouldn't say they are missing out, to be honest. It is true that we designed the game to have a variety of unique online gaming experiences, but it is not like players are going to miss something critical if they don't play online. That said, I'd like users to play the game online if they can. Interviewer. Bloodborne lacks the character class system we saw in Demons and Dark Souls. How, without that, do you offer players enough variety for multiple runs? Miyazaki. Well, for example, there is no clear occupation in Demon's Souls, like in Dark Souls. The class is defined by stats and equipment. This game has the character class system in a similar way. Depending on their stats and equipment, the personality of the character will be different. Interviewer: what drew you to the gothic setting you've used in the game? Miyazaki: really, we decided on the setting from a gaming point of view. We'd decided to introduce a gun to shift the flow of battle, to have it be more active. And we needed to do special things with the guns. Things you wouldn't find in a traditional shooter, for the guns to meet that purpose. This era, which uses these primitive types of guns, fits the game well. Interviewer: you've said early versions of Dracula were an inspiration. Is there something about Bram Stoker's writing that speaks to you? Miyazaki: Bram Stoker's Dracula was one of my formative reading experiences as a child. I remember I liked the idea of a clammy feeling before Van Helsing appears. I was an odd child, wasn't I? Laughs. 2015/03/13 Famitsu interview with Hidetaka Miyazaki, Bloodborne Going Gold event. Wiki, translated, original. Interviewer: congratulations on completing Bloodborne. How are you really feeling about it now? Miyazaki: I'm 30% looking forward to the players enjoying the game. The remaining 70% is freaking out. Laughs. It's always like this. It hasn't changed. This is the roughest period. Laughs. It's scary, like you don't know what's going to happen. Development finished before it goes on sale. This period makes me so uneasy, I just can't stand it. Before it's finished, there are still things you can do. Once it's released, you can deal with problems that arise. Right now, there's nothing I can do, so my feelings now are a mix of hoping the game is enjoyed and a vague sense of fear. That's how it is, honestly. I'd like to be brimming with confidence, but you have to prepare yourself mentally. Interviewer: you were pulling double duty as both company president and director this time around. Miyazaki: it's weird to say that it felt natural. Being the president is a serious deal. It's less about anticipation and more about dealing with the heavy stuff. This time I had some really talented people working on the development. There were some things I could leave to them. We started this system where I could concentrate on certain areas and trust them with others. I think they did really well. Working as both president and director, that's how I want things to go from here on out. I feel like this was a valuable test run. It's not that I'm no longer intimately involved, the process has just changed. The change wasn't bad. Working on it cooperatively is motivating. And more than just being president and director, I guess I could say I feel like there's nothing I can't do. Next, they need to help me out as company president. Laughs. Interviewer: laughs. How did you feel about the PlayStation 4 when you were working on it? Miyazaki: it was easy to make on the PS4. Compared to the experience we had with the launch timing on Armored Core 4 on the PS3, it's completely different. I want to say the PS4 feel more compliant. It was easier to make. After the problems we had with the PS3, we knew we wanted better, but it was even easier than we hoped. I really felt the design philosophy of the PS4. Interviewer: at the completion event at UDX Theatre, you got to show the theatre demo on a huge screen. How did the fans react? Miyazaki: while I didn't get to see their reactions when it was on screen, I really love personally hearing criticism and impressions of the game. I want to know how people feel about my work, so don't be too harsh. Laughs. Use kind words. Laughs. User opinion is valuable, and as a creator, it's rough when you don't have any feedback, so I like to get a lot of different responses. I'm looking forward to hearing what people think. Interviewer: it seems like this game will let players make use of the share play feature too. Miyazaki: it's a new thing to look forward to. Sharing videos and live screen sharing too. With Dark Souls, lots of players made videos, and I got to see a lot of them. Then take Demonsouls. When we made it, we never guessed that players would do all that, but it was suited for it, and it was a wonderful surprise. I wondered if there was something we could do to cater to that kind of enjoyment. Some titles lend themselves to it, and others don't. I think there are a lot of possibilities for the share play feature, and I want to find them. We've yet to see what's going to happen with share play, as it is not fully utilized yet, but I feel like that's all part of the fun. Interviewer: like the possibility for video that was announced today, a show where musician/actor Nobuaki Kaneko fights for his life in Bloodborne. Broadcast starts March 16th. Miyazaki: actually, I didn't know Nobuaki Kaneko was going to be doing it until the announcement event. I had heard about the format of the show, but I didn't know he would be in it. His video message that was playing at the event was really intense. I was pleased. I'm also looking forward to his videos. Interviewer. Lastly, what's your message for all the fans waiting for Bloodborne? Miyazaki. I'm bad at this one. I can't really say anything confidently, but when it says struggle against death in a terrifying world, I hope players like the terrifying part. It is my purest desire for players to feel the pleasure of winning and making it out alive. That's why I made this game, and I hope people give it a try. 2015/03/16, Bloodborne's violence not gratuitous, director says. Kaiser MacDonald. How does Bloodborne differ thematically from the Souls series? Miyazaki. The sense of being drawn to the blood, and as you fight more in this terrifying combat, you're being gradually swallowed up by this nightmare. MacDonald. How did you approach the game's aesthetic, particularly with regard to gore? Miyazaki. I'm a tasteful man, and I like to adjust things accordingly. The blood is expressed in a more artistic way than a violent or gruesome way. It's symbolic. MacDonald. How did you manage the balance between horror and aesthetic beauty? Miyazaki. There were many things that needed to be toned down. I wanted to take a step into a more sinister, gruesome setting, but you've always got to be careful of how far you step into it. MacDonald. How involved were you in the art direction? Miyazaki. I give the art staff very specific, concrete ideas on what I want. The team works together with me on very specific nuances of how things should look in the design. MacDonald. How do you balance your duties as president and director? Miyazaki. I feel lucky because I do get away with things for the good of the game. Creating the time to make the game is what's important. And the development team and surrounding staff understand that. MacDonald. What are your main inspirations for Bloodborne? Miyazaki. Cthulhu mythology and Dracula stories were part of the basis for Bloodborne. 2015/03/20, a PlayStation blog conversation with Hidetaka Miyazaki. Interviewer. The Souls titles were never specifically labeled horror, but I can think of few other games that fill me with such a sense of fear and dread while playing. It looks like you're taking that ball and running with it in Bloodborne. Just watching the trailers makes me incredibly anxious. Miyazaki. There are several reasons why you need a sense of horror in the world, especially with Bloodborne, which has a more chilling world view than Souls. It's not like horror is something we specifically go for, but it's important to have that sense of fear and terror because it directly ties into the player overcoming that and enhancing their sense of achievement. At the same time, my personal view is that the world we live in can be a harsh and unkind place. To create a game world that is always kind to players, that's not how I see the real world. Whether it be nature or society, it's often a harsh and unkind environment, so that translates into my games. Interviewer. I know there are some who prefer the hub system from Demonsouls, but for me, one of the most memorable aspects of your recent work was the extraordinary world-building of Dark Souls. How the game's locations all linked up like some grand, intricate work of origami. How have you approached Bloodborne's map design? Miyazaki. I wanted to take the best of both approaches, so every area is linked in one way or another, much like the first Dark Souls, but you also have a hub system like Demonsouls. The world itself is a painted world in several respects, like Dark Souls, but essentially each area is still seamlessly connected. At the same time, to access each point, there are central hubs that act as warp points. And to reach new points, you still have the hub, which also acts as a refuge as well. I wanted to combine the best of these elements so that you'd be able to easily go to areas you've already discovered. Interviewer. Since launch, the stature of Demonsouls and Dark Souls has grown and grown, and they now inhabit pretty rarefied air, comfortably sitting among the all-time greats. How do you deal with having such an obsessive and passionate fanbase? Miyazaki. First of all, I'm incredibly happy to have these fans. I'd be lying if I didn't feel pressure to meet their expectations, but I get a lot of enjoyment reading and hearing what they have to say. For these people to put so much time into my games and really discuss things that I've created with such passion, I'll go online and enjoy reading what they have to say. Of course, sometimes there are things that are not so enjoyable to read, but even taking that on board, overall I take great pleasure in their comments. As a creator, it's such a valuable resource to listen to their honest feedback and think about what game I'm going to make next. You couldn't go out there and pay people money to put in the hours that these people do. When I went to PlayStation Experience in the USA at the end of last year, there was a Q&A panel there with the players, and I realized the level of passion that people have. Interviewer: does it bother you that people are so fixated on your game's perceived high level of difficulty rather than other aspects of the experience? Miyazaki: it's not something I find frustrating. I do understand why people ask about it a lot, but I'm happy that people are fascinated by it. In that respect, I don't mind being repeatedly asked about difficulty. It's something that I find enjoyable to discuss. As a game creator, or a creator of anything, for people to be fascinated and ask questions and be curious about what I'm making, that's something that can't be taken for granted, and I'm very grateful for that. Interviewer: often to the detriment of my social life, I've found Souls games to be hugely replayable, relinquishing new secrets every time I return to them. How are you approaching New Game Plus in Bloodborne? Miyazaki: the actual setup is essentially the same, but if you play it, I think you'll see that the feel is a bit different to Souls. There is that replayability in the same form for Bloodborne as there was in Dark Souls, but it's a different game, so even if the feature is similar, you might have a different experience with New Game Plus, or New Game Double Plus, or however many times you choose to replay. A simple example is that there is no defensive style of play in Bloodborne. That starts to be more apparent the more New Game Plus playthroughs you go through. So a gamer can experience a different taste of New Game Plus compared to a Souls game. I'd like gamers to challenge themselves and see what they can get out of New Game Plus. Interviewer: there's been a little consternation among Souls fans on the web at the suggestion that Bloodborne won't feature quite so many weapons as in the Souls games. Can you clarify exactly how the weapon system works in Bloodborne? Miyazaki: in terms of how many physical weapons there are, the amount is less than in a Souls game, but that's to some extent a decision made due to the game design. The weapons transform, so one weapon will have various uses and strategies that you can implement. You can also customize your weapon with blood gems. There are different types, and you can slot in up to 3 at a time. One gem might have you use less stamina per swing, for example. You can have many different combinations, so actually the amount of weapons in Souls is absorbed in Bloodborne by this customization element, and how someone can tailor a weapon to how they want to use it. In a way, the variety is still there, but it's absorbed down on a customization level, rather than in the quantity of actual weapons, much more than in Souls. 2015/03/24. Can the man who made Bloodborne actually finish his own game? Games Radar: what was the main inspiration for the game's visual setting/style? Miyazaki: classical works of Gothic horror, Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos, plus a few board games and TRPGs based on such themes. This isn't the first game of mine to draw on these roots, as most of my ideas are actually text-inspired. I guess that there were no curveballs regarding that this time around. Games Radar: how have you found developing for PS4 compared with PS3, and what has PS4's extra power and features enabled you to do that you couldn't before? Miyazaki: being a director, I've had the privilege of heading a PS3 launch title. Looking back, I think the PS4 has made the development cycle much easier. Any dev from the early days would agree with me on this one. In regards to new accomplishments due to the new PS4 architecture, well, there are a lot indeed. The incredibly detailed Gothic/Victorian cityscapes which seamlessly interlink, and the shape-shifting trick weapons configured with tons of animations each, just to name a few. Games Radar: what were the main lessons you learned during the development of Demon's Dark Souls that helped you to craft Bloodborne? Miyazaki: though there were many lessons learned in many different areas, I think the most important knowledge we gleaned came not during the actual development process, but from the players, both including how they played and their general reactions to the experience. The same can be said of Demon Souls and Dark Souls too. I'm pretty confident this title will be yielding similar results, so I'm equal parts excited and nervous at how things will pan out. Wait, actually, I think I'm more nervous than excited at this point, but that's definitely nothing new. Games Radar: what aspect of the game are you most proud of? And what do you think the biggest gameplay improvement over Dark Souls is? Miyazaki, what aspect am I proud of? Well, personality-wise, I like to avoid putting my pride on parade. Also, I really don't think this game should be compared to Dark Souls. With all that in mind, though, one of this game's major selling points is definitely the combat. It utilizes a mainstay of trick weapons and firearms, coupled with dodging and a regain system. The end result is exhilarating combat with that life-or-death tension. The system was subjected to a lot of time-consuming polish alongside SCE, so I really hope players will like what we've got in store. Games Radar. What's your favorite enemy or boss from any of your last 3 games? Demon Souls / Dark Souls / Bloodborne, and why? Miyazaki, I'm actually fond of a great many enemies and bosses from each title. As for this title, I think I'll hold off on delving into boss info to avoid spoilers. Let me weed it down to 1. The Old Monk. This boss utilized a unique and rather experimental multiplayer system. I remember facing a lot of opposition to realize the idea. I also designed the boss's head collar myself. All in all, I have a very personal bond with this character. Games Radar. Bloodborne and its ancestor titles are notoriously tough. How good are you personally at them? How long can you play before you die? Miyazaki, I think I'd better pass on giving a straight answer. To say that I'm not the greatest at games would be an understatement, so I'd rather not disappoint you all. But even so, rest assured in the fact that I can beat this title, albeit with a lot of teeth gritting. The same goes for both Demon Souls and Dark Souls. Games Radar. Are you in awe of some of the feats players have achieved and shared? What surprises you, pleases you most about these skills, and is it tough to keep creating new challenges to push these people even further? Miyazaki. Indeed, I am left in awe. Challenges we could never conceive of have gloriously surfaced, with equally glorious skill and determination put into beating them. Such feats are truly exciting. I must say that our side of things does not do a lot in terms of setting up these challenges and presenting them to the world. Most of these stunts are drummed up by the players themselves, which is exactly why they are so significant. If we build a world jam-packed with awesome hurdles, I'm confident the players will come up with all sorts of interesting ways to surmount them. It's a type of collaboration, really. One that I find to be quite fun. Games Radar. What are your hopes for Bloodborne's legacy after it's released? In 10 years from now, what do you hope people say when they look back at Bloodborne? Miyazaki. That's a tough question. To be frank, it all boils down to having fun. No matter what kind of legacy or reputation this title leaves a decade down the road, if the players had fun playing it, I'll be more than satisfied. Games Radar. What are your top 3 tips for survival for Bloodborne newcomers? Miyazaki 1. Don't give up. Obstacles can be overcome through strategy and learning. The online elements will also be of great assistance. 2. Don't drown yourself in hunting and blood. Utilizing wit in the thick of battle will be your key to victory. 3. Oh yes, please be careful of the nightmare that is this dark and gloomy world. 2015/03/31, Bloodborne creator Hidetaka Miyazaki. I didn't have a dream. I wasn't ambitious. Guardian, what was the main inspiration for your games? What influenced your career shift to game development? Miyazaki, I found so much joy in those stories. That game, Eco, awoke me to the possibilities of the medium. I wanted to make one myself. Guardian, how did you come to work on Demon Souls? Miyazaki, Demon Souls wasn't doing well. The project had problems and the team had been unable to create a compelling prototype. Guardian, how did you approach Demon Souls when you were assigned? Miyazaki, I figured if I could find a way to take control of the game, I could turn it into anything I wanted. Guardian, what changes did you make to Demon Souls? Miyazaki, I changed pretty much everything about it. Guardian, what was the team's experience like working with Bloodborne? What kind of architectural research was done for Bloodborne? Miyazaki, I've been to places I wouldn't have visited before. I get to see different things, which is important. It gives me new experiences to draw from. In researching the architecture of Bloodborne, we visited Romania and the Czech Republic, drinking in their Gothic grandeur. Guardian, what do you find interesting about meeting other company presidents? Miyazaki, They're such weird people. I'm fascinated by them. I use some of them as enemy characters in our games. Miyazaki mentioned growing up tremendously poor in Shizuoka and how his family couldn't afford books or manga, so he borrowed from the library. Miyazaki mentioned how he drifted into a job at Oracle Corporation after college but found inspiration in game development after playing Ico. Miyazaki mentioned that becoming company president gave him unexpected benefits, such as new experiences, which helped inspire his game development. 2015/04/02 Deadline is Invention Mother. Development Secret Story. Gigazine. Hereinafter, G. First of all, some readers do not know Bloodborne, so please give me a brief introduction of the game. Mr. Hidetaka Miyazaki. That's right, is not it? I am not good at it. I will do my best. G. Is that so? Laugh. Miyazaki. Yes, LOL, but please take care of me again. Based on the atmosphere of Gothic or Victorian horror, based on the gloomy ancient capital, Yharnam, where the disease of the beasts is infested, the player becomes a hunter of beast hunting, challenging a mysterious mystery and blood-striking death fight. G. I see. Miyazaki. Also, Bloodborne is a title we have collaborated with our software from developers and SCE as a publisher. In fact, in 2009, we released an action RPG titled Demonsouls, exclusively for PlayStation 3, focusing on the sense of accomplishment when overcoming the difficulties, setting the difficulty level higher. The part is the same concept since then. G. Thank you very much. Mr. Miyazaki is the direction at Bloodborne. What kind of thing did you do specifically? Miyazaki. You are responsible for the development site. In a slightly exaggerated way of saying, is it the task of deciding the concept, designing and controlling the whole game, or each element that makes up the game, and creating a game that realizes that concept? Speaking of myself, there are a bit of gaming system design and basic balance, level design including map design and enemies, designing world view, design work, text work, a little more, but in such a way in cooperation with the person in charge and direct direction doing. G. Demon's Souls is a game of PlayStation 3, but this time Bloodborne is the title for PlayStation 4. The platform has shifted. When developing Bloodborne, was there any part that took time unexpectedly in terms of programming? Miyazaki, where I had trouble, is it still a map connection? As for the ancient city Yharnam, which is the stage of the current work, the built-up townscape is structured to connect complexly vertically and horizontally. It was like a habit of my map design. I wanted to build a town with a search for a strange ambience, but owing to that, well, G. With the time it took? Miyazaki. Yes, there is memory that it was serious around the map connection and around the data read. Both graphic designers and programmers worked very hard. If the map of this work is good, it is their achievement first. Well, if you ask the guys, I think that there is a point that I had other difficulties. I think there is a story, laugh, to the last extent that I was able to see. G. Certainly, I think that the town of Yharnam is a design that makes me feel pretty commitment. Then, although it was a slightly different content from what was initially imagined at the time of development, does it have a part like, is this one? Miyazaki. There is hardly any big part. At the concept level, we were able to complete it almost without break from the beginning of development. I think that this was great because SCE trusted me. However, in a small part, there are many things such as, it is not supposed, but this is this. Or I think that is an interesting part of game development. Unexpected strategies, such as unexpected movements, such things cannot be made with mid-consciousness, and it is also likely to be the subject of users' interesting discovery. So, as long as it does not break the game, we may try to leave as much as possible. G. Leave as much as possible? Miyazaki. Yes, I think that is more interesting. It may sound like an excuse, and in fact there seems to be some aspects like that in fact. Laugh. Would you like to be a game with a good meaning? G. It is interesting to leave things that have appeared outside of expectations and to give the user room for discovery. For the first time, I directed the title for PS4 and I could not express it with PS3, but have you got it possible on PS4? Miyazaki. As a game director, it is nice that the amount of memory has increased greatly, as it is said that it is natural to create a world view with high-definition graphics and various expressions such as wind and particles. Even something like a system of weapons unique to this work presses the memory amount of motion, so it was very helpful. Since the story of the trap weapon came out, I would like to ask you, but I am adopting a special system called Regain System that can recover your physical strength if you attack from the Bloodborne this time and take it back and get rid of blood. Miyazaki. When I get brought back, there is actually a word, but Regain is certainly a special system, is not it? Originally, Regain is the theme, Battle of Death, that was the theme of this work's battle. It is a system considered for that. I changed the concept of defense to an active one. Invite me to death fight and produce a feeling of fighting fight. That is the aim of the Regain system, and it is an idea. The first image of Regain is post hoc guard. By attacking after eating damage, if you have defended, you recover the damage you did not eat. Before or after the attack itself is active. There is also room for judgment and tactics. It was thought that if it leads to death fighting and also leads to a feeling of fighting, battle fighting feeling is one of the main themes of this work, and Regain is one of the important elements to support it, so it would be nice to have it going well. The amount that can be recovered with Regain is likely to be different depending on weapons. But how is the balance setting between weapons and recovery amount? Miyazaki. The amount of Regain is considered as one of the personality of weapons. It should be adjusted mainly from the balance of attack speed and weight, but we do not think that we cannot regain extremely. To the last, it is an element which forms the backbone of the battle system of this work, and I thought that losing its fundamental by the personality of a weapon was not so desirable, at least at the present time. Indeed, I feel that Mr. Miyazaki is the point of view of the concept of Regain. By the way, Bloodborne is a completely new work, but where is the fun that makes a new work rather than a sequel? Miyazaki. Whether it is a new work or a sequel, game production is very interesting. On that assumption, there is interestingness of the sequel to the new work in the new work, the sequel. New work is more than anything. All can be renewed from the best if necessary. From the standpoint of the director who designs the game in total, it has a high degree of freedom and room for experimentation, and such place is interesting. There are fun things to accumulate sequels. It is sophisticated or deep engraving, but there are many things that can only be made by doing so. I never dislike making myself a sequel. Here's something I'd like to ask you about Bloodborne's expression, changing the story a bit. Although Bloodborne thinks that depiction in Japan's game is overshadowing a certain meaning, is there such a thing to draw a line at the planning stage for such expressions? Miyazaki. I agree, that is obvious. I think religious contraindications are easy to understand, but I am paying attention not to break them down. For fun games that we are going to make, the factors that will definitely hurt someone are absolutely unnecessary. Miyazaki. Speaking in a similar place, Bloodborne of this work was devoted to expression of blood. The expression of blood itself was undoubtedly necessary to express the view of the world or the fighting fight of the battle. But on the other hand, I did not want to make it a strong physiological aversion. So, with regard to the effects of blood splashes, it is a symbolic style rather than graphic. It is a kind of painting style, and the color of blood is not red that is vivid and painful to the eyes. It calmed down, withered a little. It keeps it to the taste. That person was also suitable for my drawing goal. Aside from that, especially for blood-splashing characters, I adjusted the color of the blood to a place close to the ash, and in that flow I was born the name Hematokeza, laugh. Was it successful? So I think there are also difficult parts, but well, in a strange place I mean that I was making myself worried about that. Does that mean that even one expression of blood is working on development so far? Although the story will change a bit, Bloodborne is scheduled to release domestically from February 5, 2015. Changed on 26th March. It was said that it was done. After all, from the point of selling as a game, there is a release date. I think that you have decided the deadline by calculating backwards from that, but please tell us the balance between deadline and quality around that. As time goes on, it will not be a simple story that the quality of the work will go up. Miyazaki. Well, the story of the release date has spoiled various people. Here is only an apology. I'm really sorry. Other than that, I do not care what you say. G. What do you think about whether the quality should be raised or whether the closure should be adhered to even at the expense of the deadline? Miyazaki. As a general theory, I do not think there is always a specific decision. Neither of us nor SCE is making a game as a rich musical instrument separately. While there is a pure ideal of making good ones, it is natural, but it is a business that is strictly a matter of fact. I think that this includes self-regulation, but I should not think lightly about that. That's more than anything else. It is necessary for us to keep games that we want to make, keep the situation and the situation. However, on the other hand, it does not mean that it is supremacy for deadlines. While understanding that deadlines are important, there are times when you cannot afford to make up a game that still allows you to enjoy the game. I am very sorry even at Bloodborne this time, but once I consulted about resetting deadline. I am very grateful to SCE who finally understood and accepted it. I think that it was not an easy decision. Also, from a different point of view, I think that there are aspects that require a deadline for making things. For example, there is a necessity to sort out or optimize ideas due to the deadline, which is a necessary process by a good game. Especially since I am innocent lazy, the term closure is the mother of invention is common. G. A weighted word came out. Miyazaki. For this, members of the development team and SCE will deeply agree. Even if there is a text or a deadline, it will be seriously delayed, so if it is absent, it will be a serious thing. Laugh. G. Do you feel motivation rises because it is just before the deadline? Miyazaki. Well, motivation is always going to be high, but there are certainly ideas to come out in the face of the crisis. How many times were you helped? Therefore, deadline is the mother of invention. G. The feeling of being deeply impatient is coming just before the deadline. When was the busiest time in Bloodborne's development? Miyazaki. This is just before the Master Up. From the end of the year to the beginning of the year. Even before that, it was not easy development, but I think that it was the busiest after all. G. Why is that? Miyazaki. It was the first title for the PS4 generation for us. At the end, it is easy for unexpected problems to arise. Armored Core 4, which I first directed, was also the first title of the PS3 generation, but the title of the first generation still has unique difficulties and busyness. In that sense, it is also true that there was nostalgia for busyness. Laugh. G. It was so. Are you busy at such times and you have to stay up all night? Miyazaki. I agree. Although it is deadline of next day being strict observance, it is sometimes to stay overnight at such times. That is a fact. However, basically, I think that should not stay up all night unless it is such a special situation. It should not be at least normalized. Members who are actually busy are likely to get angry. LOL. I really think so. As a general theory, I think that it is better to continue working as a result when taking a break. And I think that it is necessary to make something or make a good stimulus for a person trying to make it. G. What do you do on holidays is a necessary factor for creators. Miyazaki. Separately, it is not limited to holidays, but what they get stimulated from is what people do. However, it is said that such a time is necessary anyway. Of course, depending on people, I think that work is a stimulus, and I want to do it as much as possible. I will not stop it. Or I myself like that. The job of making games is exciting, and occasionally it's fun and exciting to spare time to talk games hotly at midnight tension. LOL. But I do not even want to ask all of them. Everybody says something that stimulates that person needs time to receive it. As in the first story, there is a situation that cannot be helped. I would like to zero it if possible. G. Next, I will ask about the staff of the development team. When choosing members of the development team, not just for Bloodborne this time, what kind of feeling do you choose? Miyazaki. Our company From Software is not a so-called fixed team system. There is no fixed Armored Core team, Dark Souls team, etc. Of course, members that become core to some extent may be fixed for efficiency, but basically there is a big team called From/Software, and each team develops the best members for each development. G. Is there anything in mind that I always try to optimize members in a big team called From Software? Miyazaki. Firstly, we will check suitability and will of ourselves. It is not always possible to fully consider them, but it is still suitable, because things that are in line with will do a better job. On top of that, this is particularly true since I became the president, but I try to shuffle members to some extent. For example, experienced veteran and a combination of young people who have ambition but little experience. By doing so, everyone keeps getting moderate stimulus, shares know-how. I think that from software should function as a single, vivid, big team. So what do you mean that the development staff of the Souls series took over Bloodborne? Miyazaki. Naturally, there are many common members, but the fixed team as a whole never takes over. Even with Souls, I do not want the team to be strongly fixed and to faction. For example, Rival, there are plenty of development companies, teams, and individual developers outside the company. It's a small company like From Software. You do not have to ask it inside. I see. Next, please tell us about the evaluation of the work. On the internet, there is a fairly sales-oriented part, and there is a place where sales are regarded as an important element, as one of evaluation of works. Of course, I think that the evaluation itself of the work itself is not decided by sales, but what do you think should be focused on in evaluating the work outside sales? Miyazaki. I agree. I have several indicators. There was a story about sales, which is also important, of course. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, our game production is on the one hand strictly business, and it is also necessary to protect the place and situation to make the game we want to make. However, it will not be used as an indicator only. For example, in places where it is easy to understand, there are evaluations and reviews by media and users. After all, our aim is to make everyone enjoy the game, so this is important. Even in a business talk, the evaluation will be connected next. There are other indicators besides the above too. To put it in the extreme way of saying, even though sales of media and users have low titles, even though it was never completely uninhabited, it was sometimes a source of the From software. For example, it seems that human resources have grown up, and the technology and know-how gotten there leads to the next title. I see. Miyazaki. Well, evaluation is fairly multilateral. Of course, it is true that it will be troubled only by titles that do not involve sales. LOL. Miyazaki himself seems pretty familiar with the user review that came out in the story. Miyazaki. I agree, mainly when the mental state is stable. LOL. After all, when the mental state is unstable, do not you want to see? Miyazaki. Well, it is. Rather than not wanting to see, it seems that the results you see are likely to go wrong, so let's stop it now. I see. Is there something that reflects the opinion of the user written in the review, etc. in game development? Miyazaki. Yes, it is a little different. If I say to take a picture, I am referring. As a game producer, I think that reviewing users as media and users is really valuable. He played the game he made earnestly, and it is as if it is very hot, polite and deep review, assuming it to have statistical significance. It is hard to get it, even if you want it as a producer. It would be unavoidable not to bury. Besides, it is still simple and glad. From here I would like to hear a little bit about the story that has nothing to do with Bloodborne. Mr. Miyazaki said that he was also interested in developing small games such as indie games in previous interviews. Gigazine sometimes posts articles on indie games, among which indie games that seek investment in crowdfunding has increased in recent years. From the viewpoint of developers, what do you think about how exciting indie games rise? Miyazaki. I think that's a good thing. It is a strange story, but after all it is necessary to have some kind of funds to start a game production project. I think that it is a very good thing that there are various ways to obtain such resources. It is actually really difficult to make presentations and to gain understanding that to win games we are going to make is worthwhile to get funds. Therefore, if the means of obtaining the funds is limited, effective presentations for the limited means are also limited, and as a result, games actually produced are likely to be limited. Since it is boring and it is obstructive, it becomes an indie, crowdfunding. Becoming one new means, if it leads to a new game, it will be very exciting even as one user. From another point of view, it may be that they may be hoping to make games when I get fired in the future. Laugh. I still want to make a game all the time. Then, if that is one chunk for that, that means, although I am well aware that it is not that simple in fact. G. Does Miyazaki want to engage in game direction all the time? Miyazaki. I agree. Originally I wanted to make a game, and I changed jobs, game production. Game direction is really fun anyway. Although it is not what the president says, if you are told that you should not direct. I think that you think seriously about advancing and retiring. LOL. G. How about trying a new platform? Sony's Project Morpheus, or Facebook's Oculus Rift, Okurasurifuto. VR headset appeared, Mr. Miyazaki think. I want to make a game with VR headset. Miyazaki. It is amazing. VR headset experience was very shocking, and at the same time it felt it was a device that needed a new game format. As a gamer crowd, you are quite interested in it. Although it may be an aside, I was very moved by the Super Mario 64 early in the Polygon. G. Method. Miyazaki. Whether you can complete the game suitable for that technology in the first stage, with new technology. I was a college student at the time, but I remember being excited by tension, which I do not know well. I thought it was amazing. Of course, polygons and VR headsets are totally different from the concept level, but if a new game format is born there as well, I would like to engage in that, or just want to be involved in the end. As a matter of fact, there is. So I am very excited about developing it. G. I would like to play the game for the VR headset Mr. Miyazaki made as a user as well. Then, although it will be the last, please give your message to Gigazine readers. Miyazaki. Well, I think that Bloodborne has already been released, but if you like, please play with your hands. As I touched first, the world is dark with depression, fighting is bloody death battle, difficulty is not easy such a game, but I think that I want you to feel the sense of tension and the fulfillment of the future I will. Thank you for your consideration. G. Thank you very much. Another point, please give me a message for those who are planning to develop games in the future as developers. Miyazaki. That is simple, it is a lot of fun. I think that it is not easy, comfortable industry, and it may be irresponsible because I cannot take responsibility for anything. But if there is a will, I definitely want to make a game. It is as a companion to make games together, or even as a single user. G. Have you enjoyed developing Bloodborne 2? Miyazaki. Yes, there were many things that was very painful, but as a general theory it was still fun. Even members of the development team and the SCE who supported it are happy if so. I really appreciate them. I cannot make anything by myself, and I'm sure it will not be fun. G. Thank you for today. Miyazaki. Thank you very much. 2015/04, Drained of Blood Translation. General questions. Interviewer, from Future Press. First off, congratulations on your new role as company president. Miyazaki. Well, thank you very much. Interviewer. In relation to that, would you say that assuming the role of president has reduced the amount of time you're directly involved with game design? Most people would assume that's the case. How would you say your time is divided now between company president duties and game development duties? Miyazaki. Well, to be honest, I'm probably shirking a lot of my presidential duties, or you could say that everyone around me is humoring me on that front. Laughs. In terms of percentages, though, I'd say it's around 20%. Out of your typical 5-day work week, I'd need to devote a little over a day to that kind of work. Still, it's not as if I was able to devote 100% of my time to directorial duties even before. Once I knew that we'd build the current company structure, I had the director-level staff plan a new production workflow, one that helps support my work when I'm running short on time, so I wouldn't say that I'm devoting less time to game design now. Interviewer. Regarding the process of creating Bloodborne, could you tell us what the development process had in common with, for example, Demonsouls or Dark Souls, or how it's been different? Miyazaki. I wouldn't say it's been that different, but there are 2 points in particular that come to mind. The first one, which I touched on a little bit just now, is that the director-level staff in the company are now all participating in a unified production workflow. As for what I'm leaving to them in particular, one thing we need from the start of the project is the ability to express our concepts and aims in words. When I'm doing all of that by myself, I tend to verbalize the bare minimum necessary. Or, to put it in a bad way, I tended to procrastinate a lot. Laughs. I couldn't get away with that here. I think a lot of good came out of that arrangement. Verbalizing it and bringing it out to other people made me notice a lot I wouldn't have otherwise. The Chalice Dungeons, one of the biggest elements we added to this game, are something that came out precisely because I got other people involved in the operation. The other point is the environment that the title and its production team were working within. This marked a major change. With Demon Souls, of course, and while we worked on Dark Souls too, the expectations around us were still pretty low. All around us, there was always the idea that there's no way that something like this will sell. That's no longer the case with Bloodborne, so it's become notably easier to make. We're feeling more pressure at the same time, but even with that, I think it's the kind of environment that makes a game developer happy. We really owe a lot to the gamers who gave so much praise to our previous titles. It's all thanks to them. Interviewer: as you worked on Demon Souls and Dark Souls, was there anything you envisioned for the game but weren't able to make happen? Were you able to make any of those things happen in Bloodborne based on your past experience? Miyazaki: there are a lot of things, both big and small. If I were to bring up a few of these easier to understand details, I could bring up how armor parameters are now based on percentages, or how the effects of items are now based on giving bonuses to your stats. One problem we had with Demon Souls was that once you reached a high enough level, the whole idea of armor began to lose meaning to some extent. In Demon Souls, armor parameters were based on static values that you weren't able to power up at all. As players grew stronger, the percentage of their total defensive ability derived from armor grew smaller and smaller. The importance of your armor equipment declined gradually as time went on, and eventually, once you were high level enough, armor was little more than decoration. You'd start thinking, this isn't very different from going around naked. So in order to fix that, we implemented an armor upgrade system in Dark Souls. We had it so you could boost your armor's stats, ensuring that even as your character got stronger, the percentage of their defense governed by armor wouldn't go down, ensuring that it remained important. I think this did have at least some effect, but there were some problems with the formula we used, and it was an extremely difficult thing to fine-tune. We only had so many resources we could devote to the balancing process, so it wound up being a bit of a problem. So we considered those experiences and based Bloodborne's armor on percentage reductions. As the player grows, the percentage that armor plays in your character's overall defense doesn't go down. Armor remain an important aspect of the game, and it was much easier for us to fine-tune as well. Your inventory of items work much the same way. For items like Molotov cocktails, which had a static attack stat, you'd rely on them a great deal at first. They'd help give you another option during battle. By the endgame, though, they wouldn't be much use at all, and that's a problem we wanted to tackle. An easy-to-understand example of this is an item like throwing knives, I think. Items are one of the things that contribute to the role-playing experience, so we figured it'd be more fun if the game offered enough leeway that you could do things like create a character who relied on throwing knives for their offense. For Bloodborne, taking recovery items, which are pretty much essential to the game, and making them their own category makes it easier, I think, for players to express more personality with the items they use. It's nothing flashy maybe, but it's on element that I hope turns out well. Interviewer: making these changes must require a fine-tuning process, acquiring an idea that this or that change is the right decision to make. How do you decide what way to adjust the game's balance? Do you have people test the game and make adjustments based on their reactions? Miyazaki: good question. For this game, I participated in the balancing process for things like the basic feel of the game and its foundational elements. For others, detailed aspects beyond that, especially when it comes to competitive multiplayer and post-ending repeat play, my strategy was to leave that to the balance team. Either way, though, I keep a close eye on our test play runs and our feedback. For the former in particular, to put it in an extreme way, if it's not any fun to play, I think that immediately discounts it, and that applies no matter what your concept or your aim is. I remember devoting a pretty long time to repeated test play sessions, even asking SCE to get involved. However, that doesn't mean we're simply accepting all the feedback we receive at face value. We focus on aspects that make players feel stressed out of place, or bored. For that kind of feedback, we listened carefully and went to see what we can do about it. That doesn't mean, though, that we necessarily implement that suggested solution as is. We know what needs improvement and figure out how to solve that. We try to find a solution that follows our concept and aims, one that adheres to the overall worldview of the game. If we didn't do that, the game would feel like this big patchwork mess. Interviewer: we image you'll be releasing patches for the game after it goes on sale. Miyazaki: that's a hard question to answer, but yes, I imagine so. I'm sure users would prefer it if we released something free of imperfections from the get-go, and that's a perfectly reasonable expectation to have, but realistically speaking, I think patches are a necessary thing. To put it simply, it's important for balance, particularly with competitive multiplayer. Interviewer: will you gauge gamer reactions as you work on that? Miyazaki: certainly yes. I think our game balance team will be working alongside SCE to handle whatever issues arise. Myself, I'll just try to be careful not to butt in too much on their work. I mean, it's not that I don't like watching gamers post gameplay videos or give their takes on the game, but at the same time, I don't think I could assess every single one of them, even if I tried. So with that in mind, if I started insisting on changes based on this one video I happen to watch, that'll wind up twisting the balance in unexpected directions. The concept and aims I brought into this project are important to me, of course. But, as hard as it can be each time, I try to maintain a polite distance from the balancing process. Back when I worked on Armored Core, we usually had some free time after development wrapped up. I would often be the one directly fine-tuning the parameters and so on afterward. Going as far as that nowadays, though, would be pretty tough. Chalice Dungeons. Interviewer: you mentioned the Chalice Dungeons earlier. Were those inspired by Rogue or NetHack, or some of the other roguelikes you've played, or… Miyazaki: the idea for the Chalice Dungeons actually came from a kind of different place. First, I think that with the sort of games we make, difficult games where the fun lies in the strategy you tackle them with, it's hard to beat the surprise factor you get when you play it for the first time. That period when you're groping around for a way to get past new and unknown difficulties, then sharing your experience with everyone and chatting about this and that. That kind of fun naturally doesn't last forever, but we were wondering if there was some way we could keep that going, even if it was just in a virtual kind of way. That was what first led to the Chalice Dungeon idea. As a result, the Chalice Dungeons are a completely separate system in the game. The way that each dungeon has different elements used to generate it in order to keep things fresh, and the way that you can keep a dungeon in place after generating it in order to share it with others, are both ideas that extend out from that original concept. I think there are a lot of role-playing games out there where the structure of the dungeon changes every time you play, but that approach doesn't let you share the dungeon and strategize about it with others. For a game like this one, based on the idea of learning about your environment and taking advantage of it to overcome obstacles, making them shareable was a necessity. Working on the Chalice Dungeons in this game has kindled an interest in so-called procedural games in me, to see where that kind of approach might lead. Chalice Dungeons are not strictly procedural in nature, though. Interviewer: adding Chalice Dungeons to this game, we feel, reduces the emphasis the game places on repeat play. Was this entirely in order to reduce the hurdles to getting through the game? Or did you want the dungeons to provide the core replay value to the game this time? Miyazaki: that's a bit of a surprise to hear, actually. Speaking for us, we had no intention to downplay post-ending repeat play. That concept is still front and center in this game. Bloodborne features multiple endings, and there are a couple of options if you want to see them all. Play through the game again, or create a different character and start at level 1. I think you're free to choose whatever approach you like, and that stance on our part hasn't changed since Demonsouls. Repeated play in this game offers a lot of incentive, as well as a lot of this series' trademark challenge and fun too, I think. This game has the wooden shield, the only shield in the game, and it doesn't seem like a very reliable piece of equipment, but some people say that it gets more and more important the more times you play through the game with it. The game's battle system relies on the idea that you're going to take hits now and then, which is what I think leads to ideas like that. But anyway, that just serves to demonstrate that we're in no way downplaying repeat runs through the game. Story and world. Interviewer: I think that, with Demons Souls and Dark Souls, the game made a point of not revealing the full story to you, keeping it an enigma and leaving some of it to gamers' imaginations. Miyazaki. That's true, yes. Interviewer. So the world of Bloodborne has the hunter's dream, and then several areas referred to as nightmares. There's a world that serves as the game's reality as well, right? Miyazaki. Ah, so you're asking if areas like Yharnam are meant to be reality. Well, that has some implications within the story. Yharnam at night, with the hunters and all, truly is a nightmare-like world. But is it actually a nightmare? Or was it? That kind of thing. I think different gamers will have different interpretations of that, especially depending on which ending they reach. That's something deliberate on our part. This might be going off topic a bit, but I like reading about how gamers interpret or think about the story and world of my games. So I don't want to rob them of that space for open interpretation. That, after all, is part of the fun I get to have after development, laughs. Still, this can often be a delicate thing, and I'm not exactly an expert at it either, so I can't be confident yet about whether it'll go well or not. Apologies in advance if it doesn't, then. Interviewer. We think creating this story where you're working inside of dreams allows you a lot of creative freedom. You can do things you normally couldn't do in reality. But if you go too far with that, it may all just get too crazy and players wouldn't find it fun. How do you manage that kind of balance between reality and dreams? Miyazaki, I think you're absolutely right. It'd be no fun if you could just do whatever you wanted in dreams. So in this game, the setting of Yharnam is essentially based in reality. It's so dark and dismal that it's entirely possibly to interpret it as an actual nightmare in the end, but this isn't some kind of dream world where anything you can picture will come to life. I think that Bloodborne has aspects of both Gothic and Cthulhu-style horror, but it's the former that's depicted from the start and provides a guide for the game's visual feel. That's because Gothic horror is based more in the world of reality. Of course, that doesn't mean it's real. It's a world of grotesque, scary horror. And here, you have a world like that which is gradually being eroded away by Cthulhu-style horror. That kind of image. Iosefka. Interviewer. That's interesting. To get a bit more into the story, everyone at Future Press really liked the character Iosefka. Miyazaki. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I think you're probably referring to the non-fake one, but the doctor at the clinic is a character that I really like, both the real one and the fake one. Some people in Yharnam are just completely beyond help. But she, or the two of them, are different. Interviewer. Did she really transform into a beast? Or is there any hope of her being alive somewhere? Miyazaki. To be honest with you, I don't think there's any chance of that for her. In the latter part of the game, if you go inside Iosefka's clinic, I think you'll run into something that suggests as much. Interviewer. Did you have a reason for not creating a story path where she survived? Miyazaki. Well, what should I say? Let's just say that I tried to make one, but the rest of the studio was against it. Laughs. That's not too removed from the truth, and it also has the side effect of keeping me safe from them. Things like that happened during the development of Dark Souls too. I remember that figuring out what to do with Sif, the Great Grey Wolf, was a huge hassle. But regardless, and sorry to repeat myself, but I'm glad to hear that you like her. At the same time, I hope you'll provide just as much support to her fake as well. That's a character I like a great deal too, but during development I'd say to the team, she's one of the heroines of this game, and nobody would believe me, which left me a bit crestfallen. That's one of the underlying themes of the game, or you could say that I have a thing for the scholarly investigator character trope. You have Sage Freak in Demons Souls and Master Willem in this game, and the fake Iosekfa kind of descends from there. But perhaps because I'm not good at characterization, none of those characters ever seem to get very popular. It makes me feel a little sorry for the fake Iosefka, if she follows that same route. Provost Willem. Interviewer. Everyone at Future Press liked Willem too. Miyazaki. Really? Well, that's great to hear. Interviewer. You have these kind of trademark characters, investigators seeking the truth that stray from the path a little. People like Freck and Logan. Willem was also one of their favorite characters in this game, but in general he doesn't speak to the player. Instead, all of his dialogue is in flashback form. Miyazaki. Yeah, Willem is certainly that way. Interviewer: what was the reason for that? Miyazaki: well, not to go back to my old crutch of being not so great at characterization, but if we had him speaking directly to you about all the supreme truths of the world or whatnot, it would have wound up really hackneyed. In a general way, I wanted the text we wrote to be as protective as possible of his dignity, his way of thinking. That was the approach I took. Really, whether it comes to Willem or the choir or the school of Mensis, each of them has a certain background philosophy that drives them. At the start of development, we had this forum where I'd write whatever came to mind of a daily basis, and the rest of the team could browse through it. I'd write about things like the meaning of the mind's eye and its limitations upon people, or discussions about blood and beast transformations, and a really large amount of other meaningless stuff like that, most of which really never made it into the game. Laughs. Of course, the theme with this game was not to tell too much story, just like before, so I think our approach turned out well enough. The doll. Interviewer: the doll was another character that really stroked our curiosities. Making a gesture towards her and seeing her react was something that struck us as oddly soothing. Miyazaki: thank you very much. Interviewer: whose idea was that? It's a really good one. Miyazaki: I think that sprang out from my assorted ramblings on the forum, but it was Masaru Yamamura, one of the designers, who actually implemented it. That was a pretty busy period during development, I think, but he managed to make the time to do it and tell me, hey Miyazaki, check out this thing I made. I gave him the okay for that immediately, of course. That was all thanks to his efforts. Ever since the Demonsouls days, I've always had problems coming up with heroines for our games, but I really like that doll, including her design. Hopefully the gamers who play it will think the same way. Interviewer: one unique aspect of your games is that the truths behind them are rarely revealed in-game. Miyazaki: well, that's not necessarily something I aim for, but I do try to leave room open for people's imaginations. Pale blood. Interviewer: right, well, there's enough room left open for people to let their imaginations run wild. In this game, the hero is motivated to set off following a hastily written note telling you to seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. The term pale blood is hardly used at all afterwards, though. Miyazaki: right, I had considered making that a little easier to understand, but we wound up going with that. I think there are two different ways you could interpret pale blood here. One is the color of the sky after you defeat the vacuous spider and the Mensis secret ritual is revealed. The sky there is a very pale blue, like a body drained of blood. I think there's also a message placed in Yahar'gul, Unseen Village, that calls back to that. This is before the ritual is revealed, so when you're kidnapped and go to Yahar'gul, you don't know what it could mean yet. Then, after the ritual, you could look at it again and it'll dawn on you. That was my intention anyway, but I have to admit, that's probably a bit tough to pick up on. Laughs. But either way, this leads to the interpretation that Seek Pale Blood refers to uncovering that ritual and putting a stop to it. Interviewer: was it not referring to the blood of the Great Ones? Miyazaki: right, that's another interpretation. Pale blood is another name for the monster that comes from the moon under certain conditions. I think there's another message in the lecture building that hints at this, but I don't want to go into too much more detail here. This is someplace where I want to leave room open for the imagination, both my own and the imaginations of gamers. Interviewer: the scene after you defeat Amelia also leaves a lot to the imagination. Miyazaki: that's meant to give you a look into the memory of Lawrence, who appears in the cutscene as well. His skull served as the start of the healing church itself, but it's taken the form of a twisted beast. There's a lot you can imagine from that. Masaki Yamagiwa, producer at SCE Japan Studio: I sure can't. Laughs. Miyazaki: oh, that's all right. The gamers definitely will. I'm trusting on that. Of course, I'm sure we may get some criticism that gamers aren't given enough explanations, and I'll gladly accept that if so. But I think the fun of imagining things for yourself is one of the core tenets I follow. I like trying to focus on the fun of exploring this really dark place, then attempting to shine a light upon it. If that winds up simply being too hard to understand, then that's just another sign that I'm stretching it a bit, I think. However, if you don't mind me going off topic a bit, but I kind of have a virtual pendulum in my mind. Generally, every other I make is inscrutable and interpretive, then the next one is easier to understand. Armored Core 4 was my first game as a director. That was really hard to understand, but then my next one, For Answer, was a lot more approachable. Then Demon's Souls was inscrutable, Dark Souls more approachable, and now we have Bloodborne. Of course, generally speaking, they're all on the hard-to-understand side, so I bet some would say, they're all the same to that. Laughs. But Armored Core 4, the first one, that one's especially hard to follow. Masaki Yamagiwa, I had no idea what was going on at all. Miyazaki, oh yeah, just put it out like that. Laughs. But it's true. A lot of the studio would have agreed with you back then. Someone posted up a story summary on this video site, and one of the team members from back then said, I finally understand the story after watching that. It's actually kind of interesting, isn't it? And I still remember the very mixed feelings I had, hearing that. I mean, it shows there's such a thing as too much, you know? Interviewer, you discussed shining a light on a dark story earlier. With this game, there's a scene with a baby crying inside a nightmare. Some of our writers with children mentioned that scene really struck them emotionally. It projected a much more morbid image that we could have predicted from previous games you were involved in. Have you ever created a dark world for a game, then see it have an impact on your personal life or those of your team? Miyazaki. I think I'm safe on that at least. Laughs. But it's certainly true that this game is a lot drearier than my previous ones. I think it's because, whenever I'm crafting a fantasy story, I always wind up mixing in some of the other things I look up to. It's these things that provide the creative energy I use, after all. The beauty of a heartfelt prayer, for examples. That's the kind of thing that provides inspiration to me. So the things you see in Bloodborne, the dismalness, the lack of salvation, the insanity and so on, I suppose I look up to those too in my own way. There's something beautiful in there that I feel. Interviewer, this is meant partly as a joke, but that baby is Murgo, right? Could you talk a little about Murgo? We thought it'd be better if Guinevere was the wet nurse instead. Miyazaki, I don't know where that came from. Laughs. But in the world of Bloodborne, babies that are treated as special in one way or the other are offered as lures to the Great Ones. The Great Ones have all lost their children because of their positions, and as a result, they're attracted to these special babies. The babies are one way of calling them. This story setup was something I came up with pretty readily in my mind. When it comes to living creatures, the stronger or more advanced you are, the fewer offspring you produce in your life. Even with human beings, the birth rates in more advanced countries lower, right? Looking back, I wonder if facts like that were at the root of the idea. Favorite weapon? Interviewer, here are some questions from the fans. What's your favorite weapon? Miyazaki, weapon? That's a tough one, but one I'd give right off is the threaded cane. I think it's the hardest of your initial weapons to use, but I like the design, that little touch of class it has. That's why they're priced a little higher. We're secretly playing favorites. Laughs. Favorite boss? Interviewer, and your favorite boss? Miyazaki, that's another hard one. Which would it be for this game? Maybe this is cheating a little, but if you ignore gameplay for a moment, it's Rom, the vacuous spider. From the design and atmosphere to that kind of plaintive air she has, I really like her. There are some oddly cute aspects to her moves and modeling. Interviewer, another question from the community. A lot of foes in this game are nightmare-like in appearance. Are any of them based off scary experiences that you yourself have ever had? Or more generally, where do you get ideas for their designs? Miyazaki, I personally have never had any really scary or paranormal experiences. I don't have any occult powers, and I definitely haven't seen any ghosts. Maybe that's part of why I look up to things like that, like I talked about before. I suppose I'm a little jealous of people who are scared of the dark. So the inspiration for ideas comes from somewhere a little different. For this game, for example, one theme was the inner clash going on within the beast-type foes. The urge to transform into a beast is in conflict with the basic sense of humanity we all have. That humanity serves as a kind of shackle, keeping the transformation in its place. The stronger the shackle keeping that urge to transform in place is, the larger the recoil once that shackle is finally broken. The results cause you to transform into a larger creature or a more twisted one. The struggle between these two urges is one concept here. You see that pretty clearly with the beast characters designed early on, especially the cleric beast, which serves as their icon of sorts. That connects with the idea that the cleric is really the most fearsome beast of them all. PvP and PvE. Interviewer, how did you think about and fine-tune the balance in the PvE and PvP fighting? Miyazaki, this has been the case since the Demonsouls days, but the first thing I focus on is strategy. Whether or not a battle feels good or is fun lies at the core of this. Things like PvP balance get considered once that core is in place. Of course, when I say that, I don't mean that we don't see PvP balance as important. I didn't do any PvP balancing work for this project, but this approach is something that I think is shared among the entire balancing team. Interviewer. The health regain system reminds us of the system you see in some fighting games where damage is permanent after the second hit. Were games like that in our mind when this system was conceived? Miyazaki. No, not exactly. The regain system was something we came up with to encourage the sense that you're fighting a life and death struggle, one of the themes supporting this game's battle system. It changes the concept of your defense to something proactive, and it invites you to take a more fatalistic approach to fighting, encouraging that to the death feel. That was both the inspiration for and the aim of the regain system. The original concept called for something like a post-attack guard. If you attack after receiving damage, you regain the damage you would have avoided if you have defended. You're taking a more proactive tactic with the attack, even though it's still after the fact. It opens up more room for on-the-fly decisions and strategies, and again, it hopefully leads to a more life-or-death aspect of fighting is one of the core themes of this game, and the regain system is one of the most important elements that supports this. Patches, the Spider. Interviewer, there's a character in the game called Patches the Spider. Is that an upgrade or a downgrade for him? Did someone on the team have something against him? Miyazaki, that's not an upgrade exactly, laughs. There are a lot of other Spider-Men in the game apart from Patches, but all the others have long since gone insane. Patches, despite being exposed to enough of the world's mysteries to be transformed into a monster, has still retained his sanity and is still continuing with his research. Thinking about it that way, he's a pretty rare existence in this world. As his creator, I can't help but feel a sense of pride that he's made it this far. Interviewer, we still have lots of wonderful memories from our last visit here. The only regret was that we weren't able to check out From's legendary president's office. What's inside there, anyway? Miyazaki, legendary president's office? What's that? I've never heard of it, laughs. If you're talking about the office, former from President Naotoshi, Jin had, I'm afraid that's already been packed up. That, and I'd better not talk about what that office used to look like anyway. I wouldn't want anyone getting mad at me after all. As for my own office, well, that's not something I can really show to other people. It's just a huge mess. There's all kinds of games, videos, board games, manga, reference books, figures and so forth all over the place. It's crazy, even if I told you, go ahead, check it out. I think Mr. Kakura over in the PR department would probably put a stop to it. Laughs. Interviewer, now it's even more of a mystery, laughs. Miyazaki, it's probably best that it remains a mystery to some extent. I think everyone on the team would agree with me there, laughs. Interviewer, here's another community question. A lot of the names for items, lands and NPCs are very creative. How do you choose them? Miyazaki, I do occasionally get hints and suggestions from everyone on the team, as well as Frog Nation, the company that's handled the English versions of our games since Demonsouls. But in the end, I choose all the names. That's always been the case for the titles I've directed. Names are an incredibly important part of any world you want to depict, of course, but even more than that, I just love coming up with them. I'm a bit of a naming nerd, I guess. It's always fun for me. I consider things like word origins, how it sounds in expressions, regional considerations, the whole thing. The single exception here is the titles of my games. I'm really terrible at that, and really I never had a good experience with it. Laughs. Interviewer, 2 final questions for you. What kind of games have you been into lately? Things you've liked, things you do often, games you've played, movies you've watched? Books you like? Miyazaki. That's tough. I read a ton of different books all the time, so I'll try to stick with answers relevant to our discussion. Laughs. But this isn't any particular title, but I've been getting a little sentimental lately, so sometimes I've been rereading things, or looking back and playing older games again. It's a fresh experience since my emotional makeup is a lot of works too, and it's fun to gauge those differences. That's been a favorite pastime of mine lately. It's like I'm being amazed, just blown away at how deep really good creative works can be. But that's what's fun about them. I also work to keep abreast of the new releases in each media genre, of course. But that's kind of more an extension of my workaholic ways, and I tend to get distracted a lot from it. Laughs. Interviewer. You've created Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and now Bloodborne. When you make these games, what kind of elements do you think serve to best support them? Also, when you make games like these, tell us what you find personally fun about the development process. Miyazaki. This is something I say all the time, but it all comes down to a sense of achievement. I think the essence of games lies in attaching meaning and value to the actions you take. Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and Bloodborne all have one thing in common, and that's how it places that meaning and value on the sense of achievement you can earn from playing. That's how the battles and exploration elements work, and it applies to the world setting and story as well. You defeat powerful enemies, discover hidden locations and shortcuts, gain an understanding of the game's structure, and use the window you're given to imagine the game's world and story. My intention here is that every aspect of game design either creates or enhances the joy or the sense of achievement you feel as a result of these actions. That, and as for what I find fun about it, that's a difficult question. To be honest, I can't get enough of the game director role because it's kind of like being the total overall designer for a game. If I had to give one aspect in particular, though, it'd be the map design. Outside of the Chalice dungeons, I personally laid out all the maps in Bloodborne, something I like doing a lot. That connects to the sense of achievement I talked about too. Adding flow and meaning to the map structure helps provide a sort of joy to the player, the fun of drawing up a map of the land in your mind. That adds value to player actions. Along those lines, it's a really game-like design, I think. I really like that kind of thing. 2019/10/10, Hidetaka Miyazaki says Bloodborne was his favorite game to make. GameSpot. GameSpot. I consider Bloodborne to be an almost perfect game. Is there anything you'd change about it? Miyazaki, thank you very much. I try not to think too much about which elements I'd improve after shipping a game, but I'd have improved on the Chalice dungeons and the blood gems that I wish were a bit more detailed, worked more thoroughly. I see the possibility of adding more to it. GameSpot, maybe in a Bloodborne 2. Miyazaki, Bloodborne 2. Unfortunately, it's not up to me. GameSpot, what were your inspirations when you first conceived Bloodborne? Miyazaki, I was inspired by Lovecraft's book, The Call of Cthulhu. Anyone who played the game will likely know that I was heavily influenced by Lovecraft. Other sources of inspirations were horror, of course, and the film Brotherhood of the Wolf. GameSpot, of all the games you've worked on, which one is your favorite? Miyazaki, this is a very hard question, and comparatively, it's like you had 3 or 4 children and someone asked, which one is prettier? I'm going to answer all of them. Laughs. But if I were to say which one stayed in my heart the most, it's Bloodborne. It's the one that marked me the most. I believe I did it my way, the way I wanted. GameSpot. What was the most difficult moment you've faced during the development of one of your games? Miyazaki. I believe I didn't go through too many tough moments, especially because even if I'm overwhelmed with work, busy all the time, I like to make games. So it's the moment I'm the most happy in general. And when I finish developing a game, I ask myself, did I really suffer? It's already done. Laughs. But the most psychologically draining moment is after the game is being sold, when there are a few flaws and it ends up bothering users. And in that interval between flaw and fix, it's when I get the most upset. GameSpot. Which is your favorite boss? Miyazaki. Speaking about bosses, it's probably Old Monk from Demon Souls. This boss has a unique system, where the player will face other players. Back then, this wasn't a common system, so I received a few complaints and warnings. But at the end of the day, players liked it a lot. It was very different. So it's the one that stayed with me the most. GameSpot. When you create a boss, what do you think about first? Design or moveset? Miyazaki. What usually happens is, first comes the design, but when I more or less have the design concept down, I ask the designer to do the art. Then I'll already tell them what they need, and what kind of boss it'll be. I describe the bare minimum this boss needs, and the rest I leave to the designer, because I believe this adds even more to the originality, since if I intrude too much, we'll end up focusing on the game's development logic. I let the designer work on whatever comes up in their head. I think this way we get something more unique. GameSpot. Any tips you'd give to someone trying to be a game developer? Miyazaki. This is also a very hard question, but I do have 2 tips. First, I believe that the game itself is a kind of media content that brings many possibilities. And this happens for 2 reasons. First of all, the game reflects cutting-edge technology, so the more the technology advances, this ends up reflected in the games. Secondly, it's time. I believe people have more and more spare time, and how they use that time to do something. I think games give a little extra value in this way of using your time, and enriches life with fun. Another tip is that I also played a lot of video games before starting to develop them. And what I have to say is that making games is like a game itself, and this is very cool. So I believe people who really enjoy games and want to invest in that career won't end up disappointed or sad because they'll always be playing. To put it briefly, making games is an area with a lot of possibilities, and it's a lot of fun. So good luck and work hard. GameSpot. What do you enjoy doing in your spare time? Miyazaki laughs. I don't have a lot of time when I'm not working, but when I'm not, I consume all kinds of content. It could be a film, a game, or a book. I really like tabletop games. And recently my son was born, so it has been a great way to use my time, spending it with the family. But what I like the most is to make games, so to me it's more intense. I apologize to my family, lots of laughs. But I'd like to always be involved in this. 2024/02/21 Bloodborne Remake. Benefits of waiting for new hardware. Eurogamer. Eurogamer. Possibility of a Bloodborne remake? Miyazaki. Bloodborne is a title we hold very dear and just as much as our fans. Eurogamer. How do you feel about the continued passion of Bloodborne's fans? Miyazaki. It does make me very happy to see that there are still so many people passionate about it. Eurogamer. What do you believe benefits game remakes? Miyazaki. I think having new hardware is definitely a part of what gives these remakes value. Things you weren't able to achieve on previous generations of hardware, ways you weren't able to render specific expressions. New hardware sometimes makes it possible. However, I wouldn't say that's the be-all and end-all. Eurogamer. How does modern hardware affect player accessibility and appreciation of games? Miyazaki. I think purely from a user perspective, modern hardware also allows more players to appreciate all the games. And so it ends up being a simple reason, but as a fellow player, I think that accessibility is important. I think that can be the driving force between bringing an old game to a new platform. Eurogamer. What makes Bloodborne special to you and your team? Miyazaki. Put simply, it makes me very happy to see it's a title with a lot of specific memories, both for me and the staff who worked on it. Eurogamer. How does the community's passion for Bloodborne affect you? Miyazaki. And when we see those passionate voices in the community, of course it makes us feel thrilled. It makes us feel very fortunate to have that and to have those memories. 2024/06/13. Miyazaki knows for a fact other From Software devs want a Bloodborne PC port. PC Gamer. PC Gamer. Bloodborne on PC? When? Miyazaki. I know for a fact these guys want a Bloodborne PC port. Referring to From Software producer Yasuhiro Kitao and interpreter Bobby Simpson, seated at the conference table near him. If I say I want one, I'll get in trouble as well. But it's nothing I'm opposed to. PC Gamer. Would you like to see Bloodborne come to PC? Miyazaki. Obviously, as one of the creators of Bloodborne, my personal, pure, honest opinion is I'd love more players to be able to enjoy it. especially as a game that is now coming of age, one of those games of the past that gets lost on older hardware. I think any game like that, it'd be nice to have an opportunity for more players to be able to experience that and relive this relic of the past. So as far as I'm concerned, that's definitely not something I'd be opposed to. Dark Souls 3, 2015/06/17. Dark Souls 3 has fewer maps, but larger scale Famitsu. Famitsu, what is the world of Dark Souls 3 like? Miyazaki, the sense of something having ended or destruction is stronger. Famitsu, are there any changes to the basic design? Miyazaki, Dark Souls 3 follows closely from 2, so we kept the handy things from 2. Famitsu, what changes have been made regarding actions or weapons? Miyazaki, we've expanded the character builder and tactical options without sacrificing the feel of the series. We added new action elements that contribute to the sense of role-playing. Famitsu, can you give examples of these new action elements? Miyazaki, we adopted the concept of rapid fire for the short bow, and the animation between rolling and walking has been smoothed out. Famitsu, has the pace of the game changed? Miyazaki, the speed of the action is slightly increased compared to the previous 2 games and balanced so you can move intuitively. I don't think we're going to employ the idea of agility. Famitsu, how do the maps compare to previous entries? Miyazaki, there are slightly less maps than Dark Souls 2, but each of the maps are on a much larger scale. 2015/06/17. Our first look at Dark Souls 3 gameplay and its new changes to combat E3. Question, what is the visual direction for Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki, a world littered with ember and ash, dimly lit by a faded sun. Question, how would you describe the overall feel of Dark Souls 3's world? Miyazaki, not just dark, but with a withered beauty. Question, what are your goals for the combat in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki, deepen the combat mechanics with the introduction of weapon arts. Question, what do you hope to achieve with the new weapon arts? Miyazaki, boost the diversity of sword action and risk-reward strategy. Question, can you give us an example of weapon arts? Miyazaki, a straight sword can enter a ready stance, with options to either break an enemy's guard or close the distance quickly. Question, what inspired the changes to greatsword combat? Miyazaki, guts from Berserk. Question, how are ranged weapons changing? Miyazaki, weapon arts allow players to quickly fire arrows while strafing and dodge rolling. Question, what was the inspiration for shortbow combat changes? Miyazaki, Legolas from The Lord of the Rings. Question, what can players expect from the world design? Miyazaki, greater sense of exploration than in previous installments. Question, what about the boss design for Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki, the Dancer of the Frigid Valley has feminine qualities. Question, is Ash a recurring element in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki, Ash will be a new element type, though he didn't directly confirm its use. 2015/08/10. Dark Souls 3 interview, this is a turning point for the series. GameSpot, when did the Dark Souls 3 development project begin, and when did you become involved? Miyazaki, Dark Souls 3 began development when From Software was working on Dark Souls 2 DLC. Initially, I wasn't involved in the project. I joined at the midpoint of the prototyping phase. That was the milestone where I started taking lead. Honestly speaking, when the team was working on the prototype build, overall development wasn't in a good shape. We were at the very late stage of Bloodborne development, and I had settled on a lot of the ideas for what I wanted to bring to Dark Souls 3. GameSpot, when did the Dark Souls 3 development project begin, and when did you become involved? Miyazaki, I'm not good at and I'm not a big fan of spontaneously explaining the world to players. I like for people to discover the world themselves. Having said that, I will say that the storyline is based around the Lord of Cinders, and the player acts as the dark hero who hunts them down. There was also a fire succeeded by a legendary lord from the past to the present. It's like the grand finale of the story around the Lord of Cinders. The original Dark Souls was about killing gods. That was one of its themes. The third game is about the kings that succeeded the power of those gods. The play is basically trying to kill those kings. That's the basic plot of the game. GameSpot. Are you familiar with something fans of Dark Souls in the West call the Miyazaki touch? Miyazaki touch? GameSpot. Yes, the Miyazaki touch. Miyazaki. What? What is this? I've never heard of it. GameSpot. It's a line of thinking that says a Dark Souls game lacks that something special if you're not directly involved with it. Dark Souls 2, for example, is a great game, but didn't have the magic of the first. It lacked the Miyazaki touch, which elevates the design of a Souls game. How does that make you feel? Knowing that your involvement in the franchise is that important to fans? Miyazaki. I knew that my way of designing a game had unique direction to it, but after hearing there's an actual term called the Miyazaki touch, it's a little scary. Dark Souls 3 will be unique. It'll have unique level design and gameplay design because of the Miyazaki touch, but now I'm a little bit worried about whether that term will still be used positively or become negative after the game's released. GameSpot. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it. It's a very common shorthand for describing the unique qualities of Miyazaki's games among fans. It's definitely used positively at the moment. It's an imperceptible magic, kind of like Disney's. Anyone can make an animated feature, but only Disney can make a Disney film. Miyazaki. Wow. If that's the case, I'll have to work hard to make sure that Miyazaki touch continues to be used in a positive way then. I'm aware that the way I give direction to the team when working on a game is a little bit different from other people. I call it total direction, which means I get complete control of how the game is made, not only with regards to the level design, but also the background music, sound effects, and everything else. I think that may give it a unique quality. GameSpot. What lessons did you take away from Bloodborne for use in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki. There's some good things I've taken from Bloodborne, but at the same time there were several things that were created because they're uniquely Dark Souls and only work in this series. From Bloodborne, I've taken the limit on resources, which will add additional gameplay strategy. Having certain items give certain effects is another thing that I took over from Bloodborne. While working on Bloodborne, I realized several unique things that I can only get in Dark Souls. For example, letting players have a variety of character builds. In Bloodborne, I tried to embed characteristics into certain characters and weapons, rather than letting players build their own characters. Bloodborne was also based on gothic, cosmic horror, but I realized I missed working on dark fantasy. That brought me back to Dark Souls. I was always thinking, classic metallic knight armor is awesome, but couldn't use that in Bloodborne because it's a different genre. That's something you can only get in the Dark Souls series. Dragons too, and magic. That actually led to me coming up with a new way to evolve the franchise. GameSpot. Fans often speculate about whether the Souls framework and style of gameplay will ever extend to genres outside of dark fantasy. Have you thought about that? Perhaps sci-fi Souls? Miyazaki. Dark Souls is my life's work. Everything I came up with for Dark Souls 3 is based on my personal preferences. However, Dark Souls 3 is also actually the turning point for the franchise. This project was launched by the previous From Software management, before I was appointed president. In that sense, Dark Souls 3 is the turning point for the series. As president of From Software, I am planning to launch several new projects. I can't quite specify exactly what they are. Those could be something sci-fi, but you'll have to stay tuned for more about that in the future. GameSpot. You regularly mention Berserk as a big source of inspiration for Dark Souls. I always think about what you could do if you moved to a grounded sci-fi dystopia, like in Akira. Of course. Then there's mechs, which you're familiar with, thanks to Armored Core. Miyazaki. I definitely want to bring the Miyazaki touch to those genres. Laughs, both sci-fi and Japanese mechs. With regards to Armored Core, there are several barriers that From Software as a whole needs to overcome in order to give new games to the fans. If the fans out there really want that, I suggest contacting Bandai Namco. But yes, I do want to work on something new, and I'm pleased to hear people are interested in seeing that. GameSpot. One of the big features in Bloodborne was the Chalice Dungeons. Will we be seeing something like that in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki. In the case of Dark Souls 3, there's no specific plan to reproduce Chalice Dungeons. The approach is to ask players to complete the game and then create new characters and builds then play the game. As always, there will be additional value and challenge in New Game Plus. We can't go into details, but the online multiplayer in Dark Souls 3 will give additional values to players of the game. Those are the basic elements that will provide replay value in Dark Souls 3. GameSpot. You've said your approach is to give full direction on games. But there is the matter of Bloodborne DLC, which many fans have hoped you'll be involved with heavily. Can you clarify the level of commitment you're giving to that? Miyazaki. The bottom line is, I think I can do it. I believe I can do both the Bloodborne DLC and Dark Souls 3. The reason is because this isn't the first time I've had to work on two projects at the same time. When I was doing Demonsouls, I was also working on Armored Core. For answer, even for the original Dark Souls, I acted as producer and director. In the case of Bloodborne, although I was the lead game director, there was another director-level person that also contributed. This is the same for Dark Souls 3. Actually, Yui Tanimura-san, the director of Dark Souls 2, has already joined the Dark Souls 3 team, which will allow me to work on core gameplay design while other things are taken care of. As long as I am listed as game director on the end credits, there's a certain level of quality the game needs to meet. I can guarantee that the game quality will reach that. GameSpot. Both Dark Souls 3 and the Bloodborne DLC will reach that quality bar? Miyazaki. In English, yes. GameSpot, even though you're also president of From Software now too. Miyazaki. Yes, even though I am super busy. Working as a president and also director of Dark Souls is keeping me busy. I'm getting a lot of stimulation, which motivates me to work hard. Laughs. As a last resort, I can always skip my duties as a president to focus on Dark Souls 3. GameSpot. I'm glad your priorities are in order. Miyazaki. Laughs, yes. 2015/08/10. Hidetaka Miyazaki on Dark Souls. 3's changes to bosses, magic, combat, and more. Polygon. What inspired the addition of battle arts to Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki. While working on Bloodborne, I started to realize what new things I should bring to Dark Souls 3, which has different characteristics. Battle arts will provide something new, solidly polishing the Dark Souls franchise while remaining a Dark Souls game. Polygon. How significant are the battle arts to gameplay? Miyazaki. It will drastically change the gameplay. It's not a minor thing. Battle arts allow players a wide range of tactical options and will motivate them to try the same scene again. Polygon. What is your philosophy in designing boss characters? Miyazaki. One of the elements I want to bring to boss character design is contradiction. Not just fearful enemies, but something more that can be sensed from each boss character. Polygon. How will boss fights differ in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki. Will bring the heat-up system, where bosses alter their tactics and attacks mid-battle. I hope to avoid stereotypical boss fights. Polygon. Will Dark Souls 3 be more or less difficult than past games? Miyazaki. Dark Souls without challenge cannot exist. I prefer not to use the word difficulty, but rather focus on players overcoming challenges. Polygon. Is Dark Souls 3 connected to the first two games? Miyazaki. Though they share the same world view, I have no intention of using the first two games as a basis for Dark Souls 3. Polygon. How do you plan to upset expectations with Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki. I definitely want to do something fresh for Dark Souls 3, and I'm still working on it. 2015/09/28 Beyond Dark Souls, The Private Life of From Software's Hidetaka Miyazaki. Game Informer. How do you view your public presence and presenting your games? Miyazaki. I personally don't feel there is a value to me presenting the games I create. I feel the best means of expressing myself is by having players play my games. Game Informer. What do you enjoy doing in your free time? Miyazaki. I'm absolutely an indoor person, so I spend my free time playing games, reading books, or cooking. Game Informer. What games do you like to play? Miyazaki. Open-world RPGs and simulation games are ones that I play the most. Civilization is something I play often. Game Informer. Would you be interested in creating a Dark Souls experience outside of video games? Miyazaki. Of course. However, I've been specifically ordered by our previous president to not work on this until I have retired. 2015/11/03. Dark Souls 3, possible to accomplish, says Miyazaki. Play, how challenging will Dark Souls 3 be? Miyazaki, our objective is to make the game possible to accomplish. Play, how do you balance difficulty and accomplishment? Miyazaki, I want to keep both the possibility of accomplishment and the difficulty itself. Adding observation, planning, or learning to the basic difficulty adds to the importance of non-skill elements. Play, how do you appeal to both new players and veterans? Miyazaki, I think seasoned players will feel refreshed and enjoy new strategies. For new players, I want to make it difficult, of course, but accomplishable and enjoyable. 2015/11/17. Production on Dark Souls 3 began without Miyazaki. IGN. How did you come to be involved in Dark Souls 3 after stepping away from the series? Miyazaki. When the idea for Dark Souls 3 came to me, it was From's president. Not the idea itself, but the president asked me to get on the Dark Souls 3 project, for which the prototyping was hitting some speed bumps. IGN. Did working on Bloodborne influence your return to Dark Souls? Miyazaki. I was reminiscing of the things I could have done in Dark Souls that weren't possible in Bloodborne, and was reminded of the beauty of fantasy. It was the perfect time to return to Dark Souls and inject some new ideas. IGN. How involved have you been in Dark Souls 3's development? Miyazaki. It was quite early. It's basically been built from the ground up, so there's no sense of having something that was made, which was then touched up. I was co-directing Dark Souls 3 with Isamu Okano, but had to oversee every aspect of the project. 2015/11/20 Dark Souls 3. Interview, it wouldn't be right to continue creating Souls. GameSpot. Dark Souls 3's network test beta drew a mixed response. How representative of the overall gameplay do you think it was? Miyazaki. So from a design perspective, there's a lot of different aspects you could mean. It was primarily used to test multiplayer, and obviously it was designed so corrections and adjustments could be made based on feedback. As far as the map, the enemies, and number of choices you have for playing characters, fighting styles, and that kind of thing, it's only a very small slice of the entire game. In that sense, it doesn't represent the total experience. GameSpot. I ask because I played it quite a bit and felt that there weren't very many surprises in there for veterans of the series. I felt quite comfortable in it, which is not what I'd usually get from a Souls game. The worry is that it may have become a bit too familiar, and the game overall may be more of the same. Miyazaki. Actually, the slice of the game shown in the beta is one of the most standard parts. The creation of the game began by working on the very standard elements and achieving a balance there so we can all be at the same starting point. It certainly won't be the case where the feeling you had with the beta will continue into the entirety of the game. You don't have to worry about that. GameSpot. Over the last few years, we've had a lot of Souls games. Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, Bloodborne. Is there a worry that people may be overexposed to the franchise? Miyazaki. It'd be a lie if I said I have no concerns about that. I don't think it'd be the right choice to continue indefinitely creating Souls and Bloodborne games. I'm considering Dark Souls 3 to be the big closure on the series. That's not just limited to me, but From Software and myself together want to aggressively make new things in the future. Dark Souls 3 will mark the last game where the development project began before I became president. The next title will be a game that was conceived while I was president. I believe that From Software has to create new things. There will be new types of games coming from us, and Dark Souls 3 is an important marker in the evolution of From Software. GameSpot. Would it be fair to say that you don't want From Software and your time as president of the studio to be defined by the Souls series? Miyazaki. I don't care about what type of president I will be in the future or how I'll be remembered. I just believe that moving on is necessary in order for players to continue enjoying our games. We have to keep creating quality games and be aggressive about doing new things. GameSpot. How do you feel about the legacy of Souls then? The landscape of the action RPG genre has shifted somewhat in response to your games. There's games such as Lords of the Fallen and Titan Souls, among many others, that draw inspiration from Software's titles. Miyazaki. We don't really feel our games have created a standard. I have no concern over others making similar games. It just shows that players wanted games that were like this, that are difficult, and wanted other studios to make challenging games that achieve the same level of satisfaction. We enjoy those games, and their approach to creating them are never the same anyway. We enjoy seeing the differences. We're totally fine with seeing more games come out that borrow aspects. Our main focus is keeping game creation fresh for ourselves. GameSpot. What elements of the action or RPG genres stand out to you as needing attention? What do you feel players would respond to that isn't out there at the moment? Miyazaki, I don't find it fun or productive to envision what the direction should be for the genres or the industry as a whole. I don't believe in a top-down approach to that sort of thing. On a personal level, however, I certainly have ideas for what might be interesting to do and what would be cool. Laughs. But those ideas can be linked to concepts for our upcoming games, so I won't give you too many details on that. GameSpot. How beholden to the previous two games will Dark Souls 3 be? There are references to Lords of Cinder, but is it going to be ambiguous in the same way previous games have, or are you going to be clear and direct, given you want it to be the final chapter? Miyazaki. You know I wouldn't make everything completely clear about a story, but there is the conclusion to a large theme that has continued through the entire series, something that will leave you with the impression of what Dark Souls was really about. Tell you about the overarching theme. GameSpot. You draw quite heavily on Berserk and have said repeatedly that you're a big fan of it. What else is in your well of inspiration? Miyazaki. The roots of my fantasy ideas are in Sorcery, by Ian Livingstone and Steve Jackson, the adventure game books. GameSpot. Anything more recent that has caught your attention? Miyazaki. When I play games, I have a director's perspective, so it's half work and it's hard for me to have a pure experience, to just enjoy something on the same level as others may. However, the thing that I can enjoy right now on a pure level is Hearthstone. That's not connected to Dark Souls 3, but I love Hearthstone. There are some board games too, like Eclipse. The design of Eclipse is amazing, it's really fun. GameSpot. If you could take over any game franchise and had unlimited budget, which would you pick? Miyazaki. Laughs. Oh. GameSpot. Past or present. You can revive a property if you want. It could be Call of Duty. Do you want to make that? Miyazaki. Laughs. That is a hard question. I don't think I've thought about it. What do you think? GameSpot. What would I like you to do? The Legacy of Kain. Soul Reaver. Miyazaki. Really? GameSpot. Yes. A vampire kingdom in ruins, which the player explores many, many years after its downfall, learning of what happened. It's perfect for you. Miyazaki. Laughs. I understand. I haven't thought about this at all. It's a really hard question. I see some things and I like the direction they're going and try and bring in some of the elements to do something inspired by those. A lot of the times that's the level I end up thinking on. Do I get the development team? GameSpot. You can build your own team, using your own people or existing ones. Remember, you have unlimited budget. Miyazaki. Wow, Ultima Online or EverQuest. GameSpot. That'd be great. But seriously, The Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, please get to work on that. Miyazaki. Laughs. Okay. Oh, actually, I really look up to the Elder Scrolls. I find it very inspiring. GameSpot. Are you playing Fallout 4? Miyazaki. As a game, I found Fallout 3 to be very interesting, but I like fantasy. I tend to gravitate towards Oblivion more. 2015/12/17. Miyazaki says Dark Souls hides no more secrets. Edge. Are there any remaining items or large secrets to be discovered within Dark Souls? Miyazaki. There aren't any undiscovered items or specific bits of gameplay. Edge. How do you view Dark Souls as a complete experience? Miyazaki. Dark Souls is in some ways an incomplete game, and I like to think that it has been completed by players, by their discoveries, as they moved along. I'd love to say that the nature of this incompleteness was completely deliberate, but it is both deliberate and by accident, in different ways. Edge. How do you balance mystery and player freedom in your games? Miyazaki. I am conscious of that when I make these games. I try to make a game that has beautiful open spaces, gaps, room for players to enjoy it in ways that were not authored. I never want it to be where you have to follow the rules completely, where you have to do things exactly as the designers intended. I like to think that this way of creating, leaving spaces is satisfying. So if there are incomplete aspects of Dark Souls 3, please forgive us. Miyazaki mentioned that Dark Souls 3 is the last opportunity for him and From Software to answer the lasting questions from the original game, though they may not consider all of them worth answering. 2016/03/02. Dark Souls 3, Miyazaki explains the difference between difficult and unreasonable. VG 247. What is the difference between Dark Souls 3 and the previous two titles in the series? Miyazaki. All of Dark Souls 3's design is basically based on my own personal preference. VG 247. What are your thoughts on the world design in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki. Dark Souls 2 was of course built and supervised by other people at From Software, and so it matched their preference. So in terms of the world design and other elements, my preference is to return to something structurally a little more like the first game, and Bloodborne, with the world a little more connected. VG 247. How do you approach the difficulty of the game? Miyazaki. But it's not necessarily that I say, oh, this is too difficult, but instead the term I usually use is unreasonable. So that's the term I tend to use when I have these conversations with the development team. VG 247. What is your view on class choices in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki. We're trying to keep it so that whatever type of character you create initially, it doesn't really matter in terms of what weapons you wish to use later on. However, we're also trying to ensure that the classes and the character you create at the very beginning are still important and having an impact on you at the end of gameplay too. VG 247. How do you approach the storytelling in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki. First of all, yes, there is a perfect storyline in my head. However, I have no intention at all of enforcing that storyline to the players out there. VG 247. How do you balance the narrative's delivery in the game? Miyazaki. There are things in my head that aren't in the games after all, so after that, it's all up to the players. I have no intention in forcing any of the storyline upon any of the players out there, and there will be no official statements made about the true story of the game. VG 247. Do you believe your storytelling style blocks the game from commercial success? Miyazaki. I don't think that necessarily blocks that game from having wider commercial success. Whatever the case is, I feel enabling the player to find something new within the game and its world or storyline gives very high value to the product, thanks to the feeling that it creates among players when they make those discoveries. VG 247. How do you feel about the style of video game you've created? Miyazaki. I really love this style of video game. 2016/03/01 on the Sublime and Beautiful, a conversation with Miyazaki, Vice. Vice. Are there any areas in Dark Souls 3 that long-time players will recognize? Miyazaki. Particular areas, notably at the beginning of the game, are classic to the franchise. We've made it to resemble what players may have seen in the past. Vice. How does Dark Souls 3 develop its themes as the player progresses? Miyazaki. As you progress through the game, players will see the development of an end of days. This is evoked through the sadness and melancholy of enemies in the world. We will be featuring a variety of new enemies, while still keeping memorable ones from earlier installments. Vice. What is the core concept behind Dark Souls 3's world and setting? Miyazaki. The main concept of Dark Souls 3 is the first flame and its successors. The world has been in this cycle of reigniting the flame since the first game, but now it seems to be disappearing, almost dying. We're trying to draw out the aspects of this withering flame. We have also changed the game's palette to fit into this concept of withering beauty. The colors are more muted and sublime. The levels, dragons, enemies, monsters, and even NPCs still have that sense of dignity. Vice. What emotions did you aim to evoke through Dark Souls 3's environments and characters? Miyazaki. We emphasize sadness and loneliness too, which can be seen in both the environments and life forms within the game. What we want to communicate to the fans is that there's an inherent beauty that can be found within everything, beyond all the withering and decay. 2016/03/01 Miyazaki interview. I'm not necessarily pursuing the latest trends in the industry. Game Central. GC, it's a great pleasure to meet you. As I understand it, you don't particularly like interviews, so I'll try and make this as painless as possible. Miyazaki laughs. GC, first of all, I wonder if you realize just how much other developers look up to you and your games. I've been using this notebook for the last year or so. I show him a faux leather Bloodborne notebook that I'd been given at some previous event, and it's become the perfect icebreaker when talking to other developers. Their eyes light up the second they see it, and they love to talk about the games. Are you happy to be a hero for developers who maybe wish they were working on something a little more hardcore? Miyazaki laughs. It's only been 10 years since I've been working in this industry, and I still cannot believe that other developers praise me in any way. Recently, there's a chance that the other developers ask me for greetings when we see each other at events or award ceremonies or stuff like that. And recently the guy from CD Projekt, who worked on The Witcher 3, asked for a greeting at the PS Award. But I've been happy having that kind of opportunity. GC, who do you see as the primary audience for your games? Are you actively trying to encourage more casual gamers to challenge themselves with more taxing games? Or are you happy only to appeal to the hardcore? Miyazaki laughs. I don't necessarily think I've been educating the wider audience about playing relatively high difficulty level games. The basic approach is to let players experience a sense of accomplishment through overcoming difficulties. And setting a relatively higher difficulty level is actually only one of the answers to meet that goal. So there could be an alternative in order to let players experience a sense of accomplishment. And once I find that out, there could be a chance that I could pursue another solution, instead of providing the higher difficulty level. Translator. This is a very difficult expression to translate. Miyazaki. The approach I'm taking is like a stew in terms of the cooking. It takes time. It's different from, like, fried food. Stew needs a certain number of days, right? So it's based on the accumulated experience, so at this point the translator just laughs and sort of gives up. I hope at this point you understand some sort of nuances that I have. GC, are you talking about your experience of developing games or the experience of the person playing? Miyazaki, the person playing, yes. GC, so they become better and better at making stew. Miyazaki, yes, laughs. GC, what's interesting about the Souls games is that they go against almost every facet of modern thinking with games, from the high difficulty to their incompatibility with everything from microtransactions to esports. Are you purposefully going against the grain, or is that just a byproduct of making the games you want? Miyazaki, I'm not necessarily pursuing the latest trends in the industry, but I want to make the game have certain open space, especially for those guys in the community, to do something special after we release the game. Things like a speedrun contest and all those things the community guys are doing for Dark Souls 1 and 2, that is something I didn't expect. Based on the hypothesis that has been generated amongst the community guys, because each game I create has a certain amount of space for players. Another example is the storyline of the game. As you may know, we've been letting players interpret their own storylines. The game itself is not automatically telling the background story when it comes to Dark Souls. That is one of the examples of letting fans out there have a certain level of freedom to create their own interpretation. GC, I was watching my nephew play Goat Simulator the other day, which I'm sure you've never heard of, and I asked him why he was playing such a terrible game. And he answered simply that he liked exploring and finding things that nobody else had. And it occurred to me then how rare that feeling is nowadays, that you and Goat Simulator are almost the only ones doing it. Miyazaki laughs. When designing the game, this can be said for every aspect of the games I create, but yes, it's basically to let the guys in the community discover what it is all about. So that is the top priority for me. GC, the combat in Dark Souls 3 is a little more complex than before, but it's still quite simple in terms of the number of moves. If the game already has a high learning curve, why did you choose to keep that relatively simple? Miyazaki, the simple control system leads to very deep tactics when it comes to the gameplay, such as combat. And the team and I prefer that approach. That's basically the reason behind that. I believe having the relatively simple game control allows us to realize the game that we want to create. Basically, I want players to have certain spaces for the gameplay. Implementing the relatively complex game control gives a restriction for fans to have certain freedom of playing the game. So, simple game control actually leads to having a certain freedom. GC, you don't want it to be too prescribed. Translator, that's it, yes. GC, one thing that does worry me about Dark Souls 3 is that it seems a little too familiar. There seems to be a danger that the franchise has suddenly become predictable. Is that why you want this to be the last one? Have you had trouble in thinking up new ideas and being able to surprise the player in the same ways as before? Miyazaki, it is true that we're looking at new inspirations and new stimulations for creating brand new installments for the Dark Souls franchise. That is true, and that is probably why we decided that Dark Souls 3 is going to be the turning point for us. GC, I know you've said yourself that most of your favorite bosses are from way back in Demon Souls. Are you confident this new one will have some of the best bosses? Miyazaki laughs. I am hoping that the best boss in the franchise will be in Dark Souls 3. GC, and just finally, I read a previous interview where you mentioned the sorcery. Fighting fantasy books as a major influence on your games. I'm curious, did you used to cheat when playing those? In terms of the dice rolls or just turning the page back if you made a bad decision? Miyazaki pulls angelic face. I used not to cheat when I was a little kid, but right now I have no confidence of not cheating. All laughs. GC, thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to meet you. Miyazaki, thank you. 2016/03/02. Close-up with Hidetaka Miyazaki, director of Dark Souls 3. Gerald, what was your approach to the level design in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki, I prefer players to climb into areas and experience a form of verticality when moving from area to area. Gerald, how do you balance difficulty in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki, avoiding anything too unreasonable. Gerald, how do player classes affect weapon choices? Miyazaki, player classes in the game would have a real impact only towards the end of the game, but when it comes to weapons, anything goes. Gerald, what is your vision for the storytelling in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki, my form of storytelling creates a niche that affords a player a great deal of insight, without being obvious. My vision for storytelling provides a great deal of value, as it gives players something new when revisiting the game. Gerald, will you ever reveal the perfect vision for the story? Miyazaki, I have no intention of actually revealing what it might be. Gerald, what do you think about the $10,000 bounty for fans to explain the Dark Souls lore? Miyazaki, no form of official statement will be released to endorse any theory offered from my end. I am content with any story players form in their minds, and I am glad if they use elements from the game as a guiding principle for the lore. Gerald, can you explain the idea of time travel in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki, the fire was in a constant state of generation and decay, and in that process a great big thing will be created. A very tough question. 2016/03/29 Dark Souls director doesn't believe player who beat the game without taking a hit. Wired. Wired UK. What do you think about the no-hit runs of the first Dark Souls? Miyazaki. I don't believe the player who says he completed the original Dark Souls without taking a hit. Wired UK. How do you feel about players using unconventional control methods to beat the game? Miyazaki. I've been very happy to see that kind of creativity. Wired UK. Did you expect this kind of community-driven gameplay? Miyazaki. These means of play surprised me. While future games in the Souls series won't be built around letting players have at it with a bevy of controllers and control schemes, I've wanted to make the games feel more social. Thanks to the collaborative nature of these Twitch-streamed oddity runs, I feel like I've succeeded on that front. 2016/04/12 Dark Souls 3 director. It's about accomplishment by overcoming tremendous odds. Wired. Wired, what compels you to make such challenging experiences? Miyazaki. I have no intention to make the game more difficult than other titles on purpose. It's just something required to make this style of game. Ever since Demon's Souls, I've really been pursuing making games that give players a sense of accomplishment by overcoming tremendous odds. Wired. What drove the change with less emphasis on hollowing in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki. One of the complaints I hear from fans is that they don't want to be ugly when they're hollow. They're playing a character they've spent so much time creating, down to facial detail, and they don't want to lose that. So I decided to add a new state instead, the Lord of Cinder, when you have embers empowering you. Hollowing is still in the game. I personally like it, but it's now more as one of the pillars of the storyline. Wired. What appeals to you about environmental storytelling and implied lore? Miyazaki. The truth is, I'm just not good at implementing direct narrative in my games. Another side is, I want to leave the interpretation of the world's stories to the player. That's actually my biggest reason for focusing on environmental and subtle storytelling. Wired. What draws you to a very European visual style rather than an anime aesthetic? Miyazaki. A lot of it comes from experiences I had during my childhood, including through fiction. I've been familiar with Western fantasy novels since I was a boy. Since I started working in games professionally, I've had a lot of opportunities to travel abroad and see buildings and landmarks in Europe and even further afield, churches and such, and they serve as great influences too. Wired. Were you ever expecting the series fans to create challenges for themselves? Miyazaki. That's been a real surprise. When I was working on the first Dark Souls, as far back as Demon's Souls actually, I didn't expect the player community to come up with speedrun contests or any of the strange new ways to play the games. Wired. Would you like to see the Dark Souls universe expanded or experiment with different game genres in that setting? Miyazaki. I think my philosophy towards game development is first, set a certain game system and then apply a worldview that matches that. When it comes to Souls, first of all I came up with the action RPG game system and then applied the mythology. I might come up with, for instance, a simulation or strategy system, and then if the Dark Souls worldview worked with that system, there could be a chance the universe might expand into that gaming genre. 2016/04/27 From Software is done with Dark Souls. GNN Gamer. Can we expect any spin-offs, tie-ins, or sequels for Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki. Dark Souls 3 will have several DLCs like the previous games, but there's absolutely no plan right now for any sequels, spin-offs, or tie-ins. But I can't say for certain the possibility is 0%. GNN Gamer. What would it take for you to make another Dark Souls game in the future? Miyazaki. If a From Software developer came to me 5 years from now and begged, please let me make another Dark Souls, then I will not rule out the possibility to let my subordinates start a new project, i.e. the Dark Souls 2B team. What is certain for now is, to me personally, Dark Souls is over. So rather than make another sequel, I think it's time we take a step to a new direction. GNN Gamer. Is there any chance of a remaster for Demon's Souls or Dark Souls? Miyazaki. I would like to work on something new. GNN Gamer. Could we see a new Armored Core game in the future? Miyazaki. Personally, I want to do it. After all, I was involved in 3 games in the series. Armored Core is one of the pillars of From Software's lineup, but I can't reveal anything at the moment. 2016/05/12. What is the future of From Software? 4Gamer. Google Translate. Dark Souls 3 aims to be a solid sequel that inherits the popular parts of the series. 4Gamer. Thank you for joining us today. Dark Souls 3 can be considered the culmination of the series, and as a fan I thoroughly enjoyed it. So what was Mr. Miyazaki thinking when developing Dark Souls 3? Mr. Miyazaki. From the beginning, I thought of this work as a major turning point for the Dark Souls series. Also, since it had been a long time since I had directed a sequel since Armored Core for Answer, I also thought that I would try to make it a sequel that was like a sequel. 4Gamer. Mr. Miyazaki was involved in Dark Souls 2 in a step-back form, wasn't he? In the first place, how did you end up serving as director again? Mr. Miyazaki. That's right. Speaking of this work, I wasn't involved from the beginning. 4Gamer. Oh, is that so? Mr. Miyazaki. Yes, however, in the early stages of this work, things weren't going very well. and I received a direct request from Kami, now Toshi Kami, who was the president at the time. I believe it was around the middle of the prototype, so it overlaps with the time when I was the director of Bloodborne. For gamer, I see. Miyazaki, there are several reasons why I accepted the request. Through the development of Bloodborne, I was able to reaffirm the appeal of the Souls series and dark fantasy, and I also wanted to try developing a game in collaboration with other directors. In fact, Okano, Isamu Okano, and Yui Tanimura, are participating as co-directors in this game. Working with them was stimulating and helped me in many ways, and I was able to leave some aspects, such as multiplayer and updates, to them. I think it was a necessary experience for the future. For gamer, Miyazaki-san now also has a job as president. Miyazaki, yes, although he does tend to slack off, laughs. For gamer. In the end, I think it was a success to return to the role of director again with this game, which marks the end of the series. It's been about a month since the release. The interview was conducted on May 12th, and it seems to have been well received by players. Miyazaki. Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, but in reality I recognize that there are two sides to the story of success and failure. For gamer. Is that so? What do you think were the parts of Dark Souls 3 that worked well and the parts that didn't? Miyazaki, there will be updates including regulation adjustments and DLC in the future, so I don't want to make any definitive statements, but for example, I think there were both successes and failures in map design. In this work, the size of each map is quite large, there are three-dimensional structures, and I think there are many maps that are worth exploring, but on the other hand, there were some weak points in terms of the connections between each map. For gamer. Speaking of maps, this time the terrain and placement gave the impression of they're trying to kill the player well, and I think that the unique aspects of Dark Souls were strong. But is this Miyazaki's preference? Miyazaki. First of all, the aim is that the threat of the terrain and placement makes it easier to learn and ingenuity to conquer, rather than relying on pure action. From there on, it's more of a preference, or rather my habit. For gamer. Personally, I think the exploration in this work was more complete than in the previous series. Just walking around the intricate map was fun, and the battles were well balanced. The parts that have been built up in the series were well utilized, so I think this is what leads to a sense of culmination. Miyazaki. Thank you. I'm really happy if you enjoyed the battles and exploration. It's always the case with the Dark Souls series, but it was a difficult part of this work as well. For gamer. Will there be any DLC distribution in the future? Miyazaki. Yes. We are currently considering two titles, the first of which is scheduled for fall 2016 and the second for early 2017. The content will be based on previous titles, with new maps, enemies, weapons and armor, and a story. We are planning a story that takes place in a small, isolated world, but I think we will be able to show you a slightly different Dark Souls 3 from the main game. We have just started development on the first one, For gamer. I'm looking forward to it. But DLC is often developed as a promotion to maintain excitement after release. In the case of From Software, they start making something solid after finishing the development of the main game, so I don't feel like it's commercial. Laughs. Miyazaki. Yes, I understand what you're saying, or rather, we often get scolded by the publishing side. Laughs. However, we are not currently in a position to produce DLC in parallel with the production of the main game. So if we try to release a solid DLC, it will take a long time from the main game. I'm sorry to have kept users waiting. For gamer, how much content is planned? Miyazaki. About 3 maps in total for the 2 DLCs. I think it will basically be the same volume as previous titles in the series. After Dark Souls 3, he plans to continue making dark fantasy and action RPGs. For gamer, it was announced that Dark Souls 3 has shipped 3 million copies worldwide, and the series has sold over 13 million copies. Now it has grown into From Software's flagship title and a major IP, but isn't it a big decision for the company to put an end to it with this title? Miyazaki. First of all, I want to make it clear that I don't necessarily think that continuing to make sequels is bad. I think that continuation leads to refinement, and that something new can be born from it. And in fact, I think there are some great titles in the world that could only exist if they continued. However, rather than continuing to make Dark Souls, we felt strongly that we wanted to use the experience we had gained from making it to make a new title. From Software is a company that makes what it wants to make, so it would be better to be honest about that feeling. 4 Gamer. So you thought it would be better for the company to put an end to it? Miyazaki. I guess that's how it sounds. Laughs. 4 Gamer. By the way, since it's not the final work, but a break, does that mean there's a possibility that it will be revived at some point? Miyazaki. Yes, I don't intend to declare that the series is completely over. I don't really like to make statements that destroy possibilities. As for Dark Souls, at the moment I'm not thinking about sequels or spin-offs or anything like that. But for example, if someone in the future says, I want to make my own Dark Souls with new technology, if it's attractive enough, I don't want to deny it, and even for me, there's a possibility that in the future I'll feel like, I want to make it again as a retirement work. It's not zero. When that happens, I don't want to be called a liar. Laughs. 4 Gamer. There will be fans who are happy, but I don't think there will be anyone who will blame me. Laughs. Miyazaki. I'm not very confident about that, but anyway, this is a big break for Dark Souls. It is not my intention to have people think that From Software is only a company that develops Dark Souls. I think this is something that is shared not only by me, but by the entire company. However, there was a misunderstanding in the overseas interview, but this story does not deny the so-called remaster. I don't think that I or From Software will develop them, but the Dark Souls series is the IP of Bandai Namco Entertainment, and Demon's Souls and Bloodborne are the IP of Sony Interactive Entertainment. The decision to remaster or develop in a different way will be made by them, and of course, remasters by development companies other than us are possible. 4 Gamer. However, if this is the end of Dark Souls, I'm curious to see what kind of titles From Software will come out in the future. Mr. Miyazaki, will you continue to make action RPGs in the future? Mr. Miyazaki, I think that action RPGs as a genre and dark fantasy as a worldview are possible even if they are not Dark Souls, and I think we will continue to take some kind of approach. I personally like both very much. 4 Gamer. That's a relief. I want to continue playing high-difficulty action RPGs. Miyazaki, thank you. It is sometimes misunderstood, but we are not going to stop making games in the traditional way. It's just that it will no longer be the Dark Souls series. There are 3 main directions for the future. One is, as I just mentioned, an action RPG or dark fantasy that will be expressed in a different way from Dark Souls. The other is a reboot of a title we have worked on in the past, or a new game based on that. The last one is something a little different from our past directions. It's probably a little strange. 4 Gamer. Are all 3 of these already in motion as projects? Miyazaki. Yes, they are at different stages, but they are all moving forward concretely. I'm sorry to talk about our company, but Dark Souls 3 is the last title that I was working on before I became president. In that sense, this work was a big turning point, but the development of the main part has somehow ended, and development of a new title has already begun. 4 Gamer. How many of From Software's development lines are running at the same time? Miyazaki. It depends on the overlap of development timing, but it's about 2.5 to 3.5 lines. The 2 that have been released recently are Dark Souls 3 and Mobile Suit Gundam UC Card Builder, so some of the new titles mentioned earlier have been in development for a while. 4 Gamer. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out, regardless of whether they are actually moving forward. As a director, Miyazaki, is there a genre that you would like to try making now? Miyazaki. That's difficult. If I say something, it will often lead to spoilers. Laughs. But as for something that is frustratingly unlikely to be realized at the moment, I would like to make a fantasy plus mecha title, something like the TRPG Worth Blade or Escaflowne. 4 Gamer, I would really like to see that. Miyazaki, I would like to make one too, but I often get told you should give up. Laughs. So, if possible, I would be happy if users would talk about it and say, doesn't that sound interesting? I can attach that to a suspicious proposal and appeal to the public that fantasy mecha is good. From Software has also released a title called Frame Glide for the Dreamcast in the past, so I don't think it's completely unreasonable. Miyazaki has high hopes for the Dark Souls board game. 4Gamer. Speaking of which, there was talk of making a Dark Souls board game on Kickstarter. I think you like analog games, Mr. Miyazaki, but are you involved in this project? Mr. Miyazaki? No, neither I nor From Software are involved in that project at all. I only found out about it on an online news site. Laughs. 4Gamer. That board game has attracted a lot of attention because it quickly reached its goal after raising funds on Kickstarter. Mr. Miyazaki, as one of the creators of the original work, I'm very happy about this. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of game it will be. Personally, I'm looking forward to a design similar to Arkham Horror, Mansion of Madness, or Descent, which I've been playing a lot recently. 4Gamer. Looking at the high difficulty and components, it seems interesting, reminiscent of Descent. After the release, will From Software be able to localize it and release a Japanese version? Miyazaki. I'm not the rights holder, so I can't say for sure, but whether we will do it or not, I hope we can localize it in Japanese in some way, and I would like to work on that. However, to digress a little, that kind of crowdfunding system is interesting even when it comes to game production, because it is very difficult to present the fun and value of the game and get the client to understand it before the game is made. Therefore, when the person you are presenting to is fixed, I think there is a tendency for the content of the plan itself to be biased towards that person. But with crowdfunding, I think you can present the fun and value of the game to a different person than before. I think there are some things that can only be started in that way, and I think it will help diversify games. 4Gamer. Even if it's not Kickstarter, don't you yourself want to work on analog games? Miyazaki. That's like a dream. Board games and card games are like that, but if possible, I would like to make a TRPG. Well, but now I'm being stopped by those around me. It's probably because I'm so obsessed with the project that I can see I won't do anything else. Laughs. 4Gamer. That's a problem, but I'd like to try playing a TRPG made by Miyazaki. It's balanced so that there are a lot of deaths. Laughs. Miyazaki. It's about the same balance as level 1 of Dungeons & Dragons. Laughs. It reminds me of the book that makes D&D easy to understand. The approach to the popular VR and smartphone games and the future of Armored Core. 4Gamer. On a completely different note, I think the trend in the game industry in 2016 is VR. What kind of approach is From Software thinking about? Miyazaki. Of course, I'm very interested. It's simply a new and exciting experience. It's hard to see how the business side of things will develop, but I think there's an unexplored fun in that, and I'd like to be involved in some way. 4Gamer. So what about smartphone games? Nowadays, most game-related companies are involved in smartphone games in some way. Miyazaki, that is often misunderstood, but we don't intend to distance ourselves from smartphones. Originally, From Software had a mobile department, and in the past we had Armored Core for mobile, and we have also released a smartphone version of the metaverse, Meet Me, that we are currently working on. 4Gamer, I see. Miyazaki. However, we are not good at making games that are conceived from the perspective of monetization. Of course, game production is a business, so monetization itself is not bad, but it is difficult to motivate game production. 4Gamer. Even if you make something without being interested, it is difficult to create a good work. Miyazaki. Yes, because of that, it is difficult to take shape, and as a result, it may seem that we are not proactive about smartphones. However, I think that smartphones are a very interesting device as a gaming platform. Personally, I play Hearthstone and other games, and I think it is a good opportunity, and I am exploring including the formation. 4Gamer. At the moment, From Software has more ideas to make for consumer games than for smartphone games. Miyazaki. Yes, that's true. I also consider the current situation where we can freely create so-called high-end games to be extremely valuable, so while I still have the opportunity, I want to do my best to create high-end games so that I don't regret it later or can continue the current situation. Above all, it's a lot of fun. 4Gamer. In terms of From Software's future, I'm also curious about what will happen to the Armored Core series, which hasn't had a new release recently. Will the series itself continue in the future? Miyazaki. Of course, it's been a while since Armored Core Verdict Day, and it's true that the series was in a difficult situation at one point, but I don't intend to end the Armored Core series. 4Gamer, I'm relieved. It's a series that has been released in a relatively short span, but it stopped coming out. Miyazaki. Yes, I'm especially sorry to the users who have been waiting. However, I think that the concept of Armored Core is attractive enough as it is now, and it can be re-sublimated into an interesting and valuable game, and there are many excellent staff members in the company who want to make it. If that's the case, there's no way we won't make a new one. Personally, it's also a title that I'm deeply attached to, as it's the one that started my career as a game creator. 4Gamer, I'm looking forward to the new Armored Core. The new work is scheduled for 2017. What will come out of the new From Software? 4Gamer, since Mr. Miyazaki became president, From Software's new titles will be coming out in the future. But when will we be able to play them? Mr. Miyazaki, first of all, we will focus on DLC for Dark Souls 3. As I mentioned earlier, it is scheduled to be released from fall 2016 to early 2017. After that, as early as within fiscal 2017, it may be possible to touch it in some form, although it will be a small-scale project. 4Gamer, you may not like this way of saying it, but Mr. Miyazaki has a track record of making the world realize the fun of a difficult action RPG for game consoles, and a Japanese title at that. In this day and age, people are paying attention to what kind of title Mr. Miyazaki will release next, aren't they? Mr. Miyazaki, I think that's probably overestimating it. Laughs. But in any case, the fact that people are paying attention to us is a happy thing for us as developers and development companies, and we want to somehow meet their expectations. In the end, we just have to keep making interesting and valuable things. Otherwise, the evaluation will be overturned in an instant, and people will no longer pay attention to or expect new works. 4Gamer, that's a pretty strict perception. Miyazaki. I guess strictness is a bit off. It's a strange way of saying it, and it's just my personal opinion, but I think there are various ways of thinking that people turn their backs on you quickly. For example, if you are in a good state, if it is solid and cannot be overturned, I think that whether it is a person or a group, it is easy to decay in various ways, and if you are in a bad state, if people turn their backs on you quickly, you can work hard with hope. 4Gamer. Whether you are in a good state or a bad state, you will ultimately gain. Miyazaki. Yes, I am of the opinion that I accept what is convenient. Laughs. Well, I am serious about wanting to continue to create interesting and valuable things in the future. First of all, DLC for Dark Souls 3 will be released in the fall of 2016, so I hope you will look forward to it. Please continue to support From Software in the future. 4Gamer, I look forward to future developments. Thank you for today. 2016/07/07. Preparing for life after Dark Souls. A conversation with designer Hidetaka Miyazaki. Kotaku. How does it feel to be a few months removed from the release of Dark Souls 3, the conclusion of the story started in Dark Souls? Is there relief? Sadness? What have you been doing since it came out? Hidetaka Miyazaki. I'm actually working on the DLC for Dark Souls 3 and have been focusing on a number of new projects. With how busy I've been, I really haven't had much time to feel hollow, so to speak. If anything, I'm actually quite excited with what I'm doing, and this is nothing short of happiness to me as a game developer. Kotaku. It's been 7 years since Demonsouls was released. How have you changed as a person in that time, and has that impacted your approach as a game designer? Miyazaki. Just like anyone else, I believe I've changed since then. Ever since Demonsouls, I've been able to experience many things that I couldn't have imagined experiencing before. Of particular note would be the emotional feedback, both good and bad, from players, and seeing the game's community grow. These and all the other valuable experiences spurred me on, and I couldn't have been any more grateful. In order to repay everyone for what I gained from them, I'm planning on making sure that the changes I go through is something I will take to heart in a constructive manner. Kotaku. Where do you look for inspiration these days? Do you seek other games, movies, or books? Can you tell me about what you've been reading, watching, or playing lately, and what's interested you about it? Miyazaki. My sources of inspiration come from various venues. The media you mentioned are sources of inspiration, but if I was to bring one item up in particular, I would say books, especially text-based books. I've brought this up before, but my pastime is to imagine and fantasize from reading text-based books. This is one of my inspirational sources towards game development. I know it's a bit old, but of recent I found myself enjoying the book, The Paper Menagerie and other stories. Personally speaking, it's quite interesting to see how emotionally invested I am, in a good way, reading the book. Kotaku. I deeply enjoyed playing Dark Souls 3, but it was familiar. This makes sense, of course, because it's the third Dark Souls game. If you count Demonsouls, which was similar in tone and aesthetic, it's the fourth game. One of the series' great strengths is its mystery, which is lost in sequels. Was that challenge for you, as a designer? Miyazaki. Dark Souls 3 was designed to be a sequel, so the story, in like manner, is made as a sequel too. The story for this game is built upon the story of the Firekeepers from Dark Souls 1 and 2, and this is where the sense of mystery can be found. I believe this style of storytelling is something unique to sequels, and it was a fresh and joyful experience to be working every moment on it. Kotaku. One of the biggest moments in Dark Souls 3 is when players return to Anor Londo. It's the one time in the series where the player returns to an area they've previously been to. How did that idea come about? Miyazaki. As I mentioned earlier, the game is built upon the story of the Firekeepers from Dark Souls 1 and 2. Anor Londo was brought into the design to symbolize this. The concept of how the player character isn't depicted as a simple hollow, but rather unkindled, unfit even to be cinder, also follows the game's storyline of building upon the story of the Firekeepers. Kotaku. There are multiple endings for Dark Souls 3, as there are for the previous games. But in your head, is there a single true ending? Does one of them represent how the world of Dark Souls concluded? Miyazaki. There is an ending that I would personally select, but I can't say which one is of prominence among the four endings. This is because all the endings, and the gameplay until then, are a precious part of the story the player experiences. Kotaku. Demon's Souls was a cult hit, but Dark Souls 3 is a blockbuster being sold to millions. Since then, you've become president of From Software, and you have to be concerned about the company making money. Are you concerned that might incentive you to take less risks with future games? Miyazaki. It's actually the opposite. If we avoided risks, we wouldn't have positioned this game to be a turning point in the series and an end to the current storyline. I believe the new projects we will be announcing will show our stance and direction we're headed to. Kotaku. Players don't always know what they want. Often they don't know what they want until you show it to them. How much do you weigh the demands of players against what you think is the right decision? Miyazaki. I don't think I get everything right with my decisions, but I do have faith in the decisions I make based on the visions I hold. In order to make my vision come to reality, I place importance in various feedback, including those coming from test players. The reason why I have faith is because I like games, and because I'm creating games to those who like games. Kotaku. When people think of Hidetaka Miyazaki right now, they think of Souls. Even Bloodborne is deeply tied to the design of the Souls games. 10 years from now, would you be okay with that? Or are you determined to make games wildly different from Souls? Miyazaki. To be honest, I'm really not interested on how I'm viewed as. The only thing I'm interested in is to keep creating something special. Whether that something is synonymous to me or not is really none of my concern. But I can't deny the fact that the Souls series is something special to me, so I am happy to know that people have that sort of image of me. Even if that image stays with me, I have no intention of ending in a way where I couldn't create a game that surpasses the Souls series. That would be pretty sad, wouldn't it? Kotaku. I wanted to ask about your process for approaching a new game, whether it's a sequel or a brand new world. Where do you start? Can you remember what you were doing when you came up with the concepts for Bloodborne, for example? I'm hoping you can walk us through one of those moments. Miyazaki. That's a tough one to answer. For Bloodborne, I don't really remember what led up to my vision of the game. Laughs. If anything, my vision of a game is something that is formed, honed, and polished by working with those around me, especially with the great folks on the development team. This, to me, is something integral to the way I develop games, and the game so created is, without doubt, our game. Kotaku, for people who have already finished Dark Souls 3, can you give any tease for the DLC? How do you intend to surprise players? Miyazaki, I'm not sure I can provide information without spilling the surprise laughs. The only thing I can say now is that we're planning 2 DLCs for Dark Souls 3. The first is scheduled for release in autumn of 2016, and the second is scheduled for early 2017. We're actually still working on the first one. Content-wise, it builds off of the previous titles and will be featuring a new area, enemies, gear, and story. The game story revolves around a new location, which I believe will offer a different feel from Dark Souls 3. Please stay tuned. 2016/09/21, Dark Souls 3, Director Miyazaki talks DLC, future games, Armored Core, and much more. Q. Will there be any improvement done to Dark Souls 3 to support the additional hardware power of the PS4 Pro? Miyazaki, currently From Software and Bandai Namco, have been communicating on how we should deal with the PS4 Pro. That includes not just whether we'll support it or not, but also what we should do on a graphics level, what should we do with the frames per second and that kind of things. So yeah, we have been talking about it, but we haven't yet decided anything officially. Q. Are you approaching the writing of the DLCs as the end of the Souls series? Miyazaki, that's not actually the case. What we're trying to do is approaching the big theme from the main games from a different perspective. With a different perspective, I mean that we've been using the painted world as a different perspective in order to describe the main game's theme symbolically. Q. Are there going to be more Dark Souls games in the future? Miyazaki, personally, I don't feel like creating new Souls games. However, I don't want to completely deny the potential of other developers from Software bringing back the Dark Souls franchise in the future. While I'd personally like to end the Dark Souls franchise, I'd still feel sad doing so. While I might not work on Dark Souls games myself, I would bring some of the good things from them, like in-game elements or product development experience, to new Dark Souls-like games or franchises in the future. When I say Dark Souls-like games, they could be dark fantasy-like games with an element of sense of accomplishment due to overcoming difficulties, which is very unique to the Souls franchise. Q. Is that because often in Japan, a lot of companies tend to make a successful franchise and then they keep making entries in the same franchise forever? Miyazaki, it's very difficult to answer to this kind of question, but whatever the case, I'm not denying the value of bringing new installments to the same franchise. There are a lot of things that can be polished by doing so, or there could be things that can be accomplished just by bringing new chapters to a series. I'm not sure about other publishers or developers, but at least From Software believes that all the things that we have learned in past titles can be best reflected in future titles only by working on new franchises and new series. Q. Speaking of Dark Souls-like games, it seems that after the success of Dark Souls and Bloodborne, they kind of created almost their own genre. Even other publishers are making Dark Souls-like games. For instance, with Nioh by Koei Tecmo, I very much felt that I was playing something very similar to Dark Souls in the Sengoku era. How do you feel about that? Miyazaki, I never thought of having created a new genre, and I'm sure that in the past many people have thought about creating very challenging games like Dark Souls. I'm assuming that I was simply the pioneer in that sense. If I have created the environment encouraging other developer to work on other Dark Souls-like games, that's an honor for me. Q. I'm not just talking about the challenge, though. I'm talking about very similar game mechanics. Miyazaki. It's difficult to answer this, but even if the same mechanics get implemented in other games by other publisher of developers, it still gives us, From Software, good clues, because they have been implemented based on a different perspective. This gives us clues on how we can approach other titles that we will be working on in the future, so it's a good thing. But just to clarify, I never thought that other games copied our titles. Q. Is your next game going to be dark fantasy as well? Or maybe there will be mecha in it? Miyazaki. There are several titles that we are currently working on, and those are not just dark fantasy or mecha games. Some of those are dark fantasy, some could involve mecha. but one new title that we've been working on will probably comply with the expectations of the fans in a straightforward manner. A last thing is that another title will probably be a little bit weird. When we'll actually announce that title, probably the fans will react like, "Oh, what the hell is this game that Miyazaki has created?" Q. Is it weird that From Software is creating it, or just weird in itself? Miyazaki. When I say weird, I mean that the genre that we're trying may be a little bit weird. Not only that, but the game's content might be a little weird. I just want to clarify that we're always serious when working on product development. However, that game might be seen as a very weird game, but we're still very serious about it. Q. Is it a very brightly colored Majoko, magical girl game? Miyazaki laughs. I think we need more experience in order to challenge that specific genre. There still are several obstacles we need to overcome before we can announce those new titles. So we're not sure how many more years we need to development them, but we're looking forward to announce them in the future. Q. Armored Core. Miyazaki, we are working on Armored Core. Q. How is the new Armored Core different from the current Armored Core? Miyazaki. No comment. That's all. Just for your information, even during interviews with Japanese media, I've always said that I wanted to work on new Armored Core titles. So I want to clarify that I'm still interested in working on new Armored Core games. Editor's note, after the interview was conducted, From Software released a statement to Japanese media, mentioning that Miyazaki-san actually did not admit that an Armored Core game is currently in development, but that his statement should be interpreted as the mention of the will to continue to work on the series in the future, but nothing has been decided. That said, we're reporting the conversation exactly as it happened, leaving the interpretation to you. Q. Should Dark Souls 3's DLCs be considered like a sequel of the main game, or they are completely separate story-wise? Miyazaki. The theme of the DLC is actually independent from the main game. The theme of the main game is actually completed within the main game itself. Q. Why did you choose the Painted World for the DLC? Miyazaki. Although the DLC takes place in the Painted World, it's different from the Painted World in the original game. The theme of the Painted World matches other things we're trying to do with the DLC, and that's why we decided to bring the Painted World back in that sense. 2016/10/4, Miyazaki on Zelda, sequels and starting out, Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone. Many journalists over the years have said that the Souls games, from Demons on up through Bloodborne and Dark Souls, is what The Legend of Zelda should have evolved into. How do you feel about that comparison? Miyazaki. When I was a student, The Legend of Zelda was truly monumental, so to be perfectly honest, I feel deeply unworthy of the comparison. The Legend of Zelda and Dark Souls are different games belonging to different genres though, and they're guided by different concepts of game design. They don't need to aspire to the same ideals. If there are similarities, they probably stem from the fact that The Legend of Zelda became a sort of textbook for 3D action games. Rolling Stone. Zelda producer Eiji Aonuma thinks it's a sin to let players get lost in a game, and that has ultimately led to the series holding players' hands throughout. Conversely, the Souls games give players very little in the way of instruction or direction. You don't even implement a map in-game. Why? Miyazaki. Our goal was to allow players to do what they want, define their own goals, make their own discoveries, embrace their own values, and find their own interpretations. Core to that was the importance of getting lost. This gives value and meaning to finding one's way. Also, we're just not very nimble when it comes to giving good guidance, and rather than try to overcome our own shortcomings, we decided to focus on things that we were good at. Rolling Stone. A lot of people are interested in playing HD remakes of Demons, Souls and Dark Souls. Is this something you'd be willing to let an external team handle? Miyazaki. I've mentioned this before, but Sony Interactive Entertainment holds the rights to Demons Souls, and Bandai Namco Entertainment holds the rights to Dark Souls, so they call the shots on remasters and remakes, so I'm not in a position to comment specifically on it. As for the question of having an external team create a remaster or remake, I'm not opposed to this idea by any means. If such a scenario arose, I know that both Sony and Bandai Namco are mindful of the integrity of the respective titles, and I'm confident that each would put together a highly skilled team that would be an appropriate fit. Rolling Stone. Would you ever resurrect from Software's long-dormant first-person franchise, King's Field, or has the Souls series rendered it superfluous? Miyazaki. I feel that King's Field and Dark Souls are two separate entities. For starters, yes, the perspective is different, but also they are guided by differing core game design concepts. As for a revival of King's Field, that's a very difficult question. This is because King's Field is the brainchild of From's former president, Naotoshi Jin, and if I or anyone else were to attempt a revival of the series, we would run the risk of creating a pale imitation. On a personal level, the first King's Field was one of my favorite games when I was just a gamer myself, and I believe there would be fascinating ways to bring it back. But all of these ideas would be contingent on Jin serving as director. Rolling Stone, how many teams do you oversee as president? Does this mirror how many projects From has going on at any time? Miyazaki, I can't discuss specific numbers, but I can say that since becoming president, the number of projects that I'm involved with, albeit with varying levels of intimacy, has increased. But this doesn't mean that I'm involved with every From project. Rolling Stone. The higher up Shigeru Miyamoto went in Nintendo, the more business-focused he became. Do you worry about this happening to you? Miyazaki, I am a director serving as president, and not the other way around. Luckily, those around me understand my position on this matter. More importantly, From Software's core competence lies in creating unique products with distinct points of view. It's a unique position to be in, and thankfully I've never had to make sacrifices when it comes to devoting time to directing. There's no guarantee that this will always be the case, but there's no guarantee of anything, president or no. Rolling Stone, what has being president of From Software enabled you to do that you wouldn't have been able to do otherwise? Miyazaki, a very recent and straightforward example was the decision to define Dark Souls 3 as a major milestone, allowing us to move on and challenge ourselves with a completely new project. This decision was in line with our mission to create distinct games with a unique perspective, and not only reflects my own wishes, but the wishes of the entire game production staff. Had I not been both president and director, this may not have been possible. Rolling Stone. You tell me you're a bookworm. What kind of books would I find on your shelf if I were to look right now? Miyazaki. First, you'd spot the manga shelf, with Devilman and Berserk lining the top. The neighboring bookshelf is packed with tabletop role-playing game rulebooks, with RuneQuest prominently displayed alongside the board game Dragon Pass. A shelf is packed with novels, old classics of fantasy and science fiction, alongside George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire and Fevre Dream. A small library of game books shares the same shelf. At the top is Sorcery and accompanying guides Titan and Out of the Pit. Finally, you'd find various art and reference books, including work by Umberto Eco and McNeill, and Colin Wilson's The Occult. Rolling Stone. You're a big fan of the Gothic stuff then. Miyazaki. I'm an omnivore when it comes to sources. Many of the themes and imagery expressed in our games have their origins in text, things conjured in the imagination while reading, the interpretations within the mind. 2017/04/13. I think Dark Souls was a happy series, says Miyazaki. Famitsu, Google Translate. A DLC that sheds light on the main story's theme from a different angle. Famitsu, the second DLC, Dark Souls 3. The Ringed City, hereafter referred to as Ringed City, has been released, which also marks the end of Dark Souls, hereafter referred to as Dark Souls. Hidetaka Miyazaki. Yes, as I have said from the beginning, at least for now, we have no plans for any further developments. This will be a major turning point for the Dark Souls series. Famitsu, after playing Ringed City, I think many fans were surprised at the story's connection to the first game in the series. Ashes of Ariandel, hereafter Ariandel. Miyazaki, I think that's largely because the two DLC packs were originally planned as one big DLC, similar to the original Dark Souls and Bloodborne. Famitsu, I think there were some opinions that Ariandel's volume was small, especially from users who came to Dark Souls 3 after playing the DLC for Bloodborne, but this version of the Ringed City has a decent amount of content. Miyazaki, yes, we honestly regret the volume of the first DLC. We tend to think of it as the combined volume of the first and second DLCs. and I think we were not able to properly communicate the positioning of the first DLC or its actual volume. We also felt that we were not considerate enough in terms of the volume of the first DLC alone, or the sense of satisfaction that comes from having completed one DLC. For example, in the selection of bosses and strong enemies, or the selection of new weapons and magic. Famitsu. That said, the boss battles in Ariandel were pretty tough as well. Laughs. Miyazaki. Frida was by no means a weak boss. As for her, she would have been fine if she had been one of several bosses, but as the only orthodox boss in the first DLC, I think she lacked thickness. In any case, this is a matter of honest reflection on our part, and in the second DLC, we are keeping this in mind as much as possible. There is a reason why I chose each of the Painting World, Snowdrift, and Ring City. Famitsu. The main setting of the first DLC was the painted world of Ariandel, and this time the story is concluded with the second DLC. Just as Anor Londo appears in the main story, there is a connection to the first game here as well. But why did you choose the painted world from the areas of the first game? Miyazaki. The motif of Painting World was not a nostalgic one for the original Dark Souls. The intention of this DLC is to shed light on the theme of the third main story from a different angle, and the Painting World was chosen as the most suitable motif for that purpose. Famitsu. The part about it being a separate world. Miyazaki? Yes, that's a big part of it. I'm sorry to get so abstract, but throughout the Dark Souls series, the world of the paintings is different in that it's outside of connecting the fire, and that differentness was useful for presenting a different interpretation or resolution to the theme of the main story of 3. Famitsu. The Tower of Earth appears early in the Ringed City. As a fan, I was happy to see a map that was directly related to 2, and I'm sure people will also be pleased to see the Sand Magician. Miyazaki. The first map in the second DLC, the Snowdrift, is a place where the remains of various times and places from the past have piled up. This was originally intended to create an interesting map structure by using and combining building structures in unusual ways, such as tilting or stacking buildings. But I also wanted to take this opportunity to express the layering of the Dark Souls series. The flow of the Snowdrift, starting from the remains of Lothric in 3 and passing through the remains of the Earthen Tower in 2, was based on that intention. Famitsu, out of the many areas in 2, why did you choose the Earth Tower? Miyazaki. The selection of areas for 2 was decided after consulting with Tanimura, Yui, director of 2. The silhouette is memorable to 2 users as an impressive place, and it fits the map design intent of the Snowdrift. And the Sand Magician, which I mentioned briefly earlier, was requested by a staff member after it was decided to use the Earth Tower. If the Earth Tower appears, users will not be satisfied unless that equipment is included, I thought. I see that might be the case, and adopted it. It also felt right that the Sand Magician survived in the remains of the Earth Tower, and from there I was able to feel a small expansion of the story. Famitsu. Well, that's a great decision. Miyazaki. Thank you, laughs. With that in mind, we are actually focusing on female equipment for this second DLC. There are also feminine magic spells, such as the lightning bow, so I hope that those who use female characters will enjoy it. Or I hope that it will be an opportunity to create a female character. Famitsu. The way the arch door collapsed was the same, so perhaps the Firelink Shrine, which was the base in the first game, was also. Miyazaki. Yes, that's actually true. In the end, the map becomes very dark, and the boss goes on a rampage, destroying everything, and the map burns, so it's very hard to tell, but the boss room in the Snowdrift is the remains of the original shrine. In other words, the Snowdrift is a map that starts from the remains of Lothric in 3, goes through the remains of the Earth Tower in 2, and ends up at the remains of the original shrine. Sorry if that's hard to understand. Laughs. Famitsu. Looking at the series as a whole, including the DLC, from the first game to 3, and then the DLC, it seems like the worldview connects the past, present, and future in a circle. Miyazaki. That's right, the keyword succession of fire is present throughout the Dark Souls series, and I think there is a flow in which the succession of fire begins, distorts, and ends. This DLC may be an attempt to find a different interpretation of the theme of succession of the world. I'm interested in how you can play the online features. Famitsu. The battle in Ariandel was resolved, but the main focus this time is the Ringed City. Why did you choose this as the setting? Miyazaki. At the beginning of the first game, we talk about the dwarf who discovered Dark Souls, and I had always wanted to touch on this dwarf, at least a little. This was my last chance to make that happen. The setting for the game, the Ringed City, was also a place I had vaguely imagined since the first game. Now that I've made it, I feel like there's room to delve deeper, and I have some regrets. Famitsu. Mr. Miyazaki, what aspect of Ringed City are you most excited to see players respond to? Miyazaki. I'm looking forward to a lot of things, or rather, I'm half anxious and half intrigued. But if I had to pick one thing, it would be the boss battle with the church spear. Famitsu. It's a more active evolution of the yellow robe system implemented in Demonsouls, published by Sony Interactive Entertainment, which was released in 2009 and directed by Miyazaki, and was the basis for Dark Souls, hereinafter Dark Souls. Players from other worlds control boss characters online and fight against the host player. In Dark Souls 2, it was also used in the boss Mirror Knight battle. Miyazaki. That's right, the church spear is designed to give the player who summons it and becomes the boss a special miracle, allowing them to challenge multiple enemies, such as the host and the white spirit, in a unique way. This is something that hasn't been done much in the Dark Souls series, so I'm anxious and interested to see how people will play it. Famitsu. That miracle is very powerful, Miyazaki. Yes, rather than being a simple attacking force, we intended it to be used to separate multiple enemies. Also, with the normal yellow robe system, once you defeat the boss, that's it, and you can only challenge it after a round, so we thought there would be a severe shortage of players to host the boss, so we made it so that only in the boss battle with the church spear you can be revived in a special place where you can atone. Famitsu. The Immortal Arena map has been added for DLC buyers, and it is now possible to team up with friends and play against each other in team battles. I'm curious to see how this will develop in the future. Miyazaki. That's right, the team aspect was implemented at the request of Bandai Namco Entertainment, but this is also something we haven't done much in the series, so I'm interested to see how people will play it. Still, I think Dark Souls was a happy series. Famitsu. 6 years have passed since the first game in the series was released in 2011, and it has finally come to an end. Have you achieved what you wanted to achieve, Mr. Miyazaki? Miyazaki. I'm sorry, but I can't say that I was able to achieve everything I wanted to do. At least I think that each installment of the Dark Souls series has its own problems and failures, as have all the games I have directed. However, if we take that as a given, I think that Dark Souls has been a happy series. Above all, many users have played it, enjoyed it, evaluated it, and given us enthusiastic feedback. That nurtured the series and nurtured us. As someone who has been involved in the production from the time we started writing the very first proposal for the first game to the second DLC for 3, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for that. Famitsu, when you made the first game, did you expect the series to continue this far? Miyazaki. No way, laughs. During the planning stage or development of the first game, it was definitely not the case. However, even if it had been the case, I don't think we would have been able to do something clever like making something with a sequel in mind. Famitsu. It may be difficult, but I get the impression that there are more players who can enjoy the sense of accomplishment that comes from overcoming that difficulty. I think the players' attitudes have definitely changed as well. Miyazaki. That's right. Regardless of whether our games have had an impact, I have the impression that so-called difficult games are on the rise and are being evaluated highly. Also, new ways of playing such as gameplay distribution have emerged, and I think that so-called difficult games are finding new ways to enjoy them. In any case, we have always valued the sense of accomplishment from overcoming difficulties, as you mentioned, and we often create games with that value as a theme, so we are very happy about it. If I had to say it in a bold way, I think it's a worthwhile situation to create. Famitsu, this will be the end of the series for now, but what kind of games would you like to work on or develop in the future? Miyazaki. That's a difficult question. As for future games, some have already been started, and if I say anything, it will be a spoiler. However, there is one thing. Our stance on game production has not changed. As the Dark Souls series reaches a major turning point and we are making new games, we have no intention of consciously trying to make something similar to the Dark Souls series, or conversely, trying to make something that is not similar to the Dark Souls series. We are not concerned about whether it is similar to the Dark Souls series or not, but rather intend to make the games that we want to make now and that we think are interesting and valuable. Famitsu. Finally, please give a message to fans of the Dark Souls series. Miyazaki. First of all, I hope you enjoy the second DLC for 3. As it is the last DLC, we have tried some new things, and it is adjusted to be more difficult overall, but I think it is more like Dark Souls than being too easy. I will say it again, but please enjoy it. And thank you for playing and enjoying the Dark Souls series. Your evaluations and enthusiastic feedback have helped us to hone the series and grow. As one of the creators of the series, I am truly grateful. I will definitely repay this favor to you, so I hope you will wait for a while. Déraciné, 2018/06/16, from Software's Hidetaka Miyazaki, on Déraciné and pursuing his hidden passions. Game Informer. Game Informer. What was the original inspiration behind Déraciné? Miyazaki. When VR technology was introduced, I had the opportunity to try out a bunch of demos and games. The strongest takeaway was that, even though I knew it in my head, once I was able to try a few games, I was able to feel that sense of existence and presence. Once you're in the world, you're able to feel like you're transported and able to interact with whatever is in that world. I was very impressed and blown away from it. At the same time, because of now being transported to that space and feeling as if you are there, say for example there was a character that was facing me and talking to me, but I could tell that character isn't really looking at me. It already told me there was a little bit of a sense of there was a challenge we still needed to overcome. In order to make that into more of an illusion that you are there and you have this sense of existence in that world, we got thinking about how can we wrap that into a world and sort of a theme where you do feel like you're in the world, but in a way that is going to be a lot more natural. That's where it all really started for us. Game Informer, your team obviously has a strong development history with console and PC games, but how does that change with developing a virtual reality title? Miyazaki. This could be a pretty straightforward, obvious answer, but the highest peak of challenge we were met with jumping into VR is with game design and how we think of it. Maybe we chose a genre that's not as straightforward or direct in terms of bringing it over to VR. An adventure game is probably a bit more intricate in terms of how you feel as if you are there, so we already put a challenge on ourselves by going into that genre. I learned that it's a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be. It's something that we as a studio have never experienced before. That big of a leap in challenging ourselves. Game Informer, how did you overcome those challenges? Did you iterate within your team, or did you consult with external studios and teams that have experience in VR? Miyazaki, I can say that this was a very closed project, meaning everything was done internally. We didn't really consult with anyone outside of our team, but obviously we had a huge consulting team that we can go to at any time on the Sony side, and that was a huge help. If I may say this, even within a lot of the VR games that are being developed or have been released, this one takes on a very unique spin, where that sense of existence and that presence is there, but you as a character, you're actually taking your actions while the time is standing still. There are all these intricacies that we were trying to work into the game design and mechanics, that it was almost like even within VR games being developed, it was taking on its own little niche almost. So even among all the problems that we faced, we really tried to assess and resolve internally. In that sense, it almost felt like we were a lonely team, not consulting within the outside world. Laughs. Game Informer, what was the idea behind the setting of the game? Miyazaki, everyone has hobbies or things that they want to work on along the way in whatever their career is. There are all these hidden drawers of like, this is what I want to work on next. There's been a drawer I haven't been able to utilize. The subject is that I've been a long-time fan of Japanese girls' manga from back in the days. Not just recent stuff, from way back, but I never got to make a game out of it. I even once thought of going into that as a career, but here I am making different kinds of games. I was like, this drawer is never going to get opened. I'm never going to have an opportunity to work on anything remotely close to that. But when it came to this idea of new technology, new format, and working on something that's on a smaller scale of production and coming up with fresh new ideas, it was more of a, if I don't do it now, when am I going to have another chance to challenge myself to maybe bring out that secret, hidden drawer that I've been wanting to work on? It was only just an opportunity and timing thing that I was able to say that now is the chance for me to work on it. It's kind of a long time coming for me, and obviously a lot of people in Japan who are fans of manga can relate to this and think it's a great game in VR rooted in that. Hopefully a lot of people will relate to that. Game Informer. I'm sure you're aware, but manga has become more popular even in the United States. So it might be the right timing for not just you to make this, but for an audience to enjoy it. Miyazaki, I hope that a lot of people in the West would start to understand or at least see the appeal to girls' manga. Laughs. Game Informer, what brought about the concept of playing as an invisible fairy displaced from time, trying to prove its existence to children in an orphanage? And how did you go about developing gameplay mechanics around that idea? Miyazaki, I really focused on that sense of existence. But there's also a sense of non-existence because you're this player character that's this invisible, unseen fairy. I wanted to try to create a world where a sense of existence and non-existence balanced in a way that it actually made sense. Basically, the character of an unseen fairy and the fact that you are interacting when the time is standing still are sort of tools to allow for that to live and stand on its own in this world. Once we were able to define that this was the world we were going to create, but using these tools or creative tropes to make that definition a very solid, believable definition, once we put that in place, we were like, okay, how do we have you interact or start to discover the world of the children, their conversations and their lives? So initially you're kind of far removed on opposite ends, but the more you do interact and discover, the more you find that closeness and the more you discover the relationship building with the children. It's really finding the ways of interaction and finding that balance of how far we can go, how far you can go, and how far we can take you, so that you start to build this bond and relationship with the children. Game Informer, I'm assuming virtual reality helps in untold ways in allowing you to establish that relationship and that bond with the children. Miyazaki, you're absolutely correct, and I'm glad that you see it in that way. We believe that this is something we can deliver and execute now not only in the VR format, but the technology level and scale that we are in with the VR world. There's only so many sort of experiments that you can do when you're at this level. What I'm trying to say is the more advanced it gets, some experiments or ideas or executions might not work as well. Even though technology may advance, the ideas may not be executed the way we are imagining. So not only is it the format that I wanted to challenge, but it's only because in the VR timeline today, and what we are capable to allowing today is allowing me to try and fit this concept into a way that works well now. Game Informer, you mentioned you have all these drawers that you want to explore, this current one being Japanese girls' manga. Are there any other drawers that you'd like to explore? Miyazaki laughs. Of course I do. There are a few that I can never open. Laughs. That's not the last drawer that I'm challenging myself with. There are a few more that may never see the light of day. In all fairness and realness, I would say that this game that we're working on right now, from Head On, Straight On, it's a very quirky, unique title where not too many companies or people will think it's a solid game to put out in this day and age. It's not a game trying to reinvent a genre, or it doesn't scream, oh my gosh, I've never seen this before, from graphical level standpoint. It's very quirky. It's very unique. It's not trying to be the next big modern game, but there's a characteristic of who From Software as a developer is. We don't always put out games like the ones we're known for in recent years, and we like to have these unexpected surprises once in a while. If this title can be looked at and welcomed in that way, it would make our team very happy. Game Informer. In a lot of From Software games, you don't always have a lot of cuddly animals, but I did find both a dog and a cat in my demo of Deracine. Miyazaki. Yeah. Laughs dogs and cats. If you're talking other From Software games, you're probably talking about getting bitten. Laughs. We're kind of doing the opposite in this game. 2018/06/18 Deracine that stimulates the From Software brain and From Software's future, Famitsu. It's there, but it's not there, depicting the gap between reality and non-reality. Miyazaki, Deracine is a VR adventure game. Other VR titles tend to focus on the stimulation that is unique to VR, but Deracine is designed as a very static game. We wondered if we could create a new sensation by combining a traditional text-based adventure with the latest technology called VR. That was where the project began. Famitsu, what exactly do you mean by new sensations? Miyazaki. When I first experienced VR, I was struck by the sense of reality that the character is definitely there. But at the same time, I was also strongly impressed by the sense of inexistence I got when I passed through a character thinking, oh, this person doesn't actually exist. Because there was a sense of visual reality, I also felt a strong sense of inexistence when I couldn't touch them. In VR, there is a set of sensations where the characters are real and where they are not real. And I wondered whether I could incorporate this unique sensation into the story. Settings such as fairies living in a world where time has stopped and not being seen by the other characters are stage props intended to recreate a sense of isolation. Famitsu, when I actually played the game, I felt that the situation of not being able to be seen by the characters also led to the joy of being able to communicate with them the way you wanted. Miyazaki. Definitely, that's one of the aims. We've designed not only senses, but also some emotions through the game. The boys and girls can't sense the fairies, but they're happy just to have them notice them. It's like giving water to someone who is starving and thirsty. Of course, it was difficult to create. Focusing on the emotions you get from the game rather than the game experience itself was a first for us, and we struggled with it. Or rather, it's still something we struggle with today. Famitsu. As a player, is it best to just let yourself go along with the emotional rails that Miyazaki has laid out for you? Miyazaki, I want people to enjoy it with an open mind. First of all, I want people to fall in love with the setting and the characters. I don't think you need to be cynical about it. There's no need to worry about, will this guy turn into a monster? So just enjoy the game with peace of mind. Laughs. Connecting the pieces to unravel the story, unexpected similarities with previous titles and From Software's future. Famitsu, it's quite different in style from Bloodborne, which was developed under the same team, but I personally feel there are some similarities between the two. Yamigawa, it's about piecing together fragmentary information. People who played the demo at E3 said the same thing, so I thought it might have something to do with it. I think this is a game that emphasizes From Software's style of storytelling, which is to infer various things from Miyazaki fragments. It may appeal to people who like to consider Dark Souls and Bloodborne. Famitsu, you have what they call a From Software brain. Although the direction is different, it's an adventure that gives you a From Software feel. An internet meme, a habit of deep reading and speculation influenced by the narrative style that leaves room for the user's imagination, a feature of From Software's works. Miyazaki. Originally, From Software was a company that made strange games. It may sound strange to say this, but it made me wonder if they were sane. Laughs. From's history is full of such ambitious works. That's why I like From Software. I don't know if everyone agrees with me. Famitsu, there is also the precedent of adventure games such as Echo Knight. Miyazaki. That's right. Deracine is one of the things that From Software used to do, but can't do now. As a company, we wanted to create an atmosphere that made it easy to challenge ourselves with titles of various genres and small-scale titles. The Soul series was originally born from that diversity. Yamagiwa. It was a time when SIE was looking to increase the number of VR titles, and the timing matched up well with Miyazaki's intentions, so he said, let's definitely do it. Miyazaki. I've always wanted to experience the cutting-edge technology that is VR, so I'm grateful to SIE for giving me the opportunity. Yamagiwa. Of course, there was talk of making a major title following Bloodborne, and I personally wanted to do one, but considering From Software's development situation, I think Deracine was the best choice. Miyazaki. Oh, by the way, in a past interview I mentioned that there were 3 major development lines in motion, but Deracine is not included in them. It's like 0.5 of 3.5. I would like to inform some From Software fans. Famitsu, these are some fans whose bodies crave a fight. The development team's love for the characters is incredible. Everyone has a favorite character, characters born from girls' manga. Famitsu, there wasn't much information about the characters in this video, but when I actually played the game, the girls were really cute. Miyazaki, that's right, I aimed for something that was super cute. When I came up with the motifs of a world where time has stopped, and fairies and boys and girls, I decided to refer to the designs of girls' manga. Girls' manga from when it was more literary. Yamagiwa, shoujo manga was a forbidden draw for Miyazaki-san. Miyazaki. That's right. To be honest, I've always loved shoujo manga, but I never thought that element would come into play when making a game. However, when the plans for Deracine were starting to take shape, I thought, if I miss this chance, I may never open the drawer again. Of course, the expressions are realistic, but I think that if people who like shoujo manga play the game, they'll understand, oh, so that's the kind of thing you want to do. Yamagiwa, the love shown by the development team is incredible. There are favorite characters too. Miyazaki, sometimes we have to change the character's personality a little bit for the sake of the story. But the development team objects. They say, this is cute. I want players to like her and think she's a good girl. Famitsu, will more information about the characters be revealed gradually in future promotions? Miyazaki, personally, I want to keep it as low as possible. I'm often asked questions like, what's the story going to be like? And what does the title Deracine mean? But I think it's interesting to have a game where you don't know what it's about until it's released. The less information there is in advance, the more fun it is to imagine. And I think Deracine is a game that will defy those expectations in many ways. Yamagiwa, since this is a game where you're more interested in the story than the characters, I don't have any plans to give a detailed profile at the moment. However, I'd like to consider that, including the reaction at E3. Famitsu, finally, please give a message to our readers. Yamagiwa, finally. I'm happy that we were able to announce it. It was a title that we couldn't predict the public's reaction to, so it was encouraging to receive comments like, I wanted to play in this warm world, or I'll buy a PSVR just for Deracine. I think it's a fun game, so please look forward to it. Miyazaki, Deracine is a quiet, old-fashioned, leisurely adventure game. It doesn't have the typical VR stimulation, but it is dotted with fragmented mysteries, and I think you'll enjoy the fun of unraveling those mysteries. I would recommend it to people who aren't good at difficult action games. From now on, I would like to make works that are sometimes off the beaten path of what is known as From Software. So I hope you will keep an eye on me. I believe that having games that stray from the beaten path will have a positive effect on the mainstream. I hope you will support us. Also, to those who said, I'm going to buy a PSVR just for Deracine, I think it would be better if you bought not only Deracine, but also a game that is a bit more like VR. Everyone laughs. 2018/06/19. Interview Hidetaka Miyazaki reveals new details on Deracine for PSVR PS blog. SCE blog, why did you decide to make Deracine? Miyazaki. Firstly, as a developer, we knew that we needed to be up to speed with what was going on in the VR space. We were trying to find an opportunity to work on a project that would bring us into the fold. SCEE blog. What inspired you to return to adventure games? Miyazaki, we actually released a lot of adventure games prior to our more recent reputation for action titles. For example, we released one called Echo Knight. We didn't want to just bring that back, but at the same time we knew that we had heritage in adventure games. SCEE blog. Why did you choose a smaller scale project for Deracine? Miyazaki, we wanted to challenge ourselves to do something new, but on a much smaller scale, so that we could be freer to look at fresh ideas that didn't require a huge commitment, while also being interesting enough to keep our team's imagination flowing. C blog. Why did you want to create something different with Deracine? Miyazaki. Maybe not all our newer fans will know this, but once upon a time, we used to put out very strange, quirky, and unique games. That's very attractive to me as a developer. I don't want to keep on putting out the same kind of games all the time. C blog. What does Deracine have in common with Dark Souls and Bloodborne? Miyazaki. the way that we tell the story, the fragmented storytelling approach we take. The other thing is the quiet calmness that might evoke a certain mood that is unique to From Software games. There is also a sense of beauty that I think is common throughout our games, even though the way that beauty is expressed can be very different. There is maybe a sense of mystery that is quite unique, but may be executed in a similar way to other of our games. See blog, why do you use fragmented storytelling in your games? Miyazaki. It's an absolute true fact that this is the methodology that I take in telling stories in our games. It's an approach that I really like. I believe it's rooted in my own life experience. See blog, what inspired you in terms of literature for Déraciné? Miyazaki. Déraciné takes inspiration from classic literature. I cite 19th century Scottish poet Fiona MacLeod as a key influence, whose writing bore a sense of sorrow and isolation, elements that are definitely relatable when you start experiencing the game. See blog, how does Déraciné's mood differ from your previous games? Miyazaki, take Bloodborne. Maybe not everyone fell in love with Yohanam at the very beginning, but in this case I would want everyone to feel like they will enjoy Déraciné's environment from the start. 2018/07/02 E3 2018. Déraciné is a beautiful cryptic experience from Software, IGN. Interviewer, what does the title Déraciné mean? Miyazaki, déraciné is French for uprooting, or someone who's been displaced from their natural environment. Interviewer, how would you describe Déraciné as a game? Miyazaki, if I were to try to really boil it down, it's basically a very quiet and calm classic adventure game. Interviewer, what inspired you to work on a project like Déraciné? Miyazaki, when we were wrapping up Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3, we were thinking of, okay, what's next for us? We wanted to create something new, but at the same time, we looked at our past and history or back catalogue of what From Software used to make. One example is Echo Knight. That became a trigger or a springboard of discussion. We're like, well, we can challenge ourselves to adventure game, but who would just make an ordinary adventure game these days? Interviewer, how does Déraciné reflect From Software's unique identity? Miyazaki, we had to look inside and look at our uniqueness. Our strengths, or maybe our characteristic as a developer From Software, used to maybe be known as a studio that put out unexpected, almost like quirky, very unique titles. Not that we've lost that charm in recent years, but that's something that I really liked about our studio. Interviewer, how does the storytelling in Déraciné differ from other games? Miyazaki, the way we are trying to tell or serve the story is done in a very fragmented way. You're discovering this and discovering that. There is a range of players using their own imagination, for example, or maybe it's not in the correct order that you need to discover things. There's that flexibility that we're giving to the user to go out and discover the elements that we are placing throughout the game. Interviewer, does working on Déraciné mark a change in direction for From Software? Miyazaki, by no means are we going to stray ourselves away from the more or less more mainstream games that we're known for. I think this segue will only give us good learnings, good experiences, and that's something that we can reflect on and will have a good influence on the other games that we'd work on in the future. 2018/07/26, The Haunting VR Visions of From Software. CG Magazine. Can you us how the Déraciné project got started and where the ideas came from? Miyazaki, it all started with me having experiences with other VR content. Before VR headsets were commercially released and made available, I played a bunch of things, and sure enough, the VR experience was something that blew me away. I was very impressed with the sense that you exist in the world that you're seeing in VR, but at the same time that I was impressed that once you start to look around and want to reach out a touch or talk to the character, whoever is in that space, you know that while you exist, sometimes you don't really exist, because they are not interacting the way that you are envisioning. That zone, or that give and take, is like, wow, this is really interesting, because I felt like I just was transported, yet it's not really happening. And that feeling is something you can only get in VR, and I thought, okay, that's very unique. Now, how can we build something around that sensibility that you have once you're in VR and in that space? And so it really started from there. What is a great game concept that would really mirror or match what that idea of sense of existence, but also at the same time non-existence? So it was something that we wanted to fully experiment in VR. At the same time, we had that idea or thought that we wanted to make something only special in VR as a studio. I felt like, okay, we need to keep up with the times in terms of VR technology too. So we need to get our hands dirty and start working on something. That was a strong enough reason for us to move forward internally and say, okay, let's start working on a VR project. Another opportunity that kind of helped us push ourselves in that direction is as we were wrapping up Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3, we kind of looked at, well, in recent years, what has built our reputation. From Software has been creating games from way back in the day, and our genre, sort of portfolio, used to be a lot wider. We used to make adventure games. There's one in particular called Echo Knight that was really well received, and so we're like, you know what? We kind of miss those days where we had a wider portfolio and variety of titles. So if we're going to do something fresh and new, let's not do the Souls and the Bloodborne series, but something completely new. On another level, we were thinking of maybe challenging ourselves at something, project scale-wise, a little bit more manageable on a smaller scale. So not as big, sort of mainstream production line, but on a smaller scale. That was another good enough reason to challenge ourselves on this project. And then lastly, kind of with that adventure game that we just mentioned, I would like to build that reputation that once in a while they, FromSoft, actually come out and surprise us. And there's the unique, very peculiar, we don't know what this game is about thing, but it's from Software. So I think all of that combined were married into kind of one big concept or one big sort of pitch, and then we spoke to Sony about it. And they agreed that this is a good enough idea that let's move forward with the project. So that's really how it came to be. Everything happening at the same time and wanting to do something new and fresh. CG Magazine, Déraciné is on a very different scale, and yet it keeps some of the elements that we saw with Bloodborne and Dark Souls. Was that a difficult thing to achieve? To change gears that quickly? Miyazaki, I think a lot of people probably think that it was a difficult transition coming off of the games that we just released, but in actuality, it wasn't as difficult as I think people think. Personally, for me, they kind of help each other out, and what I mean by that is that there's kind of this synergy or rotation of feelings where even just taking a break from something and then going to work on something for a concentrated time, then you maybe get tired of that, and then I can go back to something else. So it really helped me to keep on my toes, and then really helped to keep that healthy cycle going. Because when you're only in the zone on one thing, then you could really maybe get tunnel vision and just think about that. But for me, even right now with the other title, it's helping me keep those cycles alive. So it's actually mutually beneficial to both projects. Because I'm only one person, yet I can kind of go back and forth. CG Magazine, games that come from Software have lore that goes far beyond the game. Are we going to see a similar feature here in this game? Miyazaki. It's actually a very good question, and sort of a topic that you touched on, because when I started working on Demonsouls, you would be able to share your experiences or talk about it, or learn from each other, just in general. So being aware of that, there are system choices, design choices that I made into the game, and that goes for the Souls series and the Bloodborne series. The question is, am I very conscious or aware of the fact that I made those choices in Déraciné? I will say that that is not the case. However, that's not to say that there won't be that, because what we're doing is a very immersive, almost isolated single-player experience. But that doesn't mean that once you take off your headset that you're not going to talk to anyone. There might be a different language that is written or different sort of method of approaching the sharing of the experience. I don't know what that would be, but the core focus and concentration of us developing this title versus what I was very much well aware of, developing our previous titles, would be quite different. But I will say that the way that we approach storytelling in our games is done in a very fragmented way. You're picking up the pieces and you can sort of link the information, and a lot of it is up to player imagination. You may not understand it the first time around, but once you come back to it, you understand maybe a little bit more, or you have an aha moment. In that sense, that is very common to our previous games and the way that we are approaching the storytelling in Déraciné as well. So I think there is a sense of kind of like unraveling the mysteries and then talking about the experience, How did you find or look at it, or the interpretation by the players, and that sharing of information will most likely happen, but it might just happen in a slightly different way. 2018/08/06 interview. Hidetaka Miyazaki reveals new details on Derasine for PSVR Guardian. The Guardian. What inspired the creation of Derasine? Miyazaki. From Software had made adventure games before we acquired our recent reputation for the series everyone is familiar with. One of them was Echo Knight. We didn't want to just recreate it, but we know what makes a good adventure game, and we thought, let's see what we can do. The Guardian. How does working on Derasine compare to working on other titles like Sekiro? Miyazaki. It's creatively fresh for me personally. I am drawing from different sources of energy. But it's not just me, it's the staff too. People working on our other games find it a nice change of pace. Internally, it's been perceived as a breath of fresh air. The Guardian. How do you balance working on two very different games simultaneously? Miyazaki. The more time I spend working on Sekiro, the deeper I sink into this zone of blood and gore and conflict. But if I want to get out of it, I can walk over to the other side of the studio and ease myself into a completely different feeling when I work on Derasine. But after a while, with this very quiet and calm story, I start to feel like it's almost too far from the stress of real life, and I can't stay in it forever. So I throw myself back into Sekiro. The Guardian. How did VR influence the design of Derasine? Miyazaki. I had a chance to check out some of the games that were in development before the current VR headsets shipped, which gave me a very strong sense of how VR can transport you. It feels like you exist in a different space. But at the same time, when you try to touch or feel something in that space, it's not there. There is a sense of disconnect, of being there, but not really. It's an uncomfortable feeling that I wanted to harness and overcome. Sekiro, 2018/07/05, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice promises a thrilling evolution of the Souls formula, Eurogamer. Interviewer. How does Sekiro differ from previous From Software titles in terms of its protagonist? Miyazaki. With this ninja protagonist, he is the central character to the story, and that's how Sekiro differs from previous From Software titles. In that we have that core character to focus on. That's not to say it'll be a story-driven game, but we do have these core characters like the shinobi and his charge, the young lord seen in the trailer. We want to depict, at least initially, the relationship between the lord and retainer. That's a very Japanese concept, the shinobi and his master, and we're hopefully going to see how that relationship develops. Interviewer. Will Sekiro have a more straightforward narrative compared to the Souls series? Miyazaki. It's a character-driven story this time, but it's not a story-driven game. The player isn't going to be led down one linear path and have the story spoon-fed to them by many cutscenes or anything like that. That aspect of From Software's previous games, of gradually picking the pieces up of a fragmented story and building those layers, building that depth, figuring things out for yourself, that's still very much intact in this game. Interviewer. What role does the setting of Sengoku period Japan play in shaping the game? Miyazaki. We wanted to make a game based around ninja, in a Japanese setting. The reasons for that are twofold. One is that we can use things like the ninja's ability to jump. We can use it to freely traverse the map in a very three-dimensional space, and use that for our mobility and in combat and in exploration as well. The second is how you fight. Samurai are a lot more grounded. They fight on the ground, there's just one way. That's their aesthetic. The shinobi aesthetic is to use everything in their arsenal, use a multitude of tools, use their mobility. Interviewer. How does Sekiro's combat differ from previous From Software games? Miyazaki. In Sekiro, both the player character and enemies have something called posture, which regenerates while not in battle. If you are hit by enemy attacks, your posture is reduced. And if you don't block an incoming attack perfectly, you'll lose posture as well. So if you hold the block button and an enemy keeps hitting you, you'll still block those attacks. But every time you do so, your posture gauge will diminish. By pressing the block button right as an enemy hits you, you'll knock their sword back, reduce your opponent's posture, and when that happens, you can initiate a shinobi death blow. Interviewer. How does the shinobi prosthetic factor into combat? Miyazaki. There are some tools that let you directly attack enemies, ones that function as weapons like the loaded axe, and then there are other weapons of accentuated taste, and utility-based tools like the iron-gripped fan that is primarily used for defense. There are also shuriken, which can strike enemies from afar. You can follow that particular move up with a sword dash combo, which can allow you to close gaps very quickly. Interviewer: is death still a core concept in Sekiro's design? Miyazaki: the intention is the player will die a lot. That is because of the concept of the ninja protagonist at its core. As a ninja, you're a little less equipped than the average samurai or knight. You're always at death's door. We want every battle to feel intense. We want players to feel that risk and trepidation associated with battle. But when they die and respawn and die again, and then retry, that doesn't feel good. So we needed something to address that, and that became the resurrection system. Interviewer: how does the resurrection system work? Miyazaki: resurrection is an option in Sekiro, but it's not something you're going to be doing all the time. It's limited, and there is a resource involved. The intent is for it to be a facet of potential strategy that you can use to make death an opportunity to turn the tables. You can wait for enemies to walk away, get back up, and use the element of surprise to try again. Interviewer: will Sekiro include any multiplayer or asynchronous systems like in Dark Souls? Miyazaki: we aren't considering a system similar to the messages or any asynchronous system. That goes back to wanting to do something new. We don't want it to just be a repeat of what we've done before. Interviewer: what's the biggest shift in terms of progression and character customization in Sekiro? Miyazaki: something totally different will be in place, but that feeling of getting stronger and the fact that you kill enemies to make you stronger is still going to be there. Sekiro will be more focused on how you upgrade, and how you'll find and gain new abilities that make you more powerful. 2018/07/13. Interview Miyazaki on the limbs and lore of Sekiro. Shadows Die Twice. PS blog. PSB: Sekiro is set during the late 1500s in Sengoku-era Japan. What led you in that direction? Miyazaki: if we're going to do something with ninjas, there are two key areas that are relevant: the Edo period and the Sengoku period. For context, the Sengoku period was a bit earlier than the Edo period. We ended landing on the Sengoku period because it was dirtier, it was grittier and bloodier. It had more of a feel of the type of world we'd want to create. PSB: a good fit for a From Software game. Miyazaki: the other reason we landed on this period is because it still seems medieval versus the Edo period, which feels more modern. In my mind, it felt more believable to see something mystical or having to do with the presence of gods in the Sengoku period. Another thing is that it's set at the end of the Sengoku period. The reason for that is, in my opinion, there's a nuance, a beauty, in the finality of something coming to an end. That fits our artistic sense, and we wanted to express that. PSB: on that note, your games often deal with death as a theme. What impact will death have on the story and gameplay of Sekiro? Miyazaki: probably the best way to cover that question is to directly address the fact that there is resurrection in the game. My idea of a ninja fighting, rather than, say, a knight fighting, is that ninjas can't take a lot of damage. They're taking a huge risk, they're very vulnerable while they're fighting. It's this idea of fighting on the edge. It's a risky situation where if you screw up by a hair's breadth, it's over. With a knight, there's more back and forth, there's armor and all that. The idea of that type of fighting is where the idea for resurrection came from. With that image for the combat, that it's risky, a slight mistake and you're dead. If you had to go back every time you die and walk back to where you were, the tempo of the game would not feel very good. The idea of resurrection is that it helps the flow of the game. Yes, you have this battle, but you don't necessarily need to go back every time you die. This helps to balance that out and allows for that riskier, edge-of-the-knife type gameplay. It's also related to the game's story. It's related to the mystery surrounding the main character as well as the young lord. Resurrection will have something to do with them. One of the general concepts for the game is that you can kill ingeniously. A ninja is so resourceful that he can even make use of his own death to gain an advantage. That's kind of the idea we had. So to answer your question, there are 3 ways death influences Sekiro. For the gameplay purposes of keeping the flow good, and being able to have this risky situation, to be able to use it creatively, and also that the story centers around the concept of resurrection. There's one thing I'd like to make sure isn't misunderstood. The resurrection system was not introduced to make the game easier. If anything, it actually can make the game harder, because it allows us to push the edge of risky combat where the player can die at any moment. PSB, so the game's difficulty was balanced around the idea of knowing the player can die and resurrect. Miyazaki. Yeah, exactly. PSB, can you speak more about what resurrection entails in Sekiro? How exactly does the mechanic work? Miyazaki. The system itself is not yet 100% final, so we don't want to say anything that might end up changing. What we can say is that it's in place to maintain the tempo of the game, and the difficulty of the game will be based around it. Just because you have this resurrection mechanic, it doesn't mean the player won't be afraid of death. PSB, can we talk about the main character's missing arm and how it will affect gameplay? Miyazaki. There were 2 things we really liked about using a ninja in terms of game design. We've always designed stages with verticality in mind. We consider it one of our strengths. What really appealed to us was being able to explore that dynamically, not relying on ladders and other ways to move around these stages, but being able to just boom, I'm there. The other thing is that when you're designing gameplay around a ninja, it's not like a samurai. With a samurai, you'd go right in with a sword. With a ninja, you can sneak around. You can do things that are considered unfair. You can blind guys. You can do stuff that's not honorable. It was really exciting from a gameplay perspective because it opened up so many options. So the 2 key aspects of this shinobi prosthetic are that you can explore with verticality, and you have a variety of moves that you can use in combat. There was a desire to have a symbol for the idea that you have a wide variety of things at your disposal. That's how we came up with the arm. It was a way to put that in a single place. This arm can let you do so many things. You can see that there are wires on it, there are tools on it. It kind of gives you the idea that you have this multi-use feature. PSB, Sekiro feels much faster than, say, a Dark Souls or Bloodborne. Is this more of an action game, or will fans of those series feel at home here? Miyazaki, there are 2 key things about battle in Sekiro. In combat, one of the key aspects that's important in this game is the violence of the clashing of swords. The other thing is the verticality and dynamic movement that you're allowed. That dynamism is in the combat as well. There are lots of different ways to approach a battle, such as stealth or using your arm tools. Attacking from above, for example. Some of your ninja tools can take advantage of an enemy's weakness as well. Or if you want, you can just go straight in with your sword. There are lots of different things you can do that will help you in battle. The game is designed in such a way that even if you're not insanely good at the game, you can figure out how to get through it if you think about it and play it smart. PSB, changing gears. What's your philosophy when it comes to the idea of lore versus story? The former being focused on world building within the game, the other the act of actually telling a story. Miyazaki, there are some aspects of Sekiro that will be different than our previous games, and others that will be similar. In Sekiro, the story is actually centered around the main character. He's a character in the story who exists in this world. Previously, we had nameless characters who weren't as involved. Thanks to making the main character part of the story, the beginning of the game is probably easier to understand than our previous games. Aside from that, not too much is different. This isn't a game where you go through one area, kill a boss, watch a cutscene, then the game tells you where to go next. The story trickles in as you're playing the game. You'll find things that will give you more information on the world, the lore if you will, along with actual story information as well. In that way, it's similar to our previous games. PSB, is there a particular reason you choose to tell your stories this way? Do you find that it's a more effective way of storytelling? Miyazaki, I'm a fan of stories that require you to use a little bit of your imagination in order to really understand the whole thing. When I was young, I used to enjoy reading books that were too hard for me, where I could only read maybe half the kanji and using my imagination to fill in the gaps. I wanted to see if I could bring that kind of experience to a video game, where you use your imagination to bridge those gaps. PSB, From Software announced 2 games at E3, Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, as well as Déraciné for PSVR. Has it been challenging to work on both simultaneously? Miyazaki, Actually, I'm very used to directing multiple titles at once. Armored Core 4 and Demon Souls were at the same time, while Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 were at the same time. This is a pretty normal situation for me, but what wasn't normal was announcing 2 games at the same time. I actually prefer parallel direction, directing multiple projects at once. As a creative, if you're focused on a singular thing all the time, it's easy to get stuck in that mentality. It's easier to find inspiration when you're working on multiple things than it is when you're totally focused on one. I enjoy that. PSB, Any final thoughts? Miyazaki, Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice is a different kind of game. Our previous titles have been action RPGs. This time it's an action-adventure. There are lots of cool new things that I'm looking forward to fans enjoying, particularly the new story format, or at least the fact that the main character is a big deal in the story. The new ways to explore the world, and the new way that you're going to become more and more powerful. There are lots of aspects from our previous titles that I feel we've been able to iterate upon. The dynamic exploration, the violent sword fighting, and the huge number of strategic options. I feel that these are all major steps forward for these mechanics, and I'm really looking forward to fans playing it. PSB, So are we. 2018/07/18. Players need to be constantly on edge, warns Miyazaki. Edge. Edge, what was your approach towards the game's difficulty? Miyazaki, we have no intention of making an easier game. When we first approached the idea of a ninja game, we felt like we wanted something that gave the player a more risky sense of battle. They're going to feel like they're constantly at risk of dying. They're not a knight in armor. They're exposed, weak, vulnerable. They need to be constantly on edge. Edge, how did you address the frequency of player deaths in Sekiro? Miyazaki, we were dying a lot, and it just spoiled the game's tempo. We needed something that would address that frequency of death, and the resurrection system did a lot to solve that. We hope that it's not going to be something that makes the game easier. It's not going to numb the player to death. It's going to make them feel they're constantly at death's door. It's something they're going to have to be aware of at every single encounter, and is going to be tuned to that sense of trepidation. Edge, can you tell us more about the protagonist's character design? Miyazaki, it suits our ninja protagonist quite well. This is a cold-blooded warrior who will use even his own death as an advantage, as a way to turn the tide and gain a strategic advantage. 2018/10/02. Dark Souls creator on what sets Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice apart, Polygon. Interviewer, how did you feel about revealing Sekiro after working on the Souls and Bloodborne games? Miyazaki, we were very keen to show people what we could do with Sekiro. We believed people would enjoy what we could do without the limitations from our previous games. And you know, we're seeing that at these shows. We're seeing people having fun and giving us their feedback. That is a relief. Interviewer, was Sekiro designed to be different from the Souls games? Miyazaki, we're not intentionally trying to create Sekiro as an antithesis to the Souls games, or turn the whole company direction of making games on its head, or trying to pull the rug out from under people. We love the Souls games. I loved creating those games. Sekiro is just going to be something fresh and different, but it's going to have things that are familiar to players of these old games. I want to keep that intact, because I enjoy the aspect of those old games, but new components and mechanics is a way to keep it fresh. And keeping it fresh, providing something new, is what's going to lead to a better game. Interviewer, can you talk about the combat system in Sekiro? Miyazaki, the right-hand katana is fixed. That will be your primary weapon for the whole game. That will allow us to deeply explore what it means to master that katana as your single main weapon. We obviously lose the customization and some breadth, so in the left hand we're compensating for that. Having various prosthetic tools, having these be upgradable and having this element of user choice and freedom, how they want to strategize and use these two weapons in conjunction. Interviewer, what new elements does Sekiro bring to gameplay? Miyazaki, there's also what we're calling the Shinobi Death Blow, which is a kind of instant fatal attack. There is a way to activate a death blow technique, which is sort of like a devastating special skill that you'll be able to acquire and choose throughout the game. These are going to provide extra options for how you want to change up the battles as you're playing. Interviewer: how does Sekiro's stealth system fit into the gameplay? Miyazaki: we're preparing a number of ways for the player to feel like they're able to use everything in their arsenal in order to take on these situations. With stealth elements, it'll allow you to sneak undetected to an extent. While you're undetected, you can eavesdrop on enemies to get hints about other enemy weaknesses, strategic hints about how to approach the map and certain situations, or learn story details as well. This is a kind of a new element, and it relates nicely to the theme of the shinobi. Interviewer: will Sekiro include any recurring elements from the Souls series, like New Game Plus or familiar characters? Miyazaki: this is still taking shape. The mechanic will be similar to previous titles and will tie into Sekiro's story. As for patches, nothing is final just yet, but we don't believe he's going to be in this game. Interviewer: how will the story of Sekiro differ from your previous games? Miyazaki: there's still going to be this kind of fragmented element to it. You're still going to have to explore it to find all the clues and depth for yourself. We feel like it's not going to change too much in that sense. Our approach to storytelling has not changed. This time we do have the fixed protagonist. We feel like he creates the axes for the main core of the story. The characters, they revolve around him as well. This allows us to frame the story and the settings in a much simpler light than previously. So it's going to be initially easier to understand and easier to relate to. Interviewer: how did your storytelling preferences influence the narrative style of Sekiro? Miyazaki: when I was quite young, instead of reading very simple picture books and stories, I chose to read very difficult books. At first, I didn't know what was going on, but then I gradually started to understand. I felt a certain enjoyment from that. This kind of filters into my games as well. It's not like I want to force that approach on people, but I feel like we have a lot of relatively easy to understand game stories out there, so why not have this kind of approach from time to time? 2018/12/02, an hour with the father of Dark Souls. Google Translate. Zetaka: 4 years ago, when I had the chance to visit you at From Software headquarters, I asked you if you would be interested in creating a game based on Japanese mythology. You smiled at me and said it was an interesting idea. Was Sekiro already in the works? Miyazaki: no, it wasn't like that. Laughs. When we had the interview with you, I still had no idea that Sekiro was going to be inspired by Japanese mythology. We were still defining what Sekiro was going to be at that time. Zetaka: since we have time this time, I'd like to delve deeper into your creative process. We know that books are an essential part of how you create video games, that this process of multiple readings helps you create your worlds. But how do you choose or find these worlds? Are they the starting point of your creative process? Miyazaki: well, let's talk about Derasine, Bloodborne, or Sekiro. The starting point is the game system, the mechanics, and the design. The first thing we study is the type of game we are looking for. Based on that design, we like to choose the universe that best suits it, the one that can contribute the most to its characters or narrative. In the case of Sekiro, we wanted to design a very specific type of action, and then we saw that the figure of the ninja fit in with it, which was the most appropriate to transmit the sensations we were looking for. In Sekiro, we tried to create a different kind of experience than Dark Souls or Bloodborne, the one that arises from the three-dimensional movement of this ninja, which alters how we transmit our images. Zetaka: so what is that first spark? A feeling? An image? How do you usually find that first idea? Miyazaki: it depends a lot on the case. With Sekiro, these are ideas that I discovered while developing Dark Souls and Bloodborne. At first, I thought about including them in those games, but we realized that they didn't fit with them. The universe we wanted to create didn't fit with either of them. So if we wanted to explore these ideas, we had to do it outside of those series. I collected all these concepts that didn't fit in either Dark Souls or Bloodborne, and they ended up being the starting point for Sekiro. Zetaka: I remember when we talked about Bloodborne, we talked a lot about weird literature. Algernon, Blackwood, Chambers, Dunsany, and, most of all, Lovecraft. Is there a similar literary figure who influences Sekiro? Miyazaki. Well, when I chose Sekiro as my next work and decided that it was going to have a Japanese atmosphere, I thought that the Sengoku period and its war conflicts were a good setting. And ninjas, good characters, as you know, they are traditional Japanese icons. Of course, to put this into practice, I read a lot of books, including Japanese mythology, and especially Buddhist mythology, the Buddhist sutras. So my creativity draws from these sources. But it's not a case like Lovecraft, who was really the seminal origin of Bloodborne. The influence of research has not been as strong this time. Although there is a Japanese writer who wrote some great ninja novels that I have read intensively. Perhaps he is the one who has influenced me the most. That said, compared to my other works, Japanese literature has not been as influential. There is another aspect to this topic. I personally live in an area of Japan where ninjas are very present, so I thought it would be a great opportunity to introduce them to the world. Zataka, let's delve into the mythology you've created for Sekiro. In Dark Souls, we had death, loneliness, time, pain as main themes. What are those in Shadows Die Twice? Miyazaki, the Sengoku era, our civil war, Japanese mythology and ninjas, as I mentioned. What is in the background are, above all, the myths. And by myths, I mean concepts like death or immortality. Specifically, immortality is what has guided me, or what I have wanted to delve into more deeply or in a different way than in previous titles. Japanese myths are like a big shadow cast behind Sekiro, because in the era described in these myths, men and gods were very closely related in Japan. That is the universal image from which Japanese culture emerges. What I mean is that it is the way in which the Japanese myth of immortality emerges. Sataka. Another key aspect of your games is that they require active participation in the narrative. The player must complete the universe in his mind. You told me that this comes from the fact that as a child you insisted on reading adult books that you didn't understand and that you developed a method to invent everything you didn't understand. Your own version of the narrative. But of course, you make these games with a huge team behind you. How do you communicate your ideas to your team? To what extent do they know more than the players about your universes? Miyazaki. I've accumulated so much from my reading experience, from learning from books, that yes, I must keep a lot of secrets in my mind. In practice, I'm the person directly involved in developing the narrative for our games. But there are many things I've learned from literature that I haven't reflected in our titles yet. So I actually accumulate a lot more ideas than people might imagine. This comes, in fact, from how much I loved reading when I was a child. The sense of creating a universe, the feeling it provokes, is very difficult to share with other people, even if they are excellent professionals. I think that narrative, or rather, narrative creation, is something very personal and profound that I keep in my heart. But there is a different and complex aspect to Sekiro, a sense that runs through its universe and plot. That sense comes from me. However, the texts are being written for the first time by someone else, although I supervise them from time to time. The way I worked on the narrative has been different. Maybe something new and interesting has emerged from rotating the positions. Maybe you will notice these divergences and enjoy them. Zataka, I'm very curious about the specific tools you use with your team. When you have to sell them your game idea, how do you do it? Is it a common Bible for all departments, or does each department receive an adapted and incomplete document? Miyazaki, well, usually each department has a different document. I never tell them everything that's on my mind, especially during the development phase. Smiles. I adapt the documents for the art department, for the combat developers, and for the other teams. I try to make them the best in the sense of how I adapt them for each discipline. That said, even though the document is there, they are simply relying on it. Because if they were to do it blindly, it would hamper their imagination. It's the same as with the players. Their imagination grows by developing the game as the player's imagination grows by playing it. That's the key. The thing is that they obviously can't stand each other, and the departments share the documents with each other. Laughs. And you find contradictions in me, because there are inconsistencies between the different documents. But this aspect is perhaps something necessary for the creative process. So ultimately, our team believes that everything follows a common and coherent goal. Laughs. During development, contradictions may arise, but in the end everything will be perfect. They believe in me. Zataka, I didn't sleep at all yesterday, so I could finish Deracine, which I fell in love with. Perhaps like no other work I've created so far. What can you tell me about it? Miyazaki. For From Software, our company, Deracine is an experiment, or rather a challenge. First, because we are making our debut in virtual reality. Second, because there is no combat. The adventure lies in the narrative nature of the game. It is much smaller. Why did we take the risk? There are several reasons. One is that at From Software, we want to have a variety of games and adventures. This changes the direction of our work, the direction we have to go in. Games have to be diverse, both in their combat and in the skills they explore. Deracine, in terms of its genre, is a point-and-click adventure. This opens up a new and surprising horizon for From Software. We want to communicate that our company is not focused on just one thing, but that we have a wide range of capabilities. That means that we don't just make combat games, even though combat is very dear to us and essential to us. Even if there was no combat with Deracine, we weren't bored. It allowed me to look the myth in the eye directly. Zataka, the penultimate question: how does it feel to receive an award like the Golden Joystick? How does it feel to discover that your influence is so enormous that there are YouTubers who make a very good living by analyzing in detail the universe of your works? Zatakero, a must-see in Vatividia, or academics who cite and study your works with fervor. How does this make you feel as a person, as a human being? Miyazaki, the short version is, I don't know, laughs. Me and my work are the same. I like to push myself and try things over and over again. I love to create a kind of universe for myself, and that's what keeps me working. Maybe that's the only way I can answer you, because doing this is what I love, making everything fit together, making the creative process perfect. I also obviously enjoy the fact that other people think so highly of my work. I think I'm a very happy person, but being so well liked is not something I seek out. The work itself is what has driven me so far, and that's what's going to continue to drive me, because I love video games, so I'm going to keep making them. To have the rest of the world pay so much attention to me, to have what I do so well liked, to be held in such high regard, well, I don't know why they do that or what their motives are. I just know that I'm going to keep working. Zataka. Last question from a fan, and I can answer it with a yes or a no. Spoilers ahead. In Deracine, Yulia, the sick girl, has some toys that are clearly related to Bloodborne. The names of her friends, Laurent, German, also have a lot to do with Bloodborne. The books they read, too. Is Bloodborne the feverish delirium of a dying girl? Is the hunter's dream her dream? Kitao and Miyazaki look at each other. They burst out laughing. They talk briefly. Then he answers. Miyazaki. Well, yes. Actually, this is just the conversation my team and I had. It's the kind of conversation we have during development, because there are Easter eggs. However, the Easter egg itself is not indicative that we're going to release Bloodborne 2. I'm not in a position to talk about a possible release of Bloodborne 2. However, we love Bloodborne, which is why this Easter egg has sparked so much curiosity. But again, it's not a teaser for Bloodborne 2. It's just a plotline that we're exploring amongst ourselves because we love Bloodborne. 2018/11/05 Deracine Q&A. Miyazaki on the origins of From Software's PS VR debut, PS blog. PlayStation.blog. Deracine is a thoughtful, story-based adventure game on PlayStation VR. Have you long wanted to explore creating a narrative title? Miyazaki. Actually, no. This title was an opportunity for me to explore the theme of existence versus non-existence, as is only possible using VR. And in order to tackle that theme, it was necessary to give the title a stronger narrative bent. If I had the opportunity to design a game where the story itself was the theme, I think I would have taken things in a different direction. PlayStation.blog. Does Deracine represent a passion project for you? Why or why not? Miyazaki. Yes, I have developed a very unique affection for this project, unlike any of the titles I have made in the past. For me personally, and for From Software, this was a title rife with experimentation and novel ideas. The reasons for this are varied. The game being on PSVR, the genre being something we have never worked with before, the small scope of the project, which gave a lot of autonomy to the development staff, and the focus on theme and narrative over game systems. As a result, we struggled a lot, and we learned a lot. I think that's where this strange affection was born. Or maybe I'm just letting my own particular tastes, always kept in check until now, color the project a bit more. Laughs. PlayStation.blog. How do you see VR leaving a lasting influence on game design and development? Miyazaki. While the bar is high, VR truly is interesting. It straightaway has the potential to create entirely new game experiences, but there's also enough room for curveballs such as this one. The fun of developing games over the long term depends a lot on the technology, which is a major reason why this is a media that plays host to dramatic changes. I feel like VR is an important facet to those changes. PlayStation.blog. Your games traditionally feature a strong emphasis on death. How does death factor into Derasine? Miyazaki. This particular title does not employ death as a concept or a system, at least as far as player character dying through gameplay is concerned. I think death is a crucial element when designing games around the theme of the satisfaction of overcoming overwhelming odds. However, that is not the theme of this title. PlayStation.blog. How do you get your team to change gears from working on frantic action games to something more peaceful and serene like Derasine? Miyazaki. I don't think that was really necessary, to be honest. In fact, the team was made up of people who had made it through the development of frantic action games and who were ready to do something a little bit calmer and more peaceful. PlayStation.blog. You've said before that you like working on multiple titles simultaneously. Can you share any examples of ways that working on one title has influenced another one? Miyazaki. There are a lot of cases where ideas thought up for one title ended up not being used in it, and instead were used to solve problems encountered in a different title. When facing a problem, sometimes you get an incredible amount of inspiration from an entirely different angle. PlayStation.blog. This is From's first foray into virtual reality. Did working in this new medium lead to any challenges during development? Miyazaki. There were many, but I think the characters in the game are a good example. Due to the title being on PSVR and due to necessities with the narrative, we used natural faces and expressions as the key visuals for the characters, a rarity for From Software titles. Most of our titles up until now had characters with faces completely covered in armor or blindfolded. Laughs. So as odd as it might sound, designing and creating natural faces for our characters was a new challenge for us. And to be honest, it's really hard, and we had a lot to learn. PlayStation.blog. What mindset would you like fans of your recent games to approach Derasine with? Miyazaki. I would like to start off by saying, this game is unlike any I have made before in a myriad of ways. The gameplay, the approach to game design, and even the volume of the title are dramatically different. It is also quite strange, and probably difficult to understand. All that being said, if your curiosity is piqued, don't worry about it and just give it a try. PlayStation.blog. What do you hope players will take away from Derasine after they've finished playing it? Miyazaki. There is a kind of emotion I'd like players to take away from this title, connected to the theme I mentioned earlier. It would be difficult to explain without giving away spoilers. I guess the one thing I can say is that I hope this little title, and the characters that live inside it, will linger on in the memories of those who play through it. 2018/12/29 From Software has begun to see the results of the new system, Derasine and Seiro. We asked Hidetaka Miyazaki about his goals and future. For Gamer, Google Translate. Derasine was created knowing that it would be difficult to make, as it was exclusive to VR and the content was not for everyone. For Gamer. Thank you for joining us today. First of all, congratulations on receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Golden Joystick Awards 2018. Hidetaka Miyazaki, thank you. For Gamer. The recipients of the Lifetime Achievement Award so far are a distinguished group of people, including Ken Levine, Hideo Kojima, former Nintendo President Satoru Iwata, Eiji Aonuma, and Sid Meier. How do you feel now that you have joined them? Miyazaki, it is a great honor, and I am very surprised. To be honest, I still can't think of the reason why I am able to be listed among such a group of people, so it may be correct to say that I am confused. However, there is no doubt that this award is thanks to the friends I have made games with, the users who have played and enjoyed the games I made, and the support they have given me. In order to give back to all of those people, I am renewing my resolve to make games that are interesting or valuable. Also, personally, I was very happy that Steve Jackson and Ian Livingstone were the presenters of the Lifetime Achievement Award. The two of them are the writers of the gamebook Fighting Fantasy, which was my original experience with fantasy, but I wasn't informed of this in advance, so I ended up getting excited like a child at the venue. Laughs. 4 Gamer, I saw you smiling together in a photo on Twitter. Laughs. I interviewed you about 2.5 years ago, a little after the release of Dark Souls 3, and at that time you said, the titles that will come out from now on are the ones we started making after the new system was in place. This year, those titles finally started to come out. Miyazaki. Yes. It's as originally planned, but I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Although, Derasine aside, Sekiro hasn't been released yet, so it may be a bit premature to say that. 4 Gamer. So let's start with the first title under the new system, Derasine, which has already been released. I played it until the ending and wrote a play report, and I really enjoyed it. Miyazaki. Thank you. Derasine was a title that was quite unique for From Software in recent years, and included many challenges, so I feel relieved to hear you say that. 4 Gamer. How did you feel about the challenge? Miyazaki. At the very least, I feel glad that I made it. There was a lot to gain from it, such as knowledge and experience, and I feel that there are certainly users who received the experience we were aiming for. Personally, I had a lot of fun making it. It's true that there were many things to reflect on, but many of them were things that we could use next time. Also, although it's a bit off topic, I think it was good that we were able to announce it at the same time as Sekiro. I think it sent a message that we're going to take on new challenges, while still firmly following the path that From Software has been known for. 4 Gamer. Derasine has become a distinctive adventure, but please tell us the origins of the project. Miyazaki. Originally, we didn't intend to make a VR title. However, I think it was at the PlayStation Awards 2016, when Bloodborne received the User's Choice Award, and at the celebration, we talked with the SIE people about what kind of content we would make if we were to make a VR game now. At that time, I casually told them the idea that would become the prototype of Derasine, and they liked it. That's how it went. 4 Gamer. It was a pretty rough start. Laughs. Miyazaki. Yes, that's right. Laughs. I told SIE in advance that it would be a small-scale, challenging project, and that it would be a title that would be very selective in a different sense from Dark Souls and Bloodborne, but I'm very grateful that they said, that's fine. We also had a desire to get in touch with VR technology, so we started the project. 4 Gamer. What was the original project idea that Miyazaki had in mind? Miyazaki. At the time, I had the opportunity to touch several VR titles in development. At that time, I was first surprised by the reality of the world and the characters, and then I felt a sense of non-existence. It was a strange, slightly sad sensation, as though it felt like they were really there, but that I couldn't touch them and they didn't even acknowledge me. It was a kind of technological limitation, but it was certainly impressive, so I wondered if I could build a new experience based on that sensation. That was the beginning. 4 Gamer. So it was a plan to take advantage of technical limitations. Was it decided from the beginning to express a world where time has stopped? Miyazaki. The setting of a world where time has stopped and invisible fairies is a device to incorporate the feeling I mentioned earlier into the world view and to help immersion. There were several other options, but I think the current form was decided on at a relatively early stage of prototyping. The concept or goal of Derasine was to move emotions, using the feeling I mentioned earlier as a foothold, and it was a convenient setting for that purpose. 4 Gamer. I'm not just saying this as flattery, but it really moved me emotionally. In the play report, I felt frustrated because I couldn't write anything I wanted to tell, because it would be a spoiler. Miyazaki. I'm very happy to hear you say that. I made it with the intention of making it a short but memorable experience, and it took courage to release Déraciné to the world. Déraciné is not a so-called game-like game, or VR game-like VR game, and it was also different from what people have expected from us in recent years. Still, I am very grateful to the staff who worked with me on this project, and to SIE for pushing and supporting us. For Gamer, from the players' comments after the release, it seems that the goal of moving emotions was achieved. There were many people, including myself, who stood there when the music stopped. Do you feel a grin when you see those reactions? Miyazaki: if anything, I feel more relieved. It's the same for every title to some extent, but I think I was still worried. Game design that moves emotions mainly through the worldview, characters and story, and production was an unknown world to us, or to me, until now. And when it was over, I realized that there were many immature parts. I thought that it was inevitable at the concept stage, that it would be a title that would be chosen by some people, but I still think that there were many things that could have been done to make it enjoyable for more people. For Gamer, will you ever try something as edgy as Déraciné in the future? Miyazaki: yes, I'm going to look for opportunities. The knowledge and experience I gained this time was valuable, and I think that being in a company where such things are possible would be an environment where you can freely create interesting and valuable things. Also, it's simply fun to make. In the future, my ideal situation would be to leave the titles that will be the backbone to talented successors and make strange titles on the side. Laughs. For Gamer: I'm looking forward to it. I would love to see Miyazaki make another adventure. Miyazaki: if there is a next edgy project, it won't necessarily be an adventure, but I'm very happy to hear you say that. For Gamer: one thing that caught my attention while playing the game was the several Bloodborne Easter eggs that appeared. There are rumors that it might be a preview of a sequel. Miyazaki: I'm sorry to have caused speculation, but that was purely a prank. I and several of the staff like the title Bloodborne, but maybe we went too far. This is one thing I need to reflect on. The room for tactics and strategy to exploit gaps makes the battles different from Dark Souls. For Gamer: next, please tell us about Sekiro, which is scheduled to be released in March. Miyazaki: yes, we are now in the final stages of mastering up. For Gamer: this time it is being co-developed with Activision, but how did that come about? Miyazaki: there's nothing special about it. Since From Software does not have overseas sales channels, it is essential to work with partners who can complement that point. And Activision was the one who was most interested in and evaluated Sekiro this time. It is also true that I was interested in Activision's way of making games. For Gamer: From Software's recent titles are mainly dark fantasy. Why did you make Sekiro a Japanese-style route? Miyazaki: we have made and published several Japanese-style titles in the past, so it was only natural that the Japanese style would be an option in the discussion of, let's make something new. And the Japanese style setting seemed to be something fresh in terms of art and story, and the Japanese style character, especially the ninja character, matched the gameplay I had in mind, which was the deciding factor. Since we had already put a lot of effort into creating a three-dimensional map, we were thinking of a more three-dimensional and dynamic gameplay, whether it was exploration or combat, and we felt that the ninja character would be able to achieve that without compromising the realism and seriousness. For Gamer: when I think of ninjas at From Software, the Tenchu series comes to mind, which was mentioned earlier. Is there any connection to Sekiro? Miyazaki: there are some parts that we referenced. In the very early stages, there was even the option of making this game as part of the Tenchu series. However, we quickly abandoned that idea. In the past, we were the publisher of Tenchu, but we were not the developer. So we felt that it would inevitably end up being an imitation. So we chose to take some of the distinctive ideas, such as moving with a grappling hook, into consideration while creating our own new action game. For Gamer: I tried out the game at the playable exhibit at the event, and I felt that the rope, the ninja kill, and the fact that it was difficult to challenge even small enemies head-on were very Tenchu-like. On the other hand, I think there are some parts that have been clearly changed. Miyazaki: there are many differences from Tenchu, but one thing that can be mentioned is that it is a game that is primarily combat-based. For example, Stealth is designed as one possible means to give you an advantage in combat. 4 Gamer. When I hear that it is primarily combat-based, I get the impression that it is like a Japanese-style Dark Souls. But that is not the case, is it? Miyazaki? Yes, Sekiro's combat and swordplay require a different approach from Dark Souls. Sekiro's swordplay is, first of all, intense, with swords clashing against each other, and in that intensity, there is a strategy of somehow chipping away at the enemy's core and finding an opening. Another feature of Sekiro is that the effective methods in certain battles are set stronger than ever before. We value the idea of making full use of various means and finding effective methods through ingenuity. 4 Gamer. It is important to use them differently depending on the type of enemy and the situation. Miyazaki. That's right. How you fight and approach the battle is important, such as positioning with a grappling hook, utilizing stealth, and choosing a prosthetic ninja tool. It's not just about taking on the enemy head-on, or just staying hidden, but using everything you can, whether it's a weapon or the situation, and ultimately winning. That's the image of a ninja in Sekiro. 4 Gamer. What is the aim there? Miyazaki. I wanted to provide room for strategies other than taking on the enemy head-on with action. There are various ways to take on difficulties and overcome them, so even if you're not good at pure action, there is room for ingenuity. The level design has also been adjusted with this in mind. Of course, there is no way that only certain methods will work, so it is quite possible to take on the enemy head-on with action, and I think that will often be very intense. 4 Gamer. The battles seemed more difficult in the trial play at the event, but they should have been covered by strategy and tactics. Miyazaki. To be honest, I think the difficulty of the event trial play was largely due to the issue of getting used to it. Again, this is a design that requires a different approach to Dark Souls. In the final version, I hope that players will enjoy learning the unique tactics of Sekiro and gradually improving their skills. Sekiro's unique action focused on the single-player experience. 4 Gamer. You said that you fight using everything you can. But what about the exploration and growth elements? Miyazaki. The game is designed so that the number of weapons and skills you can use increases as you explore and grow. Also, there is freedom in exploration and choice in growth, so I think the gameplay will change depending on what weapons and skills you can use first. One of the main ones is the prosthetic ninja tool. 4 Gamer. How much can you use the prosthetic ninja tools? Miyazaki. You can equip up to 3 prosthetic tools at the same time and switch between them in real time. There is also an element of strengthening and modifying the prosthetic ninja tools. For example, in the case of Shuriken, you can give them properties such as multiple hits and penetration, and ultimately modify them to be more intense. 4 Gamer. Basically, you strengthen the prosthetic ninja tools, so are there no stat allocations? Miyazaki. The main character's basic abilities grow, but there is no element of choice. The growth choices in this work are focused on strengthening and modifying the prosthetic ninja tools mentioned earlier and acquiring skills. It's a so-called skill tree element. 4 Gamer. Depending on which tree you develop the skills of, it seems that players' preferences, such as whether they are frontal breakthrough or stealth, will come out. What about death penalties? When you die, will you drop something like a soul or a blood will? And when you respawn, will there be an element of picking it up? Miyazaki. In Sekiro, we are adopting a new way of dealing with death and the associated redo penalties. It is closely related not only to gameplay, but also to the worldview and story, one of which is rebirth. Rebirth is a system that allows you to revive on the spot if you pay a cost, and was adopted to express the continuous close battles where death is close at hand like a ninja, while not significantly hindering the game tempo by dying too much. At the same time, it is one of the cores of the worldview and story of this work, and it also allows for tactics unique to Sekiro, such as using your own death to deceive the enemy. 4 Gamer. There were a few other surprising elements that are different from Dark Souls and Bloodborne, one of which is the change in the control system. From Software's recent action games have adopted roughly the same format of operation, but Sekiro has changed it quite a bit. In particular, I think the location of the frequently used evasion button has been changed, which is a big deal. But what was the intention behind this? Mr. Miyazaki, as for the control method, it is the result of repeated user testing, including overseas. Since it is a game with a unique format, such as grappling hooks and sword-fighting styles, we cooperated with Activision to consider a control method that is easy to play for many users. In addition, you can customize the control method, so please rest assured. For Gamer, another thing that surprised me is that it does not adopt the loosely connected multiplayer that has become a major feature of From Software's titles in recent years. Even though it is a separate title, it is a bold direction to go completely single-player. Mr. Miyazaki. Yes, I understand what you say. There are several reasons for the choice to not have online elements, but in a word, in order to pursue the unique fun and play experience of Sekiro, it was necessary to focus limited resources on single-player. For Gamer, I'm looking forward to the unique experience of Sekiro. However, Activision also gave the okay to the decision not to use the elements that were so well received. Mr. Miyazaki, it was originally decided after mutual consultation, so there was no dispute there. However, since we happened to have Deracine and Sekiro right after that, I don't want you to misunderstand. But that doesn't mean that we won't make games with online elements in the future. By focusing on the characters, the flow of the story became easier to understand. For Gamer, Sekiro is rare for From Software titles in that it properly establishes the character of the protagonist. Is this time focused on the story? Miyazaki. It's a little difficult to know how to answer this question, but our storytelling methods haven't changed significantly from our recent titles. There is no fixed story at the center of the gameplay, and we place emphasis on the gameplay experience. We don't talk too much, so I think there is room for players to discover and interpret. For Gamer, so what was the intention behind establishing a protagonist? Miyazaki. First of all, assuming there is a different intention in terms of the game, from the aspect of storytelling, I think that by doing so, there is a story that is easy to tell, and it felt appropriate for Sekiro. Also, in our recent titles, the story often focuses on the world, and much of the text also talks about the world. I think that this has tended to make it vague and difficult to understand, but in Sekiro, by focusing on the characters, I think that the main line of the story is easier to understand as a result. For Gamer, are you working on the text of the scenario, Mr. Miyazaki? Miyazaki. I work on the plot, but from there on I supervise. Most of the actual text is left to other staff. My text is quite peculiar, so I think this is also a big factor in terms of freshness. To be honest, I am aware that one of the factors of difficulty to understand is me. I think that this work is at least easier to understand the main line of the story than our recent titles. For Gamer, I was able to understand the story is a great explanation. Laughs. Miyazaki, well, that's true. Laughs. This is only when compared to our recent titles, and objectively speaking, I think it's all about comparing acorns, so it's not something to advertise too much. For Gamer, the story is described as a story of a lonely master and servant, and is told with the prince on the official website, at the center. But is the prince the main character in the story? Miyazaki. I think of both of them as the main characters. The son, who is the descendant of a special bloodline, lost everything because of it, and is still bound by his destiny, and the ninja who lost his only family member and foster father, and serves the son only by law. Think of Sekiro as a story of hardship and growth surrounding such a lonely master and servant. For Gamer, the historical background of this work is the end of the Sengoku period, but what was the reason for setting it here? Miyazaki. If it's Japanese style and ninja, I think the obvious time setting would be Edo or the Sengoku period. I think the main reason for choosing the Sengoku period here is that Edo is the early modern period, and the Sengoku period is the Middle Ages. I'm sorry that this story is not very well founded, but the Middle Ages have a sense that something mysterious from ancient times has survived somewhere. And it would not be strange if it had survived, and I thought that this sense was appropriate for the world or story we are trying to depict. And the reason we chose the end of the Sengoku period in particular is because there is an attractive nuance of destruction, something about to be destroyed. However, the setting of Sekiro is a fictional place, and so are all the characters that appear. No real historical figures appear. I think it can be said that the world of the end of the Warring States period has been reconstructed through our own interpretation. For Gamer, Sekiro is a new IP, so please tell us about the overall volume. Miyazaki. I don't think the number and size of maps, the number of boss battles, etc. will change significantly from previous works. For Gamer. When I think of maps made by Miyazaki, I have the image of vertically complicated level designs. But this time, since you can use grappling hooks, aren't the maps more complex? Miyazaki. It's not that they've simply become more complex, but the design is designed with three-dimensional movement in mind, both in exploration and combat. There are more times when you go on paths that don't exist, so I think there will be surprises like, I didn't know I could go to such a place. As for the grappling hook, there are situations where it can be used in boss battles, so I hope you enjoy the dynamic boss battles. For Gamer. I'm looking forward to it. On a different note, since Demonsouls and Dark Souls, the number of games called Soul-like has increased. Do you play such titles, Mr. Miyazaki? Mr. Miyazaki. Personally, I feel uncomfortable with the term soul-like, but I often play them. If there are similar parts in the approach, I often find them useful, so I tend to play them half for fun and half for research. Laughs. For Gamer. Have you played Koei Tecmo Games' Nioh? When Sekiro was announced, I remember being surprised that From Software had prepared a Japanese style. Mr. Miyazaki. Yes, of course I played it. By the time information about Nioh came out, we had already started working on Sekiro, so I remember being very surprised. Nioh 2 was announced at this year's E3, and with SIE's Ghost of Tsushima also on the way, I'm often asked, what do you think? I'd be very happy if people, including Sekiro, started saying Japanese-style games were really popular back then. 2 unannounced titles in development that are typical of From Software. For Gamer, please tell us about the developments after Sekiro. In our previous interview in June 2016, you said that there were 2.5 to 3.5 lines in motion. Miyazaki. Yes, to summarize the lines, there were 3.5 lines in motion at that time. 0.5 was Derasine, 1.0 was Sekiro, and the remaining 2.0 was an unannounced title. As for Dark Souls Remastered and Metal Wolf Chaos XD, we asked an outside company to make them, so they are not counted among the 3.5. For Gamer. So does that mean that there are 2 unannounced titles that are still in development? Miyazaki. Yes, it's not the time to go into details, but I think both are games that are typical of us. I think it will take a little more time, but I think we will be able to tell you about them one by one as they take shape. For Gamer, I'm looking forward to it. Metal Wolf Chaos XD is scheduled for release next year, but it's rare for From Software to release a remaster of an old title. How proactive are you about reviving past titles, such as remasters or remakes? Miyazaki. I think it's something that you think about depending on the situation. For example, with Metal Wolf Chaos XD, there was a strong and loving request from Devolver Digital, and I think that we, especially Masanori Takeuchi of From Software, who was the producer of the original version, were greatly connected to that. Metal Wolf Chaos was a phantom game for me as a game user at the time, and it's a pretty intense game, so I'm really looking forward to the user's reaction. I hope you'll look forward to it. For Gamer. There are a lot of past titles from Software that I would like to play again. I'm sure there are many fans who would like to play King's Field again. Miyazaki. As for King's Field, it depends a lot on Kami, former President Kami Naotoshi. I think that it's a title that relies very much on his personality, and I think that Kings without that would not be very appealing. For Gamer. I understand. Next year, Sekiro will be released first, so I'm looking forward to that. But I'm also looking forward to the announcement of the remaining 2 new titles. Miyazaki, yes. First of all, I hope you'll look forward to Sekiro. I hope you'll enjoy the dynamic, gripping action, the abundant options, and the fun of overcoming difficulties in the lonely battle of the ninja, where death is close at hand. For Gamer, thank you for today. 2019/01/25, our full Hidetaka Miyazaki Sekiro, Shadows Die, twice interview, Game Informer. Game Informer, We had a chance to see Sekiro and take on the Lady Butterfly. Is she some sort of shadowy gang of assassins from his past that he was a part of, or something like that? Because it seemed like they knew each other. What's the story between Sekiro and this memory? Miyazaki. So as you know, this is a scene set in the past, and we talked about this character called the Owl, who you brought up earlier. He sort of plays a foster father role to the protagonist. This character picked up Sekiro on the battlefield and raised him as a shinobi, and one of his old acquaintances, or part of that shinobi system of allies, was this Lady Butterfly character. So while Owl was training the protagonist and teaching him techniques, maybe he got to spar with this character or had some sort of menial relationship with her through the foster father figure. Game Informer, are we going to be meeting any other characters from this shinobi clan? Miyazaki, so we will save the actual names and number of these characters for the game itself, but in general having this key protagonist allows us to build a cast of characters around him and his personality and his history. We feel like these core characters that are central to his presence in the world and his story are going to be playing a lot of that role of the story in the gameplay. So we feel like you'll be able to experience both his past in that sense and the here and now of where the game takes place. Game Informer, are we going to be going back into his past multiple times over the course of the game? Miyazaki, it's mainly focused on the present. So you'll be obviously playing through the present of the shinobi's story throughout the game in that sense. It's not a game where you're going back and forth from present to past to piece together the puzzle. But this is a one-off flashback to a portion of his past, and that allows you to piece more bits together of the story. So you get some extra detail and you can flesh things out for yourself in that way. Game Informer, are we going to be able to get the Moonlight Greatsword in the game? Miyazaki laughs. Not this time. Game Informer, are any of the other things in the Souls games going to make an appearance? Sort of as a nod, like the crows or anything like that to trade items with? Miyazaki, first of all, we want to make it clear that we have this reputation for featuring the Moonlight Greatsword and things like that in our games. We don't want this to feel like too much of a bind. We're creating this new IP and this new world. We don't want to feel like we're beating a dead horse, or just going to put it out for the sake of it, or just going to cram it into the lore in some way. It kind of puts restrictions on us, so we are not featuring the Moonlight Greatsword this time. As to creating these kinds of odes or references to our other games within Sekiro, we're actually being a little bit careful because working with other publishers means you have to be careful with how you treat this material and this content. So if it's Dark Souls to Dark Souls 3, it's easy to put in odes and references here or there since it's the same publisher. For instance, with Déraciné, that was released recently for VR, we had an ode to Bloodborne in there. Both titles are published by Sony. Actually, that reference, that nod itself caused a much greater stir than we expected. Way more than we expected. When we were given that idea like, why don't you just put a little nod in there? It'd be great, and we tried it and it blew up. So we just want to tread a little bit more carefully around that front. Game Informer, are people reading too much into that little nod in Déraciné? Miyazaki, you know, it wasn't so much that they read too much into it, it was just supposed to be a little homage, but people kind of expected Bloodborne 2 and it kind of got a little bit crazy. So we feel like we caused a great inconvenience to Sony, and that was really not our intention. Game Informer, it got a lot of attention for the game though. Miyazaki, personally, yes. Game Informer, one more about Dark Souls and then we'll move on. Is there going to be a zone filled with poison and giants, and just a terrible zone to go through? Like Blighttown vibes? Miyazaki, so the simple answer is yes. We do have areas where the environment plays as the enemy to the player. However, one of the core concepts of Sekiro was to create this greater freedom of movement and freedom of traversal, and so we don't want to squash that by creating these really restrictive game spaces. So yeah, you will find somewhere like that, similar to that, that is a pinpoint location in the game. But we don't try to restrict the user in ways previous ones do. Game Informer, are there going to be extra difficult optional bosses like the Nameless King in Dark Souls 3? Miyazaki, yeah, I mean, this is a staple for us, and we hope to meet expectations there with the optional bosses, and we feel like they're going to be pretty tough this time as well. Game Informer, With all the giant monsters and crazy creatures and stuff like that, are we going to see a mid-game Bloodborne plot twist where everything goes crazy and it's a totally new game? Miyazaki. Hypothetically speaking, if this was a Bloodborne interview, we wouldn't go, "Hey, guess what happens in the second half?" But if you can think of the opening of the game as a more traditional Japanese ninja fantasy, then it's not going to continue along that same exact track the whole way through. I think it's safe to say that much, and I think more would be a spoiler. Game Informer. Why the decision to go with a skill tree system over the stat system? Miyazaki. The idea of a parameter system, a stats leveling system, is that you are catering to different people's builds. So you have things that a mage can use, you have things that a strength user can use, the greatswords, or these different sorceries, and pyromancies. And this means that not all users have to use everything. They can specialize, or they can focus on their build. The idea of this game and the multifaceted ninja means you have to use everything in your arsenal, everything at your disposal to overcome these challenges. The introduction of a skill system meant that we could allow people to unlock every facet of this multi-talented ninja. Having this locked behind parameters, or having to boost certain parameters over others, meant that if you came across a tough enemy with a specific strategical grammar to him, like a specific weakness, they would have to go back and retrace their steps and uncover this, boost these parameters and what have you. Having these as skills and items that you can gradually acquire allows them to specialize in everything to a degree and to really become that really multi-talented, multifaceted shinobi. Game Informer, is it designed to be more accessible than Bloodborne or Dark Souls games? Miyazaki, I'm not sure if saying it's more accessible is the best answer, but we have tried to make it easier for people to access every part of this shinobi's arsenal. In a previous title, you had an area or a boss that could only be defeated by magic. That would be an issue because people are specializing in their build, and we've created this unnecessary wall for them. This way of building the game, it gives us greater freedom, and it gives the player greater freedom to decide how they want to tackle this, or to encourage them to try to find something else, and to keep adding to their arsenal, and to use every little bit of it to defeat these challenges. Game Informer. Are all bosses in the game going to feature the heat-up system where they change moves based on the phase that they are in? Miyazaki. Yes, we do intend to do that. It has varying degrees depending on the boss. But yeah, you won't just see the same fight from start to finish. They will change up even the battle tempo or some sort of newer element to the battle in various degrees. Game Informer. The Shinobi death blow, how did that come to be? Were you just really excited about visceral attacks from Bloodborne and the backstab attacks in Dark Souls, and you just wanted to do that to everything? Miyazaki. It's not like we just love to do these critical attacks on everything. It's an evolution of the elements. The death blow, the idea itself, is one of the things we got a hint of from Tenchu, from the original publications of that series. Also, death blows are not just kind of a one-off, one-time critical attack, like a backstab or a riposte or the visceral attack. It's something that can be initiated from stealth, as you saw yesterday, allowing you a way in. It's also something that is a result of trying to find or trying to make a momentary weakness in your opponent. So the battle you experienced yesterday with the swordplay, it's kind like a climax to that. To each and every one of those battles, we feel, in that sense, that it's different. The concept and the way we've created and the way we've molded it is different from a straight-up riposte or a straight-up visceral attack. The shinobi has the kind of elements of both offense and defensive that he has to use simultaneously. The death blow is sort of like a result of that. I use the word climax. It's kind of like a treat or reward for the player at the end of that struggle, that clash of swords. Game Informer. With some of the changes to movement, the way that you have the grappling system and the wall jumping stuff and swimming, how has that changed certain approaches to boss design? Have they gone back to the drawing board on, here's a boss we can do with these options, that you felt you wouldn't be able to do before? Miyazaki. You mentioned the swimming. This is not present in boss fights as such. This is something that caters more to exploration and general traversal, just to add a little bit of change of pace, something a little bit different just to cool things down. But boss design, definitely, these new traversal options and stealth definitely play into it. The traversal options allow much more dynamic movement within the boss arena, both for yourself and the boss character themselves. It really increases the dynamism in how the player and the boss player play off each other. Previously, you would have just had to run around a huge boss's feet and hack away at his ankles. But now you have all these movement options you can both fully use, the extent of that arena. Stealth in mid-boss and boss fights, it does depend on the situation, but again it's meant as another added level of spice. It's not going to be present in all boss fights, but here and there it might add to the experience in some clever or subtle way. Game Informer. Is there a particular kind of boss that you've found doesn't work well for the new movement options, or is there something you wanted to do, but maybe didn't work as well? Miyazaki. Yeah, definitely. There are boss fights that through design didn't fit that staple. They don't fit the new movement options or stealth. If we made every boss, you were able to use the grappling hook to zip everywhere or stealth kill every boss, it would just get monotonous and boring. So we try to cater to each boss's characteristics and each character's unique traits, and build a boss fight around those, and what's going to be most fun and what we want the player to experience in that one encounter. So there may be boss fights where you're up against a huge creature and you need to use the full arena and get around very quickly and use that dynamism, but there may also be fights where you just need to go toe-to-toe and use every piece of kit in your arsenal, the prosthetic tool, the katana, and really go head-to-head on these one-on-one duels. So there's something we'll cater to on each occasion and to each boss's unique idiosyncrasies. Game Informer. We really enjoyed the movement of the butterfly lady that we fought yesterday. Do you want to talk about the initial design, but the inspiration was the texture and personality you were conveying to designers you wanted for that character? Miyazaki. Yeah, actually when designing this boss, I had a very clear idea of what I wanted. I suggested initially this is a boss that's going to use illusionary techniques. It's going to use these razor-thin wires to hop around and move around the map. I had a very clear idea, and I conveyed that to the designers. Another thing is, I love these kind of old Japanese ninja stories created by the likes of Yamada Futaro, who kind of have this depiction of a strong old Japanese ninja grandma and... If you're familiar with Basilisk, for instance, Yamada Futaro is the original creator of the Basilisk series. And I had a super strong ninja granny character and really just wanted to have one of those in my game. Game Informer. Are there any other animes that you were inspired by for Sekiro? Miyazaki. If I had to pick one, a small inspiration would have been Hiroaki Samura's Blade of the Immortal. That's another manga. Blade of the Immortal was actually a small source of inspiration for parts of Bloodborne as well. It's something I enjoy, the weapons are so cool in that, it's probably conveniently forgotten if there is something. Game Informer. Who is your favorite boss in the game? You don't have to go into detail, just sort of the broad strokes. Miyazaki. That's a tough question. Actually, one of them that I really like you saw in the TGS trailer is just the glimpse at the end. The giant ape. I hope you look forward to that one. Another, you don't often see it in boss fights. They use really dirty tricks. They're real devious, real underhanded techniques. Hopefully, you'll know that one when you see it. Game Informer. Okay, I'm sure we will. Have you ever considered adding a boss rush mode to one of the From Action games? Miyazaki. Boss rush mode is not actually something that I've considered. We haven't had any particularly strong requests from publishers to include something like this either, so it's not really been a factor. Game Informer. Is this more of an open-world kind of situation where you can go in many different directions at many different times, or are you going to be sort of gated by stuff you've killed? Or like, do you need to get an item from over here in order to go over here? Or is it, if you can beat the big guy, then you can go this way? But if you can't, you go do these other things and then you can go through there. Miyazaki. We feel like Sekiro's probably on the higher end of the spectrum in terms of the freedom the player has to explore the world, if we're to compare it to our previous games. Particularly from the mid-game onward, the world really opens up, and you have a great deal of choice and freedom about which order and way you choose to explore. Game Informer. What was behind the decision to get rid of the corpse run? Miyazaki. The reason there's no corpse run as is first of all, we don't really want to keep doing the same thing over and over again with our games. We want to try different approaches and different switching up the systems. Speaking of death penalties, we do want to incorporate a new sense of demerit or a disadvantage to death. We want the player to fear death in the same way they did before. But this will take on a different shape this time. If we were to just add in corpse running or having to go retrieve something on top of that, it would have felt too messy or too desperate or a little too much, like there's too much at stake. We want to concentrate on the new systems, such as the resurrection system as well. Speaking of resurrection, this time we're taking this into elements of story as well. So there's a reason for coming back to life, and there's more general themes and concepts around death and rebirth. So this is something we wanted to explore on the gameplay side as well. Game Informer. You've got these poisonous lizards and monstrous roosters running around. With these other humans, do they not attack each other, or is it they're just cool with each other? How does that work, world-wise? Miyazaki? Yep, sometimes they will. And you're a shinobi, so you can create these situations in some way. There will be ways to just imagine this battle between a soldier and a rooster. Game Informer. With this game, you're taking a little bit of a step back in the writing process and not on the ground floor as much this time. I'm just wondering, what's the advantage of stepping back from your point of view? What does that allow for within the studio? Miyazaki. As to what I'm getting personally, I feel my own writing is very quirky and has got a lot of idiosyncrasies itself. As someone who's written the Dark Souls and Bloodborne games, to have that again here would feel like a repeat. I feel like users are going to get bored or tired of this approach, so we wanted a fresh approach there. Also, this ability to more easily share the narrative internally with other staff and have them give their take on it, and have them arrange this information. This overwhelming amount of information between characters and different plots and what have you is also very refreshing, and it allows us to get a better bead on the story as a company. And not trying to compare this with titles from other studios or the way other studios do things, but just internally we haven't really tried this before, so it's very again, it's very refreshing to have a take from other staff and to be able to piece that together in a much more coherent way. Before, I didn't have that need to fully communicate to the division of the story. It was all just in my head, and I could just write it however I wanted and let people piece it together. But by sharing it with the other staff, it allows me to see it in a clearer light, and potentially give us a fresh and interesting look on that content. Game Informer, is it a challenge personally to step back from that? Or has it just allowed for more sleep? Miyazaki. It's pretty tough, actually, to step back. It doesn't necessarily give me more time to focus on other things. I have to divide my time in different ways, of course. But previously, I could have just written some stuff down as part of the text or dialogue at home. Nowadays, for Seiro, I have to communicate this to staff and be really quite forthcoming about it. That's quite tough in itself. But then to see them reinterpret this into their idea of what that means or that implies, this is enlightening for me, and it allows me to see this different interpretation and then to have this collaborative story building together. Game Informer. With you having to see the results of other people working that way, what do you think has been the difference that has emerged in terms of tone, or any differences beyond the more personal story? Miyazaki. Regardless of whether or not I'm writing the dialogue or text myself for other games, or for Seiro, I'm still open to receive suggestions and ideas from any and all member of staff. As long as these are good ideas and easy to digest, then I'm willing to incorporate them. This isn't something that just applies to Seiro. This is the way I've been working with the story and the narrative throughout the games I've produced. Game Informer, congratulations recently on the Lifetime Achievement Award. Very exciting. For people out there, do you have any tips for how to lead a successful life? What are the keys to leading a successful life? Miyazaki. That's very difficult. I'm not in a position to tell people how to lead their lives. They've got to do what's best for them personally. I've worked in the games industry just over 10 years, and I've just enjoyed making these games. When I'm asked what especially has been good about that, or what do I put value in there, then there's nothing particular to say. It's just the fact that whether or not they succeed, it's just the fact that I'm making these games and I enjoy that process. It's so difficult, I just want to say, let's all just love one another and make world peace. But it's not as easy as that, especially when I'm making games like Dark Souls and Seiro. But as long as I've contributed something that's had an impact on someone's life, that's enough for me. Receiving this award, I was very humbled now that you bring it up. It reminded me to appreciate the people who are playing the games and who are giving us these great vibes, because they're the ones who've kind of cultivated us and our way of life and our culture and the way we make games and what we want to give back to them. So, again, receiving that award, I was like, wow, this is something I've got to tell them. I have to be more appreciative of this. I'm not one of those people who goes on Amazon and writes reviews for games and stuff like that, but I might be turning into one of those people. I've got to show a little bit of love here and there. Game Informer, for the players. Amazon for the players. Miyazaki, for the developers as well. Game Informer, everybody in the world. Miyazaki. You know, just as a private user, not Miyazaki. Just to add to the good vibes, I'll do my best to give that positive vibe. Game Informer. Get a nice little message at the end of the credits. Just Sekiro, go out and love each other and make world peace. Miyazaki. No one's going to buy that. Game Informer. Any chance of a Demon's Souls remaster after we had the Dark Souls remastered? Miyazaki. I don't think the possibility is zero, but personally, it's not something that I'd be interested in doing, personally. It's like when you write. When you're younger, you look back on it and you think, oh goodness, what was I thinking? It's not that I'm embarrassed, I just don't like to look at my previous works. It's the same with Dark Souls, remastered. This wasn't my own idea, so you'd have to ask Sony, but I don't think that the possibility is zero. You'd have to see what they're thinking about it. But details, I have nothing. Just for you guys to bring it up makes me really happy, because that was the first action fantasy game that I created. Or I directed. I have fond memories of it, but it's definitely not my place to say they'll remaster. Game Informer. You'd be comfortable with another studio working on it, in theory, if somebody were to remaster it. Miyazaki. You know, if it was a studio that really loved the original work and really put their heart and soul into realizing it again, then that's something I would enjoy. But it's really complicated because I have these fond memories, but thinking about the idea of a remaster gives me kind of butterflies in my stomach and makes me a little nervous, so it's complicated. But I understand there are many users and many players and fans out there who really love Demons, so if that's something they could accomplish with a studio that loved the work, then yeah, I'd be okay with that. For more on Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, click on the image below to see all of our previous coverage, including dives into its music, combat, progression, and more. 2019/01/26 Sekiro director Hidetaka Miyazaki finally landed in Taiwan. Google Translate. Q. Why does Sekiro have the concepts of both experience points and money? How can they be used? Miyazaki. In the Soul series, money and experience points were integrated. This time, we separated the two, mainly because if the resource management was the same, it would get boring. This time, the idea is to use money for money and skills for skills. It was more fun to get lost in the skill points this time. The difference in usage is the so-called experience points, or skill points, which are a so-called skill tree, where you choose which skills to gain, which abilities. Money remains the same, but you find a shop as a concept and shop there. To repeat, the game is designed so that it is fun to get lost in the skill tree when it comes to skills. The idea of being lost over how to spend money has been eliminated this time. Q. Even if you die, you can revive on the spot using rebirth. But are there any penalties? Miyazaki. There is no big penalty for the rebirth system itself. This game is very difficult. The ninja battles we envision are always close to the danger of death, and are repeated nail-biting battles. If we were to realize this as it is, it would be a game where you die a lot. Laughs. If you die too much, the tempo of the game will be bad. If you have to start over and over again, you can't maintain the appropriate game tempo. So in order to achieve both the nail-biting ninja battles and the tempo of the game at a comfortable tempo, we introduced the rebirth system, which allows you to start over on the spot even if you die. Of course, if you could revive as much as you wanted, the sense of tension would disappear. So we set a certain limit on the number of times you can revive by consuming a certain resource. Or you can't revive for a certain period of time immediately after reviving, and even if you have resurrection points remaining, you can't keep dying on the spot. So we try not to make it an easy game by using resurrection too much. This kind of system is convenient for us, and we use it as an excuse that it's okay to make it difficult because there is resurrection. Laughs. Q. In the demo earlier, regeneration was only possible twice, but does that mean it can only be used a maximum of 2 times? Miyazaki. That's basically it. I think there was an opportunity to do a few more, but I can't do 10 or anything like that. Q. The prosthetic arm is emphasized in the introduction to the game, but won't its presence fade as skills and items are upgraded? At the same time, will the sword Fushigiri held in his right hand also fade in presence, or will it be possible to strengthen it and continue using it until the end? Miyazaki. Regarding the prosthetic arm, the skill is highlighted due to the way the promotion is introduced, but the prosthetic arm itself functions as a special feature from start to finish. It defines the player style, is a major element of choice, and I think it is the biggest element that expresses the exaggeration of the ninja image in this game. As for the immortal slash, of course you can fight using it, but it has a strong element of being a key item in the story. In terms of image, Seiro itself has character variations in 2 ways. The base swordplay part is the skill part, and for the more flashy, showy and tricky parts, there is room for variation and choice through prosthetic arms. Just to add one more thing, the effectiveness of the tactical options for each situation against the enemy has been set stronger than ever before as tactical options that can be taken. How you challenge the enemy and what situation you challenge them in are more important than ever before. In that sense, I think that Seiro has a stronger aspect of overcoming, by making full use of all the elements available compared to previous works. Q. Unlike Bloodborne, Seiro is a Japanese-style game. What was the reason for making it Japanese? Miyazaki. There are a few reasons why we made it Japanese-style. One is that From has actually been making Japanese-style games for a long time. I'm sorry that it's not a big deal, but it's true that we had talked about making one soon. Laughs. Seriously speaking, there are 2 main points. One is the world view and art, and I wanted to create a new world with fresh stimulation, and the Japanese style seemed to be quite capable of realizing that. The other, and this is the biggest one, was when I finished Bloodborne, and I wanted to make a game where the map orbits in 3 dimensions, and the ninja was a great character to express the idea, reality, and seriousness of the game design. For example, it would be silly to have an armored knight flying around on a wire, but with a ninja, I thought I could create something that is cool, flying around in all directions without losing the reality too much. The appeal of the ninja's character and the fit with the gameplay I wanted to make. I think it's these 2 points. Q. Up until now, the main characters have been skilled in close-range fighting action, but this time the main character is a ninja, so will he be able to perform ninja-like actions such as setting traps? Miyazaki. I see, I think there are many things that make a ninja, but in that sense, he does sneak up on people and throw shuriken, but I think he is more active and sword-fighting oriented than the so-called normal ninja. To be honest, I think there is a feeling of shinobio, but I hope you enjoy that too. Our image of a ninja is one that fights more violently than the general ninja, and within that, anything goes, or rather, he makes use of the environment and weapons, and ultimately puts himself in a fierce battle and overcomes the situation. This is the image of a ninja that we present this time. I'm not trying to recreate the so-called traditional ninja. I myself like the direction of Yamada Futaro when it comes to so-called ninjas, so I think I'm more in that direction. Laughs. For example, stealth elements are positioned as a way to give yourself an advantage in a fierce battle. In a stealth game, you can make it so that stealth is the right answer, and being found out is the wrong answer. But our game ends up in a fierce battle, so stealth is treated as a way to give yourself an advantage in a fierce battle, or to cool down temporarily. Q. Will the ending change by clearing certain conditions, like in previous games? Miyazaki. Sekiro also has what is called a multiple ending. As always, it's more story-based than ever before. Q. After clearing the game this time, is there any excitement in playing it a second time? Miyazaki. There will be a lap element this time too. There will also be a challenge element to make the laps even more difficult. Q. You've introduced the concept of speedrunning, but will there be a ranking system? Miyazaki. We don't support so-called RTA elements in the game or prepare a bulletin board. We've been doing this since the time of Demon's Souls, but we don't design it with the hope that people will do RTA. I personally love watching RTAS, but the fun comes from the fact that people are playing in places we didn't intend, and there are surprises and discoveries like, oh, so that's how they enjoy it, or so that's how they save time, and I think that kind of distance is more interesting. If we were to say, for example, use this for RTA, or compete here, I thought that both users and us wouldn't be able to enjoy RTA, so we don't provide support or elements for that on the system side. I'm looking forward to seeing how it will be played and what kind of RTA will be born. None of the staff can do speedruns, and we can't play like that. Laughs. Q. A message to Taiwanese game fans. Miyazaki, I'm not good at that sort of thing. Laughs. I think that this time too, you can experience a very simple, intense battle that will make you sweat. It's more intense than previous titles, and the sense of accomplishment you get from overcoming it will be even greater. Although the worldview is Japanese, it's fake Japanese and Oriental. It's designed to give Asian people a sense of nostalgia. I've worked hard on it, including those aspects, so I hope you enjoy it. I was watching the stage event earlier, and I was moved by how many people were there and how excited they were. I personally think that I am making things for gamers all over the world, regardless of whether it is the Japanese market or the Western market. I am here with the feeling of having reaffirmed this belief. There are many passionate gamers in Taiwan, just like in Japan, and I feel happy to be able to make games for them. I'm sorry that this isn't much of a sales pitch. Laughs. 2019/02/27. Here's why Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Sekiro don't have difficulty options. GameSpot. GameSpot. Why don't From Software games have difficulty levels? Miyazaki. We don't want to include a difficulty selection because we want to bring everyone to the same level of discussion and the same level of enjoyment. So we want everyone to first face that challenge and to overcome it in some way that suits them as a player. GameSpot. What's your design philosophy for making such challenging games? Miyazaki. We want everyone to feel that sense of accomplishment. We want everyone to feel elated and to join that discussion on the same level. We feel if there's different difficulties, that's going to segment and fragment the user base. People will have different experiences based on that differing difficulty level. This is something we take to heart when we design games. It's been the same way for previous titles, and it's very much the same with Sekiro. GameSpot. How does Sekiro's difficulty compare to previous From Software games? Miyazaki. Sekiro is probably even more challenging than previous From games.